Chapter 1. I was originally a commoner from Beihai. What does the world matter to me? In the year 192 AD, known as the third year of Chuping, the harsh winter of late November settled upon the land. The changing seasons brought forth a little ice age to the central plains of Han territory. The biting cold had arrived, and the north wind howled with fury. A heavy snow persisted for over a month, with flakes as large as goose feathers cascading down. In this frigid world, the fate of the Han Empire mirrored the unpredictable weather. The borders were ablaze with conflict, as the Chong and Hu tribes frequently invaded. The central plains were rife with turmoil, with various warlords emerging. The common folk faced dire hardships, with countless displaced individuals. In the north, Yuan Shao capitalized on the prestige of his 4 generations of 3 dukes, forcefully seizing the fertile lands of Qingzhou, triumphing over General Gongsun Zan of Yuzhou at both the Jie Bridge and Longkou. In the south, the royal relative Liu Yin held his troops in self-defense. In the east, Tao Qian, the governor of Shuzhou, gathered soldiers in Yinzhou and allied with Yuan Shu, the second son of the 4 generations of 3 dukes, casting a covetous eye upon Yinzhou. In the west, the once mighty Dong Zhuo met his demise in the ancient capital of Chang'an, while his former subordinates, seeking self-preservation, besieged the city. The minister Wang Yun sacrificed himself for the nation. The valiant General L. Bu fought his way through the encirclement, becoming a wanderer in distant lands. In the central plains, 1,000,000 Yellow Turbans ravaged Yinzhou. Zheng Sui, the prime minister of Rinsheng, Liu Dai, the governor of Yinzhou, and Bao Exin, the prime minister of Jibei, all fell victim to the Yellow Turbans. The newly appointed governor of Yinzhou, Cao Cao, learned from the lessons of his predecessors. He adopted a strategy of fortifying defenses and clearing the fields, taking a defensive stance, sharpening his troops, and waiting for the opportune moment. In an instant, the entire Yinzhou was engulfed in anxiety as the winds whispered ominously. In Dongyi County, located in the eastern region of Yinzhou, the Yellow River bordered the east, while the Heezy Water connected to the west. Though not as formidable as the frontier cities, it was still a vital location within Yinzhou, a battleground for military strategists. To the north of the city, outside a manor, over 100 robust men clad in coarse garments, with hands resting on their swords, scanned the surroundings with piercing gazes, causing the passing townsfolk to steer clear. Inside the grand hall of the manor, a middle-aged man in plain clothing, towering over 8 feet, with a resolute countenance and piercing eyes, sat across from a youth clad in hemp garments, whose demeanor was steadfast and composed. The young master possesses weapons capable of breaching strongholds, the middle-aged man stated earnestly. However, if such weapons are the foundation of your standing, aiming to dominate Yinzhou with them is, in my view, tantamount to courting disaster. You come from the Yellow Turbans, he continued. Surely you understand the world perception of them. To aspire to dominate a region relies not solely on martial prowess. One must also consider righteousness, military governance, and methods to ensure the people's well-being, he emphasized. All are indispensable. Otherwise, one would be like the past Yellow Turbans, who, despite gathering millions, could only muster tens of thousands for battle. They appeared formidable, yet were like a tree without roots, shattering at the slightest touch. Moreover, he added, though Gongsun Zan of Yuzhou has suffered repeated defeats at the hands of Yuan Shao, he still commands several prefectures in Qingzhou, with his valiant generals Liu Bei and Shan Jing stationed in Gaodang and Pingyuan, respectively, to obstruct the Yellow Turbans' return. Furthermore, there is the inspector of Shuzhou, Tao Qian, whose forces are stationed in Dongjun, a mere 100 miles distant from here. Additionally, there is Ying Xiao, the governor of Taishan, who is the son of a former commandant and well-versed in both legal and military strategies. Moreover, the esteemed Chao is nearby. I truly cannot fathom, my lord, what method you might employ to resolve this predicament. The middle-aged scholar was named Cheng Li. A distinguished figure from Dongyi, he made his living as an educator, possessing both literary and martial prowess, his reputation unparalleled in Yinzhou. Though he was but a commoner, he had been a favored guest to the former inspector of Yinzhou, Liu Dai, who had invited him to serve multiple times, all of which he declined. However, today his estate was graced by a group of unreasonable, uninvited guests, particularly the young man before him. This youth, hailing from the ranks of the Yellow Turbans, was the son of the chieftain Zhang Rao. His name was Zhang Jing, styled Yuheng. He had come to Cheng Li's estate solely to solicit his return to action. Huh? Zhang Jing exclaimed with a spirited laugh. Mr. Zhongda, your words seem to me mere alarmist rhetoric. The current situation in Yinzhou, while it appears as you describe, is not as dire as it seems. I would be eager to hear your esteemed thoughts. Cheng Li bowed slightly, pondering within himself, curious to learn what insights this young leader of the Yellow Turbans might possess. As for aiding the Yellow Turbans, that was a notion he had never entertained. It was not that he held them in disdain, but rather, over the years, he had lost all hope in their potential for success. Very well, let us first discuss the greater good. Zhang Jing rose, lifting his cup of tea and downing it in one gulp, speaking with fervor. In your view, the Han Dynasty has nurtured scholars for 400 years, thus the greater good resides within the Han. However, I believe your vision is limited. I contend that the greater good belongs to the people. The greater good belongs to the people? Cheng Li furrowed his brow, gazing at Zhang Jing with skepticism. Indeed, the greater good belongs to the people, Zhang Jing asserted earnestly. As the Book of Documents states, the people are the foundation of the nation. When the foundation is strong, the nation thrives. This sentiment, I trust, requires no further elaboration from me. While it is true that the Han has nurtured scholars for 400 years, there arose a usurper named Wang Mang during this time. Lu Xiao, leveraging the power of the aristocracy, restored unity to the Han. Simultaneously, Lu Xiao co-governed with the aristocracy, a policy lauded as the sage emperor's benevolent rule. Yet as time progressed, the aristocracy grew ever more powerful, seizing fertile lands, concealing the common folk, and establishing fortified estates across the realm, where the populace knew only their lords and not the emperor. The remaining populace, with only a few acres of arable land, not only faced head taxes and various burdensome levies, but also suffered exploitation by local officials who devised new means of oppression. The common people could no longer endure. Rebellion seemed the only path to survival. Though it is said that Zhang Jiao incited the hearts of the people and that the Taiping Dao wrought havoc upon the realm, I believe Zhang Jiao was a precursor to the throne. The original Taiping Dao was likewise. Consider this, Mr. Zhongda. Could the so-called sage Emperor Lu Xiao, at the inception of his uprising, have matched Zhang Jiao's might or have had millions of loyal subjects ready to follow him to death? Thus, the greater good does not reside solely within the Lu family, in the present day. The way of Taiping regards the hearts of the people as the greatest righteousness. Their hearts are as steadfast as iron, not yielding to the Han Dynasty. Zhang Jing cast a confident glance at Cheng Li and remarked, "Do you not agree, esteemed sir?" "Your insights are commendable, young master," Cheng Li replied. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Cheng Li mused, "If indeed what you say is true, that the hearts of the million Yellow Turbans in Qingzhou are as unyielding as iron and the people stand for righteousness, then it is not without merit." From this moment forth, Cheng Li began to regard Zhang Jing with a modicum of respect. He had initially thought Zhang Jing to be merely the son of a rebel, yet now he found himself somewhat surprised. To govern the army, one must establish military law, Zhang Jing stated solemnly. As long as discipline is strictly enforced, the army can be organized within a matter of weeks. I possess 30,000 fierce soldiers. If, after reorganization, I can retain 20,000, I would be exceedingly pleased. General, your wisdom is profound. Cheng Li was stirred by these words. He had not anticipated such resolve from the man before him. "And what of the people's welfare?" Cheng Li inquired further. With a smile, Zhang Jing replied, "In the Qin and Han dynasties, there were 3 elders. The Yellow Turbans, too, have their 3 elders. In a district of merely 100 households, there are village heads, 5 captains, and elders every 10 miles as a pavilion with its steward, and every 10 pavilions constitutes a township, governed by a steward and officials, and there are also patrols. 3 townships can form a county. A small county is overseen by a chief, while a larger county is governed by a magistrate. The livelihood of the people hinges solely on their clothing, food, and shelter. Thus, those with wisdom do not serve the Yellow Turbans. I shall employ fierce soldiers to serve the populace, necessitating only the spring plowing and autumn harvest to build the locality sufficiently. Even if this strategy is implemented for several decades, I shall not hesitate." At this point, Zhang Jing turned to Cheng Li and asked, "Zhongda, Do you believe this plan for the people's welfare is feasible? Upon hearing this, Cheng Li's expression shifted continually, and the light in his eyes grew brighter. Rising, he bowed and said, "General, your talents are truly admirable." He could hardly believe that the other party would propose such a method for ensuring the welfare of the people, a strategy that was not only simple, but undoubtedly the best policy for the current Yellow Turbans. Then, Cheng Li seemed to ponder something gravely, his expression turning serious. "In that case, under your rule, it appears there will be little need for many learned individuals. How do you intend to treat the powerful families and aristocrats in your domain?" "Ha!" Zhang Jing, observing Cheng Li's demeanor, could not help but erupt into a hearty laugh, casting a meaningful glance at him. "I am but a commoner from Beihai. What difference does the world make to me?" Chapter 2. Where in the world is there no pirate ship? I, a humble commoner from the North Sea. What difference does the world make to me? Upon hearing these words, Cheng Li repeated them softly to himself, and as he looked at Zhang Jing, his eyes brimmed with understanding. A spark ignited within him, and he promptly performed a grand bow, declaring, "I, the humble Cheng Li, wish to serve you, General, and offer my utmost efforts." As Cheng Li absorbed Zhang Jing's words, he grasped the essence of his character. The phrase, "What difference does the world make to me?" revealed to Cheng Li the dire consequences of refusal. His family would face annihilation. It was not that Cheng Li was particularly afraid of death, but rather that Zhang Jing's nature and demeanor unveiled a glimmer of potential for success. Faced with no option, serving the Yellow Turbans became a viable path for Cheng Li. "Please rise, Zhongda," Zhang Jing urged, hastily lifting Cheng Li to his feet, exclaiming joyfully, "With your assistance, I, Zhang Yuheng, shall achieve great things." In truth, Zhang Jing's situation was quite intricate. Just days prior, he had awakened to memories of a past life, and his previous existence was rather unconventional. A struggling writer from the 21st century who specialized in the history of the Three Kingdoms. As for the reason behind this, Zhang Jing could only attribute it to philosophy, pondering whether he was Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly or the butterfly dreaming of Zhuangzhou. He lacked the ability to delve deeper into such philosophical musings. After all, those who understand philosophy are aware of its complexities. As the son of Zhang Rao, a leader of the Yellow Turbans in Qingzhou, he faced numerous challenges following his father's demise. However, having lived two lives, he was acutely aware that aligning with Cao Cao would lead to certain death. Familiar with the history, he knew that while the Qingzhou army was relatively active, it had never produced a formidable general. Thus, his fate was all too predictable. Upon assuming power, he confronted the fortified defenses of Cao Cao. He promptly retrieved the returning cannon, leaving the bulk of his army stationed around Luxian and Feiqing, while he disguised himself and ventured to Donghe with 200 infantry and cavalry. Possessing the memories of two lives, he understood the plight of the Yellow Turbans, a severe lack of provisions. To remedy this, one must seek out the grain officers. In the tumultuous late Han and Three Kingdoms period, Cheng Li undoubtedly ranked first among grain officers, surpassing even the likes of Sun Yu and Zhuge Liang. Thus, Zhang Jing approached Cheng Li, stating, "I cannot misattribute the praise of the Lord." Cheng Li, visibly pleased, assumed his role and pondered, "Yet I have a query that I hope the Lord can elucidate." "Speak freely, Zhangda," Zhang Jing replied, gesturing for him to continue. "Is it true that the stone-throwing siege engine possesses the might you describe, my lord?" Cheng Li inquired, his expression serious. Currently, Cao Cao has fortified defenses, and the major strongholds south of Yenzhou are heavily guarded. The aristocratic clans each have their own factions, and their fortifications rival those of the counties. If we cannot dismantle them, Cheng Li refrained from elaborating further, confident that Zhang Jing comprehended his meaning. The strength of the Yellow Turbans lay in their prowess in open battle. In their sheer numbers, at least in Yenzhou, none could rival them. However, when it came to besieging cities, the Yellow Turbans faltered. Previously, when Zhang Jing mentioned having siege weaponry capable of breaching fortifications, Cheng Li had not yet contemplated serving the Yellow Turbans and thus paid little heed. Now, however, the situation was decidedly different. If Zhang Jing is unable to produce siege engines, the Yellow Turban army will find it exceedingly difficult to survive. This matter cannot be taken lightly by Cheng Li. "Rest assured, Zhangda," Zhang Jing, brimming with confidence, proclaimed, "My trebuchet far surpasses the stone throwers of the Han Dynasty. It can hurl a massive stone over 200 paces, obliterating all in its path and penetrating the earth to a depth of 7 feet. To be candid with you, Zhongda, my followers of the Taiping Dao are not a monolithic entity. Not to mention the time of my father's demise, when he sought to surrender to Chao. There are various factions within the Yellow Turban army, drawn by my father's wisdom, not solely by his direct lineage. Were it not for the invention of this trebuchet, the forces of Yinzhou might have scattered like birds and beasts. Fortunately, the trebuchet has not disappointed our expectations. With my resolute determination, the Yellow Turban generals of Yinzhou can now be rallied to my cause, and given time, I shall surpass my father's legacy. Qingzhou, upon hearing this and observing Zhang Jing's demeanor, was taken aback, feeling as though he was witnessing a celestial being, and he involuntarily inhaled sharply. The stone throwers of the Han Dynasty were formidable siege instruments, capable of launching stones weighing several pounds over 300 paces. Their might is undeniable. Yet, in comparison to the trebuchet described by the Lord, they seem rather insignificant. Although the range of the trebuchet may be slightly shorter, the projectiles it hurls are tenfold in magnitude. Such power is difficult for Chang Li to comprehend. Moreover, the Lord has successfully unified the Yellow Turban generals. If he truly establishes a stronghold in Yinzhou, his prestige will undoubtedly reach its zenith. At that moment, his maneuvering options will expand significantly. It is vital to recognize that the remnants of the Yellow Turbans currently stand as a force not to be underestimated, comparable to the warlords. Yet their only shortcoming lies in their inability to dominate a region or defend territory. However, the Lord possesses viable strategies for pacifying the populace. Contemplating this, Cheng Li smiled, wholeheartedly acknowledging, with such a divine instrument in the Lord's possession, Cao Cao's fortified cities are no cause for concern. Zhang Jing, with a sense of certainty, declared, since the advent of the trebuchet, every city and fortress within my sight has been reduced to ruins, awaiting the arrival of the trebuchet to be ground to dust. This is not mere boasting. The appearance of the trebuchet in this era is akin to a paradigm shift. While there may be cities capable of withstanding it, such fortifications are certainly not found in Yinzhou. Located in the heart of the Central Plains, Yinzhou comprises over 60% of flatlands. Akin to what would later be known as the North China Plain, a region historically marked by infrequent warfare. However, when conflict arises, it becomes a battleground. Although there are strategic passes, the current Yellow Turbans find themselves devoid of any strongholds, as they are situated deep within Yinzhou. At this juncture, Cao Cao lacks the capacity to defeat the Yellow Turbans. He is merely fixated on leading them towards their demise while dreaming of their surrender. After all, during Zhang Rao's lifetime, there was close correspondence with Cao Cao, hinting at a willingness to capitulate. As noon approached, a convoy slowly departed from Donghe County. Inside the carriage, Cheng Li was accompanied by his two sons. His eldest son, Cheng Wu, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, and his second son, Cheng Yan, merely 10. Faced with their father's decision, the two boys harbored differing sentiments. Father, Cheng Wu said anxiously, have you truly made up your mind? In these tumultuous times, the Yellow Turbans have become a force that leaves no refuge for the lords of the land. To join the Yellow Turbans is akin to boarding a pirate ship, and it is feared that one may find it difficult to turn back once committed. Cheng Yin gazed around anxiously. Regarding his father's choice, he held no particular opinion, believing that as long as he was by his father's side, it mattered not where they were. Oh, foolish child! Cheng Li, observing his son's worried demeanor, felt a pang of compassion. He gently ruffled Cheng Wu's hair and remarked, in this world, isn't every place a pirate ship? If we do not embark on the Yellow Turban vessel, we might as well board that of Lord Chao. Do you truly think there is a way back? Chapter 3. The situation in Yinzhou. Cao Cao's circumstances. Yinzhou, the realm of Dongping. The governor's grand hall lacked salt. Cao Cao, clad in a deep blue brocade robe and draped in a cloak, stood tall at just under 7 feet. His gaze burned with intensity, and his brow bore an air of authority without a hint of anger. Below him, civil and military officials were divided. You have likely been informed. Cao Cao surveyed the assembly, his expression grave, that Zhang Rao, the Yellow Turban leader of Qingzhou, passed away several days ago. His successor is his son, Zhang Jing. The Yellow Turbans have also encamped in Luxian and the surrounding areas 3 days hence. I have penned numerous letters to the Yellow Turbans, yet they have all fallen silent. It seems Zhang Jing harbors treasonous intentions. I wonder if any among you might offer me counsel. In light of Zhang Rao's demise, Cao Cao was equally distressed. After all, during Zhang Rao's lifetime, they had exchanged many letters. While they were not intimately acquainted, the correspondence suggested a foundation of trust. Zhang Rao was a figure of great righteousness, wishing for the Yellow Turban populace to survive. Cao Cao too held the mantle of imperial righteousness, willing to accept the Yellow Turbans and absolve them of their crimes. If 100,000 Yellow Turbans surrendered, they could become his private army. He would spare no effort to provide for them, offering them food and land to ensure their survival. Those letters were deeply heartfelt, devoid of deceit, filled with genuine sentiment. Just as it seemed he might sway Zhang Rao to his cause, fate intervened, and the man passed away. Now, how would his successor regard him? Cao Cao could not predict. At present, Cao Cao was acutely aware of the situation in Qingzhou, more so than Chengli. While it appeared to be a struggle among various lords, at its core, it was merely a contest between the brothers Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu. Yuan Shao had triumphed over Gongsun Zan twice, gaining immense prestige. Moreover, he had once been the leader of the coalition against Dong Zhuo, further enhancing his influence. Yuan Shu, however, was no simple adversary. Following the demise of the legitimate eldest son Yuan Ji at the hands of Dong Zhuo, Yuan Shu, the second son of the Yuan family, took the reins of their legacy. The Yuan clan, with its illustrious history of serving as officials for 4 generations, had numerous connections throughout the realm. Apart from their foundational strength, the legacy of the Yuan family was beyond imagination, as Yuan Shu inherited the family's resources. The spoils were naturally to be divided between the 2 brothers, Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu. It is difficult to ascertain who holds greater strength. At least from Cao Cao's perspective, both are evenly matched, even though Yuan Shao once held the title of leader. The true support for him within the Yuan clan is limited, as he was born of a secondary line, despite being adopted by Yuan Qing, whose early death left little political legacy. He cannot compare to the legitimate second son, Yuan Shu. However, Yuan Shao's humility and approach to interpersonal relations far surpass that of Yuan Shu by 100-fold. This is a primary reason why the current Yuan Shao stands as an equal to Yuan Shu. Presently in Qingzhou, it may appear that Cao Cao is contending with the Yellow Turbans, yet beyond them, Liu Bei, Tao Qian, and even Cao Cao himself are merely pawns in the game of the Yuan brothers. Although Cao Cao seems to hold the title of Qingzhou's governor, this position lacks recognition from the imperial court, where the legitimate governor is Jin Shang, who has been driven away by Cao Cao and now seeks refuge under Yuan Shu. The 100,000 Yellow Turbans, stationed in the heart of Qingzhou, may seem formidable, yet they are regarded with disdain by the Yuan brothers. This presents an opportunity for Cao Cao. In his view, if he can engulf the Yellow Turbans, he will have truly established his foothold. Even in the face of the Yuan brothers, he may not claim to stand against them, but at least he would possess the means to engage with them. It can be said that Qingzhou has become the focal point of hope for various lords, drawing the attention of astute individuals across the land. As it pertains to the shifting dynamics of the Central Plains, and none dare to be negligent. "My lord, please remain calm," Cao Cao remarked. Following his words, a middle-aged scholar seated in the second position on the left rose to bow, his expression resolute. "Currently, various states have stationed troops along the borders of Qingzhou. While you have fortified the defenses and cleared the fields, leaving no opportunity for the Yellow Turbans to exploit. Consequently, the Yellow Turbans within the province have become like trapped beasts. Without supplies, it is my estimation that within half a month, they shall surrender." The assembled officials and generals echoed their agreement. What Master Gongtai has said is indeed correct. The Yellow Turbans in the province originated from Qingzhou, and having suffered 2 defeats at Taishan and Jizhou, they have lost not just thousands of carts of provisions, but also their strength. With the Yellow Turbans invading Qingzhou in April, how could there be any food left to sustain them now? Precisely. It is as you say. It seems those Yellow Turbans have nowhere left to turn. If they wish to survive, they must submit to my lord. Master Gongtai speaks wisely. Upon hearing the analysis of those present, a hint of relief appeared on Cao Cao's face. He gently stroked his beard in agreement and then turned to the scholar seated at the left's foremost position, inquiring, "I wonder what insights you might share, Wenrua?" As Cao Cao spoke, the hall fell silent, and all eyes turned to the scholar. Their expressions varied. Beyond curiosity and anticipation, there was a touch of scrutiny. It is worth noting that this scholar is no ordinary individual. He is not only lauded as a strategist, but is often mentioned by Cao Cao himself in the context of the illustrious figure, Zhang Liang. This man is none other than Sun Yu, a member of the Sun clan from Yingchuan, who had pledged his loyalty to Cao Cao the previous year. Dressed in elegant scholarly robes with a jade fragrance pouch at his waist, Sun Yu possessed a handsome visage and calm demeanor. Upon hearing the discussion, he rose to bow and stated, "What Master Gongtai has articulated contains much truth. The Yellow Turbans have indeed become like cornered beasts. And even if their new leader harbors ulterior motives, he cannot alter the plight of the Yellow Turbans. As Master Gontai has said, within half a month, they shall surely surrender. The reason my lord has not received a response from the Yellow Turbans, in my view, is due to internal discord among them. Oh. Upon hearing these words, Cao Cao's eyes brightened, for the sentiments expressed by Sun Yu resonated perfectly with his own thoughts. Although new leaders had emerged among the Yellow Turbans, they were acutely aware that power transitions often breed instability among the populace. The Yellow Turbans currently faced an unprecedented predicament, compounded by the recent demise of their old leader, leading to divergent voices within their ranks, a development entirely to be expected. Therefore, my subordinate opined, Sun Yu contemplated, that now was the opportune moment for the Lord to intensify efforts to subdue the Yellow Turbans. The matter of their capitulation should not be delayed, for procrastination could invite unforeseen changes. The disturbances he alluded to were, of course, the ambitions of Yuan Shu, who was quietly stirring in Yuzhou. Should they fail to swiftly reclaim the Yellow Turbans and consolidate their forces, they would inevitably fall prey to Yuan Shu's advances come spring. Their only potential ally in the struggle was Yuan Shao. However, at present, Yuan Shao had just achieved a resounding victory over Gongsun Zan and was in the midst of reclaiming Jizhou. The defeated Gongsun Zan, though vanquished, remained a formidable foe, while Liu Bei and Shanjing and Qizhou were indeed his henchmen. The warlord Tao Qian, stationed in Fakan, was likewise an ally of Yuan Shu. Thus, Cao Cao's hopes for Yuan Shao's assistance against Yuan Shu were, for the time being, futile. What Cao Cao could do now was to expedite the process of recapturing the Yellow Turbans. Currently, the governor of Yinzhou, Jin Shang, was under Yuan Shu's command. And given Yuan Shu's temperament, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to march into Yinzhou under the guise of righteousness. Upon hearing these insights, Cao Cao's expression turned grave, and he rose to pay his respects to Sun Yu, saying, I humbly request your guidance, Wen Ruo. Chapter 4. Cao Cao, with Wen Ruo's assistance. How can the Han Dynasty not flourish? As Cao Cao rose to bow, his numerous civil and military subordinates also stood in unison, directing their gazes towards Sun Yu. While some among them were perplexed, many understood the significance of Sun Yu's words. Moreover, given that the Lord had paid his respects, they felt compelled to rise as well. There is no need for such formality, my lord, Sun Yu hastily interjected, moving forward to assist Cao Cao, his heart brimming with emotion as he remarked, It is my duty to offer counsel for the Lord. The Yellow Turbans are like cornered beasts seeking a path to survival, and their only recourse lies in submission. During the tenure of the old leader, there had already been discussions of surrendering to the Lord. Now that his son has assumed leadership, it is unlikely he can rally the entirety of his forces, especially when they find themselves at an impasse. The Lord could send envoys to the Yellow Turbans, simultaneously honoring Zhang Rao and calming the Yellow Turban generals. Should any of them be resistant to surrender, the Lord might consider granting them safe passage to depart from Yinzhou. In this manner, should the Yellow Turbans harbor thoughts of survival, they would undoubtedly choose to surrender, while those departing would simply be the dross in the Lord's eyes. Ha! Excellent! Cao Cao exclaimed, his eyes shining brighter with each word. Previously, he had been troubled by the desire to reclaim the entire Yellow Turban force. But Sun Yu's words had illuminated his mind. In Cao Cao's view, the path for the Yellow Turbans within Yinzhou was indeed one of surrender, as he understood their resources were dwindling. Yet, as long as the Yellow Turbans remained unyielding, his heart would remain unsettled. The fact that the Yellow Turbans had yet to capitulate suggested internal discord. In such a scenario, extending a gracious option for escape to those resistant to surrender would surely be a wise strategy. The Yellow Turban generals, provided they were not foolish, would naturally discern the most prudent choice. The majority of the remaining young men of the Yellow Turban are precisely what Cao Cao desires most. Sun Yu, indeed, deserves to be called my son Fong. Grasping Sun Yu's hands with sincerity, Cao Cao remarked, with your assistance, what worries do I have for the revival of the Han Dynasty? What concerns do I have for the success of great endeavors? Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations, my lord. Just as everyone was congratulating Cao Cao, Chen Gong stepped forward respectfully, stating, I am willing to enter the Yellow Turban camp, to traverse the land on your behalf, persuading the various generals of the Yellow Turban to surrender. With Chen Gong's request, the civil and military officials fell silent, awaiting Cao Cao's instructions. Please be patient, Gongtai. After a moment of contemplation, Cao Cao smiled at Chen Gong and said, Since this strategy is proposed by you, it would be best to trouble you to undertake this journey. What do you think, Gongtai? The surrender of 1,000,000 Yellow Turbans is no trivial matter. Once they yield, it will be an extraordinary achievement. Currently, Sun Yu serves as the military strategist, but his time of service cannot surpass that of Qingzhou, who has previously collaborated with the counties of Yenzhou and has made considerable contributions in aiding Cao Cao as the governor of Yenzhou. Furthermore, Qingzhou is originally from the gentry of Dongjun in Yenzhou. Considering various factors, Cao Cao ultimately decided to send Sun Yu as the envoy. My lord is wise. I shall not fail your expectations. Hearing this, Qingzhou and Sun Yu both respectfully bowed to Cao Cao. The following day, at dawn, Zhang Jing and his entourage of over 200 individuals entered the Yellow Turbans garrison at Feiqing. Feiqing is under the jurisdiction of Jibei. After the death of Bao Xian, the former governor of Jibei, and with the newly appointed governor of Yenzhou firmly securing the southwest, it has become a leaderless territory. The Jibei region lies within the future expanse of the North China Plain. 1 million Yellow Turbans are amassed between Feiqing and Lu, their encampment stretching for dozens of miles across the plains. Chieftain, we pay our respects to you, Chieftain, as Zhang Jing and his group entered the city. The commanding officers responsible for guarding Feiqing approached to pay their respects. Xian, Zhang Jing, looking at the leading officer, instructed, "This place is entrusted to you. Ensure the stability of our rear forces." "Rest assured, Chieftain." Xian respectfully clasped his fists and declared, "I shall not fail in this heavy responsibility. As long as the city stands, so shall its people. As long as the city stands, so shall its people." The other officers, upon hearing this, expressed resolute agreement in unison. "With you here, my heart is at peace." Zhang Jing patted Xian's shoulder and then turned to another young officer, ordering, "Zhou Tsang, immediately relay the message to the various commanders that we shall convene for discussions at the governor's office in Lu City at noon today. I will follow your orders." A robust young man stepped forward, respectfully clasping his fists in response. "You may all return." Zhang Jing waved his hand to the officers and said to Xian, "This place is entrusted to you." With that, he spurred his horse eastward. "I shall escort you, Chieftain." Xian and the other officers clasped their fists in unison. If there were any among the Yellow Turban generals contemplating surrendering to Cao Cao, it certainly would not be Xian, for his parents perished in famine, and had it not been for the charitable acts of the Taiping Dao, he would have long followed them into the afterlife. This is also why Zhang Jing chose Xian to guard the city. He understood that not only would Xian not surrender to Cao Cao, but he also harbored deep resentment towards the Han Dynasty. Meanwhile, Sun Yu, carrying 5,000 shur of provisions, was personally escorted out of the city by Cao Cao. Wenjua, Cao Cao grasped Sun Yu's hand, imparting a solemn caution. "The Yellow Turbans are far from benign. Your journey may harbor peril. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, remember to prioritize your own safety." "Rest assured, my lord." "I understand," Sun Yu replied, deeply moved. He was acutely aware of the potential dangers of this expedition, though he assessed the likelihood of such threats to be minimal. After all, during the lifetime of General Qiu, both parties maintained a correspondence without incident. He ventured forth bearing significant gifts, and even if the Yellow Turbans remained obstinate, his life would not be in jeopardy, especially considering the slim chance of their refusal. In Sun Yu's eyes, the Yellow Turbans had little choice left. Hence, with 5,000 stones of grain and Cao Cao's earnest hopes, Sun Yu gradually departed along the official road. At the third watch of the day, Zhang Jing and his entourage arrived at Lu City. Once the seat of the Jibei kingdom, Lu City's defenses were no match for Feiqing. Yet it had now transformed into a haven for the Yellow Turbans, much like Feiqing. Within the governor's residence in Lu City, Zhang Jing and Cheng Li sat opposite each other. Before them were 2 tables, each adorned with a plate of simple dishes. Shortly thereafter, someone brought them their staple food, a bowl of hot porridge made from millet. The army faced a dire scarcity of provisions. After consuming a bowl of the warm porridge, Zhang Jing, noticing Cheng Li's silence as he stared at his meal, felt a twinge of embarrassment. "The conditions are harsh. I hope you will be understanding, Zhongda. Please rest assured that if we emerge victorious in this campaign, the issue of food shortages will surely be alleviated. I am confident that within a year, the Yellow Turban populace will no longer suffer from hunger." No one knew the current grain situation better than Zhang Jing. He had not anticipated that, having lived 2 lives, he would now have to survive on mere porridge. Yet, there was no alternative. Given the circumstances, to win the hearts of the people, they must endure some hardship together, tightening their belts to forge a united front. "I naturally trust our lord," he added. Cheng Li, roused from his reverie by Zhang Jing's words, inquired, "May I ask, my lord, what is the state of the army's provisions?" Zhang Jing pondered for a moment before responding, "According to recent estimates, The remaining grain amounts to approximately 90,000 stones. After today, it may dwindle to merely 60,000. While that may sound substantial, Zhang Jing was acutely aware of the sheer magnitude of their forces, estimated to be close to 150,000 strong. Even at a meager daily ration of 1 pound per person, that totals 150,000 pounds, equivalent to over 25,000 stones a day. Given that a stone is defined as 120 pounds in the Han Dynasty, nearly equal to 60 pounds in later times. This figure was already a result of resource consolidation since Zhang Jing's ascendance, as the daily consumption could easily double without such measures. Only 2 days' worth of provisions left? Cheng Li's heart tightened at this revelation. He had known of the Yellow Turbans' food shortages, but the extent was beyond his expectations. Indeed, Zhang Jing nodded slowly, his demeanor serious. Thus, the attack on Wei Yuan is imperative. I propose we mobilize our forces tomorrow to confront Cao Cao in a decisive battle. My lord, Cheng Yu inquired. Is there a marching map available among the troops? Of course, my lord, Zhang Jing affirmed. As Zhang Jing was about to summon someone for the map, Zhou Cong swiftly entered, respectfully clasping his fist and announcing, all the generals have gathered in the main hall. I shall join you shortly. Zhang Jing nodded slightly upon hearing this, and then finished a bowl of hot porridge. Zhou Cong, observing the food before his lord, was filled with a sense of gravity and admiration. He never expected that such a high-ranking figure would consume the same humble fare as they did. Once Zhou Cong departed, Zhang Jing continued to enjoy the side dishes, consuming 2 more bowls of hot porridge. Feeling satiated, he glanced at the table and noticed he had finished all the porridge. Then inquired, has Zhongda dined well? I have dined satisfactorily, replied Cheng Li, who nodded and stood to bow, stating, I am always at your service, my lord. That is excellent, Zhang Jing responded, greatly pleased with Cheng Li's demeanor. He then invited, let us proceed together to meet my Yellow Turban generals, to achieve great deeds. We must rely on their valor. It is my utmost desire, Cheng Li replied respectfully. At that moment, the grand hall of the governor's mansion was already filled with numerous Yellow Turban leaders. The Yellow Turban army was organized by the eminent sage and strategist. Initially established with 5 men forming a unit led by a captain, 10 men forming a squad led by a sergeant, 50 men forming a company led by a commander, and 2 companies forming a battalion led by a battalion commander. The 5 battalions of front, rear, left, center, and right constituted a division, led by a general. The 5 divisions of front, rear, left, center, and right formed an army, commanded by a major general. The 4 armies represented a region, with a commander overseeing over 10,000 troops, known as a chieftain. Following the defeat of the Taiping Dao, many chieftains thrived like rolling snowballs, while others fell victim to the imperial forces of the Han or were absorbed by rival chieftains. Zhang Rao's contingent of the Yellow Turbans, however, was among the flourishing, having grown to over 1 million after several mergers, rivaling the Black Mountain Army. As Zhang Jing approached the hall, Zhou Cong called out loudly, the chieftain approaches. The generals, upon hearing this, parted to create a passage and respectfully clasped their fists, exclaiming in unison, we pay our respects to the chieftain. You need not be formal. Zhang Jing waved his hand, leading Cheng Li through the passage to the forefront, introducing him to the generals. This is Cheng Li of Dongyi, Mr. Qingzhou, a man of profound knowledge and military acumen, highly esteemed in Yenzhou, and one of the few exceptional talents in the realm today. From this day forth, Mr. Zhongda will be responsible for overseeing our military supplies, logistics, and the welfare of the populace, serving as our sole military advisor. I implore you all to treat Mr. Zhongda as you would treat me. Anyone who neglects him shall face severe punishment to uphold our standards. We accept our orders. The generals responded, their expressions tightening as they clasped their fists in agreement. Some discreetly scrutinized Cheng Li, eager to discern whether he possessed the abilities their lord had praised. I accept the command. Cheng Li, witnessing the general's reactions, felt a surge of passion and gratitude. He stepped forward to respectfully bow to Zhang Jing, his voice resolute. I am willing to face any peril for my lord. Throughout his journey with the Yellow Turbans, he had harbored concerns regarding internal discord. Yet it was evident that the lord had indeed unified the ranks. At least outwardly, they appeared united. For Cheng Li, that was more than sufficient. Please rise, Zhongda. Zhang Jing assisted Cheng Li, his eyes brimming with trust. The authority and significance he placed on Cheng Li were, for Zhang Jing, a necessary means to an end. For in these tumultuous times, the only one capable of standing firm under his command was Cheng Li. If he could not establish his footing amidst the chaos, all the so-called authority would amount to mere illusions. Thank you, my lord, Cheng Li responded hastily. Then, as if struck by an epiphany, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes, and he spoke. My lord, I have a request to make, and I humbly seek your consent. Speak freely, Zhang. Zhang Jing replied, slightly taken aback, his heart filled with curiosity regarding Cheng Li's intentions. My lord, Cheng Li said respectfully, on the night I accompanied you, I dreamt of traversing Mount Tai, where I lifted the sun on its peak, and in that instant, the world was enveloped in a golden hue. Having studied ancient texts, I recognize this vision as the yellow sky and the sun, a most auspicious omen. Therefore, I wish to change my name to you. Aspiring to elevate the sun and herald a prosperous era under the yellow sky, I earnestly hope for your approval. With that, Cheng Li bowed deeply. Ah, the yellow sky and the sun. Could it be true? Is the yellow sky destined for great things? A certain general, his face resolute, interjected, I have heard of Mr. Zhongda's esteemed name. He once strategized in Dongyi and defeated General Wang Duham. A fellow general nearby regarded the speaker with curiosity, confusion evident in his eyes, and queried, Old Wang, the General Wang Du you mentioned, could it be you? Old Su, I was indeed careless back then. Wang Du replied, his face slightly flushed as he defended himself. I never anticipated that those adversaries possessed such audacity. It was only later that I realized I had fallen into Mr. Zhongda's scheme. The yellow sky and the sun, prosperity for the realm. Amidst the discussions among the generals, Zhang Jing helped Cheng Li to his feet, declaring, this is an auspicious sign. How could I refuse? You expresses his gratitude to my lord. Cheng Li responded joyfully, feeling as though he had liberated himself from some invisible constraint, invigorated with newfound clarity. Zhang Jing waved his hand, casting a stern glance at the assembled generals, and spoke, Bianxi, Gungling, where are you? Present, my lord. With Zhang Jing's words, the two generals stepped forward, respectfully cupping their fists. From this day forth, Zhang Jing addressed them earnestly. You two shall lead your troops under the command of Mr. Zhongda. His words must not be doubted. We shall obey, my lord. They replied, bowing respectfully. Both were loyal subordinates nurtured by Zhang Rao, now commanding troops numbering in the thousands. Bianxi has met the strategist. Gungling has also met the strategist. They stated, then both respectfully clasped their fists towards Cheng Li. Honored to work alongside you, esteemed generals. I look forward to supporting one another in our collective endeavor for our Lord's grand cause, Cheng Li replied in kind. Chapter 6, The Army of Li seeks survival. Sun Yu arrived several days prior. After Cheng Li and the others had become acquainted, Zhang Jing spoke again. In light of my father's passing, I once proclaimed, do nobles and generals possess any true lineage? Today, as we gather here, it is not out of inherent rebellion, but rather because the Liu family's Han Dynasty has transgressed excessively, and the rampant tyranny of corrupt officials has rendered our families unable to survive, forcing us to unite. The world may label us as thieves and bandits, as those who resist education. Only we ourselves are aware of the profound righteousness within our hearts. They claim we harbor animosity towards the court, perhaps even towards officials and the affluent. Yet I must pose a question to these individuals. Should we not resent corrupt officials? Should we not despise the vile bureaucrats? The Liu family and the Han Dynasty nurture a cadre of corrupt and avaricious officials. Should we not despise such a court? And should we not seek to eradicate it? Indeed, we should harbor such hatred. We should take action. Let us eradicate these corrupt officials. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the generals glistened with fervor, for as our leader has stated, the majority of those gathered here are unable to survive under the current regime, with only a select few driven by the teachings of the Yellow Turbans. Indeed, we must resent them. We must act decisively. Zhang Jing's countenance was as stern as iron, and he proclaimed with resounding conviction, corrupt officials exploit us, the aristocracy oppresses us. While we common folk toil in the fields year after year, facing the earth and yielding to the sky, and even during the joyous new year, we are unable to partake in a meal of abundance. Why is this so? They consume the grains we cultivate while simultaneously exploiting and oppressing us. What right do they have? They are human, and so are we. We both bear the weight of existence upon our shoulders. As Zhang Jing delivered this impassioned speech, Cheng Yu understood the source of his authority. With just these words, the Yellow Turban officers felt invigorated, fervently declaring their intent to dismantle the court, the aristocracy, and the powerful elite. The world labels us as Yellow Turban bandits, which is the gravest affront to our Taiping Dao. Zhang Jing's face flushed with indignation as he gritted his teeth, declaring, we believe in the yellow heaven, we believe in peace. Aspiring to forge a realm free from oppression and deprivation, the Yellow Turban is merely a headpiece that distinguishes us, not the standard of our army. The yellow turban is unwelcome in this world, a reflection of the prejudice against our typing Tao. The masses are ignorant and apathetic, and we cannot expect universal understanding. Therefore, from this day forth, at this juncture, Zhang Jing's gaze hardened, and he intoned with fierce authority, "Our army shall bear the banner entitled Seeking Life. With a yellow background and dark characters, adorned with the patterns of rice and flour, we shall weave a grand standard. Henceforth, our Taiping followers shall join the Seeking Life army. The Liu Dynasty, the aristocracy, and the powerful do not allow us to thrive. They leave us no path to survival. So we shall seek our own means. If they deny us sustenance, we shall take up arms against them, reclaiming the food that rightfully belongs to us in order to sustain our families and brothers. Will you join me in fighting for the suffering common people and carve out a path to survival? Kill, kill, kill. I vow to serve our leader unto death. We, the humble soldiers, shall give our all." The Yellow Turban generals, including Qingzhou, were deeply moved by Zhang Jing's words, bowing respectfully in unison. The phrase seeking life weighed upon them like a mountain, crushing any lingering hope. Its solemnity ignited a fierce desire to pierce through this chaotic era. "You may rise," Zhang Jing commanded, returning the gesture of respect. "I, Zhang Yuheng, also wish to endure these trying times alongside you, to carve out a bloody path and create a prosperous era under the yellow heaven." Just then, a young officer hastened into the chamber. Respectfully clasping his fists, "I report to you, Commander. Swift horses from Feiqing have brought word that the governor of Yinzhou has sent envoys to pay their respects and has presented 5,000 measures of grain. Who approaches?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Jing was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Cao Cao's envoy arrived with provisions, leaving him somewhat disoriented. Fortunately, his quick wit prevented any blunders. The other officers, including Qingzhou, also turned their gazes toward the young messenger, their eyes ablaze with intensity, as if they could transform into ferocious beasts at any moment. The visitor introduced himself as Sun Yu, the military advisor from the Yinzhou governor's office. The young messenger, unaccustomed to such grandeur, stuttered in fear, his body trembling slightly as his mind momentarily faltered. "Sun Yu?" Zhang Jing's eyes brightened at the mention of the name, and he quickly glanced at Qingzhou, who was also looking back at him, clearly aware of the visitor's significance. "Once he arrives at Lu City, guide him to the side hall. I shall join shortly, but ensure he does not depart before my arrival." "Understood." The young messenger, feeling as if he had received a reprieve, clasped his fists and hurriedly exited the hall. "Commander Ji," Zhang Jing instructed, "upon your return, organize the troops to prepare the siege engines. By tomorrow at dawn, our army shall march towards Wuyuan." "Yes, my lord." Commander Ji responded respectfully. "Suhi and Wang Du." After Commander Ji departed, Zhang Jing turned his attention to the other two generals and inquired, "How many stone-throwing machines do we currently possess?" Suhi, a veteran leader among the Yellow Turbans, and Wang Du, a scholar of humble origins who had responded to the Yellow Turban rebellion as the county magistrate of Dongyi, had been entrusted with the construction of the stone-throwing machines since Zhang Jing initiated their design. "Reporting to you, my lord," Suhi and Wang Du exchanged glances, with the latter speaking up, his expression filled with enthusiasm. "Since you designed the stone-throwing machines, we have gathered 2,000 craftsmen, supported by 10,000 troops. We now possess over 500 machines, and if time allows, we could exceed 600 by tomorrow. With such a formidable weapon at our disposal, breaching the city will be as effortless as reaching into a bag." "Indeed." Zhang Jing nodded slightly, contemplating how advantageous it was to have a large number of capable individuals. "Once our meeting concludes, dispatch 400 stone-throwing machines with the army. Suhi will lead 30,000 troops with 2 days' worth of provisions to Feiqing, encamping at Zhang County." "We shall obey your command," Suhi and Wang Du replied with respectful gestures. Lu County is merely 70 miles from Zhang County, and only about 130 miles from Wuyuan, where Cao Cao is stationed. Even with the weight of the stone-throwing machines, the march should not exceed 3 days. Zhang Jing then added, "There is one more matter I would like you to convey. If our army triumphs in this campaign, every citizen and soldier under our governance, regardless of age or status, shall receive 10 acres of fertile land, free from any oppressive taxes and levies, including head taxes and land taxes. Furthermore, we will provide housing for the citizens who accompany us. Although we have yet to engage in battle, it is essential to paint a vision of prosperity. Only by uniting our hearts and instilling hope in the people can we ensure stability. Just as the Qin and Han dynasties had their 3 elders, we too shall have ours. Upon our victorious return, experienced soldiers may take up local offices, serving as leaders and village heads. ensuring that they possess both land and a secure future. Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord. Upon hearing these words, Qingyu promptly stepped forward to pay his respects, his understanding of Zhang Jing deepening further. The lord is indeed astute. The other generals, upon hearing this, brightened in spirit, bowing respectfully in unison, secretly acknowledging that the young lord is indeed different from the old lord, for the latter lacked a strategy for pacifying the people and could only lead them in plundering. Chapter 7. Sun Yu's Awakening. Kanji forgets that night, in Luching of Jibei, the discussions in the main hall continued. In a side chamber, Sun Yu felt increasingly uneasy. My lord, something feels amiss. The attendant accompanying Sun Yu whispered, observing the heavily guarded entrance. It seems these individuals are here to surveil us, and their eyes are filled with palpable hostility. Do not speak too much. Sun Yu had already noticed these men. However, being in enemy territory, he understood that the best strategy was to remain unyielding amidst change. Any rash move would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. He had encountered the Yellow Turbans before, yet the ones he observed today were markedly different. Previously, the Yellow Turbans were lifeless, as if the slightest breeze could topple them, devoid of energy. However, the Yellow Turban citizens he saw today, though equally emaciated, exhibited a remarkable vitality. The Yellow Turbans were already suffering from a lack of grain. Sun Yu pondered. The newly appointed leader of the Yellow Turbans must be rallying individuals and distributing provisions to the common folk. Either he harbors grand ambitions or possesses a pure heart. With this thought, he cast his gaze towards the brightly lit exterior, his expression growing increasingly grim as a realization struck him, rendering his face pale. Not good. These two words suddenly echoed in his mind. Without delay, Sun Yu rose and proceeded towards the door, followed closely by over 10 attendants. Please, sir, wait. Before Sun Yu could step out, a Yellow Turban leader, hand resting on his battle blade, obstructed his path. Surrounding Yellow Turban soldiers swiftly gathered, blocking Sun Yu and his entourage within the side chamber. Presumptuous. Before Sun Yu could speak, one of his attendants, brandishing a battle blade, shouted at the Yellow Turban junior officer. Is this how you treat your guests at the command of your leader? Sir, please return. The junior officer, ignoring the attendant, gravely replied. We are here under orders from our leader to protect you, so please do not make things difficult for us. It is my oversight. Sun Yu halted his subordinate, forcing a smile and lowering his posture. I merely wish to instruct my people to prepare some food. I hope the general will not take offense. Please, sir. The Yellow Turban junior officer, upon hearing this, felt a sense of relief. You may return. Sun Yu took a deep breath, gesturing for his attendants to withdraw. But as he turned, his pallor deepened. For at this moment, Sun Yu finally comprehended the crux of the issue. Food is the lifeblood of an army. And under the dire circumstances of severe grain shortages among the Yellow Turbans, the fact that he had traversed without incident through various factions was indeed the gravest concern. If the new leader of the Yellow Turbans were merely an innocent soul with noble intentions, how could he possibly unite the disparate factions? Thus, it left only one other possibility. He is the newly appointed leader of the Yellow Turbans, releasing provisions solely to win the hearts of the people, and is preparing for a decisive battle against the court. Upon contemplating this, Sun Yu could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. He thought of his lord, who eagerly awaited within Wancheng, and considered the current situation, with barely 20,000 troops, most of whom were inexperienced. What chance did they have against the determined Yellow Turbans? As the hour approached midnight, noises emerged from outside. Just as Sun Yu assumed Zhang Jing had arrived, he was surprised to see a young general leading others, bringing him food. Gazing at the steaming porridge on the table, Sun Yu felt somewhat bewildered. After all, he hailed from a prominent family and was on a mission with 5,000 stones of grain, yet the host offered him such humble fare. If he was not mistaken, the same kind of hot porridge had been distributed to the common people on his way here. Please eat while it's hot, said the young general. Do not blame the Lord for inadequate hospitality. This is what our army consumes, and the Lord has been eating the same for several days. General Yuheng also subsists on porridge? Sun Yu's heart skipped a beat as he maintained a composed facade while observing the young general. Indeed, the young general replied enthusiastically. I am one of the central guards. The Lord has stated that in these trying times, we must share the hardships together, and he truly practices what he preaches. Sun Yu swallowed hard, glancing at the steaming porridge, feeling increasingly despondent. He never anticipated that the new leader of the Yellow Turbans would go to such lengths to gather support. Of course, the young general declared proudly, then added, Please eat while it's warm. The Lord will be here shortly. With that, the young general disregarded Sun Yu and proceeded outside. After the young general departed, a servant who had accompanied Sun Yu gasped upon seeing the hot porridge, exclaiming, "The greatest leader of the Yellow Turbans eats this every day?" To the servant, despite their fall from grace, Zhang Jing, the leader, commanded millions and held sway over countless able-bodied men. Surely he could afford to enjoy better fare. Not to mention his beautiful wives and concubines. It was unexpected that he dined on something lesser than what a mere servant would. Sun Yu said nothing and began to eat the simple meal, drinking the hot porridge. Although the taste was mediocre, he displayed no discomfort. His thoughts, however, had already drifted far away, filled with intense curiosity about Zhang Jing. Little did he know, it would not be until the next day at dawn that he would finally meet the man himself. Surely, this must be Mr. Wenrua. Zhang Jing entered with Cheng Yu, wearing a slight expression of apology, and greeted Sun Yu with a respectful gesture, saying, "The affairs of the military are demanding, and I apologize for keeping you waiting." "You are too kind, General," Sun Yu replied, invigorated, returning the gesture. "It is only natural that a newly appointed general would be busy with state matters. I have come uninvited, so please do not hold it against me." Just then, a loud growl echoed in the room, emanating from his stomach. Someone. Zhang Jing's expression darkened upon hearing the voice, and he spoke. "Please escort the esteemed guests accompanying Master Sui to the side chamber. Prepare a feast and attend to them well." With Zhang Jing's words, a group of soldiers swiftly entered, ready to usher the attendants who accompanied Su Yu away. "In that case, I shall first express my gratitude to the general." Su Yu, observing Zhang Jing's smiling demeanor and then glancing at the stern-faced Cheng Yu, felt a heaviness in his heart. Yet, under the eaves of another, he dared not confront the latter. "There is no need for such formality, sir." Zhang Jing approached the main seat and softly remarked, "Please do not hold my inadequate hospitality against me. Please take a seat, and you as well, Zhongda." "Thank you, General." "Thank you, Lord." The two took their respective seats. Upon hearing the name Zhongda, Su Yu could not help but feel a pang of uncertainty. Looking towards Cheng Yu with a somewhat complicated expression and inquired, "May I ask, is this gentleman the esteemed Cheng Li from Dongha, Master Qing Zhongda?" Su Yu had indeed heard of Cheng Li's great name, as it was well noted by his own lord, who even sought this man's assistance in the capacity of a counselor. It is worth noting that Shoujiang is no insignificant county. "I have met Master Wenrua before." Cheng Yu replied with a calm demeanor, offering no further explanation, and bowed. "If there are no misunderstandings, the Cheng Li you speak of is indeed me." Su Yu's heart was profoundly shaken by this revelation. The words he had prepared to say were abruptly swallowed, for he recalled that this Master Zhongda had previously referred to the Yellow Turban leader as my lord. Chapter 8. Your salaries are derived from the people's hardship prior to this moment. Zhang Jing had looked at Su Yu and remarked, "I harbor no objections to the envoy of Lord Chao. However, with Wang's arrival, there exists a compelling reason for our meeting. Such trivial fame should not be taken to heart." Su Yu's complexion remained serene upon hearing this, gently shaking his head. The anxiety that had once occupied his mind had nearly dissipated. If given a choice, he would prefer to be free of the title of Wangzhua. "You are too humble, sir," Zhang Jing continued. "It is said that beneath great renown lies no false scholar. The honor of Wangzhua surely reflects your extraordinary talents. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, you have come here undoubtedly to discuss surrender." The general perceives correctly. At this juncture, Su Yu did not deny it. As it was an evident matter, Zhang Jing inquired, "Do you believe that if the Han were to rise again, it would be a blessing for the populace?" "Naturally." Su Yu nodded in agreement. "Then what do you think is the root of the chaos in the realm?" Su Yu pondered. "The calamities stem from the sale of official positions, the misrule by eunuchs, and the rampant corruption of greedy officials. I understand now." A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhang Jing's eyes. This Wang's talent was ultimately still too young, perceiving matters only on the surface. Moreover, given the other's background, lacking experience from the lowest strata, he and Su Yu would never truly empathize, let alone on other matters. "Might I inquire if you would be willing to serve the Yellow Turbans?" Zhang Jing regarded Su Yu from a position of authority, his eyes reflecting a hint of struggle. "Thank you for your kindness, General." Su Yu stood, brushing his garments, and replied with a calm demeanor, "Loyalty has never been about serving two masters. You, General, are a rebel, and I am nourished by the Han. Thus, my allegiance shall remain with the Han." Haha. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jing exhibited no signs of anger. Instead, he laughed heartily and remarked, "What a talent for governance! What a pedantic scholar! To feast upon the bounty of the Han as a minister?" Liu Bang once served as a minor official under the Qin, subsisting on their provisions. If he possessed even a fraction of scholarly virtue, How could the Han Dynasty have endured for 4 centuries? Moreover, whence comes this bounty? Is it not cultivated through the toil of Liu Bang, Liu Che, Liu Xiao, and generations of Han rulers? Do you not realize that your salaries are drawn from the blood and sweat of the common folk, the very essence of the people? How utterly naive. You fail to grasp the very nature of the source of your stipends. Were the Han Dynasty to govern the realms of the Xiao with diligence, leading to a prosperous and peaceful state, I would have nothing to say. Yet, what of the starving commoners? To discuss such matters with a mere pedant is indeed a tedious endeavor. As he spoke, Zhang Jing felt a waning of interest. He turned towards the door, instructing, "Bring forth the orders. Imprison Sun Yu and his entourage in the dungeon, providing only water and forbidding any sustenance." The young officer stationed outside responded respectfully with a cupped fist. "General, please hold." The completely disheartened Sun Yu, upon hearing this, could no longer concern himself with anything else. With a grave expression, he implored, as the saying goes, even in battle, envoys should not be harmed. "I come bearing sincerity and 5,000 stones of grain from the lord of the house, meant to honor the old general, harboring no ill intent." Is such behavior not a path towards self-destruction? Sun Yu can hardly have anticipated that a diplomatic mission would lead him into a prison, with his life hanging in the balance. "Rest assured, sir," Zhang Jing replied, "I am well aware of the rule regarding envoys in warfare, and thus I had no intention of using you as a sacrificial banner. The 5,000 stones of grain you brought are merely a means for Lord Xiao to provide sustenance to the people. You must understand that within my camp, there are hundreds of thousands of citizens from Yanzhou, and the grain they owe far exceeds this meager amount. My father was buried 3 days prior. As a minister of the Han, you cannot pay respects to a mere rebel like him. It would be ill-advised for both you and his memory. As for your imprisonment, I trust you understand the reasons well enough. Lord Xiao and I belong to opposing camps, and mutual conflict is to be expected. Your esteemed reputation for governance is well known to me. Should I allow you to depart unhindered, it would be irresponsible to my soldiers. One must know that mercy towards the enemy is cruelty towards oneself." At this point, Zhang Jing's expression grew complex as he continued. "The very reason I encourage your surrender is to offer you an opportunity. We find ourselves in chaotic times. Lord Xiao espouses better that I betray others than be betrayed, whereas I, Zhang Yuheng, adhere to the belief that in chaotic times, the capable must be utilized. If not for my cause, they shall be eliminated. Your lordship is truly wise." Cheng Yu, upon hearing this, was struck with admiration, his face reflecting complete respect and agreement as he bowed to Zhang Jing, exclaiming, "In times of turmoil, selecting and employing talent must be devoid of compassion. A true man born in such an era may not achieve eternal fame. Yet leaving a notorious legacy is not without merit." At that moment, Cheng Yu was utterly convinced of Zhang Jing's integrity, as his actions resonated profoundly with the ideals he sought in a leader. "I understand now." Upon hearing those words, Sun Yu staggered and ultimately succumbed to the ground. His face ashen, he comprehended that there was no escape for him, regardless of the circumstances. "What are you doing? Haven't you eaten yet? What do you intend to accomplish?" This came from the voice of Sun Yu's attendant as Zhang Jing departed. Simultaneously, several squads left the governor's mansion to apprehend the young laborers who had accompanied Sun Yu with supplies. "Let us depart, Zhongda." After exiting the side hall, Zhang Jing inhaled deeply, his demeanor returning to tranquility as he addressed Cheng Yu. "We shall inspect the trebuchets and, while at it, have Bian Shi and Gungling accompany us. Tomorrow, Zhang De shall be tasked with provisioning the army. Your subordinate is at your service," Cheng Yu respectfully replied. His heart aflame with enthusiasm, "I have long awaited the opportunity to witness the trebuchet that you speak of, my lord." In Cheng Yu's mind, with such a leader, the matter of provisioning was merely a matter of course. While others may be unfamiliar with the prominent families of Yin province as a native, how could he possibly be unaware? Outside the eastern gate of Lu County lay the sprawling encampments of the Yellow Turbans. In an open field stood several trebuchets, each towering over 3 zhang with crossbeams approximately 6 zhang in length, presenting a truly remarkable sight. "Wang Du," Zhang Jing nodded in satisfaction, instructing the arriving Wang Du, "Please elucidate the workings of the trebuchet for our military strategist." Your subordinate obeys. Wang Du's expression was somewhat peculiar, yet he accepted the task, awkwardly approaching Cheng Yu. "General Wang, it is a pleasure to finally meet you," Cheng Yu remarked, somewhat taken aback. Previously, during their encounter in the Grand Hall, he had not paid much heed. But now recognizing Wang Du, he understood the connection. He had not anticipated that the Yellow Turban leader he once faced would now be his colleague. "Ahem, you flatter me." Military strategist. Wang Du's face flushed as he spoke. Allow me to explain the trebuchet to you. Your efforts are greatly appreciated, General. This trebuchet differed significantly from the stone-launching machines of the Han Dynasty, which required at least 30 men to operate, lacking precision and necessitating extensive training for the soldiers. As Wang Du commenced discussing the trebuchet, he transformed, passionately detailing its structure and principles with patience for Cheng Yu's understanding. Chapter 9. The Power of the Flying Stone. Cao Cao prepares for war boom. Outside the eastern gate of Lu City, with a resounding explosion, 2 soldiers released the ropes securing the crossbeam. The trebuchet activated. The counterweights beam plummeting rapidly while the long beam ascended swiftly, its apex tethered by 2 ropes on either side. At the other end of these ropes was a massive leather pouch containing a stone projectile weighing approximately 1 stone. As the pouch swiftly vacated its track, it soared into the sky. Whoosh! Once the long beam reached its zenith, one side of the rope detached, releasing the stone projectile, which traced a graceful arc against the night sky. Crash! The stone fell to the ground after traveling over 200 paces. The impact resonating so profoundly that even Zhang Jing and others, situated 200 paces away, could distinctly feel it. My lord. Moments later, Wang Du approached Zhang Jing, his face alight with joy, and declared, according to the statistics gathered by the brothers below, that stone projectile just now was a mere 3 steps away from the target. Well done, Zhang Jing praised. The accuracy of the trebuchet is influenced by its counterweights, the length of the beam, and the weight of the stone projectiles. With repeated testing, we can ensure that, while not every shot will hit its mark, the destruction of cities and the breach of fortifications is certainly within our reach. Henceforth, the construction of our trebuchets and the training of the soldiers who operate them will rest entirely on your capable shoulders, General Wang. Hearing this, Wang Du's expression turned fervent, and he respectfully clasped his fists in salute, vowing, I shall not disappoint the expectations of my lord. It is well known that the trebuchet of the Han Dynasty is a precious asset. The soldiers who operate these machines hold a significant standing within the army. During sieges, they are spared from the front lines. Should the enemy attempt to destroy the trebuchets, other troops must protect them. Thus, being in charge of the stone-throwing troops is, in every aspect, a splendid position. With such a divine instrument to assist our lord, great achievements are surely attainable. At this moment, Cheng Yu interjected, however. This craft must not be allowed to leak outside our ranks. In my humble opinion, all craftsmen involved in the construction of the trebuchets must be strictly monitored. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. After saying this, Cheng Yu cast a stern glance towards the distant craftsman, a glimmer of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. There is no need for such severity, Zhang Jing responded. Once we breach the forces of Chao and secure the provisions from various clans, we shall stabilize the region of Yenzhou, repair the city gates, and relocate all the common folk beyond the city walls. We would rather forsake fertile lands than subject the people to the ravages of war. Your mercy is commendable, Cheng Yu remarked, beginning to grasp the underlying rationale. However, there are also ample fertile lands beyond the city gates. I believe these lands could be utilized for military garrisons. Zhang Jing concurred, finding this proposal practical. It would be a waste to leave the fertile fields outside the city untended. Utilizing them for military garrisons would also mitigate the risk of other lords raiding them. After all, Zhang Jing adhered to the principle of preserving lives over land. Moreover, if Yenzhou were to be entirely captured, he would be unable to maintain control. On the first day of December, at the hour of Chun, in Yenzhou, at the capital of Dongping, Wuyuan, Zilwan, Cao Cao, having lost interest in state affairs, ascended the city tower and inquired, Is there any news from Wenruo? Since Sun Yu departed the city yesterday, a sense of unease had settled within him. Initially, he attributed it to the fickleness of desire, but as the day wore on without any word from Sun Yu, Cao Cao became thoroughly alarmed. Lu County lies merely 100 miles from Wuyuan. A single horseman could traverse the distance in just a few hours, even with delays in snow-laden supply routes. It should not take this long for any news to return. My lord, you have inquired 5 times today. Chao Hong lamented, I have dispatched 200 scouts. Yet no word has come back. Please, let us wait a while longer. In this icy weather, it is only reasonable to anticipate some unforeseen circumstances along the way. Very well, we shall wait a little longer, Cao Cao replied, his demeanor grave, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. He murmured, If by sunset there is still no news from Wenruo, I shall muster the troops and break through the Yellow Turbans to rescue him. The generals surrounding Cao Cao felt a tightening in their hearts upon hearing this, yet none dared to step forward to offer comfort, for they all understood the weight of the moment. The esteemed Sun Yu holds a significant place in the heart of the Lord. At this moment, the sound of galloping hooves approached from afar. Qiao Hong raised his gaze and promptly exclaimed, "My lord, the scouts have returned. I shall inquire about the news from Master Wenruo." "No need," Qiao Qiao replied, his eyes narrowing as he gestured dismissively and gritted his teeth. "Bring the scouts forth and instruct the officers of each division to prepare for battle." "My lord." The generals, upon hearing this, were momentarily taken aback. Their gazes toward Qiao Qiao filled with confusion. "Gentlemen, prepare for war." Chen Gong, observing the scouts' unusual demeanor, elaborated, "If Master Wenruo were safe, the scouts would not be in such a state of disarray. This indicates that there must be some upheaval among the Yellow Turbans. We shall obey the command." Only then did the generals comprehend the gravity of the situation, swallowing hard and respectfully clasping their fists in response. "I hope I am mistaken." Once the generals departed, Qiao Qiao finally spoke. "I only wish for Master Wenruo to be blessed by fate. Otherwise, my heart shall remain uneasy." "My lord, do not fret," Chen Gong contemplated. "Master Wenruo is a renowned scholar. Even in the worst case, his life would not be in peril. Otherwise, the Yellow Turbans would surely bring about their own demise." He expressed his thoughts, and even Chen Gong himself held this belief. "Do you not see how the great scholar Zheng Xian returned to his hometown, with thousands of Yellow Turbans bowing and giving way? Scholars are not easily slain. Let us hope it is as Kong Ai says." Hearing this, Qiao Qiao felt slightly reassured, nodding in acknowledgement of Chen Gong's words, although he held some disdain for them. In Qiao Qiao's view, aside from himself, no one dared to recklessly slay a scholar. After a moment, upon receiving the scout's report, Qiao Qiao's heart sank to the depths of despair. Yet, he clung to a glimmer of hope, asking, "Have you discovered the whereabouts of Sima soon?" "Not at all." The scout leader shook his head, stating, "We spotted a large gathering of Yellow Turbans 20 li outside of Feiqing, transporting massive logs toward the administrative center, numbering no less than 50,000. We did not dare linger and return promptly." In truth, he could not ascertain the actual number of Yellow Turbans. He merely exaggerated as there seemed to be a considerable multitude. "Zhang Yuheng." Qiao Qiao's expression darkened, and he clenched his fist, declaring, "What an ungrateful bandit. If anything were to happen to Wenruo, I would consume his flesh and still not quench my rage." Qiao Qiao could never have anticipated that these cornered Yellow Turbans would deliver such a shock, not only causing him to lose 5,000 share of grain, but also resulting in the loss of his own son. This was a profound humiliation for Qiao Qiao. He could already envision how this debacle would be a source of mockery among the other warlords. Chapter 10. The Prelude to War, each to their arrangements in Yenzhou. At the Tower of Wancheng, the civil and military officials under Qiao Qiao assembled. According to the scout's report, Qiao Qiao, seated at the head, cast a cold glance at the generals and declared, "The Yellow Turban rebels, ungrateful and devoid of righteousness, dare to strike first against our Han imperial forces. This tide of rebellion cannot be allowed to swell. It is not merely a provocation to the court but also a profound affront to us." Although Qiao Qiao professed to regard the Yellow Turbans with disdain, in truth, his heart was as clear as a mirror. Although the Yellow Turbans of Qingzhou could not be dismissed as mere novices, many among them were seasoned veterans of numerous battles. They were certainly not comparable to his inexperienced recruits. Despite his relentless training and the advantages in military resources, he still felt a twinge of apprehension at the thought of facing the Yellow Turban army. After all, he had once underestimated them. Leading 1,000 infantry and cavalry to scout, he had only managed to escape with his life thanks to the valiant sacrifice of his friend, Bao Xian. The cost of that experience was not insignificant. Upon hearing his words, the other generals looked solemn, awaiting Qiao Qiao's orders. "Zillion." Qiao Qiao turned to Qiao Hong and commanded, "Immediately send word to the talented individuals in Puyang, Songtian Du Yuan Rang, and Beima Du Zixiao. Once the Yellow Turban army departs from Feiqing, let them lead 20,000 troops, splitting into 2 routes to attack Fei and Lu'er cities. Once these 2 cities are conquered, I shall permit the army to slaughter the bandits. And all spoils and captives shall belong to the soldiers. I shall take no portion and will not inquire further." The generals shivered at his words, fully aware that their lord was genuinely enraged this time. No one dared to dissuade him, for the looting of enemy forces was not uncommon in the Han Dynasty. Even the great Emperor Lu Che, had records of plundering ordinary civilians, let alone the current Yellow Turbans, who were indeed rebels. "I accept the command." Qiao Hong replied respectfully with a fist salute. "Zai Wang Lang." After Qiao Hong departed, Qiao Qiao looked at the other 2 generals and said solemnly, "Once you descend, lead our forces to prepare the city defenses. I intend to ensure that the Yellow Turbans have no return. I accept the command. Cao Chun and Wang Lang responded with a respectful salute. Among the two, Cao Chun was a retainer of Cao Cao, while Wang Lang was a remnant of the late Bao Xian, now also under Cao Cao's command. Li Qian, Wen Xian. Cao Cao continued, after you both descend, ensure the troops are well settled. With the Yellow Turbans rising in arms, the city walls will surely become a scene of blood and flesh. We must be ready to take over the defense at any moment. We accept the command. Li Qian and Li Jin replied in unison, saluting respectfully. Very well. You may all go and make arrangements. Cao Cao rose, a relaxed expression on his face. The Yellow Turban bandits lack siege equipment and provisions. As long as we steadfastly defend the city, within 2 days, they will inevitably retreat. By then, the Yellow Turbans will be like fish on a chopping board, ready for slaughter. Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord. The generals responded with utmost conviction, for they were all aware, to some extent, of the Yellow Turbans' food shortages. My lord. After the generals departed, Chen Gong expressed his concerns. The 3 generals, Yuan Rang, are stationed at critical locations in Yenzhou, each defending against the armies of Tao Qian in Xuzhou and Gong Sunzan in Qingzhou. With them all reassigned, I fear Tao Qian will not miss this opportunity, especially with the Yellow Turbans emerging from Feiqing. Cao Cao's expression turned grim. I cannot afford to dwell on such matters, since the Yellow Turbans act unjustly. I shall not be blamed for my ruthlessness. As for the troublesome Tao Qian, let him be. After I reclaim the Yellow Turbans, I will settle accounts with him later. Moreover, the troops from Xuzhou have come to assist Yuan Shu, and with the harsh winter in Yenzhou, I believe Tao Qian will not dare to move his forces lightly. As for Gong Sunzan's army, the same applies to them. These 2 individuals possess ample territory. To claim that soldiers will advance into Yenzhou is to overly elevate their significance. At this juncture, a flicker of seriousness crossed Cao Cao's eyes as he remarked, what I truly fear are but 2 matters, the safety of Wenrua and the immense wooden siege weapon spoken of by the scouts. The former requires no elaboration. As for the latter, if my assumptions hold true, it must be the siege apparatus, perhaps a stone-throwing machine. Regarding the stone-throwing machine, Cao Cao, well versed in the art of warfare, was thoroughly familiar. However, the craftsmanship required for such devices had long been prohibited among the common folk, rendering them virtually useless for any siege operations. A goose cart and a siege ladder would suffice. My lord, you possess keen insight, and I hold great admiration for you. Having listened to Cao Cao's analysis, Chen Gong felt he had been overly anxious. In the current dreadful weather, not only would Tao Qian, an ally of Yuan Shu, be unlikely to mobilize, but even Yuan Shu himself would refrain from sending troops to Yenzhou. All these individuals, whether aligned with Yuan Shao or Yuan Shu, shared a common identity as officials of the Han Dynasty. Confronting the Yellow Turbans was an obligation they could not shirk. Presently, as the Yellow Turbans engaged in battle with Cao Cao, they would rather spectate, as long as the Yellow Turbans remained within Yenzhou. Meanwhile, Zhang Jing's various troops, totaling 100,000, had departed from Luxian, while he made his final arrangements. Wang Du, he instructed, clad in half-armor and thick hemp clothing, after my departure. Ensure that all citizens outside the city are relocated within its walls, and set up the stone-throwing machines inside the city. With more than 10,000 troops of Xiahou Dun stationed at Changdingjin, just 150 miles away, they will undoubtedly seize the opportunity for battle. However, rest assured, employing the methods I have taught you for defending the city, Xiahou Dun will surely return empty-handed. Remember, do not venture outside the city to pursue. Your task is to protect our families and the citizens within. I shall not disappoint your lordship's great trust, Wang Du responded, deeply moved, and respectfully clasped his fists, declaring, I vow to live and die with the city. Very well, I have faith in you, Zhang Jing said, giving Wang Du a firm pat on the shoulder. He then added, I shall leave Zhou Tsang in your care to assist you in coordinating the citizens' defense of the city. Thank you, my lord, Wang Du replied, his face lighting up with joy. Since the passing of the former commander, Zhou Tsang, a young warrior, had begun to emerge, and with his assistance, it seemed that defending the city posed no issue. After Zhang Jing departed, he summoned Zhou Tsang to him and handed him a seal, whispering, Zhou Tsang, if General Wang struggles to defend the city, or if the safety of the citizens is compromised, you may use this seal to execute him. However, do not wield it lightly. I implore you to treat it with caution. I accept the command, Zhou Tsang responded, his expression tense yet respectful. I have great trust in General Wang, Zhang Jing said solemnly, but trust can never replace oversight. This is a responsibility to General Wang, to our army, and to the citizens, "My lord is indeed wise." Qingzhou, who had been nearby, felt enlightened by Zhang Jing's words and wholeheartedly agreed. "My lord is indeed wise." Zhou Tsang, somewhat perplexed yet straightforward, grasped the essence of his lord's message. "Go forth." Zhang Jing gently patted Zhou Tsang's shoulder and cast his gaze toward the southwest road, declaring, "This battle shall not endure for long. It is time for the world to reacquaint itself with our Taiping Dao." Chapter 11. The young Pan Zhang and Chun Gong's discussion. Commander Chu, we must achieve victory. Commander Chu shall triumph. Zhang Jing marched along the official road between Lu City and Fei City, as the local populace turned their hopeful and anxious eyes toward the grand banner, spontaneously offering blessings to the army. At that moment, a boy of about 13 or 14 years stood by the roadside, shouting boldly, "I too wish to join the army." "Very well, state your name." Zhang Jing, upon hearing this, turned to look at the boy, who was robustly built, and replied, "When the army returns, you may join the camp and fight for the prosperous era of Taiping." With that, he continued on his way, not looking back as the army advanced. "Commander," the boy, encouraged by Zhang Jing's response, shouted with vigor, "My name is Pan Zhang. Do not forget me." Noted. Zhang Jing called back without turning, waving his hand in farewell. Pan Zhang? It was only after Zhang Jing pondered for a moment that he realized the name sounded familiar. Indeed, this boy would later become the renowned general of Eastern Wu, hailing from the Fagan clan of Yenzhou. In his youth, he grew up in modest circumstances, but eventually, his family relocated to Yangzhou, where 4 years later he met Sun Quan, the magistrate of Yangxian, thus beginning his rise to prominence. This meant that this young lad had not yet moved his family to Wu County. Contemplating this, Zhang Jing paused for thought and chose not to dwell further. Zhang Rao. After Zhang Jing departed, a middle-aged man beside Pan Zhang, with a troubled expression, whispered, "Are you truly resolved to join the Yellow Turbans? You must understand they are rebels. Should we lose this battle, it would spell trouble." This man was indeed Pan Zhang's father. Their family originally hailed from the Fagan clan of Dongjun, living a life that, while not affluent, barely met their needs. However, with the shifting tides in Yenzhou and the arrival of Tao Qian from Suzhou, who imposed harsh grain requisitions, the plight of the Fagan people became dire. As the chaos in Yenzhou escalated and news of warfare in Yangzhou reached them, they contemplated relocating to Yangzhou. Little did they anticipate that, while passing through Luxian, they would encounter the Taiping Dao distributing porridge. With their limited means, they thought to seize this opportunity, joining the throngs of others to receive the porridge. Thus began their troubles. After receiving the porridge, they found themselves targeted by a group of Yellow Turbans, who, through emotional appeals and reasoned arguments, confiscated all the grain they carried. A classic case of losing more than they gained. Now, they found themselves unable to leave, unless they were willing to starve by the roadside. Victory or defeat was uncertain. Pan Zhang asserted earnestly, from my observations of the Yellow Turbans these past days, their youthful vigor and spirit far surpassed those of other bandits. With such strong soldiers, the outcome against General Chao remains uncertain. Yet, we have no path left to tread. Should the Yellow Turbans prevail, our family may gain several dozen acres of land, far exceeding what we possessed in Fagan. Moreover, this place is not far from Fagan. Perhaps our family's fields may eventually be allocated near our ancestral land. At this point, Pan Zhang, with a face reflecting his discontent, remarked, "As for the defeat of the Yellow Turbans, we can only leave our fate to chance. If we perish in the chaos of war, it must be our destiny." Alas, the middle-aged father, upon hearing this, could not help but sigh, saying, "It is all my fault. Were it not for my greed, the Pan family would not be facing such calamities today. Yet I still harbor some concerns. Even if the Yellow Turbans achieve a temporary victory, they are, after all, a band of rebels, and I fear their success will not endure. Sooner or later, they will be eradicated by the court. What shall we do then? What if the Yellow Turbans win and do not distribute the fertile lands?" "Enough, father." Listening to his father's incessant lamentations, Pan Zhang felt a pang of sympathy mixed with irritation, saying, "Regardless of the outcome for the Yellow Turbans, our family has no choice in the matter, do we? Alas, it is all my fault." The middle-aged father, upon hearing this, experienced a shift in expression, ultimately unable to restrain a sigh. At midday, Zhang Jing arrived at Feiqing. "My lord," Kei Xin earnestly requested, "I beseech you to allow me to take command. This city can be entrusted to Yuan Shao for its defense. With over 100,000 able-bodied men, we can surely ensure Feiqing's safety." "Kei Xian," Zhang Jing replied, "at present, all our seasoned soldiers and fierce generals have been dispatched to battle. Fei and Lu Qing are the lifeblood of our army and must not falter. During your father's lifetime, you were the most composed among us. Fei cannot compare in fortitude to Lu Qing. With you guarding this place, I can embark on my expedition with peace of mind. Let us not speak of battle strategies any further. If all goes well, we shall receive good news by tomorrow. Should the Han army dare to assault this city, you may emerge to coordinate with our forces and launch a flanking attack. I grant you the discretion to act as you see fit. Fei lies approximately 50 miles from Lu Qing and about 60 miles from Wuyang. Thus, if Fei is attacked, Zhang Jing can swiftly make arrangements while assaulting Wuyang, which is considerably easier than dealing with Lu Qing. However, Fei walls rise only about 5 meters, constructed of compacted earth, which presents a significant advantage to the attacking forces, making its defense more challenging than that of Lu Qing. Nevertheless, Zhang Jing harbored no fears of the city being breached. Not to mention the tens of thousands of able-bodied men at his disposal, he had also prepared a substantial gift for the attacking forces. Your orders are received. Kai Xian, recognizing the gravity of his lord's words, no longer pressed the matter, respectfully clasping his fists and declaring, I vow to share life and death with Fei. May my lord achieve victory and return triumphantly. Rest assured. Zhang Jing nodded slightly, patting Kai Xian on the shoulder, then rode out of the city. Once Zhang Jing led the troops beyond the city gates, Kai Xian, from atop the city wall, gazed at the retreating figures of the army and raised his right fist, shouting, Long live the Lord! Long live the Lord! The soldiers within the city, hearing these words, joined in a chorus of cheers, Long live the Lord! Long live the Lord! Even those outside the city, including Zhang Jing and his men, sensed the commotion behind them and were inspired to join in the fervent shouts. My lord, you must prevail. As Kai Xian received the response, a flicker of tension crossed his face, not from a lack of confidence in the army, but from the historical ineffectiveness of the Yellow Turbans. Even with their siege engines, he still held reservations deep within. At the third watch and a quarter past, the vanguard of the Beggars' army has arrived at Zhang County, situated 20 miles from Wancheng, establishing their camp by the banks of the Wenshui River. Naturally, Cao Cao received the news promptly within the city. Humph, what audacity Zhang Yuheng possesses. Upon hearing the report from the scouts, Cao Cao's expression darkened as he remarked, Zhang County lies merely 20 miles from here, and they dare to encamp there? Truly, they are brazen and evidently disregard the imperial authority. My lord, Qin Gong interjected, there are no seasoned soldiers among the Yellow Turbans. Might it be wise to dispatch 5,000 infantry and cavalry to launch a surprise attack while they're still unsteady? We could achieve substantial gains. Am I not aware of what you propose? Cao Cao pondered in silence for a prolonged moment before shaking his head, his countenance grave. Though the Yellow Turbans may lack military strategy, many among them are fierce and undaunted by death. My infantry and cavalry, though valiant, would be unwise to engage them in open battle on the plains. The current circumstances, timing, terrain, and the support of the people are all in my favor. How could I risk such a bold maneuver? Having previously suffered losses, Cao Cao was understandably reluctant to take such a gamble. It must be remembered that both the former Inspector Lu Dai and he himself had encountered significant setbacks at the hands of the Yellow Turbans. My lord is indeed wise. It was I who acted rashly, Qin Gong remarked, slightly frowning, acknowledging Cao Cao's perspective. However, he leaned towards a multifaceted approach to weaken the Yellow Turbans and bolster their own morale. After all, the Yellow Turbans had only just arrived and were still unsteady. Their forces weary. A sudden raid on their camp could yield substantial rewards. Nevertheless, the Lord's desire for stability meant that as long as Wancheng was held, victory would be assured, for the Yellow Turbans' methods of siege had always been lacking in efficacy. At a quarter past the hour of Yu, Zhang Jing led his troops to Zhang County. The Beggars' army now stationed their number to staggering 130,000. My lord, Su He, who had arrived earlier, came forth to greet him, speaking respectfully. According to the scouts, Cao Cao's forces are all holed up in Wancheng and show no inclination to engage us directly. Indeed. Zhang Jing nodded subtly, his tone serious. Dispatch all scouts. We must be informed of any developments within a 20-mile radius at the earliest opportunity. Additionally, relay to all divisions that the Central Army will convene in 1 hour. Yes. Sui bowed respectfully and accepted the command. Zhongda, Zhang Jing addressed as he walked towards the camp. Do you think Cao Cao and his generals from Dongjun will launch an assault on our cities of Lu and Fei? The likelihood is quite high, Zhang Yu replied, stroking his beard thoughtfully, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Previously, Cao Cao employed a similar strategy against the Black Mountain Army. Yet, What intrigues me more is whether the defensive strategies left by the Lord for the garrison truly possess such remarkable efficacy. Haha, rest assured, Zhongda, Zhang Jing chuckled. This method is not only cost-effective but remarkably effective for defense. Should ordinary soldiers fall victim to it, they would find no remedy. If Cao Cao attempts to employ a strategy of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao, I shall ensure he suffers considerable losses. His refusal to surrender to Cao Cao was not merely a momentary impulse. It was not solely a matter of pride among lords and generals. These were merely aspects of his resolve. His greater assurance stemmed from the memories of 2 lifetimes, encompassing knowledge of siege warfare, defense, governance, and the strengthening of forces. He was endowed with the wisdom of 2 lives intertwined. Feasible solutions can always be proposed, and therein lies his greatest confidence, which emboldens him to assert his ambitions in Yinzhou to Qingzhou. Yinzhou is a land of contention. In the past, Cao Cao managed to repel Elbu and secure peace in Yinzhou, not merely due to his strength, but because he wielded the emperor's authority to command the feudal lords. For 4 centuries, the Han Dynasty's emperor inherently embodied righteousness, enabling Cao Cao to dominate the battleground like a commoner, directing forces with unmatched prowess. Were it not for the emperor's presence under Cao Cao's influence, he could hardly have enjoyed such stability. Yet Zhang Jing's situation is different. His audacious claim to dominate Yinzhou stems from a lack of alternatives. The 100,000 commoners of the Yellow Turbans under his command represent his very foundation for survival. After all, a rebellion from the lowest strata of society, if orchestrated adeptly, embodies a natural righteousness. At dusk, by the banks of the Wenshui River, within the main tent of the Qihua army, a cadre of generals stood arrayed on either side, with Zhang Jing at the forefront and Cheng Yu to his left. General Su, Zhang Jing's countenance was grave as he addressed Su He. The battle tomorrow marks the inaugural clash for our Qihua army, a fight for our very existence. The deployment of the trebuchet is crucial, and the responsibility of destroying Wancheng rests upon your shoulders. As Zhang Jing's words resonated, the gazes of the assembled generals turned expectantly towards Su He, their eyes reflecting a mixture of hope and trepidation. I shall obey. Su He took a deep breath, his expression resolute. He spoke little, for in this moment, actions would speak louder than words in tomorrow's endeavor. Since the inception of the trebuchet, he and Wang Du had engaged with it most frequently among the generals. Wang Du, possessing scholarly knowledge, learned swiftly, while Su He employed the most straightforward methods to ensure his troops became familiar with the device through relentless practice. Presently, he dared not claim superiority over Wang Du, but he believed that his brothers under his command would not falter in their proficiency with the trebuchet. Sima Ju, Pei Yuan Xiao. Zhang Jing nodded slightly and continued, tomorrow, our army will launch a strong assault on the eastern gate. You 2 shall each command 20,000 troops, stationed at the southern and northern gates to prepare defenses against any attempts by the Han army to break out from within the city. There is no need to attack the city. We shall wait for Wancheng to fall before we surge into the city alongside the main force. We shall obey. Sima Ju and Pei Yuan shall step forward, bowing respectfully in acknowledgement. Today, as we march, Zhang Jing said solemnly, you all must be weary, but once you return, no army is to let their guard down against a potential Han army raid. At the break of dawn, provisions will be distributed among the troops. We shall commence our advance at the hour of the rabbit. Until Wancheng is taken, we shall not return. We shall obey. The generals' faces flushed with fervor as they responded in unison, their voices ringing with conviction. Until Wancheng is taken, we shall not return. My lord. After the generals departed, only Zhang Jing and Cheng Yu remained in the tent. Cheng Yu bowed and remarked, as we attack the city tomorrow, with the aid of our divine artifact and the unity of our forces, I believe Wancheng will surely fall. Our army will encircle the city, leaving one path unguarded, making it exceedingly difficult for the Han army within to endure. Thus, the Lord may consider dispatching a contingent of elite troops to stealthily position themselves along the vital route between Weiyuan and Shoujiang under the cover of night. This force need not be grand in scale. A mere fraction of soldiers would suffice to rival the might of myriad armies. What Zhanda has articulated is profoundly insightful. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jing narrowed his gaze, contemplating for a moment before stating, with Bian Shi and Geng Ling now under Zhanda's command, he can send them forth to lay an ambush. Should they succeed in capturing Cao Cao's head, it would constitute a monumental achievement. I shall comply with your orders. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yu experienced a moment of enlightenment, deeply moved by the unexpected autonomy bestowed upon him by the Lord, realizing why the other generals had their respective assignments. However, the 2 generals recently assigned to him had yet to receive their orders. It became clear that they were awaiting him. Upon departing the grand tent, Chen Yu promptly sought out Generals Bian Shi and Geng Ling, revealing his plans in full. Tomorrow, the Han army is destined for defeat, he proclaimed. Our scouts at Wu Yuan have successfully repelled all incursions. Capturing Cao Cao's head shall be an effortless endeavor. Military strategist. Upon hearing this, Bian Shi's eyes sparkled with determination as he eagerly clasped his fists and declared, I am willing to partake in this mission. Geng Ling opened his mouth to request the same. However, since the strategist had already specified that only one general would be dispatched with a mere 3,000 troops, Bian Shi's initiative left him with no grounds to contest for glory. Moreover, he bore a significant responsibility himself, namely, the logistics of provisions. The primary task assigned to them was to gather supplies for the army. Chapter 13. Outside Wu Yuan, the trebuchets emerged the next day, at the hour of the rabbit. Outside Zhang County, by the Wen River, lay the camp of the Qihua army. The heavens have forsaken us, and the Han court shows no mercy. Atop the elevated platform of the encampment, Zhang Jing, hand resting upon his battle blade, bore a countenance filled with righteous resolve as he addressed the assembled soldiers below. The plight of the common folk in the Central Plains has led to their dislocation and struggle for survival. The way of peace arises in response to the people's will, seeking to rescue the suffering and liberate the common folk from their hardships. Yet it is branded as treason by the Liu family's Han court. Today, I, Zhang Jing, solemnly heed the mandate of heaven. In the name of Qihua, I shall rise against the Han. With this declaration, Zhang Jing unsheathed his blade, its edge pointed towards the heavens, and proclaimed with fervor, Wu Yuan shall not fall, and Qihua shall not retreat. Wu Yuan shall not fall, and Qihua shall not retreat. Wu Yuan shall not fall, and Qihua shall not retreat. Wu Yuan shall not fall, and Qihua shall not retreat. As Zhang Jing's words resonated, the soldiers raised their weapons high, echoing their battle cries that reverberated across the land. Clang! Zhang Jing sheathed his blade and waved his hand. March on Wu Yuan. We shall obey your command. With Zhang Jing's command, the entire Yellow Turban encampment sprang into action. Columns of soldiers, under the guidance of their respective leaders, advanced in an orderly fashion towards Wu Yuan, the seat of governance in Dongping. Half an hour later, the great banner of Zhang Jing moved forward steadily. Meanwhile, in Wu Yuan city, atop the formidable walls, over 10,000 Han troops stood at the ready. Cao Cao, accompanied by his generals, patrolled the eastern gate tower. Chen Gong, with a worried expression, remarked, It seems that the Yellow Turbans are deploying their elite forces for this battle. Zilwan. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao's expression grew somber as he inquired, Have we ascertained the total number of troops the Yellow Turbans are mobilizing for this engagement? Approximately over 200,000. Cao Hong's face displayed a hint of bitterness. The Yellow Turbans have taken action, and our scouts have ventured forth for dozens of miles. However, within merely 2 days, we have lost over 100 scouts, making it difficult to ascertain the Yellow Turbans' exact strength. I can only surmise that it is no less than 200,000. Let it be. Upon hearing these words, Cao Cao furrowed his brow, but did not express any reproach towards Cao Hong. After all, the Yellow Turbans were indeed numerous, and the scouts of his own side had encountered significant difficulties. This was precisely the reason he had ventured out of the city alongside Bao Xian with over 1,000 troops, intending to assess the strength of the Yellow Turbans, only to lose a dear friend in the process, resulting in a considerable loss. Should the Yellow Turbans truly unleash their elite forces, Cao Cao gazed towards the east, his expression grave, and remarked, With an army of 200,000, today, we shall engage the Yellow Turbans in a decisive battle. May the talents of Miao Kai and Zishao successfully capture Feiqing. Thus, our army may stand invincible. The current situation was decidedly unfavorable for Cao Cao. If the Yellow Turbans were indeed intent on a full-scale assault on the city, he would face a bloody struggle, with the outcome uncertain. The only source of solace for Cao Cao was Wuyan City, which stood over 30 feet tall and was nearly 30 feet thick. Fortified by the Wen River flowing into its moat, which spans 6 feet wide, one of the rare strongholds in Yenzhou. Rest assured, my lord. Cao Hong spoke up. Yuan Rang, Zishao, and Miao Kai have all sent word back. If my estimations are correct, the 3 of them are already approaching Feiqing and Lu'er City. Should the Yellow Turbans commit their elite forces, Feiqing will surely fall in battle. At that time, the multitude of Yellow Turbans outside the city will be unable to support one another. We need only withstand their initial assault to find an opportunity to flank them outside the city. Just then, without waiting for Cao Cao to speak, a commotion arose atop the city tower. Cao Cao and the others looked up to see a brilliant yellow banner slowly rising from the horizon. followed closely by an increasing number of banners. In an instant, the entire eastern gate of Wuyin fell into silence. Gurgle at that moment. A gurgling sound broke the tranquility of the eastern gate tower. Issue the command. Cao Cao regained his composure and spoke solemnly. Let the soldiers rally their spirits. The Yellow Turbans may seem formidable, but in truth, they are merely a fade. Our forces are robust, and the Yellow Turbans are destined for defeat. We shall obey. The generals, upon hearing this, quelled their inner turmoil, respectfully clasping their fists towards Cao Cao before hastening to their respective posts. At the 7th watch of the day, the army led by Zhang Jing had gathered just 500 paces outside Wuyin city, promptly dividing into 3 routes to encircle Wuyin. Surrounding 3, lacking 1, Cao Cao observed the Yellow Turbans below, a mocking expression on his face as he stated, "The Yellow Turbans remain as foolish as ever." The 2 armies to the north and south appear to number no more than 20,000. Even if Wuyin city falls, I need only lead 2,000 elite soldiers to easily carve a path from both flanks. My lord speaks truly. However, Qin Gong's concerns diverged from Cao Cao's. As he gazed anxiously at the Yellow Turbans outside the city, saying, "Yet it seems that the Yellow Turbans outside do not align with General Zelian's words. From my observation, their numbers may not exceed 150,000. Yinzhou is primarily a plain region. Although Wuyin is a stronghold, it is also accessible from multiple directions. Should Zhang Jing's forces face shortages of supplies, he could adopt a strategy of encirclement without assaulting, effectively starving the Han forces within the city. Therefore, even if there were 130,000 troops outside the city, on the city wall, Cao Cao and his companions could still discern the entirety of the situation from their expansive vantage point. Indeed, as Cao Cao realized, the forces of the Yellow Turbans outside the city were not the 200,000 that Cao Hong had mentioned. He was no Qin Gong. Having witnessed grand spectacles before, Cao Cao was fully aware of the Yellow Turbans' true strength, which could not elude his keen perception. Gongtai, suddenly struck by a thought, Cao Cao gritted his teeth and commanded, "Immediately send word to Yuan Rang and summon Generals Zixiao and Miao Cai to gather their troops at Fuqing and join me in confronting this Yellow Turban force outside the city." He had not anticipated that the Yellow Turbans would underestimate him so greatly. Not only did they not bring 200,000 soldiers to attack, but they didn't even muster 150,000. At this moment, if Xiahou Dun and the others were to seize Fei and Lu'er City, they would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses facing a fortified stronghold. Hearing this, Qin Gong's expression turned anxious as he hastened to carry out the orders. Meanwhile, outside the city, under Sui's command, the army of the Yellow Turbans was methodically assembling their trebuchets. "It's almost ready, right here," Sui spoke in a low voice. "Level this ground and mark out an area quickly. The trebuchets here will weigh around 13 stones. The row behind should weigh about 18 stones. Move swiftly. We have gathered enough stones, 90 pounds will suffice, though 50 to 60 pounds will do. We need a large quantity, and speed is of the essence." As Sui darted about, the trebuchets were erected in 2 staggered rows. The commotion outside did not escape the attention of the Han army within the city. One soldier could not contain his surprise, exclaiming, "What is that? Oh, it looks like a trebuchet. I have a bad feeling about this. Could it be that the Yellow Turbans also possess trebuchets?" But it seems a bit different. The Han soldiers inside began to murmur among themselves, their hearts filled with unease at the sight unfolding outside. Silence. Wang Lang, responsible for the eastern gate, barked at his subordinates. "What does it matter if the Yellow Turbans possess trebuchets? I am well aware of their limitations. These devices lack precision and are merely meant to demoralize us. As long as we remain vigilant, those stones cannot harm us." With Wang Lang's authoritative presence and reasoned arguments, confidence began to swell among the soldiers. It seemed the general was indeed well versed in warfare. The trebuchets were nothing more than a fade, causing needless worry. As Wang Lang had stated, they appeared intimidating but were incapable of inflicting real damage. As word spread among the Han soldiers at the eastern gate, the trebuchets outside were swiftly dismissed as ineffective. Many soldiers even contemplated how they would respond when the stones flew over, eager to demonstrate to the Yellow Turbans what true skill entailed. Wang Lang is indeed commendable. A worthy general. Cao Cao observed Wang Lang's actions with appreciation, stroking his beard in admiration. As he turned his gaze back to the Yellow Turbans outside, he prepared for the unfolding confrontation. The expression on his face gradually softened, giving way to an inescapable gravitas. The Yellow Turbans outside the city once again caught him off guard. This sensation was one that Cao Cao profoundly disliked, as it seemed that ever since Zhang Jing had been appointed as the leader of the Yellow Turbans, The situation in Yinzhou had slipped from his grasp amidst these unforeseen events. Meanwhile, Wang Lang, whom Cao Cao admired, summoned a young general before him and solemnly stated, "Surely you have observed the multitude of Yellow Turban bandits outside the city, who now control the stone-throwing machines. The precision of such weapons is needless to elaborate upon. Historically, these formidable instruments have been employed to besiege cities and camps, though you may not yet match my experience. I am well aware that your abilities far surpass mine by several folds." General Eugene was deeply moved by these words and was about to express his humility. "There is no need for further words." Wang Lang interrupted him and continued, "I may lack the capabilities to safeguard the Lord, but I am not yet so blind as to overlook your potential. I had intended to recommend you to Lord Chao at an opportune time, but now it appears that we'll have to wait until after this engagement. Do not underestimate the stone-throwing machines. When battle commences, remember to exercise caution. Even if we do not achieve victory, you must preserve your invaluable life for the continued service to the court. The general's guidance is etched deeply in my heart," Eugene said, his eyes glistening with emotion as he respectfully clasped his fists. "If we triumph in this battle, I ask not for high office or riches, but merely to remain by your side, absorbing your teachings. That would suffice for me." "Well said." Wang Lang patted Eugene's shoulder, a look of satisfaction crossing his face as he observed the young man's earnestness. "Though I have been with Lord Chao for a short while, I can sense the indomitable spirit within him. Once you serve under Lord Chao, you shall not go unnoticed. At that time, my recommendation will bear fruit." Eugene thought, "How could Lord Chao ever treat me poorly? Go now and remember my words," Wang Lang concluded, before proceeding to inspect other areas. Eugene vowed to remember the general's words for a lifetime. Clenching his fist, he felt an invigorating surge of strength. As a man of humble origins, he understood better than anyone the significance of being valued by those in power. As the hour approached, outside Wancheng, the biting cold wind swept through. Nearly 100,000 desperate soldiers formed a formidable array, their yellow banners touching the sky, each soldier brandishing their weapons with fierce determination etched upon their faces. Their leader did not keep secrets from them. They all knew that they were out of provisions and that to survive, they must breach Wancheng to reclaim what was rightfully theirs. Their singular desire was to live, and if the Han Dynasty and Cao Cao wished for their demise, they had no choice but to fight fiercely for their survival. Reporting to the Lord, Sui rode forth to the central command platform, his expression resolute as he respectfully clasped his fists. The 400 stone-throwing machines are fully set up, along with over 10,000 stone projectiles, awaiting your command to commence the siege. Proceed. Zhang Jing stood firm, his sword in hand on the platform, declaring, "If the Han army dares to emerge from the city, there are others prepared to handle them." "Yes." Sui responded with a respectful salute, then swiftly turned his horse to return to the front lines. As Sui departed, Zhang Jing called out loudly, "Where's the strategist?" "I am here," came the reply from within the ranks. At this moment, Qingzhou donned his battle armor, a sword at his waist, and upon hearing the command, he stepped forward respectfully from behind Zhang Jing, clasping his fists. With a clang, Zhang Jing, without turning his head, drew his sword and bellowed, "Proclaim my orders. The army shall assault the city. No retreat until victory is achieved." "I shall obey," Qingzhou replied, his expression resolute. And the drummers and horn players, long prepared, sprang into action. The sound of war drums thundered like ominous thunder, followed by a desolate blast from the horns. No retreat until victory is achieved. Returning to the battle lines, Sui, upon hearing the drumbeats, unsheathed his sword and pointed it at Wancheng, shouting, "The army shall assault the city. No retreat until victory is achieved." The military flags fluttered wildly. The siege engines began to operate, launching stones into the air, accompanied by the roars of the army, hurtling towards Wancheng. "Quickly! The enemy is about to attack. Ignite the oil. Hurry! What is that? Is it a stone projectile?" The besieging army commenced their assault, and the officers within the city cried out, directing their soldiers to defend the walls. "Take cover. Quickly crouch behind the city walls." "My lord, we must leave. This place is perilous." The soaring projectiles instilled great fear among the soldiers within the city, causing a momentary panic. What kind of siege engine is this? Under the protection of his guards, Cao Cao raised his right hand to his forehead, wide-eyed, gazing at the stones flying above. His expression shifting dramatically. "This is bad. Those projectiles are coming for us. My lord, flee." Cao Cao, hearing this, broke into a cold sweat, murmuring, "Flee? I must run." Saying this, he dashed out of the city tower accompanied by his guards. The sound of crashing stones reverberated through the air as hundreds of projectiles, propelled with immense force, obliterated structures in their path, shaking the earth, with countless stones embedding into the city walls. Even as the Han troops took refuge behind the city walls, they could not escape death when the projectiles rained down. Some stones soared over the walls, annihilating buildings in their wake, penetrating the ground several feet deep. This is certainly not a standard siege engine. At this moment, Cao Cao's heart raced, a hint of dread crossing his face. And he resolutely asserted, no siege engine could launch such colossal projectiles. My lord, we must escape. Qin Gong, while evading alongside Cao Cao, glanced back at the sky. Damn it! Cao Cao's face darkened. How could these Yellow Turban rebels have obtained such a formidable weapon? Just as Cao Cao fled for his life, outside the city, Sui was not idle either. Launch again! With Sui's orders, more projectiles were prepared to soar into the air. My lord, on the command platform. Qingyu suppressed his overwhelming excitement and respectfully addressed Zhang Jing. Wancheng can be taken. Chapter 15. The army enters the city. Cao Cao breaks through. I see it. Zhang Jing took a deep breath and stated, after several rounds of projectiles, the army shall launch a full assault under their cover. Your wisdom is unmatched. Qingyu nodded emphatically. If they waited until the projectiles were exhausted to attack, the Han troops would surely regroup and mount a counteroffensive. With the cover of the projectiles, although there exists the potential for self-inflicted harm, the extent of such losses is entirely within our capacity to bear. Conversely, should they seek to capture Wancheng, they may very well incur a far greater cost. Boom. Once again, a city disk detonated, resulting in immediate and severe casualties among the Han army, who had sought refuge in the rear. The air was filled with the sounds of cries and wails of despair. Those Han soldiers who had previously underestimated the power of the stone-throwing machines were abruptly awakened to their might, contrary to General Wang's assertions, which ignited a flicker of fear within their hearts. Within Wancheng, Cao Cao led his entourage away from the range of the siege engines. My lord, Qin Gong spoke gravely. The Yellow Turbans are relying on their machinery, instilling fear in our defending soldiers. At this moment, we must consolidate the forces of Generals Li Qian and Li Jin to break out of the city and obliterate them. Otherwise, the fall of the city is imminent. I implore you to make a decision swiftly. That cannot be. At this juncture, Cao Cao appeared momentarily dazed and shook his head in response to Qin Gong's counsel. Zhang Jing leads an army of over 100,000, while our total strength is merely 20,000, many of whom are new recruits. Should we venture forth to battle? The Yellow Turbans would undoubtedly relish the opportunity. Even though the flying stones are fearsome and capable of demolishing city walls, their lethality against our soldiers remains limited. Therefore, maintaining our position within the city is our greatest advantage. Commander. At this point, Cao Cao regained his former sagacity and spoke with conviction. Immediately send word to Generals Li Qian and Wen Qian, instructing them to march to the East City without delay. Once they arrive, I shall personally ascend the city walls to defend Wancheng alongside our brave soldiers. Your orders shall be executed. Qin Gong, realizing the futility of further argument, accepted the command. He had grown accustomed to the fact that although the Lord's perspective diverged from his own, it was not necessarily flawed. Half an hour later, Zhang Jing bellowed, "Convey my command. The entire army shall assault the city." With a resounding cry, the war drums and horns echoed as the 20,000 soldiers of the Qihua army, armed with rudimentary ladders, surged towards the east gate of Wancheng. Wancheng shall not fall, nor shall we return. Zhang Jing and Qingyu descended from the command platform as the main banner steadily advanced towards the city. Wancheng shall not fall, nor shall we return. The soldiers of Qihua shouted their rallying cry, swiftly erecting makeshift bridges to cross the moat and charge towards the city walls. Relay the orders. Sui, with a serious expression, took a deep breath and commanded. For the frontline stone-throwing machines, increase the weight by 1 stone, and for the rear, add 2 stones. He understood that the decisive moment was upon them. At present, the eastern side of Wancheng lay in ruins from the barrage of stone projectiles, with some areas of the wall reduced to less than 2 zhang in height. It was at this moment that the true bloodshed commenced. Release the arrows. From atop the city walls, Cao Cao shouted. Command all soldiers to ascend the walls and resist the Yellow Turban forces. Boom, boom, boom. Shortly after Cao Cao's command, stones were once again launched into the air. Such force was beyond the capacity of mere mortals to withstand. Witnessing hundreds of projectiles descending upon them, even Cao Cao, with his resolute heart, could not help but feel a momentary surge of trepidation. Kill. Clang, clang, clang. Hundreds of wooden ladders leaned against the city walls as the soldiers of Qihua braved arrows and rolling logs, striving to ascend with the cover of the stone projectiles. As the battle commenced, numerous soldiers met the sharp blades of the Han army in the blink of an eye. "Join me in death," cried one desperate soldier, who, after sustaining a grievous wound to his shoulder from a Han warrior's sword, discarded his weapon and, in the astonished gaze of his adversary, seized him and plummeted from the city wall together. Kill. No surrender, no retreat. As the siege intensified, the desperate soldiers displayed an unwavering bravery. "All commanders, heed my command," Cao Cao exclaimed, witnessing more and more yellow turbans scaling the walls, his heart racing with urgency. "Together, let us drive the yellow turbans back." The sound of stone projectiles raining down echoed relentlessly. The tremors beneath their feet, coupled with the chaos around them, imparted a sense of impending doom to the Han forces, even as Cao Cao led from the front. Yet, many sections of the walls remained under the control of the desperate soldiers. "My lord, we fear we cannot hold." At that moment, blood-soaked Li Qian hastened to Cao Cao's side, his expression grave. "Several yellow turbans have infiltrated the city, and my men, already shaken by the stone projectiles, have suffered considerable casualties while defending against them. If we do not retreat now, in less than 3 moments, my brothers will surely be routed." Li Qian, hailing from a prominent family, had joined Cao Cao with resources at his disposal. His 5,000 troops were primarily composed of veterans and junior officers from the Li estate. Since the onset of the conflict, he had already lost 1,000 men, a terrifying figure. If he were to lose a few hundred more, even with 3,000 remaining, a rout was inevitable. Thus, he bravely approached Cao Cao, believing that the battle had already been lost the moment the yellow turbans breached the city. "What is the extent of your losses?" Cao Cao inquired, his countenance darkening, not out of anger at Li Qian for sowing discord, but from the realization that he should not be defeated by the yellow turbans. "We have lost no fewer than 1,000 men," Li Qian replied, his face heavy with concern. "I implore you, my lord, to make a decision swiftly. Regardless of the outcome, I, Li Qian, shall fight for you until the very last moment. General Wang, quickly, save General Wang." Amidst Cao Cao's turmoil, urgent cries rang out from afar. "Die, the yellow turbans." Their eyes fierce, brandished their swords and muttered, "If you do not allow us to live, then we shall ensure your demise. No surrender, no retreat. Kill." Eugene, leading a contingent against the desperate soldiers, was filled with sorrow, having just witnessed Wang Lang dragged from the city tower, his fate now seemingly dire. "Relay orders to all divisions." Cao Cao, upon hearing the cries, turned pale, his face contorted with rage. "Immediately consolidate our forces and break through to the west gate." At this moment, it dawned on Cao Cao that even Li Qian's troops had suffered 1,000 casualties. He wondered about Wang Lang's men. The losses must be staggering. The earlier cries hinted that Wang Lang may have already fallen. The relentless assault of the yellow turbans continued unabated. "Let us heed the command." With Cao Cao's concession, Shen Gong, Li Qian, and others felt invigorated, hastening to execute their orders. "My lord." At a distance of 500 paces from Wancheng, Zhang Jing's central army was positioned. On one side, Cheng Yu gazed at the city and remarked, "It appears that Cao Cao is preparing to retreat." "Geng Ling," Zhang Jing spoke in a grave tone, "convey the order. Whoever brings me Cao Cao's head shall be rewarded with 1,000 gold pieces and promoted 3 ranks. "Understood." Geng Ling respectfully clasped his fists in acknowledgement, then bellowed, "The Lord has decreed. Whoever takes Cao Cao's head shall receive 1,000 gold pieces and a promotion of 3 ranks. The Lord has decreed. Whoever takes Cao Cao's head shall receive 1,000 gold pieces and a promotion of 3 ranks." As the military order spread like wildfire, the beleaguered soldiers, driven by the prospect of survival, turned their eager gazes toward Cao Cao's grand banner. Before long, Zhang Jing's command exerted immense pressure on the retreating Cao Cao. On the long street of Wancheng, Cao Cao, surrounded by the Han army, tread a bloody path toward the western gate, while countless desperate soldiers surged from all corners of the city. "The Lord has decreed. Whoever takes Cao Cao's head shall receive 1,000 gold pieces and a promotion of 3 ranks. 1,000 gold pieces? Do not flee, Cao Cao. Lend me your head for a moment. Cao Cao's head is mine. Charge forth." The soldiers on the long street, stirred by these words, were invigorated. Although they were unaware of the exact value of 1,000 gold pieces, they understood it to be an unfathomable fortune. The promise of a 3-rank promotion required no further elaboration. "You insolent children, how dare you?" Cao Cao, hearing the shouts outside, could not help but curse vehemently. Yet he had no choice but to steel himself and break through with his army. Chapter 16. The two generals forge a path. Cao Cao departs the city. Do not panic, brother. Cao Chun is here. Just as the encirclement by the desperate soldiers was about to close in, Cao Chun arrived with 3,000 troops. Please, brother, mount my horse, Cao Chun urged, his expression grave. There are no enemy forces at the west gate. I have made arrangements. You should go first, and I will follow closely behind. Zihi, we need not say more. Observing his cousin, who seemed to have aged a decade, Cao Chun resolutely shook his head and declared, the Cao family can do without me, but we cannot do without you, brother. Zihi. Cao Cao, upon hearing these words, silently mounted the horse, his eyes bloodshot as he looked at Cao Chun and said, I implore you to prioritize your own safety. Rest assured, brother, I will take care. Seeing Cao Cao mounted, Cao Chun's face revealed a hint of relief. He then turned, his expression hardening, and brandished his weapon, proclaiming, all commanders, heed my command. Follow me to pave the way for the Lord. Charge! With a resounding cry, Cao Chun decisively led his troops into battle. Kill! With Cao Chun's reinforcements, the previously weary Han army found their morale rekindled. Meanwhile, the eastern gate of Wancheng swung wide open. Zhongda, Zhang Jing, leading the army into the city, instructed. The provisions and the citizens within the city are entrusted to you. Your subordinate shall obey. Cheng Yu replied respectfully. Brothers, observing this, Zhang Jing unsheathed his battle blade and commanded fiercely, follow me to pursue the Han army. Kill, kill, kill. The soldiers of the Central Army, long pent up with frustration, raised their weapons and roared, kill. With Zhang Jing's battle blade thrusting forward, his soldiers charged forth. Just at that moment, the southern and northern gates were simultaneously opened. After a long wait, Sima Zhu and the two generals, Pei Yuan Xiao, led their armies into the city. A sense of foreboding enveloped Cao Cao as he retreated. And he grimaced, saying, Gong Tai, could we possibly send troops to the granary at this moment to incinerate the supplies? He sought to hold off the Yellow Turbans. But with 300,000 stones of provisions amassed within the city, defeat was inevitable. Unable to carry the supplies away, they certainly could not leave them for the Yellow Turbans. Master, Chen Gong shook his head, his face twisted with hatred. I fear it is too late. The Yellow Turbans are numerous. If we are fortunate enough to break through with 5,000 soldiers, it would be a blessing. Listening to this, Cao Cao gripped his sword and fell silent. Kill. On the long street, Cao Chun wiped the blood from his face and, gazing at the west gate just 500 paces away, shouted, Brothers, the city gate is in sight. Follow me to crush the enemy. Kill. The Han soldiers, fighting for their lives, resisted fiercely. Quickly, quickly. Brother, hurry. As they neared the west gate, the ground trembled beneath the Han soldiers' feet. Cao Chun's expression changed dramatically. I shall hold the rear for you, brother. Zihi. Hurry, do not linger. Do not leave, Cao Cao. Sima Zhu is here. Amidst the chaos among the Han soldiers, Sima Zhu arrived first, surveying the less than 3,000 remaining troops and declaring loudly, Surrender, Cao Cao, lay down your weapons, and those who yield shall not be harmed. His subordinates echoed his call, their eyes burning with fervor directed at Cao Cao. Despicable brigands. Cao Hong, sensing the dire situation, bellowed, I, of the Cao family, will pave the way for my brother. I am not merely Cao Zihi. Zihi, rally your brothers and follow me to engage the enemy, to clear a path for our Lord. With that, Cao Hong and his contingent obstructed Sima Zhu's advance. Ha ha. Cao Chun laughed wildly at this turn of events. Please wait. Brother Zillion, for I, Cao Zihi, have arrived. Just as Cao Cao was about to speak further, Chen Gong lashed out with his whip against Cao Cao's steed, urgently insisting, My lord, flee now. As Cao Cao, Chen Gong, and others departed the city, the remaining 1,000 Han soldiers, unable to escape, discarded their weapons and surrendered. Humph. Stubborn fools. Sima Zhu, witnessing this scene, wore a grim expression and commanded, Loosen the arrows. He had no intention of engaging in a duel. This was a battlefield of life and death, not a frivolous discussion. The advancing hundreds of soldiers suffered heavy losses, particularly the two Cao generals, who were struck by multiple arrows. Bring me their heads to present to our Lord, Sima Zhu ordered. Slay those Han soldiers who approached earlier. Yes. His subordinates complied and charged forward. Leave a portion to accept the surrender. Observing the increasing number of soldiers arriving, Sima Zhu instructed, the rest, pursue Cao Cao. Zhang Yuheng. As Cao Cao exited the city, he received 2,000 troops arranged by Cao Chun to escort him. Turning back to gaze at the west gate, his face was filled with sorrow and indignation, teeth clenched as he declared, I, Chaomanda, will not share the heavens with you in this life. Do not worry. My lord, there will be another opportunity. Shen Gong consoled. What you must do now is preserve your strength, awaiting the day when we can exact our vengeance upon that scoundrel Zhang Yuheng. Cao Cao, having gathered his composure, turned his gaze toward the path ahead and remarked, fortunately, the Yellow Turbans lack military strategy. Had they possessed siege weaponry, our survival today would have been improbable. Indeed, your words ring true. Shen Gong nodded in agreement. Yet, we must make some arrangements at this juncture. Cao Cao understood that they had not yet escaped peril, so he instructed Li Qian, you shall lead 300 soldiers to lie in ambush by the official road. When the Yellow Turbans pursue, create a show of force and launch an attack. If they retreat, pursue along the official road. Should they chase you, retreat on your own, and we shall meet again in Puyang. Having suffered defeat, Cao Cao contemplated that heading west would bring them to Jiying, yet the governor Wu Zi did not recognize him as the inspector of Yenzhou. Thus he could only return to his stronghold in Dongjun. Your command is acknowledged. Li Qian replied respectfully, fist clasped. By this time, he no longer mourned for his subordinates, for they had either scattered or perished in battle. Scarcely 100 remained by his side. Your insight is commendable. Shen Gong concurred, believing Cao Cao's strategy to be quite astute. At the very least, it would buy them sufficient time. Cao Cao took a deep breath and said, immediately send orders to Yuan Rang and the others, instructing them to withdraw to Dongjun without concealing our army's encounters. I shall carry out your orders, replied the injured Lu Jin, his complexion pale, as he respectfully clasped his fists. Within Wanqing, Zhang Jing had met with Pei Yuanshao and was now heading toward the governor's mansion. Report to the lord. A soldier hastened forward, holding 2 severed heads, and respectfully clasped his fists, saying, General Sima has, at the west gate, slain the Han generals Cao Chun and Cao Hong, and has commanded us to present their heads. Ha! Zhang Jing laughed heartily upon hearing this, stepping forward to inspect the heads, nodding in satisfaction. General Sima has done well. He shall be richly rewarded. Yuan Shao. The situation in the city is now settled. Send a swift message back, instructing our brothers to prepare meals, and then proceed with 50,000 stones of grain to Feiqing. I anticipate we shall encounter the Han army there. Remember to send out scouts. We shall seize the opportunity for battle. Additionally, bring the heads back to present to Sun Yu in the prison. I shall obey, Pei Yuanshao responded, his eyes gleaming with excitement. For he had been lamenting the lack of achievements in this campaign, enviously observing Sima's victories, and now he discovered there was still a Han army near Feiqing. Chapter 17, Wang Du, bring forth the refuse for the Han army. Yenzhou Jibei Kingdom. At the quarter past the hour of the rooster, the main camp of the Qihua faced fierce assaults from 2 factions of the Han army. Lu City, with its tall and thick walls, posed a challenge. Xiahou Dun from Puyang had not brought heavy siege equipment and found himself at a loss for a time. However, Feiqing was another matter. The city wall stood only a little over 2 zhang high, and there was no moat for protection, allowing the Han army to easily ascend the battlements with ladders. Brothers. Kei Xian, having repelled a wave of Han assaults, felt a surge of excitement as he observed the Han army's relentless advance, proclaiming, these Han soldiers dare to persist. So let us not be polite. We shall feed them refuse directly. They still covered their mouths and noses with yellow scarves. The general commanded, feed the Han army manure. Feed the Han army manure. The order was relayed down the ranks, and the soldiers, already prepared, clutched their wooden handles with eyes gleaming in anticipation. Charge. Outside the city, the Han army, under the command of Xiahou Yuan and Qiao Ren, advanced fiercely towards Feiqing, shielded by archers. Soldiers, rush forward. Qiao Ren brandished his battle blade, shouting, Our lord commands us to breach Feiqing. All riches and women we see shall belong to the valiant. Before us lies a mere small city. We shall undoubtedly conquer it in an instant. Victory upon victory awaits us. The Han soldiers, upon hearing this, were invigorated as if spurred by a surge of adrenaline, howling as they rushed to storm Feiqing, eager to seize gold, grain, and women. However, as they raised their ladders once more to scale the city walls, a scoop of scalding hot water came rushing towards them. The harsh climate had already taken its toll. Initially taken aback, the Han soldiers soon found themselves overwhelmed by an unbearable stench. Feed the Han army manure. As they felt the burns, they could faintly hear the voices of the enemies atop the walls. Ah, damn those Yellow Turbans. This truly smells like excrement, ugh. At that moment, the Han soldiers below the city walls finally understood the meaning of being drenched in filth. Faced with the searing muck, many hesitated at the foot of the walls. while a considerable number, consumed by rage, ascended the ladders, determined to fight the Yellow Turbans to the death. What is happening? In the distance, Chaoren noticed the assault on the city had stalled, furrowing his brow in confusion. A report came. At that moment, a young officer hurried over, kneeling respectfully, cupping his fists, and said, "General, the cunning Yellow Turbans have thwarted our siege with scalding excrement. The brothers are suffering greatly. We implore you to make a decisive choice." Chaoren's eyes widened upon hearing this, and his expression darkened. "Order the soldiers to continue the assault. Today is bitterly cold. Can excrement possibly compare to boiling oil? As long as the brothers cover their mouths and noses, they shall have no fear. Once we breach the walls, we shall take our vengeance upon those Yellow Turbans." Having fought alongside Cao Cao for years, Chaoren possessed his own understanding of siege warfare. Under normal circumstances, defenders would prepare boiling oil to pour upon the enemy as they attempted to scale the walls, often supplemented by fire arrows to incinerate foes and their siege equipment. Stones and wooden spikes were common defensive mechanisms. Although Chaoren had never encountered scalding excrement, he surmised its lethality could not rival that of boiling oil. "I shall carry out my orders." The young officer found merit in Chaoren's reasoning and promptly accepted the command. Quickly, there asked that fellow, Keixian. Observing the Han army's relentless assault, paid little mind to the situation. Instead, with his guards surrounding him, he excitedly pointed at a Han soldier, exclaiming, "Look at that one, jumping around. Quickly, feed him a scoop of excrement. And that one too. That fellow rushes forth with such haste, likely driven by hunger. Quickly, provide him with excrement." As Zhang Jing embarked on his expedition, he had already ensured that the main base retained sufficient combat strength, unless internal discord arose. The Han army had no possibility of breaching the city. Thus, Keixian brimmed with confidence in defending Feiqing. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiahou Dun had commanded his troops to launch a vigorous assault, having received word alongside Chao Ren and others that the elite forces of the Yellow Turbans were fully deployed, rendering their camp vulnerable, much like Feiqing. Lu City, too, lacked a moat. Did this Han general dare to besiege the city? Wang Du, with a cold smile, declared, "Convey my orders. Archers shall remain on standby. As soon as the Han forces ascend the ladders, drench them in molten gold. After one round of molten gold, the archers may draw their bows and slay the enemy." The archers of the Qihua army, naturally, could not compare to the Han army. An ordinary archer could manage no more than 5 arrows before succumbing to exhaustion. A skilled archer required at least 2 years of training. Therefore, although there were archers among the Qihua army, they were far from elite. Rather than using archers to impede the Han forces, Wang Du believed it more prudent to primarily employ molten gold, with archers as a supplementary force, thus maximizing their lethality. "Yes," came the respectful reply from the messenger at his side. "General Wang," Zhou expressed hesitation. "Could this not be overly reckless?" "Not at all." Wang Du replied with unwavering confidence. "The Lord has stated that any wounded who come into contact with molten gold will be difficult to heal. If we can thwart the Han army outside the city, how many more victories could we claim? It is better to feign weakness. Besides, we have tens of thousands of soldiers within the city, while Xiahou Dun's forces number merely over 10,000 outside. We are merely tasked with defending the city. We possess the advantage of time, terrain, and morale." "You worry too much." General Wang's words were indeed sound. Zhou nodded solemnly, with no further doubts regarding Wang Du's strategy. As Xiahou Dun's army approached the city, finding no assault from the Yellow Turbans, he was filled with surprise. Could it be a ruse? Impossible. The Yellow Turbans lacked the intellect for such deception. It could only mean that their elite forces were fully committed, leaving those within the city cowering in fear of my advancing army. With this thought, Xiahou Dun hesitated no longer. "All commanders, heed my command. Let us swiftly assault the city." With this proclamation, Xiahou Dun led the charge, galloping forth with his banner. "Kill." The soldiers of the Han army, witnessing the banner advance, felt victory was within reach, and they surged forward with fervor. Wang Du observed the advancing banner with a mixture of surprise and mockery, bellowing, "Brothers! The Han army must be famished. Let us feed them excrement." The sounds of chaos erupted. Help! Clang! Crack! The prepared Qihua soldiers unleashed molten gold upon the Han army, while some drew their bows to slay foes, and others shattered the wooden ladders of the Han forces. In an instant, the Han army suffered tremendous casualties, their cries and wails echoing endlessly. In that moment, the area beneath Lu City resembled a hellish purgatory. Bold indeed. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiahou Dun's rage flared. And he bellowed, "Quickly, we have fallen into the Yellow Turbans trap. Retreat." Chapter 18. Bianxi, brothers, slay Cao Cao. As dusk fell, as the formidable General Xiahou Dun surveyed the grim toll of casualties among his troops, his countenance darkened with despair. He had not anticipated that a single siege would claim the lives of several hundred valiant soldiers, with the injured nearing 2,000. Just then, as Xiahou Dun hesitated in contemplation, a weary soldier galloped forth, respectfully clasping his fists and reporting with fatigue etched on his face, "I beseech you, General Xiahou, to heed the command of our lord. I am ordered to inform you to proceed immediately to Dongping, where you shall unite forces with General Zixiao and encamp at Fuxian, coordinating with our lord to vanquish the enemy." "Encamp at Fuxian?" Xiahou Dun inquired, his expression turning grave as he scrutinized the messenger. "Pray tell, has there been a turn of events?" "Indeed, General," the messenger replied with utmost respect. "Our lord has proclaimed that the Yellow Turbans are not entirely composed of elite troops. The cities of Lu and Fei each harbor around 100,000 Yellow Turban bandits, while the forces that are less formidable number merely over 100,000. A chill ran through Xiahou Dun upon hearing this revelation. He gazed toward Lu City, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Had he truly led a mere 10,000 troops to assault a stronghold potentially defended by 100,000 warriors? Xiahou Dun resolutely understood the gravity of the situation and promptly departed from Lu City, his soldier spirits utterly depleted. In the face of warfare, generals typically rouse their troops with fervent speeches, instilling a sense of righteousness and invincibility while belittling the enemy and promising rewards. Thus, the soldiers would march forth, emboldened and invigorated. However, should the tide of battle turn unfavorably and a retreat become necessary, a host of complications would inevitably follow. The common soldiers would ponder, "Retreat? Is our home being plundered? Has our lord been slain? Have we been defeated and can no longer return? No. I wish to go home, to find Sui Hua." The retreating army often bore a weight of negativity. A single misstep could lead to chaos or even utter rout. Consequently, commanders frequently devised various strategies for withdrawal, the most common being a hasty nocturnal retreat. Yet even such swift withdrawals seldom restored the morale of the troops. As it was, the Han army led by Xiahou Dun resembled a flock of defeated roosters, their hearts brimming with anxiety. Meanwhile, on another front, Cao Cao, accompanied by Lu Jin and others, was desperately fleeing for his life, having only 800 cavalrymen remaining due to the earlier ambush. "Master," Cao Cao, bloodied and weary, exclaimed, "among the Yellow Turbans, there must be those with military knowledge. Otherwise, we would not have suffered such a grievous defeat. Alas, had that band of brigands not been so arrogant, we would surely have perished without a trace." "Your words ring true, my lord," Chen Gong gasped. "While there may be individuals among the Yellow Turbans who possess military acumen, they remain but a band of thieves. Even the finest strategy would falter in their hands. Indeed, such is the nature of it." Cao Cao felt a surge of relief at having escaped death, agreeing with Chen Gong's assessment. He then gestured toward a thicket beside the official road, saying, "Even if there are those among the Yellow Turbans with some military insight, it is likely superficial at best. Had I been in command, in this confined terrain, flanked by towering mountains, one shall undoubtedly choose to set an ambush here. Thus, it shall render escape impossible for anyone, be it through the heavens above or the earth below." Having uttered these words, he immersed himself in the journey ahead. "Ha ha ha, Cao Mengde, do not flee." Before Cao Cao could traverse the mountain path, a raucous laughter echoed through the hills. It was Bianxi, who had long been lying in wait. Emerging on the official road to block the way, his face alight with fervor as he proclaimed, "You have fallen into the scheme of my strategist. Remember this well. The one who seeks your demise is none other than the valiant General Bianxi." With that, disregarding the flustered Cao Cao, he bellowed, "Brothers, unleash your arrows. Let us slay Cao Cao." Whoosh, whoosh. At Bianxi's command, a myriad of arrows rained down from both sides of the road. In mere moments, the already weary Han army suffered significant casualties. Lu Jin, "Who dares harm our lord?" Lu Jin, witnessing the chaos, quickly intervened to shield Cao Cao, commanding fiercely, "Warriors, where the path narrows, the brave shall prevail. Ahead lies but a handful of the enemy. With a united front, we shall surely break through and ensure our lord's safety. Charge." With a thunderous roar, Lu Jin led the charge towards Bianxi. Seeking death, Bianxi, enraged, shouted, "Release the arrows." As he drew his bow, one arrow struck Lu Jin's left arm, yet the Han army surged forward. "Brothers, slay Cao Cao." Seeing this, Bianxi abandoned his bow and, wielding a meteor hammer, charged at Lu Jin, declaring, "Once Cao Cao falls, I shall personally report to our lord and request rewards for my brothers. Kill Cao Cao." The soldiers, invigorated by his words, understood well the value of Cao Cao's head. "My lord, let us break free," Qingzhou, pale-faced, uttered as he too charged forward, sword in hand. "Damn Zhang Yuheng." Cao Cao gazed skyward, despair etched on his features, lamenting, "You grant me no path to survival. Kill." Observing Li Jin, gravely injured yet valiantly fighting, Cao Cao recalled his escape, aided by Cao Hong and Cao Chun. A fierce desire to survive surged within him. After a fierce battle, Cao Cao, grievously wounded, managed to break through with the protection of several loyal guards, while Li Jin, Qingzhou, and hundreds of others remained on the official road. Hiss! Bianxi, clutching his arm and limping towards Lu Jin's lifeless body. Cursed Han General, I shall rend your corpse to pieces." "General," a young officer replied gravely, "the day wanes. Shall we continue to pursue Cao Cao?" "Chase!" Bianxi snarled. "Cao Cao has escaped with but a handful of riders. Dispatch a contingent to pursue, living or dead. We must see him." "Yes." The young officer respectfully clasped his fists in response. Soon after, a contingent of 500 men set forth to chase along the official road. As lanterns began to flicker to life, in the grand hall of the prefect's residence, Zhang Jing sat at the head of the table, while Qingyu, Su He, and others took their seats. "My lord," Qingyu respectfully bowed and stated, "Upon entering the city today, I promptly secured all granaries within, except for the over 300,000 stones amassed by Cao Cao. The total grain reserves of the prominent families within the city also amount to over 100,000 stones. Subtracting General Pei's 50,000 stones. Our army currently possesses approximately 370,000 stones of provisions. Zhangda, your efforts are commendable," Zhang Jing replied gravely, nodding. "With this grain, we can finally address the immediate needs of our forces. While 300,000 stones may seem substantial for Zhang Jing, it will only sustain us for a mere 10 days. Alleviating the concerns of our lord is my duty." Qingyu gently shook his head in response and offered a salute to Zhang Jing. "Today marks a significant victory at Wuyan City," Zhang Jing declared solemnly. "This is the first step for our army. We shall rest for half a day in Wuyan, and tomorrow at noon, we will split our forces into two. One contingent of 30,000 troops, led by Su He, will advance into Jin, capturing the counties there and seizing all provisions and common folk along the way. The local gentry and influential families will be left to the discretion of Mr. Zhongda. Once we have conquered Puyang, we shall unite our forces to assault its capital, Dingtao. Your command is understood," Su He replied respectfully with a fist salute. Jin County is a flat expanse with no natural defenses, making the assault on its counties a trivial matter for 30,000 troops. As for the task of gathering the populace, he is quite adept at it. Chapter 19. Mobilizing troops. Bianxi receives orders. Sima. Procure 100 siege engines. Zhang Jing continued. Let an additional 20,000 troops to join the 30,000 in attacking Puyang. Sima obeys. Gung Ling. Take 100 siege engines and accompany Bianxi's contingent under Mr. Zhongda's command, remaining ready for deployment at all times. Gung Ling acknowledges the command. Zhongda. Finally. Zhang Jing turned to Qingyu, his expression serious. The responsibility for the provisioning of our army in the affairs of Wuyan City is now entrusted to you. I will not disappoint our lord's trust. Qingyu replied with a calm demeanor, bowing respectfully. He understood that they had arrived at a pivotal moment for the Qi army. Only by swiftly capturing several counties in Yenzhou could they secure sufficient provisions and population. At that point, they could relocate the populace, relinquishing most of Yenzhou while retaining only Taishan, Jibei, Dongping, Rincheng, and parts of the southern regions of the Yellow River and Dongjun. This had been previously discussed and agreed upon with their lord. If they could seize the momentum of victory and voraciously absorb the resources of the entire Yenzhou, they could provide respite for the millions of inhabitants below. Additionally, send word to Qingzhou's Guanhai and Feiqing's Keixian. Zhang Jing nodded slightly and instructed. Command Keixian to lead 50,000 troops and 200 siege engines into Taishan County, capturing its capital Fengyao, and assisting Guanhai and others from Qingzhou. Taishan County is an indispensable strategic stronghold. Its Liangfu Pass is one of the few formidable barriers within Yenzhou. As long as it is firmly guarded, it can effectively withstand incursions from Qing and Su provinces into Taishan. When the Yellow Turbans invaded Taishan County, they met their downfall at Liangfu Pass. Once they secure that critical pass, the conquest of Taishan County can only be achieved from within Yenzhou, conveniently adjacent to Jibei. Feichang is merely 100 miles from Fengao, and the route is a flat terrain. My lord, Su pondered and remarked, you previously mentioned that once our troops advance into Wuyan, Cao Cao's forces in Dongjun would surely launch a surprise attack on our rear. Now that Ke Xian has been reassigned, does this pose no issue? Zhang Jing waved his hand dismissively. Cao Cao has suffered a disastrous defeat. The troops in Dongjun, now entrenched in Jibei, are akin to a tree without roots. I anticipate that in a matter of hours, the soldiers of Dongjun will withdraw from Jibei. Moreover, should they wish to retreat now, it may not be as simple as they hope. I dispatched Yuan Shao to flank Cao Cao's forces 2 hours ago, and I believe they have already engaged. However, Zhang Jing had miscalculated this time. The forces of Xiahou Yuan and Chao Run, assaulting Feichang, had received the news of Cao Cao's defeat prior to Pei Yuan Shao's arrival, and were now in the process of retreating towards Dongjun. Your wisdom is unparalleled. Su, upon hearing this, appeared momentarily taken aback and respectfully clasped his fists towards Zhang Jing. Command Wang due to lead an army of 50,000, Zhang Jing continued to advance into Dongjun, reclaiming the counties along the southern bank of the Yellow River. We must not cross the river nor disturb the common folk. Lu Qing will be defended by Zhouzang, while Pei Yuan Shao will hold Feichang. Understood. A young messenger stepped forward, respectfully clasping his fists in acknowledgement. You may all disperse. Zhang Jing waved his hand and instructed, tomorrow, as you advance to various locations, feel free to spread the word. Wuyan has fallen, and Cao Cao is dead. Those who surrender shall not be held accountable for past actions. Zhang Jing was uncertain whether Cao Cao was truly dead, yet this did not hinder him from disseminating the news, aiming to undermine the confidence of the officials and soldiers across Yinzhou. We shall obey your command. The assembled men replied with reverence. At the third watch, a brilliant light illuminated Feichang. The sound of galloping hooves approached as several messengers rode forth, shouting, Wuyan has fallen. Our army has achieved a great victory. General K, please open the city gates. The soldiers atop the city wall, initially weary, felt a surge of excitement at the news. A great victory for our army? Is it true? Have we truly triumphed? Wuyan has fallen? Quickly, inform the general. Haha, we have won. The defenders of the city were now more exhilarated than when they had previously repelled the Han army's siege. Open the gates swiftly. Upon confirming the identity of the arrivals, Ke Xian waved his hand grandly. Welcome, brothers, into the city. In a short while, the messenger appeared before Ke Xian. Young brother, Ke Xian exclaimed, his face aglow. Pray tell, how did our soldiers breach the city? Has Cao Cao met his end? General K, the messenger replied respectfully. I have pressing duties and cannot linger. General Pei is on his way, transporting provisions, and he should arrive in a few hours. Indeed, I have been remiss. Ke Xian realized and joyfully responded. Then, young brother, first announce our great victory to the four corners, so that our comrades may rejoice. After the messenger departed, a wave of jubilation swept across Feichang. Have you heard? Our army has achieved a great victory and reclaimed Cao Cao's provisions. They say the supplies are piled high, enough for all to feast. Haha, the Han army is no more than this. We shall never lack for food again. In the side chamber of the governor's office in Wuyan, Cheng Yu, under the flickering candlelight, was diligently organizing the grain supplies within the city. 2 yards away from the table, Bianxi stood apprehensively, respectfully clasping his fists. I, as a subordinate, regret my inability to secure Cao Cao's head in battle. I humbly ask for the strategist's forgiveness. Has Cao Cao escaped? Cheng Yu, with his head bowed and a calm demeanor that betrayed no emotion, spoke in a monotone voice. Return to the strategist. Bianxi responded respectfully. Cao Cao has sustained grave injuries and, under the protection of a few riders, has managed to escape. However, one of his valiant generals and over 800 soldiers have fallen to our forces, including a scholar. Well done, General Bian. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yu finally lifted his gaze towards Bianxi, stroking his beard slowly as he inquired, have we retrieved the heads of that general and the scholar? Cheng Yu had previously laid 2 ambushes along the official road, one a feint and the other real, hoping that, should fortune favor them, they might be able to capture Cao Cao. Although he acknowledged the slim chances of success, he had not anticipated the unanticipated ease of the recent battle. Given the current circumstances, Cheng Yu felt a tinge of disappointment. However, Bianxi's success in eliminating 2 of Cao Cao's pivotal aides was still commendable. Outside, upon hearing Cheng Yu's words, Bianxi's expression brightened, and he hastily replied, I shall fetch them for the strategist at once. He understood that since the strategist had inquired about this, the matter of failing to slay Cao Cao could be considered behind them. In Dongjun, Qinggong's residence, as he gazed upon the bloodied heads before him, Cheng Yu felt no surprise, yet a sense of melancholy washed over him. It was known that Qinggong hailed from the illustrious Qin family of Dongyang, while Cheng Yu resided in Dongye, with merely the Yellow River separating them. Given the limited circle of distinguished scholars, they had crossed paths a few times. Yet fate had conspired against them, leading to this tragic outcome. In Dongjun, Lejin, and Luwenqian, Cheng Yu's lips pursed in disbelief. He had not anticipated that. Under his ambush, he would inadvertently claim the lives of two promising talents from his homeland, send them to the dungeon for Sun Yu. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Cheng Yu's eyes as he declared, "Even if Cao Cao escapes this time, he shall pose no future threat. I shall certainly advocate for the general before our lord. Your subordinate is grateful to the strategist." Bian Shi responded quickly with utmost respect. "Were it not for your brilliant strategy, I would not have achieved this success. Henceforth, should the strategist issue any command, your subordinate would face any peril without hesitation." Chapter 20, Guanhai of Qishou and the plight of Cao Cao on the 3rd day of the 12th month, following the fall of Wuyan City. At the hour of the horse. In Qishou, on the false mountains of Qi, a messenger from the Qihua army entered the main camp of the Yellow Turbans. In the grand hall of the wooden stockade, Guanhai sat at the head, with generals flanking him on either side. "Your subordinate pays homage to General Guan." The messenger respectfully clasped his fists towards Guanhai and announced, "By order of our lord, you are commanded to lead the army into Mount Tai and join General Wang Du in a pincer attack against Mount Taiyingshao." "I ask you," Guanhai replied, his brow furrowed, "after the demise of Commander Zhang Rao, has his son Zhang Jing succeeded him?" Guanhai, being an old subordinate of Zhang Rao, was well acquainted with Zhang Jing. When Zhang Rao had suffered defeat in Jizhou and returned to Qishou, he had been harassed by Kong Rong, prompting him to send Guanhai to assault Kong Rong while he himself took the majority of the troops to Yanzhou. The reason for going to Yanzhou was the dire need for provisions, as Qingzhou had been ravaged almost beyond recovery. Without food supplies, millions would perish from hunger. Thus, it was imperative to seek sustenance. The messenger respectfully reported, "After the passing of the esteemed General Tsushua, the Lord ascended to the throne, consolidating the various factions of the Taiping Dao under the guise of the Qihua army, recently defeating the inspector of Yanzhou, Cao Cao. Now, Yanzhou lies in a state of anarchy. The Lord seeks the assistance of the distinguished individuals of Yanzhou, intending to govern the region and distribute fertile land to the citizens of the Taiping Dao for their sustenance. He has specifically invited General Guan to proceed forth." As the messenger concluded, the sound of swallowing could be heard echoing in the hall. Is this truly the case? How does this contrast with prior reports? Does the Lord seek a place to ensure the people's peace? The generals engaged in fervent discussion, recalling that only a short while ago, they had received news of the dire situation faced by the large forces in Yanzhou. How could they have rallied so swiftly? The Qihua army? Guanhai suppressed the tumult within, his gaze fixed intently upon the messenger. "Indeed, Qihua is the very name of our army." The messenger nodded emphatically, stating, "Surely, General Guan is aware that the name of the Yellow Turbans is a notorious label bestowed upon us by the Han court, rather than our banner. The Lord has expressed that we are not rebels seeking chaos, but rather common folk striving for survival. By adopting the name Qihua, we aim for the world to truly recognize the Taiping Dao. If the feudal lords and the Han court deny us the right to live, we shall fight them to the bitter end." As the messenger's words resonated, the hall fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the sound of a pin dropping. They were all astounded by the weight of this name. Qihua, an evocative moniker that weighed heavily upon their hearts, simultaneously igniting their fervor. "Qihua, what a splendid name." Guanhai inhaled deeply, his expression complex as he declared, "The Taiping Dao must indeed adopt the name Qihua. I implore you, young brother, to convey this to the Lord. I, Guanhai, shall dutifully obey the military command. Soon, we shall mobilize our forces towards Mount Tai. Since Zhang Jing has achieved such a degree of success, he could not possibly sever ties with him. After all, he has rightfully claimed his position, uniting the factions and achieving a resounding victory over the court. It is only logical and just that Guanhai submit to him." Meanwhile, Zhang Jing's Qihua army began to march across several counties, and wherever they went, many small counties surrendered in fear. Cheng Yu remained stationed at Wuyan, directing Generals Geng Ling and Bian Shi as they besieged the powerful families of Wubao. Aided by siege engines, the strongholds fell one after another, and the number of tenants gathered soared into the tens of thousands. In the eastern region of Yenzhou, within the city of Puyang, brothers Xiahou Dun and Chao Ren convened once more. Any news from the Lord? Chao Ren inquired, his eyes reddened with concern. None. Xiahou Yuan shook his head gravely, anxiety swelling within him. Before Chao Ren could press further, Xiahou Dun gritted his teeth and exclaimed, I have received no word here either. Alas! Chao Ren sighed, his impatience causing him to pace, exclaiming, now that Zai and Zelian have perished in battle, and the Lord is unaccounted for. What are we to do? A heavy silence enveloped the gathering. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from outside, and a young officer rushed in, his face alight with joy. I bring news for the 3 generals. The Lord has returned from Xianxing and will arrive in half an hour. Clang. News of the Lord's return. Hurry, I must go to assist my lord. Upon hearing these words, Xiahou Dun and his companions immediately displayed expressions of unrestrained joy, disregarding everything else, and rushed out of the house towards the city gate. After a while, Xiahou Dun received the gravely injured Cao Cao. Witnessing Cao Cao's dire condition, Xiahou Dun's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. Has Yuan Rang arrived? Cao Cao's complexion was ashen as he squinted at Xiahou Dun and inquired, how many troops remain in Puyang? This was the foremost concern for Cao Cao at that moment. My lord, Xiahou Dun replied with a sense of shame, today I joined forces with the talented Zishu. Aside from the wounded, we still have 17,000 soldiers capable of battle. Only 17,000 left. Cao Cao's gaze dimmed momentarily before he spoke. To have nearly 20,000 troops is indeed remarkable. It is far superior to my forces from several years ago. Yuan Rang has done well. Let us return to the city first. After speaking, Cao Cao seemed to lose all strength and turned away, succumbing to slumber. Lord Gonglu. Xiahou Dun took a deep breath and turned to the equally injured soldiers beside him, asking, how did our lord end up in such dire straits? Can you share the details with me? The Gonglu he referred to was Cao Cao's retainer, Shi Huan, who had been promoted to a minor general in Cao Cao's central army. He was quite capable, and Xiahou Dun was somewhat familiar with him. The Yellow Turbans possess a type of stone-throwing machine. Enduring the pain, Shi Huan grit his teeth and replied, its power is astonishing, capable of devastating everything in its path. Even several sections of the city walls of Wancheng were destroyed by it. The defending soldiers, at last, faced 2 ambushes from the Yellow Turbans, and both Lord Gongtai and General Wenxian perished in battle. Of the few brothers who escorted our lord to escape, only 2 remain, and General Li Qian's fate is unknown. Upon hearing this, Xiahou Dun could not help but feel a chill within, realizing that the current Yellow Turbans were unlike any encountered before. They wielded not only stone-throwing machines, but also displayed adeptness in siege, encirclement, and ambush tactics. Everything was executed with such precision, devoid of any semblance of ragtag bandits, as if our lord were confronted by an army commanded by renowned generals. From that moment on, Xiahou Dun entirely shed his underestimation of the Yellow Turbans. Report. Just as Xiahou Dun was lost in thought, a soldier hastily approached, his expression fraught with anxiety, reporting to General Xiahou, urgent military news has arrived from Fan County. The Yellow Turban rebels are advancing towards Puyang from the East County. What? Xiahou Dun's expression shifted dramatically, and he urgently inquired, did the scouts know how many Yellow Turbans have entered the East County? The soldier respectfully replied, the scouts report at least 100,000 Yellow Turbans. Nonsense. Xiahou Dun's face turned pale with dread. At that moment, he was at a loss for what to do, bellowing, immediately return to the city at full speed. Once our lord regains clarity, we shall devise a plan. Chapter 21. Liu Bei, my second brother, is undefeated in the world. The following morning, as Cao Cao awoke, Zhang Jing had already led his army to the gates of Puyang. Puyang must not fall, or I shall not return alive. Supported by Cao Ren. Cao Cao gazed at the enraged Yellow Turbans outside the city, and, with a flushed face, commanded, relay orders to all troops to cross the Puyang ferry and retreat to the north of the Yellow River. Zishu, you must quickly dispatch a group to Qinlu and ensure my family is sent to Qingzhou. The enmity between the Yellow Turbans and myself shall be avenged another day. With that, Cao Cao turned away from the city walls, no longer glancing outside. The subordinates acknowledged their orders respectfully. An hour later, the Cao army had vacated the premises. Simaju. Zhang Jing stood in the position previously occupied by Cao Cao and commanded, now that Puyang has fallen and the Cao army has retreated north, I assign you the task of leading 20,000 troops to escort the populace and provisions south of the Yellow River in Dongjun to Wuyan. Subsequently, You shall establish a garrison at Rinqing to guard the vital route at Kangfu. Kangfu County, located within the territory of Rinqing and Yinzhou, had been rendered a no-man's land following the demise of its former governor at the hands of Zhang Rao. The Kangfu route served as a crucial thoroughfare connecting Yinzhou and Xuzhou. The reports described Kangfu's perilous terrain, where vehicles could not traverse in a straight line, and horses could not walk side by side. 100 men could defend the pass, yet 1,000 would hesitate to cross. With Cao Cao now retreating to Hebei, Zhang Jing too had to commence the reorganization of troops and the stabilization of the populace. The remaining counties in Yinzhou were under the governance of various officials: Chunlu's governor, Zhang Miao, Jin's governor, Wu Zi, and Taishan's governor, Ing Xiao. Meanwhile, the governors of Shanyang, Yuan Yi, Jibei, Baoexine, Rincheng, Zheng Sui, Dongping, Lizan, and Dongjun, Xiahou Dun, had either perished or departed from Yinzhou, posing no threat to the Qihua army. Your orders are received. Sima Zhu replied with a fist salute. In Yinzhou, Dongjun, at the Su Province military camp in Fagan County, Tao Qian listened to his subordinate's report, momentarily taken aback, his face a mask of astonishment. You say Cao Cao has been defeated, yet he retains his fortified city and has been driven out by the Yellow Turbans? Indeed, my lord, the subordinate replied, his face reflecting disbelief. According to the scouts under your command, it is true. The fleeing soldiers of Cao Cao claim that the Yellow Turbans have mastered a siege weapon far more powerful than the catapult. The subordinate was uncertain of the truth, but the likelihood of the news being accurate was quite high. What audacity these brigands possess, Tao Qian murmured, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Xiao Bao, coming to his senses, expressed his concern. My lord, should we dispatch troops across the river to join forces with Cao Cao against the Yellow Turbans? My lord, that would be unwise. Xiao Bao interjected hastily. The weather is severely cold, making it ill-suited for military campaigns. Moreover, our purpose here is to assist Lord Gong. While Cao Cao is clearly a pawn of Yuan Shao, engaging the Yellow Turbans may seem to align with the righteousness of the court, but it would undoubtedly embroil you in injustice. Consider this. If Cao Cao were to subdue the Yellow Turbans, would he allow us to remain stationed here? It is likely he would ally with Yuan Shao to expel us from Yinzhou. Xiao Bao, hailing from a prominent family in Xuzhou, felt a profound sense of insecurity amidst the conflict. He believed that attacking the Yellow Turbans was unnecessary and merely an exercise in futility. That is a valid point. Tao Qian contemplated before responding. Very well. Upon your return, convey a message to Generals Wu. If Generals Wu mobilizes troops to Yinzhou, I shall dispatch forces to cooperate. My lord is most astute. Xiao Bao replied with respect. Go now, Tao Qian instructed. From this point forward, maintain a close watch on the situation in Yinzhou. Our troops must remain combat-ready at all times, without the slightest hint of laxity. Your orders are received. Xiao Bao responded, bowing as he took his leave. In matters concerning the Yellow Turbans, Tao Qian was merely putting on a fade before his subordinates, for he was, after all, the inspector of Xuzhou. As Xiao Bao had rightly pointed out, should Cao Cao emerge victorious, it would be impossible for him to remain in Yinzhou. A clash between the two factions was inevitable. In Qingzhou, in the Pingyuan County, in the city of Gaotang, Liu Bei's troops were stationed by the banks of the Luo River. Had Cao Cao been defeated? Liu Bei gazed at the messenger, his eyes filled with confusion and astonishment. Brother, exclaimed Zhang Fei, stout with a fierce gaze and a robust physique. I perceive that Cao Cao is merely a fade of strength, all show but no substance. Consider just a month ago. Tens of thousands of Yellow Turbans besieged Dongchang of Beihai, and with merely 3,000 infantry and cavalry, we sent them fleeing in disarray. The Yellow Turbans of Yinzhou were no match for our forces from Qingzhou. Cao Cao boasts of having tens of thousands of elite soldiers, yet he cowers behind his walls, utterly vanquished by the Yellow Turbans, proving himself a complete failure. Just months ago, he suffered defeat at their hands, and then you defended him, brother. What now do you have to say? Zhang Fei's words left Liu Bei in silence. Brother. Noticing Liu Bei's reticence, Guan Yu, tall and dignified with a flowing beard, garbed in green attire, hurriedly interjected, if you grant me 3,000 infantry and an additional 500 axe-wielders, I shall certainly breach Yinzhou and relieve Cao Cao's siege. My second brother is unmatched in the world. Liu Bei pondered for a moment before shaking his head and responding, I am indeed aware. Yet my esteemed brother Br Gui suffered defeat at the hands of Yuan Shao just a month prior, and our forces are in a precarious state. As a guest under my brother's command, how could I rashly deploy troops? Moreover, I have long heard that Cao Cao and Yuan Shao are allies. To intervene on Cao Cao's behalf would certainly complicate matters for my brother. Alas, as he spoke, Liu Bei seemed to recall something, sighing, I wonder when I, Liu Bei, shall find a place to stand firm. Humph. Zhang Fei, seeing Liu Bei's distress, retorted indignantly, Brother, I say this. Gong Sanzan does not trust us. Look at how he attacks Jizhou, appointing Tian Kai as the governor of Qingzhou, Shan Jing as the governor of Yanzhou, and Yin Gang as the governor of Jizhou. Brother, you have served under Gong Sanzan for 3 years and labored for over 2 years, yet what benefits have you reaped? He has completely overlooked you. Look at those governors he appointed. None are worthy in either scholarship or martial skill. What are they good for? Third brother, do not speak so recklessly. Liu Bei interrupted, sensing Zhang Fei's escalating fervor. This matter cannot solely be blamed on my brother Gui. We are merely guests under his command, not sworn vassals. It is only natural for there to be distinctions in loyalty. Shan Jing, Tian Kai, and Yin Gang are all men of great talent and strategy, far beyond what I, Liu Bei, can claim. Third brother, Liu Bei looked at Zhang Fei and shook his head. Such words should not be spoken again. But brother, Zhang Fei insisted, I only wish to see you untroubled. Liu Bei smiled warmly, sincerely replying, now, with 8,000 soldiers under my command, bringing peace to the people of Gaodang, and with my brothers by my side, I find contentment. Chapter 22, Yuan Shu. I have misjudged Cao Cao. As the harsh winter winds howled outside the city of Dingao in Yanzhou, Zhang Jing and Su He united their forces, totaling 60,000 troops with 300 catapults positioned by the moat. Only awaiting the command from Zhang Jing, the once tranquil and solemn city of Dingtao would be transformed into a battlefield engulfed in flames of war. Su He. Zhang Jing gazed at the distant city and said calmly, send someone to the city gates to greet the Han governor. If he is willing to surrender, our army shall refrain from using force. As you command. Su He responded with a smile, clasping his fists in acknowledgement before departing to make arrangements. A moment later, a contingent of soldiers, shields in hand, approached the city gates and halted 50 paces away. The governor of Dingtao has come out to speak. A young officer called out, glancing up at the city towers. I am Wu Zi, the Lord of Jin, a middle-aged man, clad in the official attire of a governor and bearing a square face, emerged amidst a throng of guards, bellowing, You Yellow Turbans dare to invade our territory, inciting the wrath of the people. If you do not retreat now, you shall face the onslaught of the imperial forces. You are the Jin governor, Wu Zi? The young officer retorted mockingly, Do not indulge in such alarmist rhetoric. Your governor, Cao Cao of Yanzhou, is dead, and even Puyang has fallen to our forces. My lord is benevolent. I have come to persuade you to surrender, and our army shall refrain from bloodshed. Otherwise, should we attack the city, the stones shall rain down, and Dingao will be reduced to dust. Humph. Wu Zi scoffed. The death of Cao Cao has nothing to do with me, the governor of Jin. If your Yellow Turbans possess the capability, then come and attack. Here is my head. If you are able, take it. With that, Wu Zi drew a sturdy bow and, with great effort, loosed an arrow towards the young officer. Humph. We shall see. The young officer deflected the arrow with his shield and, after delivering his final threats, withdrew his troops. Wu Zi. Zhang Jing observed everything with a calm demeanor, feeling little emotion. The act of persuasion was akin to Guan Yu striking at jujubes. Whether or not they bore fruit, one must first strike thrice. He was also aware of Wu Zi's affiliations. He belonged to the faction of Yuan Shu or the aristocratic lineage, harboring no fondness for Cao Cao. In his past life, he had defended Dingao without yielding, even to Cao Cao. As the drums of war sounded, the stone-throwing machines commenced their operation. In a mere moment, the city walls of Dingao were riddled with holes, and the soldiers atop them found themselves in disarray. Half an hour later, Zhang Jing ordered the entire army to assault the city. Under the cover of stone projectiles, the defending forces, numbering barely over 10,000, were overwhelmed by the desperate soldiers. Kill if you must. I swear I shall not surrender. Wu Zi, disheveled and bloodied, was brought before Zhang Jing by the soldiers. Excellent. Zhang Jing nodded in agreement and ordered, Inform Su He that Jin Governor Wu Zi fiercely resisted our army, resulting in heavy casualties among our ranks. Capture Wu Zi's entire family, regardless of age, and execute them publicly at the West Gate Market. Yes, a young officer responded respectfully. You treacherous general. May you meet a grim fate. You shall not escape your doom. Wu Zi's face twisted in horror as he was dragged away, his anguished cries echoing in Zhang Jing's ears. Hee hee. Zhang Jing chuckled softly, continuing towards the governor's residence, murmuring, "What does it matter if one meets a grim fate? In this chaotic era, among countless souls, there may be one who departs in peace. Why should I fear that? Having embarked on this path, there is no turning back, nor do I disdain to look back. Blocking my path, do not presume that I would hesitate to eliminate even a mere governor and his 3 clans. Even should it be a sage with 9 clans, I would still strike." Upon contemplating these thoughts, Zhang Jing's gaze cleared, and his steps became considerably lighter. In Yuzhou, within the jurisdiction of Runan County, at the governor's grand hall, a multitude of officials clad in formal attire stood in orderly rows. The atmosphere hushed as if awaiting the arrival of a significant figure. Shortly thereafter, a tall man, measuring 8 feet, adorned in brocade, with a belt of exquisite jade, and possessing a handsome countenance with elongated eyes, strode briskly into the hall. "We pay our respects to the Lord." Upon seeing the newcomer, the assembly of officials bowed deeply and exclaimed in unison, "Everyone, please rise." Ha ha. The newcomer appeared quite pleased, his smile unwavering as he entered the hall, opting not to take his seat, but instead lifting a cup of tea from the central table to sip. "Ha ha ha. You have all heard the news, haven't you?" After taking a sip, he scanned the assembly with a smile and remarked, "That Cao Cao of Yenzhou has actually been defeated by the Yellow Turbans, suffering not only losses in troops but also capturing the talented Sun Yu as a prisoner of war. When I first received the news, I nearly burst into laughter." After his laughter subsided, Yuan Shu, with a face full of regret, confessed, "It was my misjudgment of Cao Cao, truly my error. Cao Cao's defeat at the hands of the Yellow Turbans does not reflect poorly on our lord." General Ji Ling interjected with a puzzled expression. "Could it be that our lord failed to discern Cao Cao's true capabilities?" "Nay," Yuan Shu replied, his face aglow. "What I did not anticipate was Cao Cao's sheer foolishness. He believed that having a few supporters would embolden him to assume the position of governor in Yenzhou. How many Yellow Turbans are there? 1,000,000, indeed 1,000,000. Even if he were to slay 100,000 pigs, it would take him 10 to 8 years. Ha ha ha. Truly our lord speaks wisely." With Yuan Shu's conclusion, the atmosphere within the hall transformed into one of merriment. "I have also heard that Cao Cao dared to attempt to subdue that 1,000,000-strong Yellow Turban army. Now that he has been defeated, it indeed confirms our lord's assertion that Cao Mingde is exceedingly foolish. Ha. This incident with Cao Mingde shall surely become a tale worth recounting." As the officials chimed in, Yuan Shu's expression turned solemn. "I was mistaken. Ultimately, I misjudged him. I initially believed that Cao Cao would emerge as a fleeting hero, yet I did not foresee his terrifying folly. Had I known this, I ought to have commanded my subordinates to expel Cao Mingde during the Lord's assembly. Now, with Cao Mingde's dismal defeat at the hands of the Yellow Turbans, he has truly brought shame upon the lords. Thankfully, I had no desire for the title of leader, otherwise I would be utterly humiliated." Yuan Shu felt a wave of relief wash over him and continued, "In the end, Cao Mingde is merely a dog to a baseborn child, truly exemplifying that saying." "What saying, my lord?" Ji Ling's face was marked with curiosity. "From afar, a dog. Up close, Cao Mingde." Yuan Shu replied nonchalantly, "Splendid. How astute, my lord. Indeed. The comparison is inexpressibly clever. You are truly gifted. Very well, let us return to the matter at hand." Upon returning to his position, Yuan Shu's complexion improved, and he waved his hand, saying, "Now that Cao Cao has been defeated by the Yellow Turbans, it brings us countless advantages and no drawbacks. Thus, regarding the situation in Yenzhou, we merely need to sharpen our blades and await developments. As long as Yenzhou does not fall into Cao Cao's hands, we need not rush. Even if the Yellow Turbans occupy the entirety of Yenzhou, taking it will merely require a gesture from us. However, we are ultimately officials of the imperial court." At this point, Yuan Shu shifted his tone, adding, "Moreover, Governor Jin of Yenzhou has already pledged allegiance to us. So it would be unwise to allow the Yellow Turbans to run rampant. Therefore, I have made a decision. After the spring plowing next year, we shall march on Yenzhou to assist Governor Jin in reclaiming military and political control." Jin Shang, expressing gratitude, quickly bowed and said, "I am willing to face any peril for your excellency." The assembled civil and military officials had no objections to Yuan Shu's resolution. Chapter 23. Han Hao is executed. Eugene surrenders in the 3rd year of the initial peace, on the 5th day of the 12th month, in Yenzhou. At the city of Wancheng in Dongping, Cheng Yu, dressed in plain attire and gripping a battle blade with a stoic expression, entered the prison where the scions of prominent families were held, flanked by 2 rows of soldiers. Approaching the cells, he found Sun Yu, whose face was ashen, lips cracked, and countenance withered. Qingzhou. Upon seeing Cheng Yu, Sun Yu rasped, "I am now trapped in this prison. You may kill or torture me as you please. But why do you torment me so? Such actions are unbecoming of a gentleman." After speaking, Sun Yu glanced at the 4 heads neatly arranged in the corner of the cell, belonging to Chao Hong, Lu Jin, Chen Gong, and Chao Chun. At this point, Sun Yu had long abandoned hope of escaping alive. He merely wished for a swift end. Zhangda. With Sun Yu's words, another prisoner, his face a mixture of fear and hope, cried out, "It's me, I'm Shui Fong. Do you remember me? We fought side by side against the enemy. Why have you imprisoned us here? Was it not promised that those who surrender would not be killed? I am willing to surrender." "Yes, Zhangda, we also wish to surrender. Please, give us something to eat, or we shall starve to death." Cheng Yu's expression remained cold as he replied, "Indeed. I have said that those who surrender shall not be killed, but are you not alive now? You all hail from prominent families. If I were to release you without restraint, you would surely become a future threat to my army." Since taking command of Liancheng, he had dispatched Generals Gung Ling and Bian Shi to lead troops against the prominent families in the surrounding states. Now, the descendants of numerous clans, including the Wang family of Shanyang, the Liu family of Dongping, the Dai family, the Liu family of Rincheng, the El family, the Yang family of Taishan, the Hu family, the Shui family of Dong'e, and the Yin family of Jibei, along with Sun Yu from Luqing, were all imprisoned here. The army, now seeking to survive in Yanzhou, had been receiving frequent reports of victories and was unstoppable. As the chief strategist and overseer, Cheng Yu dealt with matters that were many times more numerous than those of Zhang Jing. His visit today was also to seek out individuals of potential use. These scions of prominent families, regardless of their other abilities, possessed the fundamental skills of literacy and comprehension. However, Cheng Yu believed that employing them would require some clever maneuvering. "Zhangda, you worry too much," Shui Fong promptly exclaimed. "We sincerely submit, and from now on, we shall abide by our duties, daring not to entertain any improper thoughts." "I, Shui Fong, am willing to swear by the heavens." "We are also willing to swear, esteemed Mr. Zhangda. We beseech you to spare our lives." As the commotion in the prison escalated, a soldier, brandishing his sword, bellowed, "Silence." The scions of various noble families, upon hearing this, hastily quieted down, casting anxious glances towards Cheng Yu. "In truth, I have come here today." Cheng Yu strolled between the prison cells and spoke calmly. "I am not here to escort you on your final journey, but rather to bring matters to a conclusion. Your confinement here is also a choice I was compelled to make. The Han Dynasty is crumbling. Across the realm, heroes rise up. The feudal lords sharpen their swords, and the inevitability of conflict and strife has taken root. My lord thrives in times of peace, striving to unify the people of the Taiping Dao, seeking to sustain life in this world. Throughout the Central Plains and in Yinzhou, the desire to bring peace to the people is paramount. The former inspector Cao Cao suffered losses under my lord's command, retreating with his remnants into Hebei, a tale of the struggle for survival. As the saying goes, when the Han loses its deer, the world chases after it. My lord possesses both remarkable talent and grand strategy. He can command armies and nurture the populace. Since ancient times, wise birds choose the tree they perch upon, and virtuous ministers select their lords. I have come here today." At this juncture, Cheng Yu paused, surveying the prisoners within the cells, and continued, "It is for my lord that I seek out wise ministers and like-minded companions. Those among you who wish to serve and seek sustenance may leave this prison and dedicate yourselves to my lord. For those who refuse, I shall still provide sustenance, ensuring you remain well-fed within these confines." With those words, Cheng Yu departed the prison. Sun Yu pursed his lips, choosing not to voice his thoughts or raise a clamor. Meanwhile, among the many noble families within the prison, the urgency of survival diminished somewhat upon hearing of the provision of food. As for serving the Qihua army, most held deep-seated reservations. In their eyes, the Qihua army, emerging from the Yellow Turbans' Taiping Dao, was merely a band of rebels. After all, submission and lurking in the shadows were 2 entirely different matters. Nevertheless, despite their reluctance, many expressed their willingness to serve and thus leave the prison for various reasons. On another note, after Cheng Yu left the cells, he did not depart immediately, but instead went to the area where surrendered generals were held. There, he found more than a dozen Chao army officers, among whom 2 held the highest esteem, Han Hao and Eugene. According to Cheng Yu, These two had been discovered amidst the battlefield cleanup, their survival a testament to their fortitude. Upon Cheng Yu's arrival, he repeated his earlier message almost verbatim. With one alteration, refusal would mean death. Traitor, Han Hao retorted sharply, if you think to persuade me, Han Yuensi, to join the rebels, you would do well to abandon that hope. Since my service began, I have shed countless blood of bandits, should I surrender to the rebels. It would be the greatest joke of all. General Han, why not surrender? I, Eugene, am willing to submit. Eugene, upon hearing Cheng Yu's words, hesitated little. He hailed from humble beginnings and had no notable achievements prior to his military service. Originally, I harbored hopes of earning General Wang Lang's esteem, believing that I would surely achieve greatness in the future. However, I was met with the tragic news of his death on the battlefield. Now, as a captive, I understand better than anyone the significance of survival. I refuse to succumb to a cowardly demise. We are willing to surrender, except for Han Hao, the other young generals. Upon witnessing Eugene's capitulation, felt no burden in following suit and requested to yield as well. Do you still possess loyalty and righteousness in your hearts? Before Han Hao could finish, Cheng Yu interrupted, commanding, drag this man out and execute him. Afterward, send his head to Sun Yu and keep the body. I shall have use for it. Yes. The soldiers accompanying Cheng Yu responded with respectful gestures, then waved their hands to escort Han Hao away. It is merely death. Han Hao, with a resolute expression, laughed maniacally, proclaiming, you traitorous scoundrels fail to recognize the grace of heaven. When spring arrives next year, you shall all accompany me to the afterlife. Cheng Yu, ignoring Han Hao's words, issued a command to the soldiers and turned to leave. Meanwhile, on the other side, a soldier, clutching a severed head, tossed it into Sun Yu's cell, taunting, here you go, the talent of Wang Zhuo. We've brought you a new guest. Yuanzi. Upon recognizing the face, Sun Yu's heart twisted in pain, his expression shifting dramatically. Like him, Han Hao was a military scribe, renowned among the lords, and held a significant position within Cao Cao's army. Chapter 24. Cheng Yu, prepare the meal and distribute it to the prisoners with the arrival of Han Hao's head. The once hesitant scions of noble families tightened their expressions, their previous hopes dissipating entirely, and many hastily requested to leave their cells. Outside the prison, within a heavily guarded courtyard, Cheng Yu sat beneath the eaves, quietly savoring tea while flanked by 2 rows of soldiers. The time has nearly come. Upon seeing Eugene and the noble youths enter the courtyard, Cheng Yu, his face devoid of emotion, stated, bring Han Hao's corpse here, prepare it as food, and deliver it to the prisoners, excluding Sun Yu. Anyone who refuses to partake shall face the same fate, and the food shall be shared with others. Gulp. At Cheng Yu's words, even the soldiers yearning for survival could not help but swallow hard. What? Cheng Yu, noticing the soldiers still in shock, remarked, are you hungry too? No, my lord. The young general hastily denied, suppressing his discomfort, and respectfully stated, I shall attend to it at once. As one who emerged from the Yellow Turban rebellion, he had certainly heard tales of cannibalism, yet had never witnessed it firsthand. Now, he was on the verge of experiencing it. When Eugene and the others saw a headless corpse being carried into the courtyard, some recognized it and were about to exclaim, only to quickly cover their mouths. Cheng Yu, rising to gaze at the corpse, said softly, when Sun Yu joined our army, my lord asked him if he wished to surrender. Sun Yu replied, as one who eats the Han's salary, I shall be a minister of Han. My lord laughed and scolded him for his naivety. If the founder of the Han, Liu Bang, had even a fraction of Sun Yu's loyalty, the Liu family would not have enjoyed 4 centuries of dominion. He even mocked Sun Yu for his ignorance regarding the source of the salary. At that time, I too harbored doubts, until my lord elucidated that your stipends are derived from the people's flesh and blood, which awakened me to the truth. In the Central Plains, for nearly several decades, natural disasters abound, with famine and flood incessantly plaguing the populace, who already struggle to survive. Yet, despite these hardships, officials continue to take up their posts across the land, exploiting the common people further and fabricating excuses to extract the last morsel of grain from their mouths. These officials revel in their power, indulging in exquisite feasts daily, growing fat and complacent, while the remaining provisions are dispatched to the court, which in turn pays the officials their salaries. With these salaries, the officials are bound to serve the court. Thus, the origin of their stipends is revealed. But who among the common folk has witnessed their suffering, and how many genuinely care for the plight of the people? Then emerged the illustrious and virtuous sage. For the livelihood of the masses, This great sage rallied the citizens of the 8 provinces of the Central Plains to challenge the Liu family's 4th-century reign. Though the sage ultimately faced defeat, our sovereign praised him, declaring him worthy of being a vanguard for kings. Today, our sovereign's army seeks to survive, aiming to restore peace amidst chaos, to establish an era of prosperity where the people are no longer subjected to exploitation. Therefore, Zhang Yu spoke solemnly, in our army, there is no Han stipend. We only have unity and courage. Those who seek the Han's rewards, like Sun Yu, are the ones who consume what you see before you. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, those soldiers who had been nervously preparing ingredients felt their eyes redden, and they began their tasks with renewed vigor, treating the ingredients as if they were mere livestock. For Zhang Yu had spoken of the common folk who were oppressed, overtaxed, and stripped of their grain to fill the officials' coffers. They were indeed those very people, now that you have chosen to serve. Zhang Yu addressed the pallid and uneasy Eugene and others. You may bring your family members from prison. Arrangements will be made for them. I hope you will act with caution and diligence, as we all strive together for our cause. Half an hour later, the assembly at the governor's office commenced. After speaking, Zhang Yu departed from the courtyard. We shall certainly remember your words, sir. The assembly replied, their hearts chilled, bowing in respectful acknowledgement. At this moment, all distractions faded from their minds, and they resolved to obediently follow orders, for survival was of utmost importance. In Qingzhou County, at the governor's hall, Zhang Miao, clad in a deep blue robe, leaned over his desk attending to state affairs. My lord, an official entered respectfully, bowing. The family of Qiao Shijun has safely left the city under the protection of Xiao Yuan. Alas, Zhang Miao sighed as he set down his writing brush. With Mingda's defeat, what am I to do? Qiao had taken control of Yenzhou, and Zhang Miao had acquiesced to this arrangement. His relationship with Qiao not one of subordination, but of co-governance. For a time, Qiao had even been like a younger brother to Zhang Miao. Now, with Qiao's army vanquished and driven from Yenzhou, Zhang Miao, despite his reputation for having 8 kitchens and a retinue of 20,000 soldiers, could not disguise his ignorance of military affairs. My lord, the official hesitated and said, why not seek assistance? The Lord of Hanoi and the Left General of Renan are both on good terms with you. The Left General has long coveted Yenzhou. Moreover, the Imperial Envoy is also in Renan. If you request aid, I am certain that both the Lord and the Left General would lead their armies here, and it would not be impossible for Qianlu to find refuge under the Left General's command. The Yuan family, with 4 generations of distinguished officials, has their former students and staff scattered throughout the land. The elder leader, Yuan Wei, and the new generation's military figure, Yuan Ji, have both been executed by Dong Zhuo in Luoyang. Presently, the Yuan family's facade is upheld by the 2 brothers, Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu. Currently, Yuan Shu wields great power in Yuzhou and Nanyang of Qingzhou, commanding a formidable army. His status as a legitimate heir of the Yuan family has attracted many officials to ally with him, including Zhang Miao. Zhang Miao's proximity to Yuan Shu stems from his earlier offense against Yuan Sha during the Lord's Alliance, which led Yuan Sha to command Qiao to kill him. However, Qiao could not bear to do so and informed Zhang Miao of the circumstances, thus sowing enmity between Zhang Miao and Yuan Shao, ultimately drawing him closer to Yuan Shu. Just as Zhang Miao was resolved to seek assistance, a commander hurried in. Panic etched on his face as he clasped his fists and exclaimed, my lord, dire news. It has come from Jiang that the Yellow Turbans have recently captured Dingtao. Its governor, Wu Zi, was executed along with his family for leading a resistance. The Yellow Turbans are now advancing towards Qingzhou, and I implore you to make a swift decision. What? Dingtao has fallen? Zhang Miao gasped, his countenance darkening. If even Wu Zi has perished, how many troops do the Yellow Turbans possess? Reporting to you, my lord, the messenger replied, anxiety evident in his tone. The news from Jiang states that the Yellow Turbans have marched with the populace, numbering no less than 200,000. Dingtao's defenses are strong, rivaling those of Qingzhou. I urge you to make arrangements promptly. Chapter 25. Zhao Chong, Dian Wei, Yuan Shao, and Qiao. It is over. Zhang Miao murmured in disbelief. If the Yellow Turbans can seize Dingtao in a single day, we shall surely be unable to hold Qingzhou. My lord, we must retreat, the messenger urged. Panic in his eyes. It is already too late to seek assistance. Within 2 days, the Yellow Turbans will undoubtedly be at our gates, and we shall find ourselves trapped. Just as Wu Zi did. Zhao Chang's words hold merit. Zhang Miao nodded solemnly. The Yellow Turbans are formidable, and with siege weaponry in their possession, We cannot defend Qingzhou. It is prudent to preserve our strength and ensure our survival. Zhao Chong served as Zhang Miao's military advisor. Though his official rank was modest, the position of military advisor was typically the highest military role under most governors. Only a few prefectures had higher military titles, such as cavalry commanders or generals, which emerge only under specific circumstances, like the current chaotic times. Now, even military advisors were contemplating retreat. Zhang Miao understood that staying to defend the city would lead to certain death. My lord is wise, Zhao Chong remarked, relief washing over his face as he clasped his fists. I shall make the necessary arrangements at once. Wait, Zhao Sima. As Zhao Chong turned, another official hurriedly called out to him and then addressed Zhang Miao, saying, My lord, you are the governor of Qingzhou and a participant in the Alliance of Lords, commanding an army of 20,000. In the face of the Yellow Turbans, should you choose to depart now, it may tarnish your reputation. It would be wise to leave some soldiers to defend Qingzhou while you lead your elite troops to Yuzhou for assistance. This way, not only will you provide an explanation to the court, but you will also preserve your illustrious name. Indeed, that is reasonable. Zhang Miao nodded gravely upon hearing this, then added with authority, Zhao Chong, proceed according to the arrangements of the registrar. Let us leave 5,000 men behind and assign a junior general to guard the city. We shall depart tonight. As for the elite troops, it is merely a matter of nomenclature. Those we take with us will be regarded as Zhang Miao's elite, bolstered by the reputation of the 8 kitchens. Wherever I go, I am assured of commendation. Understood. Zhao Chong replied respectfully. Back in the military camp, Zhao Chong first summoned his aides to begin preparations, then called upon a robust young general. Dian Wei, Zhao Chong said with a serious expression. Reports from Jiang indicate that the Yellow Turbans have breached Dingtao and will soon lay siege to Qingzhou. What of that? Dian Wei responded with bold confidence. If the Yellow Turbans come, we shall fight. Indeed, I have not misjudged your character. Zhao Chong expressed his approval of Dian Wei's demeanor. The Lord has decided that we shall hold Qingzhou firmly. Our 20,000 troops will be divided into camps, with 5,000 in each for rotation. Duke Zhao. Dian Wei scratched his head. Why are you telling me this? I am merely a squad leader. Haha, Dian Wei, you are being modest. Zhao Chong continued to persuade him. I am well aware of your prowess. I have recommended you to the Lord, and from this day forth, you are to be the military marquis, responsible for guarding the eastern gate. Haha, Duke Zhao has a keen eye? Dian Wei's spirits lifted at this news, and he regarded Zhao Chong with newfound admiration. Enough. Zhao Chong feigned anger. Once you descend, remember to be humble and diligent in your service to the court, ensuring the safety of the eastern gate. Rest assured, Duke Zhao. Dian Wei thumped his chest confidently. With me, Dian Wei, at the eastern gate, it shall be secure beyond measure. With that, Dian Wei strode away, his heart filled with satisfaction. Such a simpleton. After Dian Wei left, Zhao Chong shed his pretense, rubbing his head as he pondered the matters ahead. In Qingzhou, outside Huacheng, the area was now crowded with over 300,000 soldiers and civilians, most of whom were common folk swept along by the beggar army, many of whom had followed voluntarily. Fortunately, the beggar army provided ample porridge, and having departed from the main forces, ordinary civilians found it exceedingly difficult to survive, causing the ranks to swell like a rolling snowball. This approach, undoubtedly, was inhumane. Zhang Jing found himself powerless against it. Yet he steadfastly believed in the righteousness of his actions, convinced that only through such means could he save more lives. My lord, Su He, holding a map, said gravely, we are but 10 miles from Banshui. Once we cross it, we shall reach Qingzhou in less than 20 miles. However, the currents of Banshui are swift. In the gentle stretches of the river, where its width spans several hundred paces and no bridges exist within a dozen miles, our army, accompanied by the civilians, faces a significant delay should we wish to cross. Currently, they are stationed at the outer Huang city. If we do not traverse the turbulent waters, we are left with no choice but to take a lengthy detour, extending our journey by nearly 100 miles. The complications of crossing the river are equally formidable. The army shall utilize the minor Huang official road. Zhang Jing, having taken the map, observed it for a moment before raising his gaze and declaring, dispatch 20,000 troops, taking all the civilians to Wuyuan. We shall reserve provisions for 7 days and proceed lightly towards Qingzhou. Once we have captured Qingzhou, we shall not linger there for long. We must return to Wuyuan before the middle of the month. Time, for Zhang Jing, is far more precious than gold. I shall obey your command. Su responded respectfully, cupping his fists. Zhang Jing's countenance grew solemn as he pondered. I wonder how well Zhang De has prepared the provisions. Throughout his journey, he had acquired a considerable amount of grain, but the more he obtained, the greater the need for its usage. For instance, a household that stored 3 months' worth of provisions would now be under his purview. And Zhang Jing would have to sustain that family for a full 6 months without accounting for any losses, effectively costing him 3 months' worth of rations. Only the prominent families could truly possess surplus grain. Consequently, all matters regarding Qingzhou's grain collection would become exceedingly crucial. 2 hours later, Zhang Jing led nearly 40,000 troops, equipped with siege engines and provisions, embarking once more in Qingzhou, Wei County. Upon learning of Cao Cao's devastating defeat and his retreat to Neiwang County, Yuan Shao hastened to his side, within the confines of a well-appointed tent in Cao Cao's camp. Although his injuries had stabilized, Cao Cao's haggard appearance was a clear indication of his poor condition. Mengde, Yuan Shao said, gazing at the reclining Cao Cao with genuine concern, his eyes slightly reddened as he spoke with righteous fervor. Rest assured, now that you are in Qingzhou, focus on your recovery. As for your wife and children, leave them in my care. I shall treat them as my own kin. Do not overthink matters. Your healing is of utmost importance. Those detestable Yellow Turban rebels are like a centipede that, though mortally wounded, continues to writhe. I can scarcely contain my desire to lead troops personally to avenge you in Yanzhou. As he spoke, Yuan Shao's otherwise dignified features twisted with genuine anger. This was indeed the case. Yuan Shao had always regarded Cao Cao as a younger brother and now viewed him as a crucial ally against Yuan Shu. The magnitude of this defeat had significant repercussions, affecting even Yuan Shao himself. Brother Benshu, your intentions are deeply appreciated, Cao Cao replied, his eyes filled with gratitude. However, the situation in Yanzhou is intricately linked to that in Qingzhou. You must not act impulsively, otherwise, I shall find it difficult to rest easy. Chapter 26, Dianwei, wait. You must first surrender. The following day at dusk, in Qinlu of Yanzhou, Zhang Jing led his army of 40,000 desperate soldiers to the city's gates. After a brief respite, the decision was made to launch a night assault. It must be said that the momentum of victory is an intangible yet palpably existing force. Since the inception of the desperate army, victorious in a series of battles, the morale of the troops soared to an alarming height. Previously, an attack on a grand city such as Qinlu would have necessitated an army of at least 100,000. Yet now, only 40,000 soldiers approached, their display of might surpassing that of past forces. It seemed that if Zhang Jing were to issue the command to assault the city, the soldiers would charge forth without hesitation. On the eastern gate's watchtower, Dianwei, clad in armor, surveyed the Yellow Turban forces below with a furrowed brow. Expressing his confusion, was it not said that there were 200,000 troops? They certainly do not appear to be so. General, a soldier behind him interjected. There are not 200,000 troops. I suspect there are even fewer than 50,000. It must be that the Yellow Turbans are merely bluffing. Indeed. Your words carry weight, Dianwei acknowledged, gesturing towards a distant trebuchet. Is that contraption truly a stone-throwing engine? Your keen sight does you credit, General. His subordinate quickly flattered. It does indeed appear formidable. Dianwei frowned slightly and commanded, quickly relay a message to Sima Zhao, urging him to prepare. I believe the Yellow Turbans are poised to lay siege. His subordinate promptly obeyed the command and departed. Dianwei sighed, glancing around with a hint of irritation. How can our lord and Sima Zhao remain idle? The Yellow Turbans are about to attack, yet they do not even patrol the watchtower. Such carelessness is astonishing. Half an hour later, as night descended, the guards atop the tower listened intently. A contingent of the begging army arrived below, routinely shouting, "Silence!" Before the begging soldiers could finish their proclamation, Dianwei raised his hand to halt them. Wait a moment. Wait. The young officer below appeared bewildered, then, feeling provoked, yelled back, "Are you willing to surrender?" "First, you be quiet." Dianwei interrupted again. "Our governor may have fled. Why the urgency? Let me ascertain the situation first." The young officer below was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and shouted, "Listen, guard. Your governor has abandoned the city. Why do you persist in serving him? Wu Zi, who held firmly to Ding Tao, has already met his end at the hands of our lord, his family annihilated." Just then, as the young officer fervently attempted to persuade the guard to surrender, Dianwei's breathless subordinate rushed to him, fear etched on his face. "The lord of Qinlu, along with Sima Zhao, has fled. There is no one at the camps. We have been forsaken by those high officials. Many have already received word. And chaos reigns within the city. We may not be able to hold out much longer. Zhao, that scoundrel, Dian Wei finally grasped the situation. He recalled how Zhao had suddenly treated him with such kindness yesterday. It was all a ruse to sell him out. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "And that governor? That wretched official is no better." Gulp, his subordinate stammered, anxiety evident in his demeanor. "Should we still defend Qinlu? Defend it? Nonsense!" Dian Wei exclaimed in frustration. "Qinlu is not mine to defend. Why should I sacrifice myself for those wretched officials? Open the gates." I refused to continue, suddenly struck by a thought. Dian Wei's expression darkened. "Regardless of where we go, we can find a means to survive. I have seen through the true faces of these officials." "Open the gates?" His subordinate stuttered in disbelief. He contemplated fleeing, even seizing a small fortune amidst the chaos. Yet he never imagined opening the city gates. For once the gates were opened, the Yellow Turbans would surely retaliate in ways unknown to them, and the uncertainty was indeed terrifying. "Open," Dian Wei declared with a sweeping gesture. "I have made up my mind. I shall join the Yellow Turbans. With my abilities, how could I not become a regional commander? A life of leisure is far preferable to serving those corrupt officials." The young captain stationed atop the city wall, filled with exasperation, implored, "Are you surrendering or not? Just give me a straightforward answer." "I shall surrender at once," Dian Wei promptly replied. "So, you refuse to surrender, hmm?" The young captain, regaining his composure, his eyes gleaming with excitement, questioned, "Are your words sincere?" He never anticipated that he could facilitate the surrender of a heavily fortified city like Qinlu. "My word is my bond," Dian Wei proclaimed with grandiosity. "Let them open the city gates." The young captain's face illuminated with joy as he exclaimed, "Quick, go inform our lord. Your command is my duty." The soldiers of the Qihua army hastily departed. Creaking open, the eastern gate of Qinlu city swung wide. "I am the city's commanding officer." Just as the young captain of the Qihua army stood on guard, Dian Wei emerged from within the city, nonchalantly declaring, "I have surrendered and am prepared to join the Yellow Turbans. What position will you offer me?" Although the young captain noticed that the newcomer bore no weaponry, a flicker of anxiety crossed his mind. Yet, upon hearing Dian Wei's words, his thoughts nearly faltered. "Younger brother," Dian Wei approached the young captain, patting him on the shoulder with camaraderie. "From now on, we are brothers sharing the same pot of rice. My name is Dian Wei. What is yours?" "Liao Hua," the young captain replied, pressing his lips together as a gesture of acknowledgement. At that moment, he felt a buzzing in his head, unable to discern who was surrendering to whom. In the Qihua army, Zhang Jing was taken aback upon receiving the report. He had anticipated a fierce battle, only to discover that Zhang Miao had fled, leaving behind a guard who willingly opened the gates. While it was understandable that a guard without the will to fight might choose to escape, the act of surrendering openly was rather absurd. After all, he had established the Qihua army, yet the world still regarded them as mere Yellow Turban bandits. Such news, if spread, would tarnish their reputation. Historically, even in remote counties devoid of defenders, no one would open the gates to surrender. This was indeed a first for Zhang Jing. "Bring him in." Zhang Jing, not dwelling on the matter further, commanded in a low tone, "Order Su He to lead 3,000 men into the city. Once the situation is assessed, raise our banner upon the city wall." "Yes." A young captain acknowledged the command and departed. As the lanterns were lit, the banner of the Qihua army was hoisted atop the city wall. Only then did Zhang Jing lead his forces into the city. "Your Excellency." Just as Zhang Jing entered, Liao Hua stepped forward respectfully, saying, "I urge the surrender, and fortunately, the city's commander Dian Wei offered the city to us. He wishes to join our ranks. I implore you to make the decision." Chapter 27. Dian Wei, do you consume this? You persuaded Qinlu to surrender, which is indeed a significant accomplishment. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Zhang Jing's eyes as he turned to the young general and inquired, "What is your name?" The young man replied, "I am Liao Hua, hailing from Nanjun." Upon hearing this, Liao Hua's expression transformed with excitement as he respectfully clasped his fists and said, "I serve under General Su He, commanding the left wing of the right curve garrison." "Excellent," Zhang Jing replied, a hint of surprise crossing his face before he nodded in satisfaction. "From this day forth, you shall be appointed as the commander of the Central Army. As for Dian Wei, once I take over the governor's office, you may bring him to me." "Your command is received," Liao Hua exclaimed joyfully. Kneeling on one knee and respectfully clasping his fists, "Liao Hua is willing to serve our lord unto death." The surrounding soldiers, observing this exchange, were filled with envy. Liao Hua appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old, and due to his diplomatic efforts with Qinlu, he had been elevated 3 ranks in one fell swoop. Such fortune was indeed extraordinary. Indeed, I have high hopes for you. Zhang Jing nodded slightly and said, now go and make arrangements. We must remain vigilant, as Qin Lu is only just stabilized. Yes, Liao Hua replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Younger brother, what did your lord say? After Zhang Jing departed, Dian Wei approached Liao Hua and inquired, am I to be appointed as a general? Old Dian, such titles do not concern us in the Qihua army. Liao Hua rolled his eyes, having come to understand Dian Wei's character through their brief interactions. The latter's voluntary surrender would naturally not confine him. Then what do you discuss? Dian Wei scratched his head, suddenly struck with an idea, his eyes gleaming. Are you perhaps discussing strength? Cough, cough. Liao Hua cleared his throat. Strength is indeed a factor, but I meant to say that only the original leader in our Qihua army can rightfully be called a general. Below him, there is the military commander, who can lead 2,500 troops, and the military marquis, who can command 500. Ah, I see. Dian Wei's face lit up with understanding. I am not greedy. I think the military commander position would suit me well. Previously, he had commanded a small squad of 50 men, and after 2 days as a military marquis, he could command 200. In Dian Wei's view, joining the Qihua army and achieving the rank of military commander would align with his status. This is quite the ambition, Liao Hua remarked, surveying Dian Wei for a moment. Old Dian, as a surrendered general, aspiring to immediately attain the rank of military commander may not be so simple. If you possess exceptional abilities, however, it is certainly possible. As for doubting Dian Wei's intentions, Liao Hua held no suspicion. The raw vigor emanating from him was even more pronounced than that of many leaders of the Yellow Turbans. Exceptional abilities? Dian Wei pondered and hesitated. I possess great strength and decent skills. 100 or more men cannot approach me. Does that count as exceptional? Really? Is that true? Liao Hua was momentarily taken aback, and upon further scrutiny of Dian Wei, a sense of respect began to grow within him. Could this man truly be that formidable? Why would I deceive you? Dian Wei replied unapologetically, by the way. You have yet to inform me how your lord intends to arrange my position. The lord has stated, Liao Hua said, casting a deep glance at Dian Wei, tonight. As Qin Lu is initially stabilized, we must remain on high alert. There are many matters to attend to, so come with me to the camp. Tomorrow, the lord will personally meet with you. Indeed, that makes sense. Dian Wei nodded deeply in agreement, saying, I shall surrender voluntarily. I must meet him. Rest assured, brother Liao. From now on, I, old Dian, will look after you, ensuring you enjoy the finest delicacies. Liao Hua fell silent upon hearing this. That evening, as Dian Wei gazed at the hot porridge before him, his expression turned exceedingly grim. He looked at Liao Hua and asked, Is this all your lord provides for you? At this moment, Dian Wei regarded Zhang Jing and the other leaders of the beggar army as mere sycophants of the court. Alas, Liao Hua, observing Dian Wei's demeanor, quickly consumed a bowl of hot porridge and rose to say, Let us go. I will take you to meet my lord. So you can see how his provisions differ from ours. Your lord eats this too? This time, it was Dian Wei who was taken aback. His eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. He replied, Very well, I shall see for myself. If what you say is untrue, I, old Dian, shall not serve your lord. Let us go. Liao Hua waved his hand and led the way, explaining, Actually, we do not have porridge for every meal while on the march, at times. We consume dry millet. However, given that there is currently no conflict in Yenzhou, we must conserve our resources. As they approached the government office, Liao Hua shared all he had witnessed with Dian Wei. By the time they neared the governor's office, the anger had vanished from Dian Wei's face, replaced only by curiosity. He was eager to discover whether Liao Hua's lord was as benevolent as claimed. Inside the grand hall of the governor's office, Zhang Jing was bent over his desk, diligently attending to official matters. The steam rising from the side of the porridge indicated it had been sitting for some time. I report to you, my lord. A personal guard entered respectfully, cupping his fist. Military Sima Liao Hua brings the surrendered General Dian Wei to seek an audience. Let them in. Zhang Jing replied with a slight frown, glancing at the night sky before nodding in agreement. Understood. The guard respectfully exited. It was late, and knowing Dian Wei was coming, Zhang Jing lost all desire to continue his work, realizing that he could not underestimate this visitor. He had initially expected him to arrive the following day. I, Liao Hua, pay my respects to my lord. Just as Zhang Jing was organizing documents, Liao Hua entered with Dian Wei. Zhang Jing inclined his head slightly, his gaze shifting to the imposing figure standing behind Liao Hua, and remarked, I presume this is Qin Lu Dian Wei, the general of Dian? Dian Wei greets the general. Dian Wei observed the porridge before Zhang Jing, and then the documents in his hands, promptly bowing and clasping his fist in salute. "Ah, I'm aware of you." Zhang Jing set down the documents and looked at Dian Wei, saying, "The valiant Dian has avenged a friend, slaying the entire family of the county magistrate, leaving over 100 soldiers too fearful to approach." After that, Dian disappeared without a trace. Among the green woods, your tale has become quite legendary. I am truly delighted to meet General Dian today. Upon hearing this, Liao Hua's gaze toward Dian Wei grew peculiar. While the governor's words were flattering, they indicated one undeniable truth. Dian Wei was indeed a fugitive murderer. The general has indeed heard of my name. Dian Wei, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy. His gaze towards Zhang Jing now infused with a sense of affirmation. Naturally, Zhang Jing lifted a bowl of hot porridge to his lips and remarked, "In this present era, the court is rife with corruption, allowing greedy officials to oppress the good and honest citizens across the land. The valiant acts of heroes such as yourself are immensely gratifying, avenging the grievances of common folk. Such feats and such gallantry cannot escape my notice." Chapter 28. Dian Wei joins the Li clan of Jiyan. "You flatter me, General." Dian Wei replied, somewhat embarrassed, scratching his head as he looked at Zhang Jing. "Initially, I thought that the army's reliance on porridge for sustenance indicated that you were like those bureaucratic dogs of the court, indifferent to the well-being of your soldiers. It appears I have misjudged you." "Oh, is that so?" Zhang Jing glanced at Liao Hua, who nodded slightly, prompting him to shake his head with a smile. "Brave warrior. In truth, for us commoners, having a bowl of warm porridge is already a significant blessing. In my youth, during a year of poor harvest, our family often had to reduce our meals from 2 to 1, and that single meal was merely porridge, just enough to stave off starvation. I would often think, if I could have 2 meals a day, even if they were just porridge, it would be the greatest joy in the world. Now, our army enjoys 2 meals a day." As he spoke, Zhang Jing took another hearty sip of the hot porridge, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. "Moreover, we can eat our fill, which is already a privilege surpassing that of most households." "You speak wisely." Dian Wei pondered for a moment, realizing the truth in Zhang Jing's words. The number of people who could eat to their satisfaction in this world was indeed quite few. Observing the latter's natural demeanor, he was entirely convinced. "Brave warrior." Zhang Jing, sensing the moment was right, continued, "I am aware of your exceptional skills and wonder if you would be inclined to serve in our military. I would appoint you as the military scribe of the Central Army. Should you find the provisions unsatisfactory, there is little I can do. However, I respect your character and would gladly see you depart without any hindrance." "Thank you for your generous consideration, General." Dian Wei's eyes glistened with emotion as he knelt on one knee, clasping his fists in reverence. "I, Dian Wei, am willing to serve under you, to offer my humble assistance." "Ha ha, please rise, brave warrior." Zhang Jing hurriedly stepped forward to help Dian Wei to his feet, his expression earnest. "It is I who should rejoice at your presence." "Congratulations, my lord." Liao Hua chimed in, beaming as he congratulated Zhang Jing. "Dian Wei expresses his gratitude, my lord." Dian Wei, equally joyous, bowed respectfully to Zhang Jing. "You two arrived in haste," Zhang Jing remarked. "I presume you have not yet filled your stomachs. I shall promptly arrange for some food to be brought." "Thank you, my lord." Both Dian Wei and Liao Hua felt a wave of gratitude wash over them. "Bring in 2 more servings of food." Zhang Jing gestured for someone outside. Moments later, the 3 sat at separate tables, each with a large bowl of hot porridge before them. "This porridge is delightful." At that moment, Dian Wei was thoroughly impressed. After taking a sip of the warm porridge, he exclaimed in astonishment, "In this frigid weather, a bowl of hot porridge indeed serves well to ward off the cold." Little did he expect such comfort. After transferring to the army of beggars, his military rank increased, yet his treatment seemed unchanged, and the less said about food the better. Nevertheless, he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. This sensation was peculiar, yet it rendered Dian Wei content as honey. As old Dian aptly remarked, Liao Hua interjected, "In the past, when the old General Chu was in command, the army's provisions were consumed at an alarming rate. At times, even some soldiers would go hungry, let alone their families. I do not wish to speak ill of the old general. I hope the Lord does not take offense." "No offense taken," Zhang Jing replied with a smile, waving his hand. "What you say is indeed true. Although our forces appear formidable, in reality, they are like a loose collection of sand. While my father was alive, he was benevolent, yet he had his shortcomings. Now, As I lead this army of beggars, we are simply a gathering of impoverished folk. There is no distinction of rank or status among us. Those in power should be empathetic towards the common people and their brethren. As the saying goes, it is not scarcity that troubles us, but inequality. It is not poverty that disturbs us, but instability. We originate from humble beginnings. Zhang Jing gazed at the two men and continued, if internal stability is lacking, we will inevitably descend into banditry, and the common folk will remain in perpetual darkness. Therefore, as you take on the mantle of leadership, you must care for your subordinates. Only then, in times of war, can we unite as one. And in your moments of peril, your brothers will come to your aid, leading us to victory. Both Dian Wei and Liao Hua, moved by his words, rose to respectfully clasp their fists towards Zhang Jing. The next day, in Jin County, Qingzhou County, 2,000 able-bodied men armed with weapons stood atop the city walls, gazing at the beggar army outside with trepidation. Li Qian, accompanied by the county magistrate Li Zheng, ascended to the city tower. Father, the approximately 18-year-old Li Zheng inquired, looking at the trebuchet outside, is this the Yellow Turban stone-throwing machine? Indeed, Li Qian replied gravely, nodding. The Lord's retreat to Hebei and the Yellow Turbans sweeping through Yanzhou are largely due to this contraption. I fear for the safety of Chengshi. After parting ways with Cao Cao, he retreated via mountain paths after an ambush by Sima Ju, intending to return to the main camp to regroup before heading east. However, upon returning to Chengshi, he discovered that Lord Cao had already retreated to Hebei, and he learned of the Yellow Turbans' assault on the gentry families in Yanzhou, compelling him to stay. Brother, a middle-aged man beside Li Qian spoke up, I received news that Wu Zi, the governor of Jin, was executed along with his entire clan after resisting the Yellow Turbans. Li Qian fell silent. He had known about Wu Zi's fate even earlier but feared the Yellow Turbans' methods against the gentry. Should they succumb to the Yellow Turbans, the Li family's foundation would be utterly obliterated. Jin Xian, the middle-aged man, seeing his brother's silence, turned to a young man clad in blue robes with a sword at his waist. If a battle ensues, will you lead the guards to behead the enemy general? Certainly. The young man replied calmly, though the Yellow Turbans are numerous outside the city. If I, Li Jin Xian, am to engage, their general will surely not escape alive. If Uncle Jin Xian takes the field, Li Zheng declared, then our Li clan of Jiu Yue will have no choice but to fight to the bitter end with the Yellow Turbans outside the city. Let us battle. Li Qian took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, saying, in this chaos, we must seize the opportunity to protect our younger kin and ensure their escape. If the legacy of the Li family cannot be preserved, it must not fall into the hands of the Yellow Turban bandits. At these words, the expressions of those present changed dramatically. It was only then that they realized the vast Li clan was now facing a dire threat to its very existence. Do you expect me to slay the bandit general? Li Jin responded, his demeanor unyielding, showing little reverence for the family patriarch, Li Qian. No need, Li Qian replied, shaking his head. Conserve your strength and ensure the safe passage of the younger generation. In the future, if the situation remains uncertain, do not hastily accept positions of power. Brother, seeing his elder brother speak as if he were preparing for the worst, the middle-aged man could no longer contain himself. If you are resolute in abandoning the Li family's stronghold, why must you add to the casualties? You initially pledged allegiance to Cao Cao. Now, 5,000 of our young men have scattered, resulting in families across the estate draped in mourning. Is this not enough? Within the Li estate, all capable young men have gone to the city walls, yet you still wish to sacrifice their lives for your own reputation? These young men have devoted their lives to the Li family, striving for your success, and you treat them as mere fodder. Even a dog you raised for 3 years would not deserve such callousness. Chapter 29. Divergence among brothers. Bian Shi and Li Jin uncle. Li Zheng, noticing the tension, furrowed his brow. Even the young men present felt a flicker of indignation. However, they felt powerless, reliant on the Li family for their livelihoods, some having served the family for generations. When Li Qian returned, the entire Li estate was shrouded in sorrow. Even so, the young men believed that the deaths of their brothers were inevitable, never considering that these sacrifices were made for Li Qian's ambition and gain. Now, Li Shujie of the third branch of the Li family exposed Li Qian's shameful motives, inciting resentment among many of the young men. Your younger kin wish to flee, yet we are expected to accompany you to the grave? Do we not have elderly and young at home? If we perish, what becomes of the Li family? How will the old and young survive? Shujie, you have lost your mind. Li Qian retorted, his face flushed with indignation. I am not unaware of your benevolence, but your current defiance is utterly outrageous. The Yellow Turbans harbor a deep-seated enmity towards our Li family, and as their forces approach our gates. Do you believe that our refusal to fight will spare you? Humph. Li Shujie scoffed. I merely wish to prevent our young men from dying in vain. Very well. Li Qian, furious, exclaimed. So you, Li Shujie, possess all the compassion, while I, Li Qian, am the villain. I will not argue with you over your insubordination, nor will I contest your desire for power. I have but one request. Let the younger generation of the Li family survive, and I shall leave the rest to you. With that, Li Qian swept away, fully aware that if Li Shujie truly opposed him, he would be powerless. Internal strife at such a critical moment would be the height of folly. After all, he had already lost 4,000 young men. At this juncture, the third branch of the Li family was far stronger than his own, and in times of life and death, their voice would hold significant weight. As for the second branch, the second residence is indeed Li Qian himself. The head of the first residence passed away early, leaving only Li Dian, who is merely an 11 or 12-year-old boy. Uncle, I will trouble you next. Li Zheng bowed to Uncle Li Jie and said, My father has recently suffered a setback and is troubled in spirit. I shall go and see him first. With that, he departed from the city tower. Proceed. After the master's departure, Li Jie looked at his brother with a troubled expression and said, You know that I am not seeking power for myself. I understand, brother. Li Jin shook his head and replied, Your nature is benevolent, and the head of the family is a strong-willed person. It is no surprise that there are differences now. Oh, you. Li Jie looked at Li Jin and remarked, Do I sense that you have become foolish from your sword practice? Have you severed your emotions in pursuit of martial skills? You are overthinking it. Li Jin replied, rather speechlessly, Alas, I truly have no other options. Li Jie gazed at the army outside the city, which was setting up siege engines, and said, But I am still aware of your capabilities, Jin. Why not send you to the Yellow Turban camp for a visit? Are you suggesting I slay generals? Slay generals? Nonsense, Li Jie retorted. Unless you can cut down the entire army outside the city. What I mean is, can you, with your own abilities, engage in dialogue with the Yellow Turban leader? Persuade him with reason and emotion. We have no issue with surrendering, as long as they allow the younger members of the Li family to depart. Is that request unreasonable? This way, we can ensure these youths survive. Li Jie was inherently benevolent and hospitable, generous in his dealings. Given that the Li estate could not be preserved, it was better to avoid unnecessary bloodshed and for everyone to take a step back. Absolutely not, Third Master. No, Third Master, we are but common folk. How can we allow Jin to take such risks? Young Li Dian also spoke up, advising against his uncle's plan, feeling it was somewhat unreliable. What say you, Jin? Li Jie rubbed Li Dian's head and turned to Li Jin, saying, If you lack confidence, then let it be. With your skills, at worst, you can lead me and the younger members of our clan to flee together. This place is only 200 miles from Qingzhou, and as long as we bypass Kongfu, the Yellow Turbans cannot do anything to us. I absolutely refuse to agree to any decision that would lead to further losses of our young men. If Li Qian had achieved victory previously, he would not have complained. The crux of the matter lies in Li Qian's dismal defeat. And now Li Jie truly cannot bear to see these youths die in vain. Perhaps it is worth a try? Li Jin gazed at the distant military might, contemplating. Even if it fails, I am confident I can retreat unharmed. Good. Li Jie nodded vigorously, a smile gracing his face. Then it is settled. All right. I shall go down and make arrangements. Li Jin resolved to act without delay. Uncle Jin. Li Jian hurriedly caught up, pulling on Li Jin's sleeve. Why are you joining Uncle in this folly? Because he is my brother. Li Jin shrugged off Li Dian's hand, smiling as a younger brother. I must do my utmost to support my elder brother's wishes. Li Dian looked at Li Jin, speechless, feeling that the entire Li family was rather peculiar at this moment. After a brief silence, Li Jin rode alone out of the city, heading towards the encampment of the mercenary army. You must return safely. Li Shujie gazed at his brother's retreating figure, his expression filled with trepidation. The young men on the city wall, witnessing this scene, could not help but feel their eyes redden. Ah, someone is coming out. Bianchi sat astride his warhorse, wielding a meteor hammer. As he observed the distant city gates swing open, revealing a lone figure, his eyes flashing with surprise. Throughout these days, he had been on a relentless campaign, under the guidance of the military strategist, and had vanquished numerous noble clans. Some of these clans, upon witnessing the might of the trebuchet, would surrender, while others would stubbornly resist. Those who chose to surrender willingly were nearly non-existent. Noble families were resolute, refusing to yield until they faced utter defeat. Report. Just as Bianxi pondered, a young officer hastily approached, respectfully clasping his fists. General, Li Jin of the Qing clan requests an audience. He claims that the Li family is willing to surrender, but they have conditions and wish to speak with you. Oh, the Li family is willing to submit? Bianxi's heart lifted at the news, and he replied, quickly, bring him over. Naturally, Bianxi preferred to avoid bloodshed. He was no madman who would drive others to desperation. After all, swords are merciless, and a careless mistake could lead to unnecessary loss of life. Greetings, General. Li Jin arrived 10 paces from Bianxi, clasping his hands in salute. The Li family is willing to surrender. But we have one condition. The general must allow the Li family to leave Yinzhou. This is a simple matter. I shall agree. Bianxi contemplated briefly before nodding. In fact, I can authorize that all of the Li family's possessions may be taken, but all food supplies must remain. Your generosity is commendable. Li Jin responded with a bow. By the way, how many members does the Li family have? Bianxi's gaze fixated on Li Jin, as if struck by a thought. Rest assured, General. Li Jin replied. As long as you allow 500 people to leave, that would suffice. That is excessive. Bianxi shook his head. While there are many noble families in Yinzhou, the Li family is not among the foremost. They can only be considered a powerful clan. They cannot possibly have 500 members. I believe 300 would be more than enough. Then let it be as you say, General. Li Jin feigned hesitation, but ultimately acquiesced. In truth, the Li family could hardly muster even 100 individuals. He then fixed his gaze on Bianxi and added, I hope the general will honor his promise. I am friends with Tong Yuan of Phoenix Mountain, though our forces may not rival yours. Should you go back on your word, I assure you, I can make you suffer greatly. Bianxi felt a twinge of displeasure at Li Jin's words. But when he met Li Jin's penetrating gaze, he felt a chill run down his spine, as if being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. Regaining his composure, Bianxi gripped his meteor hammer and declared with feigned bravado, Rest assured, though I hail from humble beginnings, I am far more trustworthy than the Liu family of the Han Dynasty. Chapter 30. Qingyu, do you think my mercenary army exists for naught? In early December, at the hour of the rat, in Yinzhou, Qinlu County, Zhang Jing led the generals in inspecting the defenses of Qinlu City. Originally a grand army of 40,000. Now only 10,000 remained to guard the city. The other 30,000 were split into 2 divisions, one division of 20,000. Accompanying Sui to the various counties of Qinlu to rescue the common people and consolidate the grain supply. While the other division of 10,000 at the auspicious hour of today, accompanied by over 100,000 citizens of Qinlu, I journeyed towards Dongping. Who could have anticipated the snowstorm that enveloped the land? Zhang Jing extended his hand to catch a snowflake. Lifting his gaze towards the turbulent winds and the swirling snowflakes above, and with a hint of nostalgia remarked, Now, this has become a natural barrier that deters the lords from all corners of the realm. Suddenly, as Zhang Jing was lost in thought, a soldier hastily approached, presenting a bamboo slip with both hands, and respectfully declared, My lord, the strategist has sent a messenger with a document. Very well, Zhang Jing nodded slightly, accepting the slip. After a brief examination, he opened it and instructed, You may leave now. Yes. The messenger soldier responded with a respectful fist salute. Has the population of Dongping reached over 700,000? Observing the document sent by Chengyu, Zhang Jing's expression turned grave, abandoning his intention to continue the inspection. And instead, he strode towards the government office. In Zhang Jing's original plan, after consolidating Yinzhou, he intended to occupy the 4 prefectures of Taishan, Jibei, Dongping, and Rincheng, along with a portion of the territories south of the Yellow River in Dongjun. These 4 prefectures were to sustain nearly 3 million citizens. Yinzhou, primarily a plain region, holds more than 60% of its land as flatlands. According to Zhang Jing's recollection, the total area of Yinzhou during this era was approximately 300,000 square kilometers, ranking 12th among the 13 provinces of the Eastern Han, slightly larger than Sili. Nevertheless, even if calculated at 10 mu of land per person, 3 million people would require merely 30 million mu of land. In the Han Dynasty, a large mu equated to 465 square meters, while a small mu measured 192 square meters. The 4 prefectures of Yinzhou cover roughly 2/5 of its total area, amounting to 120,000 square kilometers. Excluding official roads, rivers, buildings, and so forth, the usable land would not fall below 60,000 square kilometers. For a simple estimation, 1 square kilometer equals 1 million square meters, with each mu calculated at 465 square meters. 1 square kilometer would contain approximately 2,150 mu. This implies that 1 square kilometer could accommodate around 200 individuals. Thus, 60,000 square kilometers could house 12 million people. Of course, this reflects Zhang Jing's ideal scenario. Yet, even so, utilizing the 4 prefectures to settle 3 million citizens would be more than adequate. In modern terms, the data is nearly infallible. At a quarter past the hour of Shan, within the Qingzhou governor's office, Zhang Jing finally completed his work. He paused, stretching his weary body, gazing with satisfaction at the results before him. However, it seemed something was still amiss. Zhang Jing picked up the official document on his desk, scrutinizing it carefully, and frowned slightly. Indeed, the slogan required revision. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Jing identified the issue and mused. The original policy of distributing the tax burden per mu and publicizing fire expenses seems somewhat anachronistic. It shall be revised to a unified tax per mu, with all miscellaneous taxes exempted, and publicize the fire expenses. Simple, direct, and easy to comprehend. Perfect. It carries a sentiment akin to the heavens have perished, the yellow heaven shall rise, in the year of the rat, may the realm be blessed. After refining the slogan, Zhang Jing nodded with satisfaction and carefully placed it into a bamboo tube, sealing it securely. Liao Hua, Zhang Jing called for him, instructing. Immediately dispatch a team of brothers to deliver this to Mr. Zhang Da. I shall obey the command. Liao Hua, perceiving the gravity of the matter at hand, responded with a respectful clasp of his fists. Go forth. Zhang Jing gestured with his hand, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. In this era, should such a thing be presented by the Liu family or any feudal lord, it would undoubtedly be deemed perilous. However, if it were to be brought forth by Zhang Jing himself, that would pose no threat at all. Once Liao Hua departed with the bamboo scroll, he promptly summoned swift steeds to expedite its delivery to Wu Yuan. 2 days later, in the eastern Ping Kingdom, Cheng Yu received Zhang Jing's missive. Come in. After perusing the letter, Cheng Yu suppressed his excitement and solemnly commanded, summon Xue Feng, Yang Mi, Yang Dan, Wang Can, Yin Jiao, Lu Tua, Yang Xian, Lu Kai, and the others to meet with me. Yes, a soldier stepped forward, responding with utmost respect. Moments later, a group entered the private hall where Cheng Yu resided. We pay our respects to Mr. Zhang Da. The assembled individuals, upon encountering Cheng Yu, could not suppress their apprehension and hurriedly bowed in deference. There is no need for formalities, Cheng Yu said with a hint of a smile. Through our interactions over the past 2 days, I trust you have all come to understand the nature of who I am. This is a letter from my lord. Please take a moment to review it, after which I shall make further arrangements. The individuals present were all talents carefully selected by Cheng Yu over the last couple of days. Some had previously held positions in the court, while others hailed from esteemed families. Apart from Xue Feng, nearly all were scions of prominent clans. In Cheng Yu's eyes, they were all individuals of potential utility. Of course, should any prove disobedient, they would become mere fodder. We shall comply. Upon learning that the item was sent by Zhang Jing, the group dared not to be negligent, each acutely aware that their families depended on them, and they wished to avoid being treated as mere sacrifices to the prison. Thus, they resolved to obey without question. Fortunately, Cheng Yu had only tasked them with the inventory of provisions and the registration of the populace, which were not overly demanding responsibilities, allowing them a degree of freedom. Gasping upon reading the missive, Yin Jiao felt his heart race, exclaiming, Mr. Zhang Da, my lord's strategy may very well upend the world. I implore you to proceed with caution. He hailed from the Yin family of Jibei, renowned for their illustrious lineage, tracing back to the revered Yin Hui. However, for reasons unknown, the family had dwindled to a solitary line of descent for over a dozen generations, barely managing to sustain its flame. Previously, he had been appointed as an imperial censor, ostensibly overseeing crucial state documents and possessing the power to scrutinize officials. Yet, Yin Jiao understood that the only person he could truly oversee was himself. During the turmoil of Dong Zhuo's administration, with his wife once again expecting, he had unilaterally dismissed Lu Xie and returned to his homeland for recuperation. Little did he anticipate that the tides of the world would shift so rapidly, ultimately landing in Cheng Yu's hands. In the confines of his prison, enduring a mere day of hunger felt to him akin to an eternity. After all, his youngest child was only 2 years old. Faced with Cheng Yu's invitation, Yin Jiao hesitated not for a moment. To linger, even briefly, would be an act of disloyalty to his ancestors. At present, he was still in disbelief, mistakenly thinking that the current army of beggars was akin to the court governed by noble families of yore. Zhang Yu observed Yin Jiao with a tranquil demeanor and inquired, "What is the purpose of our beggar army?" At these words, Yin Jiao was momentarily taken aback, opening his mouth yet unsure of what to articulate. Chapter 31. Taxation Reforms Marvelous. During Yin Jiao's silence, a youth of approximately 16 or 17 years, gazing at the document in his hands, exclaimed with sparkling eyes, "Brilliant! The consolidation of household and land taxes, the total exemption of miscellaneous taxes, and the public sharing of resources. This plan is indeed a stroke of genius. Mr. Zhongda." At this point, the youth abruptly turned to Zhang Yu, bowing respectfully as he declared, "I believe this strategy should become a law for the ages. It not only abolishes the mainstream taxes such as the head tax and land tax, but also the fish and vehicle taxes. If this plan is implemented, it is certain that within 3 years, every household will have surplus grain, and all will be well fed, thereby uniting the hearts of the people and fortifying the morale of the army. As long as we endure 3 years of hardship, our Lord will surely lay the foundation for an everlasting dynasty, and when the time comes to advance into the Central Plains, no lord will be able to impede us. I am Wang Can." Upon concluding his remarks, Wang Can bowed deeply to Zhang Yu, expressing his desire to assist in executing this strategy, and humbly requested the gentleman's approval. If prior to this moment, Wang Can's understanding of Zhang Jing stemmed solely from the accounts of Qing Yu and others, lacking a direct experience and harboring a mindset of merely passing time, the situation had now transformed entirely. After all, discussions regarding land policies had circulated since the Han Dynasty, with numerous enlightened individuals proposing various reformative measures. However, actual implementation was fraught with challenges, often leading to nothing more than vague conclusions without the clarity of a well-structured document. Now, Wang Can genuinely wished to partake in this venture. He was eager to witness the potential impact of this strategy. Presently, in the implementation of this plan in Yinzhou, it appeared that the timing, location, and circumstances were all opportune. Mr. Zhongda, after reviewing the document, the gathered individuals exchanged glances and respectfully bowed in unison, declaring, "We are willing to assist our Lord in executing this strategy. We kindly request your approval." Their thoughts varied. Some held indifference while others, like Wang Can, were eager to observe the efficacy of this law. Moreover, as they had been summoned by Zhang Yu and had witnessed the public unveiling of this strategy, they understood his intentions. "Seeing you all thus reassures my heart," Zhang Yu said with a look of contentment. "Upon your return, please have 300 copies of this plan transcribed. I will arrange for personnel to communicate it to the soldiers and the populace. Tomorrow at dawn, I will assign you to various counties to survey the land, distribute it to the people, and register the records. At that time, soldiers will assist. And I hope you will all devote yourselves wholeheartedly lest you disappoint our Lord." Upon concluding his words, Zhang Yu lifted his cup of tea and took a sip. "We accept the command." Upon hearing this, Yin Jiao, Wang Can, and others felt a surge of excitement and respectfully bowed in response. An hour later, as the soldiers spread the news, the city of Waiyansheng erupted in joyous cheers. "Land distribution is here. We finally have our own fields. Each person would receive 10 acres of arable land. What a significant blessing that would be. The general has truly exempted us from head taxes and other dues. With 10 acres of fertile land, we are to pay only 6 stones of grain, with no additional taxes required. The general is indeed a sage. The fertile lands of Yinzhou yield at least 2 stones per acre in a good year, potentially 3, and we are only taxed on 2 stones, while the rest belongs to us. Even with a harvest of 20 stones, we could retain as much as 14 stones. Yes, we won't even be able to consume it all. The integration of land and population, increasing land with an increase in people and reducing it with fewer, is truly splendid. Let us begin the distribution. I can hardly wait." The news brought unbridled joy to the common folk, who rushed to share it, their hearts brimming with hope for the future. Regarding the tax of 6 stones for 10 acres, they bore no resentment. Rather, they wholeheartedly supported it, as they each understood the arithmetic involved. Compared to the myriad taxes imposed by the court, the general's allocation of land with only a land tax was immensely benevolent, and it would not be an exaggeration to call him a sage. As long as they toiled diligently in agriculture, worries about food scarcity would be a thing of the past. The following morning, under Zhang Yu's direction, Wang Can, and nearly 20 others were temporarily appointed as county magistrates, each leading 300 soldiers to the counties of Dongping and Jin to initiate the land distribution and related affairs. In mid-December, in Yenzhou, the state of Dongping welcomed Zhang Jing and his army back. Chen Yu led the officers out of the city to greet them. "We welcome our lord back in triumph." As Zhang Jing's grand banner approached, Chen Yu stepped forward to pay his respects and shouted, "We welcome our lord back in triumph." The soldiers behind him, stirred by his words, expressed their excitement and bowed in unison. Clop, clop, clop. Seeing this, Zhang Jing dismounted and approached Chen Yu, assisting him to his feet with a warm smile and sincere eyes. "Zhongde, you appear quite worn since we last met a few days ago. You have worked hard during this time." Chen Yu, relieved by Zhang Jing's safe return, responded with heartfelt emotion, "Serving our lord is my duty. Come, join me into the city and tell me about the current challenges our army faces," Zhang Jing said, patting Chen Yu on the shoulder with cheerfulness. "I accept the command," Chen Yu replied gladly, walking alongside him. "My lord, I have arranged for people to go to each county to settle the populace 3 days ago. The reports indicate that while the citizens are filled with hope regarding the new policies, our clerks are too few, and progress is not swift." Zhang Jing nodded thoughtfully, contemplating. "Now that Yenzhou is initially stabilized, we cannot maintain control over such a vast territory. Relinquishing the 4 southwestern counties is a regrettable necessity. The populace of Yenzhou, concentrated in the northeastern 4 counties, numbers in the millions. If we cannot settle them promptly, when the lords march in the spring, we will find ourselves in utter disarray." "Your words ring true, my lord." Chen Yu nodded in agreement, recognizing that their current needs were not for manpower or provisions, which were sufficiently supplied for the time being, but rather for time itself. After all, the original mass of 1 million Yellow Turbans possessed no land. Similarly, the newly relocated million commoners lacked land, necessitating a fresh start in establishing a stable populace. The multitude of complex affairs required significant human resources and time to address. Even under military management, it was imperative to delineate fertile fields and arrange housing and villages. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. "Dispatch orders to the various divisions to assemble the troops." Zhang Jing furrowed his brow and remarked, "First, we must select individuals who are literate and knowledgeable. Secondly, we need to eliminate the elderly and the young. The chosen literate individuals would be dispatched to various locales to serve as village heads, neighborhood leaders, and other local officials, their positions determined by military merit. Veteran soldiers could return to their farmlands, assuming the role of community elders to assist the local leaders in stabilizing the populace. Additionally, a youth academy must be established within the community." Seemingly struck by an idea, Zhang Jing's expression turned serious as he declared, "This institution will serve to house the orphans of both soldiers and civilians, with the 3 elders overseeing their education and virtuous women and children responsible for their daily care." Chapter 32. Chen Yu. Sun Yu is still alive. The roles of neighborhood leaders and village heads need no elaboration. They are akin to village chiefs and captains. The position of neighborhood leader is comparable to that of a county magistrate, while the chief of a large community is a neighborhood leader, and smaller communities are overseen by neighborhood heads. The term youth patrol refers to constables tasked with apprehending criminals, operating under the county officer's jurisdiction and typically patrolling various villages. Their positions not confined to the county, but linked to the residences of the neighborhood leaders. The 3 elders are not merely 3 individuals, but rather a singular entity representing esteemed local elders who bear no official titles yet play a crucial role in educating the community. Their unique distinction lies in their ability to communicate directly with the emperor. Their words carry weight even with the highest authority, and during festive seasons, they may receive imperial rewards. However, Zhang Jing's 3 elders differ from those of the Qin and Han dynasties, as he genuinely intends to utilize them to educate the populace and youth, even assigning them the title of principal. In this context, the term elders refers not to the elderly villagers, but to individuals of middle age with a numerical limit. During the Han Dynasty, a neighborhood typically consisted of around 100 households. For every 5 households, there would be a leader known as the Wu Zhang, and for every 10 households, there would be another leader, referred to as elder. Zhang Jing's intention is clear: to assign the retired soldiers, who have proven their merit yet are now aged and frail, to these local positions, allowing them to shine in their communities. The literate elderly and weak would naturally have more options, such as serving as neighborhood leaders or village heads. An academy for youth is also indispensable. It must provide a refuge for the orphans of soldiers and civilians alike. Your benevolence is commendable, Zhang Yu remarked as he stroked his beard thoughtfully, adding, but will there be an excess of academies within the community? Not at all. Zhang Jing pondered. Now, with the 4 counties of Yenzhou stabilizing the populace, there are more than 3 million citizens. In due time, the population will undoubtedly become dense. Furthermore, the Youth Academy serves not only to nurture orphans, but also to enlighten the children of the community. In 100 households, should peace prevail in the realm, the youth and children would number no less than 100 souls. What say you, Zhongda? The Lord is wise. Zhang Yu, upon hearing this, felt no more doubts. Perhaps he is indeed wise. Zhang Jing gently shook his head, saying, yet, having endured hardship for so long, seeing more of the world brings certain realizations. In today's world, esteemed families cherish their lineage, and the secular imperial authority governs through the ignorance of the masses. I, Zhang Jing, shall choose to defy this trend. To awaken the wisdom of the common people is indeed a formidable task, yet there are feasible methods to achieve it. The crux of this endeavor lies within the youth. Once their minds are enlightened, they can subtly influence their parents and elders, thereby affecting the wider community. When these youths mature, they will stand tall like mighty trees, becoming the steadfast pillars of society, supporting the populace and impacting generations, potentially shaping the course of our lands for millennia to come. Your vision is profound, my lord, and I hold great admiration for it. Zhang Yu's expression grew solemn as he realized the paramount importance of the Youth Academy. I too am impressed. Dian Wei nodded vigorously at Zhang Jing's words. Though he did not fully grasp the Lord's intentions, he felt it resonated with greatness. Zhongda, Zhang Jing continued, I harbor no hatred for the court's ignorance nor for the esteemed family's self-preservation. After all, these are legacies bequeathed by our ancestors, and we cannot compel others to share them with the common folk. The sage once stated, the people can be led, but not made to know. The ignorant are easy to govern. This holds a kernel of truth. The desire for change often resides with the intelligent. However, I, Zhang Jing, firmly believe that with proper guidance, these issues can be mitigated. I implore you, my lord, to enlighten me further. Zhang Yu, realizing the implications, acknowledged that an abundance of intelligent individuals can indeed be challenging to manage, and he understood the principle that the ignorant are easier to govern better than anyone. Such matters are not easily articulated. Zhang Jing waved his hand, saying, I can offer Zhongda a few insights regarding governance, the connection between authority, the populace, and the land. Once a balance is achieved, even with an influx of intelligent individuals, they shall serve our purpose, and the people will experience increasing peace and prosperity. Zhang Yu fell into contemplation, a fleeting spark of inspiration crossing his mind, yet eluding his grasp. But excluding Sun Yu, no, Sun Yu is not truly wise. He is merely a Confucian scholar corrupted by his own philosophy. As Zhang Yu was lost in thought, Zhang Jing's voice reached him again, prompting him to shake his head and dismiss further musings. Those matters remain distant from their current reality. My lord, Zhang Yu spoke, presently. Sun Yu is imprisoned within the city. He is steadfast in his resolve and shows no inclination to surrender. What do you think? Oh, he is still alive? Zhang Jing was taken aback. He held a deep respect for Sun Yu, but should they find themselves on opposing sides, he would not hesitate to act without mercy. To slay him with his own hands would indeed be a bittersweet task. Even Zhang Jing himself is perplexed by this psychological state. Not yet. Zhang Yu paused slightly and said, I previously brought him to Wu Yin, and seeing he had no intention of surrendering, I took it upon myself to provide food to Han Hao, the defected general of Chao's army, who is now living quite well. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jing fell silent, furrowing his brow and remarked, Zhongda, perhaps we should eliminate Sun Yu? He never anticipated that Zhang Yu would evolve so rapidly, becoming a connoisseur of fine cuisine. My lord, Zhang Yu whispered, I believe it is better for Sun Yu to remain alive than to perish. Setting aside his identity, at present, the heads of Cao Cao's 5 generals are in Sun Yu's possession. Since Cao Cao is still alive, if we release this information, he would surely be willing to pay a hefty price to retrieve Sun Yu and the heads of his commanders. If he refuses, we can use this to undermine Cao Cao's reputation. I have heard that Sun Yu's elder brother holds a significant position in Qingzhou, so keeping Sun Yu would not be a loss for us. Zhang Jing looked at Zhang Yu, blinking in surprise. 5 heads? Aren't there only 2? My lord. Zhang Yu replied, there are also Qin Gong, Li Jin, and Han Hao. Han Hao, exhausted and captured, refused to surrender, so I had him killed. Another young general. Eugene, has now surrendered to our forces. Zhongda, you have truly surprised me. At this moment, Zhang Jing felt a mix of emotions, somewhat amused yet bewildered. What did Qingyu consider Sun Yu to be? A collector from the late Han Dynasty? You flatter me, my lord. Qingyu respectfully replied, I have taught Eugene, who hails from humble beginnings, and he has a profound understanding of military strategy and insights into training troops. I believe he is of great use. Then let us employ him. Zhang Jing responded, showing no dissent. As for Sun Yu, Zhongda, you may arrange as you see fit. I shall not interfere. Chapter 33. 7 Heavy Fortresses, 12 Passes in the Grand Hall of the Governor's Mansion in Wui Inn. Zhang Jing sat at the head, with Qingyu standing to his left. Zhongda. After listening to Cheng Yu's report, Zhang Jing's expression grew solemn. Are you saying that if there are 3 million commoners, our grain cultivation will require 6 million sure? This information struck Zhang Jing like a bombshell. 6 million sure of grain, and that is merely for cultivation. They say one does not know the cost of firewood, rice, and oil until one manages a household. But this seems exorbitantly high. A large acre of land requires 24 gene of seed, equivalent to 12 gene in later times. My lord, that is indeed the case. Qingyu replied gravely. Our army has collected less than 8 million gene of grain over the past few days. Even without considering seed grain, it will only last until March of next year. Let us procure it. Zhang Jing rubbed his temples. What is the current grain price in the Central Plains, and what is the approximate wealth of our forces? My lord. Qingyu responded, in this time of chaos, with warlords rising up, a month ago, 1 sure of millet was worth 200 coins. But now it may reach 300 coins per sure. I am not entirely clear on the exact grain prices. Zhang Jing remained silent. Recognizing that the current state of Yenzhou was under the governance of the begging army, and the previous merchants had now become common folk. Thus, Qingyu was naturally unaware of the grain prices. According to my subordinate's recent statistics, Qingyu continued, stating that the military's assets amounted to approximately 470,000 gold coins, equivalent to 4.7 billion cash. Most of these assets originated from the prominent families within the province. Should they procure grain in its entirety, it would indeed alleviate the pressing needs of Yenzhou. However, his only concern was the potential blockade of borders by external lords, which could hinder the importation of grain. Qingyu had calculated this carefully. If they utilized all their assets to purchase grain, they could secure at least 10 million measures of grain, provided they could find sellers. Yet, their actions had alienated many, making it evident that few would be willing to sell grain to them. Listening to Qingyu's predicament, Zhang Jing contemplated 3 words. If he were a simple man, it would be easier. However, the current Zhang Jing was burdened with millions of starving citizens, and given his nature, he could not turn a blind eye to their plight. After a moment of reflection on the matter of provisions, Zhang Jing articulated, I have 2 strategies. The first is to increase the purchase price. There will always be merchants driven by greed willing to engage and trade with us. Zhang Jing was acutely aware of merchants' nature. If there was sufficient profit, they would readily take risks. If that fails, we could consider proxy purchases. Should I be provoked? It might come to a zero-cost acquisition. He continued, the second strategy involves leveraging unique goods. A few days ago, I discovered in ancient texts 2 crafts that can transform toxic mountain salt into non-toxic green salt, devoid of its bitterness and as pure as snowflakes. Is it possible for such wonders to exist? A flicker of surprise crossed Qingyu's eyes, yet he held no skepticism, for his lord had even managed to modify catapults, far surpassing Qingyu's own knowledge. The other item was warm fragrant jade, commonly known as soap. Zhang Jing was adamant that these 2 items, both revolutionary for their time, could indeed be exchanged for grain. Zhongda, he directed his gaze towards Qingyu. If we possess these 2 items, could we possibly barter for grain? If what the lord claimed were true, a glimmer of determination sparked in Qingyu's eyes as he replied, the urgency of grain shortage among the people of Yenzhou will surely be resolved. Excellent. Zhang Jing nodded in approval. Once we have completed our military preparations, I shall produce these 2 items. Zhongda, do you have any pressing matters to address? Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord. Qingyu responded with a smile, shaking his head. As long as the various provinces are willing to trade with us, the remaining matters are of little concern. He had initially intended to mention the issue of oxen for plowing, but the scarcity of plowing oxen was not exclusive to Yenzhou. It was a widespread issue, and they would have to find other provinces to trade with later. Then let us first prepare the troops, Zhang Jing replied with a slight nod. Before organizing the army, We must first delineate the city's borders, taking control of the passes, and repair the city walls, with the soldiers' assistance. An hour later, the two finally finalized military arrangements and delineated 7 key strongholds and 12 defensive passes. The 7 strongholds were Fenggao and Liangfu in Taishan County, Luqing in Jibei County, and Lini, Dongye, and Fan County in Dongjun, alongside Kongfu in the state of Rincheng. The 12 passes would serve as extensions of these 7 strongholds. To the east of Lu City lie Ren County and Zhuoguan. To the east of Fenggao is Mao County, and to the southwest of Liangfu is Cheng County, along with Songting Ferry, Renping Ferry, and Qingting Ferry in Dongjun, as well as Nanping and Xiaqiu Pass near Kongfu. Lastly, there are the main strongholds of Wuyan and Weiyang, Shouzhang, and Yunqing Pass, provided that defenses are properly maintained. The 4 counties of Yenzhou can be regarded as a veritable fortress. Liaohua. After Cheng Yu departed, Zhang Jing pondered for a moment before summoning Liaohua to his side, stating, "I have a significant task to entrust to you, should you succeed and return. I shall assign you the guardianship of an important stronghold. I await your command, and I shall not shy away from death." Liaohua replied, his expression filled with excitement as he respectfully clasped his fists. He had not anticipated that, having just been promoted, an opportunity would arise so swiftly. "Very well," Zhang Jing replied earnestly. To the west of Dongjun, within the foothills of the Taiying Mountains, there exists a faction of the Taiping Dao seeking refuge in the mountains. Your mission is to bring those brethren back to Dongping. Zhang Jing naturally coveted the Black Mountain Army, as they were all part of the same brotherhood. A merger would indeed be fitting. "I shall not disappoint your trust," Liaohua responded eagerly, his eyes sparkling with understanding that his lord was sending him to persuade them to surrender. "Go forth," Zhang Jing encouraged, patting Liaohua on the shoulder. "Remember to bring along more brethren. Do not diminish our army's morale. Regardless of whether this endeavor succeeds, I shall record your merit." "I accept the command," Liaohua shouted respectfully before hastily departing. Zhang Jing observed Liaohua's retreating figure, his brow furrowing in confusion as he muttered, "Why does his surname also happen to be Zhang?" Contemplating this, he found himself somewhat speechless, realizing that there were indeed quite a few Zhangs within the Taiping Dao. Meanwhile, Cheng Yu summoned Xue Fang in a side hall, perhaps due to the latter's ease of handling matters. He had not previously included Xue Fang among the county magistrates assigned to procure grain. Thus, Cheng Yu entrusted the crucial task of purchasing provisions to Xue Fang. Military strategist. Xue Fang lamented, "Given our current reputation, acquiring grain will likely prove challenging. Those lords will certainly prohibit trade with us." "Just make the contact," Cheng Yu replied calmly, taking a sip of tea. "In due time, I shall present them with an offer they cannot refuse." "Very well." Xue Fang acquiesced, refraining from further protest, and declared, "I shall go at once to swiftly reach out to grain merchants across the states." Chapter 34, Liaohua. Am I truly excited? 2 days later. In the western part of Yenzhou, Liaohua led 100 men into the foothills of the Taihang Mountains to facilitate their raids. The Black Mountain Army's wooden stockades were not hidden deep within the mountains, but rather situated in a ravine 5 miles in. The heavens have perished. The yellow sky shall rise. Observing the banners scattered throughout the forest, Liaohua found himself momentarily lost in thought, reflecting that they had not chanted this slogan for quite some time. Now, upon seeing these banners again, he felt a peculiar sense of sentimentality. "Brother Liaohua." A young officer from the Black Mountain Army noticed Liaohua's pause and inquired, "Is there something amiss?" "No, merely a wave of emotion," Liaohua replied. Liaohua shook his head and continued onward. Born into a prominent family in Nanyang, he found himself ensnared in the turmoil of the times due to the head of his household's devotion to the Taiping Dao and under duress. He had no choice but to follow the path of the sect for survival, ever since the public declaration of his allegiance to the banner of the Great Cause. He had nearly forgotten that he too was once among the faithful of the Taiping Dao. "Let us hasten our steps," exclaimed a young commander of the Black Mountain Army with a smile. "The 3 leaders have heard of your arrival, Brother Liao, and have prepared food and drink, eagerly awaiting your presence." "Indeed, we must not keep the 3 leaders waiting," Liaohua replied, invigorated by these words. He silently vowed that his motivation was not merely for the sake of the feast. After a while, the group arrived outside the grand hall of the wooden stockade. Before Liaohua could enter, 3 robust men approached him. The foremost, a towering figure, laughed heartily and declared, "The envoy sent by Commander Zhang is indeed a rare guest. I am in charge of affairs here in the stockade. Please, young brother, come inside." Military officer Liaohua, I express my gratitude to the esteemed leader. Upon hearing this, Liao Hua understood the identity of the speaker and promptly clasped his fists in a respectful response. Brother Liao Hua, no need for such formality. The man, named you do, said, pulling Liao Hua along toward the hall while introducing, these two are the other leaders of our stockade. This is Sui Gu, and this is Beihai Rao. Greetings to both esteemed leaders. Liao Hua quickly cupped his hands in salute to the two men. The Black Mountain Army differed significantly from the Yellow Turbans of Qingzhou. While their roots lay in the Taiping Dao, they did not refer to one another as commanders. Their chief leader, Zhang Yuheng, was more of a figurehead elected by various factions. The three men before Liao Hua were among the leaders of the Black Mountain Army. Brother, you are too courteous. Sui Gu and Beihai Rao replied with polite smiles. After a brief moment, the four took their seats. Faced with the warmth of the three leaders, Liao Hua, while exercising restraint, also endeavored to partake of the feast as much as possible. Though his movements were subtle, they did not escape the notice of the other three. Brother Liao Hua, Sui Gu hesitated as he observed, is it true that your brothers from Qingzhou have suffered such a dire shortage of provisions? He was aware that Liao Hua held the rank of military officer, and as per the Yellow Turban structure, he should command at least 1,000 troops. Thus his status was not insubstantial. Why did he eat as if he had not tasted meat in ages? It must be understood that Liao Hua was no mere foot soldier. Indeed, Liao Hua candidly acknowledged, we are indeed facing a severe shortage of supplies. Our comrades in the Central Plains cannot compare to the leisurely existence of the three esteemed leaders. Each one has a family to support. Previously, we suffered a defeat at the hands of Gong Sunzan, losing a considerable amount of provisions, as I'm sure the three leaders are aware. Our old chief, in his benevolence, distributed what little food we had. The three listened to Liao Hua's lament with bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the purpose of his visit. After exchanging glances, they all came to the conclusion that he had come seeking provisions. After a brief moment of silent communication, Beihai Rao, wearing a troubled expression, interjected, Brother Liao Hua, your words are misplaced. In truth, our brethren in the mountains are no better off. Who among us can set aside thoughts of our families? Earlier this year, we intended to raid Dongjun, but that scoundrel Cao Cao had the audacity to invade our home. The aftermath of that battle left us severely weakened. As Liao Hua listened, he sensed something amiss. Why was the conversation veering into lamentation? He had yet to reach the climax of his discourse. Realizing the situation had deviated slightly, Liao Hua resolved to shift his approach. Thus, he began, indeed, today, my brothers. Before he could finish, Sui Gu, with a look of helplessness, interrupted, hold on, we do not have any provisions. Indeed, we genuinely do not. Liao Hua responded, taken aback. What provisions are you speaking of? Surely you do not think I have come to borrow food? And what else would you think? Beihai Rao replied, his expression one of certainty, as if he had already seen through everything. It appears the three of you have misunderstood. Misunderstood? They echoed. Of course, you do not lack provisions? Temporarily, we do not. With pride, Liao Hua declared, you must have heard that our Lord has conquered the entirety of Yinzhou. The supplies are more than sufficient. Why would he seek to borrow provisions from you? My Lord has sent me to invite you three leaders to join him in his grand endeavor. How do you respond? The three exchanged glances and sighed in relief, thinking, as long as he isn't here to borrow food, it's acceptable. Wait a moment. Beihai Rao furrowed his brow. If your Lord lacks provisions, then why did you? Do not dwell on such details. Liao Hua interjected. The world is in chaos. Now is the time for us to rise. My Lord aims to solidify his hold on Yinzhou and contend with the various lords for the mandate of heaven. Do the three of you wish to remain hidden in the mountains for eternity? Zhang Chu, a commander, aspires to contend for the mandate of heaven? Upon hearing this, Yidu and Sui Gu exchanged incredulous looks. The former, with a grave expression, remarked, the Yellow Turbans are ultimately unacceptable to the world. Such actions by Commander Zhang may prove excessively perilous. My lord commands an army of 300,000, Liao Hua asserted earnestly. Behind him stands millions of common folk, countless provisions, and siege engines to breach cities. How could my lord not contend for the mandate? Brother Liao Hua, do not become agitated, Sui Gu urged, attempting to soothe him. Am I agitated? Liao Hua retorted, his eyes wide. These so-called lords, relying solely on the authority of the court, command no more than 100,000 troops and 1 million subjects, yet they dare to dominate a region, with no county able to resist them. With such might, how can my lord not hunt in the Central Plains? To you, the leader, Liao Hua bowed slightly to Yidu before my arrival. I had heard of your renown. I learned that you are not only valiant in battle, but also support the wealthy and aid the impoverished, serving as a paragon for countless heroes of the Greenwoods. I have long admired you. Yet, it seems, Liao Hua, you are being presumptuous. Bai Rao remarked coolly. Contending for the mandate of heaven requires more than just the common folk and military might. It necessitates civil officials to pacify and govern the populace, coordinating various factions. Compared to sheer might, how did the Grand Sage, once formidable with the support of 8 provinces and hundreds of thousands of troops, fare? Did he achieve success? Chapter 35. Liao Hua, could it be that I truly possess the talent to persuade surrender? In the encampment of the Black Mountain Army, as Bai Rao concluded his statement, Yu Du and Sui Gu turned their gazes towards Liao Hua, eager to see what he would articulate next. Well said. Liao Hua rose and spoke. When it comes to civil officials ensuring the welfare of the people and organizing local governance, our army too possesses a strategist. The civil officials under our Lord's command are certainly not inferior to the martial generals. Our strategist is a distinguished figure from Yanzhou, the esteemed guest of the former governor Lu Dai, none other than Mr. Qingyu, also known as Qingzhou. Furthermore, there are also the offspring of prominent families in Yanzhou, such as the Yin, Yang, Wang, and Shui clans, who have joined our ranks. I wonder how these individuals are perceived by the 3 esteemed leaders. Do they not count as civil officials, and can they not govern and bring peace to the people? The 3 men exchanged glances, each reflecting shock in their eyes. Zhang Yuheng was indeed serious about this. After listening, Bai Rao, though unaware of the specifics Liao Hua mentioned, was thoroughly convinced. How could it be otherwise? Liao Hua, with a respectful demeanor, continued, surely the 3 of you are unaware that just a few days ago, our Lord enacted new policies within his jurisdiction. From now on, every commoner under our command shall receive 10 acres of fertile land, and next autumn, only land taxes will be collected, while all other levies will be exempted. Currently, dozens of county magistrates under our Lord have already gone to measure the lands across various counties, and I believe that several thousand commoners have already found their new homes. Our Lord is both wise in civil matters and adept in warfare. At this point, Liao Hua turned to Yu Du and inquired. With wise ministers and valiant generals by his side, along with millions of loyal subjects following him, do you believe our Lord cannot contend for this realm? The 3 men fell into a contemplative silence. Liao Hua, my brother, Bai Rao retorted, if your Lord possesses such capabilities, why are you here instead? At this moment, Bai Rao felt as if, among brothers, they had promised to grow old together, yet one had secretly taken advantage. The disparity in his heart was quite substantial. Such words are misguided. Bai. Liao Hua shook his head and replied, our Lord has stated that we all hail from humble origins. We should support one another and seek warmth and unity. Otherwise, we shall be picked off one by the Han court. Now, our Lord has established a stronghold. You, who are adjacent to Yanzhou, should consider not just your own interests but also those of your own brothers. Shall we retreat into the mountains, becoming mere bandits in the eyes of the world, forever unable to rise again? Or do you intend to wait until the situation clarifies before seeking a wise lord upon descending? Let us not even broach whether you would be valued upon your descent. Can you provide 10 acres of fertile land for each of your brothers and their families? Are you willing to continue under the oppression of those corrupt officials? I implore you to think carefully. Liao Hua spoke earnestly. Truth be told, our Lord's ranks are not lacking in valiant soldiers. The reason I have been sent here is twofold. Firstly, we all come from the same humble beginnings. If not for the Han court's tyranny, none would have taken to the mountains as outlaws. Our Lord understands your plight. Secondly, it is out of compassion. Just days ago, I was merely a common squad leader, and it was only after persuading the surrender of Chun Lu that I gained the Lord's favor and was promoted 3 ranks to the position of Central Army Commander. The 3 men were taken aback, for the individual before them was merely 15 or 16 years old. It seemed implausible to suggest he had long been a military commander. However, to consider him a squad leader made sense. Throughout these times, Liao Hua disregarded the expressions of the 3 men. His face alight with fervor as he continued, I have been by the Lord's side, sharing his meals and quarters. To be frank, our army has an abundance of common folk, leading to a significant consumption of provisions. Hence, the sustenance of both the troops and the populace is nearly identical, consisting primarily of hot porridge. Our Lord partakes in no more than we do, with no special treatment whatsoever. On one occasion, when I inquired about this, the Lord replied, my brothers are tightening their belts. What right do I have to indulge in lavish feasts? As he spoke, Liao Hua's eyes grew misty, expressing, such a benevolent ruler is rarely seen in my lifetime. In my heart, the Lord's compassion for the people rivals that of the great sages of old. Gudu, upon witnessing this, swallowed hard, filled with admiration. He had not anticipated that the formidable General Zhang would possess such a humane side. Brothers, Gudu took a deep breath. Addressing Sui Gu and the others, what Liao Sima has stated seems no fabrication. Moreover, our prolonged stay in these remote mountains is not sustainable. I wish to journey to Wuyan. If General Zhang truly embodies the qualities of a righteous lord, I shall accompany my elder brother. Bai Rao expressed, hearing Liao Sima's words. I too have developed a yearning for General Zhang. Very well then, Sui Gu replied, momentarily taken aback, and with a wry smile added, I shall guard the stronghold. In a short time, I foresee no troubles. But what of the leader Zhang Yin? What could the leader Zhang Yin possibly say? Before Gudu could respond, Bai Rao naturally stated, if General Zhang can rise to power, leader Zhang Yin will surely collaborate with us, unless he chooses to betray the way of peace. Sui Gu found himself at a loss for words. Observing the unfolding scene, Liao Hua felt a surge of exhilaration, secretly pondering. Could it be that I truly possess the talent to persuade others? At that moment, in the northeastern 4 counties of Yenzhou, a similar fervor was palpable. On one hand, efforts were fervently underway to settle the populace, while on the other, various armies began to cull the elderly and the young. In Lu City, atop the city tower, General Zhou stood, while Pan Zhang, donned in armor, gazed at Zhou Tsang with a woeful expression, on the verge of tears. Might you consider being lenient? Although I am but 13 years old, my extraordinary talent makes me appear closer to 18 or 19. If neither of us speaks of it, who would know? Wouldn't you agree, General? The Lord has decreed, Zhou Tsang replied sternly, that soldiers under 15 must return to the fields or attend the academy to learn to read and write. You are only 13. You may enlist in a couple of years. In truth, Zhou Tsang held a favorable view of Pan Zhang. The latter was robust, resilient, and clever. Yet he could not disregard the Lord's orders. General Zhou, Pan Zhang insisted earnestly, my enlistment was promised by the Lord at the time of his expedition. It cannot be changed now. Zhou Tsang felt a headache coming on and suggested, how about this? I will arrange for someone to take you to Wuyan and see how the Lord chooses to handle your situation. It was indeed due to Zhang Jing that Pan Zhang had not been dispatched from the camp immediately. That works. Pan Zhang, with a glint in his eye, agreed, thinking that going to the Lord was preferable to being sent away from here. In Weijun, in Neiwang County, within Cao Cao's military camp, the call of my lord echoed. Cao Ren hastily entered Cao Cao's tent, his expression grim as he reported. Rumors in the county suggest that the heads of Zilian and others are in the possession of Master Wenrua. To retrieve them, we must exchange provisions. Is Master Wenrua still alive? Upon hearing this, Cao Cao's spirit lifted momentarily before his countenance darkened. It seems that Zhang Jing will not spare Wenrua. Chapter 36, Doubts of Poison. The two men bowed to their lord. My lord. Cao Ren clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. The rumors state that not only Zilian and Zai but also Wen Qian, Yuanji, and Master Gongtai are imprisoned, sharing a cell with Master Wenrua. Such claims are credible. I believe them to be true, and these tidings must have been leaked by the Yellow Turbans. Upon hearing Cao Ren mention Qinggong, Cao Cao felt a pang of sorrow. Zixiao, you must also disseminate this information. Cao Cao encouraged. Proclaim that I am willing to exchange 5,000 stones of grain for the return of our esteemed general's body. My lord, are you truly willing to make this exchange? Cao Ren could barely contain his anger as he whispered through clenched teeth. This is but a scheme of the Yellow Turbans. Zilian fell to their hands. How can we possibly offer them provisions now? Zixiao, Cao Cao interjected, you still do not comprehend. The actual exchange is not of paramount importance. Rather, it is my stance as Chaomingda that holds significance. Do you understand now? Upon realizing this, Cao Ren responded respectfully, I see now, my lord. Go. Cao Cao gestured weakly, adding, additionally, release word that should the Yellow Turbans be willing to release Wenrua, I, Chaomingda, am prepared to offer 5,000 stones of grain. Understood. After receiving his orders, Cao Ren hesitated before asking, my lord, I have heard that the Yellow Turbans have ravaged all of Yenzhou, sparing no noble families, and have caused considerable bloodshed there. Are they truly in such dire need of provisions? Plundering noble families? Cao Cao responded with a hint of derision. I had thought that Zhang Yuheng might be a formidable leader, yet it appears he is merely a reckless fool, isolating himself from the world. He will surely not be tolerated. Provisions are undoubtedly scarce. Millions of mouths must be fed, and with spring planting approaching, How can they possibly have enough? Unless Zhang Yuheng intends to abandon Yanzhou and follow the path of the Black Mountain bandits. Yet, with Cheng Yu's assistance, he evidently does not wish to succumb to such a fate. Regardless of how Zhang Yuheng might persuade Qingyu, whether through coercion or temptation, his hold over Yanzhou is bound to be fleeting. Once spring arrives next year, he will ultimately resemble the Black Mountain bandits, relegated to mere raiding of the common folk. Zixiao, there is no need for you to fret over him. In Cao Cao's view, even if he were to be defeated by the Yellow Turbans, he did not believe they could establish a foothold in Yanzhou. After all, Yanzhou is the heartland of the Central Plains, a land of 4 battles. The current court may lack control over the lords. But even as the Han Dynasty wanes after 400 years, its lingering power remains formidable. No one would tolerate a Yellow Turban occupying such fertile land in the Central Plains. My lord, your insight is truly remarkable. Chaoren finally grasped the situation, realizing that they had always regarded Yanzhou as their own. If we were to rely solely on the military strength of my elder brother, defeating the Yellow Turbans would indeed be a daunting challenge. However, if the lords were to unite in their efforts, there is no issue at hand. In the past, Dong Zhuo commanded an impressive army of 300,000, bolstered by the battle-hardened cavalry of Shiliang and fortified by treacherous passes. Yet he ultimately succumbed to the coalition of the lords. The comparison between the Yellow Turbans of Yanzhou and Dong Zhuo is utterly unfounded. As time gradually passes, after nearly 2 days of travel, Yudu and Bai Rao found themselves in Wancheng, where they encountered Zhang Jing. In a workshop within Wancheng, Zhang Jing was overseeing the artisans as they processed the salt stones he had recently brought back. Commander Zhang, Yudu interjected, now that you have pacified Yanzhou, why neglect the 4 southwestern counties? Yudu found this difficult to comprehend. The 8 counties of Yanzhou, particularly the 4 in the southwest, boast larger territories and more fertile lands compared to their northeastern counterparts. Yet, Zhang Jing chose the smaller, less bounteous northeastern 4 counties. If the Heishan army had the inclination, Zhang Jing remarked with a hint of jest, I would not mind relinquishing the southwestern 4 counties to General Zhang. Commander, you jest. Yudu responded with an awkward expression. It is widely believed that the Heishan army traverses the 800 li of Taihang. Yet you, Commander, are well aware that this is but a misrepresentation. Even General Zhang Yan can only maneuver within the northeastern regions of Jizhou and the Yanyan area. Penetrating the Central Plains is akin to scaling the heavens. Haha. Zhang Jing laughed. I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart, General Yu. In truth, the decision to forsake the 4 southwestern counties serves 2 purposes. It allows for more effective governance of Yanzhou and better fortification against potential assaults from the Han army. Yanzhou is a battleground. Were we to occupy it entirely, even with an army of 500,000, we would still find ourselves overwhelmed. Should any front be breached, not only would we suffer losses in personnel, but also squander precious time in reinforcements. Conversely, the abandonment of the 4 counties presents advantages. To the south of the eastern counties lies the Yellow River. Should Jizhou attack, they would be met halfway, while Qingzhou would face the natural defenses of Liangfu. And should Suzhou advance, they would encounter the vital route of Kongfu. The remaining Han forces would only approach from the west. With merely 3 fortified cities and 60,000 troops, we could hold back 100,000 Han soldiers at the city gates. At this juncture, Zhang Jing turned to the pensive Yudu and continued, moreover, the lands of the northeastern 4 counties are quite ample, capable of sustaining 5 million citizens. After 2 years of recuperation, I could train an elite force of 100,000 soldiers. With such a formidable army, we could launch a campaign against Qing and Su provinces with the force of a mountain, leveraging our siege weaponry to secure a decisive victory. At that point, we could gather the populace from the 3 provinces, and within 5 years, we would march southward, establishing our dominance, with no lord able to thwart us. What do you think, General Yu? Is it worth relinquishing the 4 southwestern counties? Zhang Jing held Yudu in high regard. From what he understood, Yudu was not only a valiant warrior but also maintained strict military discipline. Most notably, his troops rallied under the banner of resisting corrupt officials, aiding the impoverished, and protecting farmers, a true embodiment of righteousness. In another time, he would be hailed as a hero. Indeed, it is worth it, immensely so. Before Yudu could reply, Bai Rao's eyes sparkled with admiration as he exclaimed, Commander, your vision and strategic foresight are truly commendable. I am deeply impressed. Should you not forsake us? As Bai Rao knelt respectfully on one knee, his gaze fervent, he clasped his fists and declared, I, the humble Bai Rao, wish to pledge my allegiance to Commander Chu, ready to brave fire and water without hesitation. The indomitable spirit of Commander Chu was indeed unparalleled. At that moment, Yu Du, regaining his composure, mirrored by Rao's gesture, kneeling and respectfully clasping his fists, stating, "If Commander Chu does not reject me, I am willing to serve as a humble soldier under your command, laboring tirelessly for you. Please rise." Zhang Jing interjected, hastily assisting the two men to their feet, his eyes filled with sincerity as he proclaimed, "We are all brothers here, each emerging from hardship. If I am able to achieve great things, I shall not forget your unwavering support." The two men, witnessing his words, felt a swell of excitement and emotion, respectfully clasping their fists and exclaiming, "We pay our respects to our Lord." "Excellent," Zhang Jing replied with a hearty laugh. "Rest assured, I will personally communicate with Leader Zhang and ensure that you are treated justly." Chapter 37, A Strong Army and Formulating Military Law. In late December, in Yinzhou, at the Grand Hall of the Prefectural Office of Dongping, Cheng Yu, Dian Wei, and others including Guan Hai, Kong Fu, and Sima were summoned back. "We pay our respects to our Lord." Upon Zhang Jing's entrance, the assembly greeted him with respect, clasping their fists in salute. "Please, no formalities." Zhang Jing gestured dismissively, striding towards the main seat with a smile, and began, "I have called you here today to discuss the future of our army, for after today, our gatherings may become rare. Let us first address the state of our forces." "Thank you, my lord." The civil and military officials responded, rising in acknowledgement. "My lord." Cheng Yu stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Our army originally numbered over 400,000, including the troops of Generals Guan Hai, Yu Du, Sui Gu, and Bai Rao. After recent reductions, the registered soldiers now stand at 189,527. "Very well." Zhang Jing nodded slightly, inquiring, "How many of our soldiers are armored? And are our weapons sufficiently equipped?" In truth, Zhang Jing had already discussed these matters privately with Cheng Yu, but he felt it necessary to bring them to the assembly to solidify morale and ensure the military leaders understood their own strengths. "To respond, my lord," Cheng Yu continued, "our army achieved a great victory in Yinzhou, capturing over 10 military arsenals of the Han army. Currently, with our 90,000 troops, 50% are now armored. The weapons, including sabers and spears, are sufficient to equip the entire army, with nearly 2,000 strong crossbows, over 10,000 bolts, 20,000 sturdy bows, and nearly 300,000 arrows. Furthermore, after this campaign, we have acquired over 900 war horses and 8,000 draft horses. These steeds, largely sourced from the noble families of Yinzhou, have now become spoils of war for Zhang Jing. It must be said that such gains would make even Zhang Jing envious. For when he took command of the Yellow Turbans, he could scarcely muster 50 war horses, though he had several hundred draft horses. One can only imagine the value of a war horse. In the past, Cao Cao, having ravaged the 3 counties of Zhang Yuheng, could only amass 3,000 elite cavalry, with most soldiers riding draft horses. Reflecting on this, Zhang Jing suddenly felt a pang of memory assaulting him, a dire shortage of provisions. The assembly of military leaders, upon hearing this, could not help but stare wide-eyed, the sounds of swallowed saliva and gasps echoing through the hall. Powerful, truly powerful. This encapsulates the sentiments of the numerous generals at this moment. Not only does the army consist of a formidable force of 190,000, with a commendable armor rate of 50%, but their arsenal is also adequately equipped. The presence of 900 warhorses and 8,000 inferior steeds has truly left them in awe. As for the question of how much provisions are needed, it is of no concern to them. With the army now assembled, Zhang Jing spoke earnestly. What we must deliberate on next is of utmost importance: how to strengthen our military. You, esteemed generals, are seasoned warriors. Please share your insights on how to bolster our forces. Your Excellency, Yu Du stepped forward first, respectfully clasping his fists and with unwavering resolve proclaimed, "In my opinion, to strengthen our army, we must enforce strict military discipline and uphold the laws with rigor." "Indeed." "What else?" Zhang Jing regarded Yu Du with appreciation before turning his gaze to the other commanders. "Your Excellency." As the other generals engaged in animated discussion, Eugene stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "I believe that mere adherence to military discipline is insufficient. A formidable army must be capable of executing orders without hesitation. In the face of any sudden conflict, our forces should remain as unyielding as a mountain. Executing orders without hesitation, quite a valid point." Zhang Jing nodded in agreement with Yu Jin's assertion and continued to inquire, "Do any of you harbor differing opinions?" Upon receiving Zhang Jing's gaze, many of the generals felt a flush of embarrassment, lowering their heads in silence. In truth, both speakers were correct. Zhang Jing stated solemnly, strict military discipline, unwavering laws, executing orders without hesitation, and remaining composed in the face of danger are all essential conditions for a strong army. An army that embodies these four principles can indeed be deemed elite. However, I believe these 4 points alone are insufficient. Upon hearing this, the generals, including Cheng Yu, turned their eyes towards Zhang Jing, filled with curiosity and anticipation. I contend that a strong army must also possess faith, a sense of mission, responsibility, and a clear understanding of what they are fighting for. I urge each of you to reflect on this. Why do you fight? Once you ascertain your reasons, speak candidly. Without hesitation, the assembly exchanged glances, a refreshing realization dawning upon them. Your Excellency, Suhi stepped forward respectfully. I follow the leader to oppose corrupt officials, and more importantly, to ensure the survival of my family. I too, many others, including Guan Hai and Sima Zhu, stepped forward in agreement. Indeed, we fight to survive, Zhang Jing nodded, articulating, our quest for survival is what has brought us together. Your Excellency, I fight for the ideals of peace. Wang Du stepped forward respectfully. Though I once served as an official in the Han court, I could not bear to witness the suffering of the common people. It was the teachings of the way of peace that illuminated my life as purpose. General Wang, what noble sentiments! Zhang Jing expressed admiration, recalling that during the rise of great sages, many who chose to follow were not just common folk, but also numerous scions of esteemed families. Even among the 10 eunuchs, many were willing to dedicate their lives to the pursuit of peace. Your Excellency, Dian Wei, with a serious demeanor, proclaimed, I cannot abide those unscrupulous officials, and your wise benevolence makes me feel that following you, even unto death, is 1,000 times better than serving those corrupt officials. Your Excellency, I too. As a few individuals began to speak, the generals followed suit, each expressing their motivations. Some sought personal glory, others yearned for the well-being of their families, while yet others were driven by their commitment to the ideals of peace. Their words illuminated the reasons for their battle. Zhang Jing, with a solemn expression, declared that this was the very essence of their fearless determination and valor, embodying the responsibilities of manhood and the spirit of true heroes. It is only when the soldiers of each army firmly believe in their cause and understand the purpose of their fight that they can transform into an indomitable force, a resolute and unyielding iron-blooded army. The Lord is wise. Cheng Yu and the other generals, filled with genuine admiration, respectfully clasped their fists in salute. Subsequently, Zhang Jing collaborated with Cheng Yu and the other generals to establish military regulations, aptly named the 7 Prohibitions and 54 Executions. The 7 Prohibitions included light troops, slow troops, thieving troops, deceptive troops, traitorous troops, disordered troops, and misled troops. The 54 executions dictated that those who cherish life above duty shall be executed. Those who flee in battle shall be executed. Those who disobey orders shall be executed. Those who delay supplies shall be executed. Those who do not heed the flag shall be executed. Those who do not advance upon the sound of drums shall be executed. And those who do not retreat upon the sound of gold shall be executed, among others. Such rigorous military laws sent chills down the spines of the assembled leaders. Yet they had devised these regulations themselves and could only accept them begrudgingly. Chapter 38, Military Arrangements. Minister Wang Du in the capital of Dongping. At the grand hall of the prefect's residence, despite the biting cold wind outside, the numerous generals within remained unfazed, radiating warmth. There is no need for anxiety, Zhang Jing reassured them, observing their demeanor. Now that the army is beginning to take shape and the military laws are established, progress cannot be instantaneous. If we were to enforce the current laws strictly, would we not end up punishing a vast number of our 190,000 brothers? Cough, cough. Our Lord is indeed wise. The generals wore sheepish expressions, fully aware of their own men, who, while not inherently wicked, were often difficult to discipline. Were it not for the current Lord's high esteem, they feared that the implementation of such laws would incite rebellion among their ranks, potentially drawing them into chaos. However, that was not the case now. Originally a force of 400,000, over 200,000 had already returned to their fields, awaiting land allocations, and none wished to stir trouble. After all, they were not fools. Moreover, the generals themselves were even less inclined to incite discord, for with the Lord's current prestige, even the execution of one or two among them would not elicit any vengeance from the others. They might even be praised for their decisiveness. Very well. I am not an unfeeling man. Zhang Jing waved his hand. The garrison forces across the various regions should be in position within 7 days. By the end of the month, I shall grant you a month's time. This month is to be utilized for training your troops and clarifying the military laws. In early February of the coming year, I shall personally inspect each army. We accept the command. The generals responded in unison, bowing respectfully and feeling a sense of relief within. Zhang Jing then solemnly called out, Su He, Sima Ju, Zhou Tsong, Guan Hai, Sui Gu, Kei Xian, Liao Hua. Where are you? We are here. The 7 responded, their spirits invigorated, and they bowed respectfully in unison. Once you depart. Zhang Jing gazed at the 7 individuals and declared solemnly, each of you shall command an army of 10,000 troops and 500 steed, proceeding respectively to Liangfu, Fengyao, Lini, Dong'e, Luqing, Fan County, and Kongfu. Upon your arrival, you are to immediately fortify the city walls, drill the troops, and maintain vigilant defense. Complacency is not permitted. The 7 responded with fervor, bowing respectfully and exclaiming in unison, we shall obey your command. Witnessing this, the other commanders could not help but exhibit a glimmer of envy in their eyes, for they knew that as long as these 7 executed their duties without error, their future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. Pei Yuan Shao, Bai Rao, and the others were instructed to lead 5,000 troops, 300 steed, and 20 warhorses to Zhuhua, Moxian, and Nanping. We shall heed your orders. They responded, stepping forward with respect. Zhang Jing addressed Pei Yuan Shao, Bai Rao, and the others gravely. You all understand the gravity of the situation. In comparison to the 7 strongholds, your 12 passes represent the true front line of battle. The armies of the lords may launch an assault at any moment. Therefore, upon your arrival at your posts, you must not only reinforce the defenses and drill the troops, but you must also remain ever vigilant. Dispatch all scouts, and upon the slightest hint of disturbance, you must respond without delay. Do you comprehend this? The 12 passes, delineated by Zhang Jing and Cheng Yu, were established to guard the 7 strongholds. Should an army attack, those stationed at the crucial 12 passes would inevitably bear the brunt of the assault. We shall forever remember the teachings of our Lord. Pei Yuan Shao and the others felt a tightening in their hearts, silently resolving that upon reaching their posts, they would enforce strict vigilance, while also diligently training their forces. Bianxi and Gungling. Zhang Jing nodded slightly towards the 2 generals and said, as usual, you shall each command an army of 10,000 troops, ready to await the strategist's orders, and you shall also be responsible for the supply of provisions for the various armies. We shall obey. Bianxi and Gungling stepped forward, bowing respectfully in response. Dianwei, Zhang Jing continued, upon your departure, select 5,000 soldiers from the army to establish the central camp, and additionally, admit Pan Zhang into the camp. Your subordinate acknowledges the command. Dianwei's eyes brightened, and he responded with a respectful bow. He had not anticipated that with Liao Hua's reassignment, he would indirectly receive a promotion, albeit without a salary. As for Pan Zhang, he recognized him as the young fellow who had approached recently, appearing quite spirited, and had been entrusted to the Lord's household. Lastly, Zhang Jing turned his gaze towards Yudu and Eugene. The other commanders looked on, particularly Sui Gu and Bai Rao, who felt a surge of excitement. It dawned on them that the former chief still had not received his military orders. Your subordinate is here. Yudu and Eugene stepped forward, suppressing their excitement, and bowed in unison. I seek to train the army, predominantly composed of common folk, Zhang Jing remarked, looking at the 2. When it comes to military training, you both possess considerable insight. Therefore, I have decided to assign 30,000 of the remaining 35,000 troops to you 2 for training purposes. Do you believe you can manage this responsibility? We shall not disappoint our Lord's trust. Yudu and Eugene responded, their faces alight with fervor as they bowed respectfully. Though it may seem that there is no grandeur in leading troops from the front, the latent value of such an approach is not inferior to that of direct command. In fact, those who specialize in training soldiers are more likely to cultivate formidable warriors, ensuring that opportunities for battle will naturally present themselves. Dismiss the others, Zhang Jing commanded. Nodding, leave behind Wang Du and Zhang De. We shall obey. The generals responded respectfully before taking their leave. Your Grace, Wang Du said, glancing at Zhang Jing with a hint of anxiety, for he had not received any instructions during the discussions. General Wang, please remain calm and take a seat. Zhang Jing gestured, then turned to Qingzhou. Zhongda, you two should sit. Thank you, Your Grace. The two men bowed to Zhang Jing before settling into their seats. Zhang Jing began. Our great army is steadily progressing, and the common folk are gradually being settled. Therefore, it is imperative that we prioritize the fortification of cities, the enhancement of irrigation, and the repair of official roads across the 4 prefectures. Your wisdom is unparalleled, Wang Du remarked thoughtfully, nodding in agreement with the sovereign's proclamation. Having previously served as a county magistrate, he was well versed in such matters. Zhang Jing continued, it would be a disservice to have you leading troops in the field. I have decided to establish a department dedicated to these efforts, to be named the Ministry of Works. This ministry will oversee the construction within the cities, manage water resources, organize agricultural settlements, and survey mineral deposits. I wonder if General Wang would be willing to assume the role of chief officer of the ministry? I am eager to alleviate the burdens of Your Grace, and I would not hesitate to give my life for this cause. Wang Du replied, his heart racing with excitement. He immediately stepped forward, bowing deeply, convinced that the position of chief officer suited him far better than that of a general. Excellent, Zhang Jing exclaimed, assisting Wang Du to his feet with a sweeping gesture. Upon your departure, the remaining 4,000 brothers shall be assigned to the Ministry of Works. The immediate priority is to expedite the surveying of land and collaborate with local officials to settle the populace, distributing land to the people. Despite Qingzhou having already assigned over 10 county magistrates, each accompanied by hundreds of assistants, this approach remains too slow for the millions of citizens. After several days, only a mere 80,000 households have been settled, whereas, under the aegis of the Ministry of Works, there are at least 800,000 to 900,000 households to address. I accept your command. Wang Du responded brightly, bowing respectfully. He had been pondering why the sovereign retained over 4,000 troops. Now he understood. Your Grace, Qingzhou remarked. Observing Wang Du's retreating figure with a serious expression, I have received word from Wang Can. And I too have discovered a pressing issue. The existing arable land across the 4 prefectures is insufficient to accommodate the populace. If we are to settle all citizens, we must expedite the reclamation of wasteland. This indeed poses a formidable challenge. Zhang Jing furrowed his brow and suggested, why not issue a proclamation outlining the situation, encouraging the populace to organize themselves in cultivating the wasteland? Any newly reclaimed land, regardless of its size, shall be exempt from taxes for 5 years. After this period, we can survey the land and reclaim any surplus. What do you think? Your insight is remarkable. After listening intently, Qingzhou slowly stroked his beard, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. He hesitated and remarked, 5 years is quite a lengthy period, is it not? Moreover, the tax revenues next year may significantly diminish. Zhongda is being overly cautious, Zhang Jing countered, shaking his head. Without substantial returns, how can the common folk remain enthusiastic? Based on the current pace of the new policies, it is likely that nearly 1 million citizens will not only miss the spring plowing but also be deprived of fertile land. As for tax revenues, Zhang Jing turned to Qingzhou, his tone laden with meaning. Does Zhongda believe it is easier to procure grain from other states than from our own people? Ultimately, it is merely a matter of financial resources. Providing for our own citizens is far superior to catering to those merchants. In these tumultuous times, grain remains the eternal currency. As long as there is food, the people's hearts can be at ease, even if half of the population in the 4 counties is willing to cultivate wasteland. I would wholeheartedly support it. In my view, wealth holds little value today. Your lord possesses great foresight. I am in awe, Qingzhou responded, bowing to Zhang Jing. At that moment, he realized that his lord was far from the benevolent facade he presented, and that his vision extended far beyond Qingzhou's comprehension. Half an hour later, a proclamation was disseminated by Wu Yuan to the surrounding areas. The citizens awaiting land allocation began to chatter eagerly, many of them eager to participate. Have you heard? The general has issued a proclamation stating that we may cultivate wasteland independently, and the land will be tax-exempt for 5 years, provided it is within the 4 counties. Of course, I have heard, but as a native of Qinlu, I am unfamiliar with the terrain in the northeastern 4 counties. How can I find land to cultivate? You may be unfamiliar, but I am. What do you say, brother? I know a place that can yield hundreds of acres of fertile land. Why not count you in? Oh my, a benefactor indeed. Please take me along. Very well, let us find a few more households. We must report to the magistrate. And we'll need soldiers to accompany us, otherwise we might starve. You speak wisely, my friend. Let us go. Upon hearing the news of the 5-year tax exemption, the citizens could hardly contain their excitement, especially those from the northeastern 4 counties. The vast and flat terrain of Qingzhou made it exceedingly simple to locate a site for cultivation. Moreover, the spirit of self-reliance had long been ingrained in the bones of the people of Zhuxia. Rather than waiting for the magistrate's arrangement, they preferred to take matters into their own hands. The temptation of a 5-year tax exemption was simply irresistible. After the New Year festivities, the year 193 AD arrived, historically known as the 4th year of Chuping in Yenzhou. Following the public announcement of tax-exempt cultivation, the northeastern 4 counties underwent a remarkable transformation, bustling with fervor and activity. In the eastern garden of the Weiyuan governor's residence, Zhang Jing lamented, "Ah, this damned era," as he luxuriated in the warmth of the fragrant jade provided by his attendant, letting out a satisfied sigh, albeit with a few curses. Having memories of 2 lifetimes, this fragrant jade did not astonish him, yet it filled him with immense satisfaction. It seems this item can be sold. Gazing at the rather unappealing yet fragrant warm jade in his hand, Zhang Jing pondered, this piece of warm jade ought to be exchanged for at least several hundred measures of grain. Perhaps 500 would suffice. He was not jesting. Though it appeared inexpensive, its true value was not to be underestimated, contingent upon the circumstances and environment. Presently, the army's resources were woefully scarce, and diverting some for the production of warm jade necessitated a premium price. Otherwise, Zhang Jing would feel a sense of shame. 500 measures of grain equated to approximately 10 gold coins. Bring someone in. With this thought, Zhang Jing hesitated no longer. Summoning a servant and instructing, "Go fetch a piece of warm jade and deliver it to Master Zhongda for testing before returning to discuss matters at the estate." "Yes, sir." The servant replied respectfully. An hour later, Zhang Jing, clad in a grand cloak, strode confidently into the hall, invigorated. "Congratulations, my lord. The urgent grain situation in Yenzhou can now be resolved." Cheng Yu stepped forward, his face alight with joy, having been thoroughly captivated by the warm jade. With this jade, he felt that previous fragrances and sachets were entirely dispensable. "I too shall exchange this for 500 measures of grain." Observing this, Zhang Jing smiled and inquired, "What does Zhongda think?" "Feasible," Cheng Yu exclaimed, startled at first, yet upon reflection, nodded earnestly and mused. "However, I believe this item should not be sold directly and must be presented with sufficient allure. Otherwise, success will be elusive. Then this matter shall be entrusted to Zhongda." Zhang Jing nodded slightly, recognizing the strategic significance of this substance for the struggling army. "I shall comply." Cheng Yu bowed respectfully in agreement. Days later, in the vicinity of the Mi family estate in Xuxian, Beihai County, Xuzhou, this young sir, dressed in splendid attire, Shui Fong beamed as he addressed the head of the guard. "Please inform young master me that his old friend Shui Fong seeks an audience. Please wait here." The guard scrutinized Shui Fong before departing swiftly to relay the message. After a while, Shui Fong was ushered into the estate. "Are you the Shui Fong from Dongjun?" A youth clad in deep blue brocade and a long cloak, appearing around 17 or 18 years old, regarded Shui Fong with a furrowed brow, as he did not recognize this supposed old acquaintance. "Indeed, it is I." Shui Fong acknowledged the visitor's identity and bowed. "I greet young Master Mier. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" Mi Fong frowned, studying Shui Fong. With his elder brother now serving in the governor's office, he was in charge of the household, yet he harbored a distaste for socializing. "I have come here for a business transaction." Shui Fong remained unfazed by Mi Fong's demeanor. Since it is a business matter, Mi Fong instructed an attendant nearby, "Rongbo, please take Mr. Shui to meet the steward." The second son of the Mi family, with thousands of servants at his disposal, could hardly be expected to attend to trivial dealings personally. "You misunderstand," Shui Fong interjected. "The business I intend to conduct may be beyond the steward's authority, for what I possess is salt, cheaper than blue salt and more palatable. Just 5,000 coins per stone." The second son presumed that such dealings could be decided by the steward of the estate. As Shui Fong's words fell, the expressions of the attendants from the Mi household shifted dramatically. They were acutely aware that the Mi family's business rested upon 2 major pillars, salt and grain. The remaining ventures, such as taverns and inns, were insignificant in comparison to these 2 enterprises. The Mi estate's blue salt was priced at 100 coins per pound, necessitating 12,000 coins for a stone. Should the blue salt trade of the Mi family suffer, it would inflict grievous harm upon the Mi clan. Salt? 5,000 for a stone. Mi Fong's countenance darkened upon hearing this, even in his neglect of business matters. He comprehended the turmoil that 5,000 for a stone of salt would unleash upon the Mi estate. Are you certain you wish to discuss this here? Xue Fong surveyed the Mi household's attendants, a hint of amusement playing upon his face. Please, follow me. Mi Fong inhaled deeply, beckoning and leading the way ahead. Upon reaching a secluded hall, with no one around, Mi Fong's expression turned grim as he said, "Do you have any evidence to substantiate your claims? You should know that the Mi family is not one to be trifled with." "I am well aware of the Mi family's esteemed reputation," Xue Fong replied with a smile. Producing a pouch from his robe, he opened it to reveal pristine white salt and extracted a small quantity to place into the tea vessel before him. With a slight shake, he consumed it in one gulp. "Might you care to sample it?" After finishing, Xue Fong turned his gaze towards Mi Fong with a smile. "Zhongbo." Mi Fong fixated on Xue Fong, inhaling deeply before summoning Zhongbo, instructing, "This is the blue salt brought by the gentleman. Take it and taste it, discerning its differences from our estate salt." "Understood." Zhongbo responded promptly and departed with the pouch of salt. "Xue, sir." After Zhongbo left, Mi Fong regarded the composed Xue Fong and inquired, "What is it that you desire? If this salt proves genuine, should you share the formula? I, Mi Fong, assure you that you shall enjoy unfathomable wealth and splendor." Though not yet confirmed, Mi Fong felt uncertain if it were indeed true. And Xue Fong chose not to ally with the Mi family. He would be viewed as a traitor. However, acquiring the formula would alter the stakes entirely. Wealth and splendor. "I have known." Xue Fong shook his head in response, maintaining a tranquil demeanor. "I hail from Dongjun. What use have I for wealth and splendor?" "From Dongjun?" Mi Fong, realizing something, felt a chill seep into his heart. "I have heard that the Yellow Turbans currently occupy Yenzhou, and even the court struggles to contend with them. It is said they wield their blades against the noble families within the province. Are you seeking survival?" Xue Fong's words were double-edged, neither confirming nor denying the implication. "Then what is it that you seek?" Mi Fong scrutinized Xue Fong deeply, now understanding that this individual was not someone he could easily manipulate. Even if he managed to subdue him, it would not resolve any issues and could provoke the Yellow Turbans, potentially jeopardizing any collaboration and driving business towards others. "Grain," Xue Fong replied nonchalantly. "As long as the Mi family supplies grain, I can ensure that the white salt of Qingzhou and the two provinces will be exclusively supplied to the Mi estate." "That is impossible." Mi Fong, without a moment's hesitation, refused, stating, "Though the Mi household possesses grain, we cannot engage in trade with the Yellow Turbans. If the inspector were to blame us, even my elder brother would be unable to protect the Mi estate." "Young master is mistaken." Xue Fong shook his head and replied, "It is I, Xue, who is trading grain with the Mi household, not the Yellow Turbans. Moreover, even if the Mi estate were to refuse cooperation, there are numerous merchants in Qingzhou who would eagerly seize the opportunity to collaborate. In such a scenario, I assure you, Mi Fong will find it impossible to sell a single grain of his blue salt henceforth. In these turbulent times, when the central plains are in chaos and the lords are rising, Qingzhou belongs to the court and to Tao Qian, who is growing old. How many more years can he endure? Only the Mi estate remains a true possession of the Mi family. As long as you, young master, cooperate with me and deliver the grain to the designated granary, there will undoubtedly be those who will transport the grain from Qingzhou. Thus, not only will the Mi family be preserved, but its prestige shall ascend to even greater heights." Xue Fong's words echoed in Mi Fong's mind like the whispers of a demon. He began to find merit in the other's arguments, recalling that even his elder brother had mentioned the impending chaos of the world on more than one occasion. When the time comes, it may very well lead to a struggle among the lords. In such a predicament, if the Mi estate were to suffer significant damage, it would be exceedingly unwise. "Young master." Just as Mi Fong was lost in thought, Rongbo hurried in and whispered something in his ear, causing his expression to shift dramatically. "Rongbo, you may leave now." Mi Fong took a deep breath, and once Rongbo departed, he turned to Xue Fong and inquired, "Might I ask how much white salt you can provide?" "Haha." Xue Fong laughed heartily. "Naturally, I can supply as much as young master desires. But tell me, how much grain can you provide?" "At most 500,000, sure." Mi Fong's countenance darkened at this response, and after a moment's contemplation, he settled on a figure. From Xue Fong's demeanor, he had already discerned that the white salt was not only inexpensive but also abundant. "Excellent." Xue Fong did not hesitate to agree. Knowing that the amount of grain on Mi Fong's side was limited, however, there was no urgency. Once the grain route through Qingzhou was established, everyone would become accustomed to the white salt, and he had no worries about a lack of cooperation from Mi Fong. The two discussed further details, and as Xue Fang prepared to depart, he presented a delicate box, which contained warm fragrant jade, serving as bait for their dealings. Meanwhile, among the prominent families of Yuzhou, such as the Su and Qiao clans, as well as the Cui and Jin families of Jizhou, and the Tian and Sima clans of Silu, a guest arrived. Their purpose was akin to that of Xue Fang, using white salt as a lure and warm fragrant jade as bait. Within a fortnight, the prices of grain near Yinzhou began to rise quietly, and the warm fragrant jade, rumored to be a treasure from the western regions, circulated among the upper echelons, garnering much praise from the influential figures. It is widely known that most items from the western regions are of high quality, their only drawback being their expense. Chapter 41, Zhang Yin. Are you an emissary? I do not believe it. In late January in Yinzhou, at the governor's residence of Wuyanqi City, Lord Qingyu, with a joyful expression, reported, according to my calculations, this month, we have imported 400,000 shur of grain from abroad, which has now been stored in various key towns. Still insufficient. Zhang Jing's countenance bore a grave expression as he remarked, with the conclusion of spring plowing in April, we have a mere 3 months to amass 5 million shur of grain. By June, we must gather a total of 10 million shur. Historically, Cao Cao has perpetrated several massacres in Xuzhou, often attributed to a desire for vengeance for his father. However, this narrative is fundamentally flawed, serving merely to whitewash Cao Cao's actions and reflect a superficial understanding of history. At the time of Cao Cao's first assault on Xuzhou, Cao Song was still alive. The animosity between Cao Cao and Tao Qian arose when Tao Qian allied with Ke Xian to attack Cao Cao's Yenzhou during Cao Cao's pursuit of Yuan Shu. Consequently, upon his return, Cao Cao led troops from Qingzhou to execute the first massacre in Xuzhou. It would be naive to assert that a lack of grain did not play a role in these events, a sentiment Zhang Jing firmly believes. While the figure of 1 million shur of grain appears substantial, it essentially translates to the sustenance of 1 million individuals for a month, with the possibility of sustaining them on porridge for 2 months. Crucially, according to Qingyu's calculations, the populace across the 4 counties totals over 3,400,000. The distress Zhang Jing felt upon receiving this news is beyond description. It struck him like a bolt from the blue, exceeding his expectations by approximately 400,000. To sustain these additional 400,000 citizens for half a year, alongside the requisite seeds for planting, is a considerable computation. Each individual requires half a shur of grain monthly, equating to 30 jin in contemporary terms. Over 2 months, this totals 1 shur, and for half a year, 3 shurs. Cultivating 10 mu of land necessitates 2 shurs, meaning each person will consume 5 shurs of grain, culminating in a requirement of 2 million shurs. When this figure is extrapolated to 340,000 individuals, the total skyrockets to over 16 million shurs. Zhang Jing, a month prior, had only 800 million shurs, leaving a deficit of over 800 million shurs. The current stock of 40 million shurs is merely a drop in the bucket. Moreover, this is still within Zhang Jing's optimistic projections. To gather 10 million shurs by June is not merely a lofty aspiration. It is an absolute necessity, lest they face starvation. Rest assured, my lord, Qingyu interjected, his eyes flashing with determination. As long as we secure the grain routes across various regions, the flow of grain into Yenzhou will accelerate, and the current difficulties will surely be surmounted. At that moment, Qingyu was already contemplating that, even if it required sacrifices, he would procure the grain necessary for his lord. I trust you, Zhangda. Zhang Jing responded with a slight nod, then began to pace while gazing out the window. Tomorrow, I shall visit each significant stronghold for inspection. This task may take some time. I entrust Wuyan City to you, sir. Rest assured, my lord. Qingyu replied respectfully, bowing deeply. In Jizhou, Changshan County, within the Black Mountain Army stronghold of the Taihang Mountain Range, the robust chief Zhang Yin gazed in astonishment at the approaching envoy, who had been dispatched by Zhang Jing. To ensure his safety, this envoy had traversed hundreds of miles through the treacherous Taihang Mountains, nearly losing his way amidst the snowfall, but ultimately managing to locate his destination. You claim to be an envoy of Commander Zhang? Zhang Yin scrutinized this individual, who appeared more akin to a wild man than himself, and remarked, I find this hard to believe. After a thorough explanation from the envoy, Zhang Yan's lips curled slightly as he inquired, Speak, what is it that Commander Zhang has tasked you with? The envoy hesitated, his mouth opening and closing, as he struggled to articulate his purpose, having been dispatched by Liao Hua to elucidate the allegiance of the Black Mountain Army to the Lord. At the time of his assignment, he had not fully grasped the gravity of the situation. However, upon leaving the city, he was left in a state of bewilderment. How on earth was he supposed to explain this? This conundrum had occupied his thoughts for a month on the road, yet he found no clarity. Brother, you haven't forgotten, have you? The commander of the Black Mountain Army observed his distress, a look of incredulity crossing his face. Ha! Another leader chimed in jovially. I doubt he could forget something like this. Zhang Yuheng, noticing the light-hearted banner aimed at the envoy, frowned and intervened. Recognizing that the envoy had not indeed forgotten the matter of significance, with a gulp, the envoy recalled the words of the Lord and embellishingly declared, "The Lord has stated that whether it be the Black Mountain Army or the followers of the Way of Peace, we are essentially comrades, all originating from humble beginnings. In the pursuit of survival and sustenance, we have taken up arms in rebellion. As allies, we should support and assist one another, striving for mutual prosperity." Commander Zhang is indeed commendable. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuheng's expression shifted to one of approval, nodding in affirmation of Zhang Jing's words. Although he belonged to the Black Mountain Army, he had once pledged allegiance to the court, yet he understood that his true allegiance lay with the Way of Peace. A month prior, the Lord had swept through Yin province, inviting leaders Yudu, Sui Gu, and Bai Rao to emerge from seclusion, to which they complied, bringing their comrades to Yin province, currently aiding the Lord in his endeavors. The envoy's voice grew quieter, his confidence waning as he spoke. In truth, he was rather timid. Had a different envoy come forth, given Zhang Jing's current stature, even without justification, he would have been emboldened. There was no chance of danger arising from this matter. Zhang Yuheng would never become adversarial towards Zhang Jing, for there remained a bond of camaraderie between them. As Zhang Yuheng listened, a smile gradually faded from his face, replaced by a flicker of anger. The commanders around him clenched their fists, their teeth gritted in frustration, wanting to express their ire, yet the envoy's mention of camaraderie left them feeling quite uneasy. Ha! Zhang Yuheng, filled with fury, retorted with a bitter laugh. Commander Zhang is indeed commendable. I simply wish to know whether my three brothers ventured forth willingly or were compelled to do so against their will. The commanders quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Setting aside the notion of camaraderie, the crux of the matter lay in the chief leader's intent. If their brothers had willingly emerged, then all would be well. The facade of camaraderie would allow them to maintain a semblance of harmony. Conversely, should they have been compelled, then enmity would ensue, camaraderie notwithstanding. The chief leader appeared overly concerned. The envoy, realizing his life was secure, straightened his back and declared, "Generals Yudu and the others are far removed in the deep mountains, and being followers of the Way of Peace, how could our Lord act against his own kin? Rather, General Liao has taken the responsibility of escorting them from the mountains, inviting the three heads out. If the chief leader doubts this, one can visit at any time to investigate. This matter cannot be concealed. Moreover, our Lord has decisively seized the 4 counties of Qingzhou. Not only does he have hundreds of thousands of troops by his side, but he is also supported by renowned scholars. A month ago, the 4 counties began distributing fertile lands to ordinary citizens, with each individual receiving 10 acres. This is far better than struggling for sustenance in the deep mountains. The 3 generals, accompanied by over 100,000 commoners, embody true righteousness as they enter Qingzhou. Upon realizing that his life was no longer in danger, the envoy relaxed, exuding pride as he spoke of his sovereign, for he hailed from the Central Army, even if merely as a lowly soldier. He had spent more time listening to his lord than many of the other warriors. Zhang Yuheng was momentarily speechless, astonished that his former subordinate had transformed into a general. The pivotal realization struck him. This individual had traversed snow-capped mountains to reach this point, earning his respect. As if recalling something, he inquired, "Pray tell me, what is the current situation in Qingzhou?" Chapter 42, Inspecting the Defenses, directing Beihai in the council hall of the Black Mountain Army's wooden fortress. Zhang Yuheng listened to the envoy's description, his expression growing increasingly grave, and he fully believed in the latter's identity. Indeed, the commander Zhang was no ordinary man. After hearing all this, Zhang Yuheng remarked, "He is a man of benevolence and righteousness. While he seeks to occupy the 4 counties of Qingzhou, has he solicited your aid?" The other generals exchanged complex glances. Just 2 years prior, they had planned to unite their forces, only to have their ambitions thwarted when Gongsun decisively defeated them, leading to a disastrous retreat. The idea of uniting their forces had thus fallen by the wayside. Not at all. The envoy shook his head in bewilderment. He did not believe his lord required reinforcements, feeling instead that he was formidable enough on his own, merely reluctant to perish in vain. Understood. Zhang Yuheng nodded. Turning to a companion, Wang Dang, this brother has endured a long journey. Please take him and offer him proper hospitality. The subordinate complied respectfully. I accept the command. Thank you, great leader. Upon hearing this, the envoy's eyes brightened, and he clasped his fists in gratitude towards Zhang Yuheng. Now, let us all share our thoughts. Once Wang Dang and the envoy departed, Zhang Yuhen's expression turned serious. Zhang Jing's ability to defeat Cao Cao and capture the entirety of Yinzhou showcases his military prowess, which should not be underestimated. Although I have only gleaned fragments of information about him, he can certainly be regarded as a formidable figure. Our current circumstances are also dire. Despite Yuan Shao bearing the prestigious title of 4 generations of 3 dukes, he engages in petty actions, contradicting his promises to us and stationing a large army at the foot of the mountains. As we seek to procure grain next year, I fear Yuan Shao may not acquiesce. At this point, Zhang Yan's countenance darkened. Although he was the leader of the Black Mountain Army, he also held the title of a middle-ranking general tasked with pacifying disturbances. He oversaw the vast Taihang Mountains and was authorized to collect grain legally from the villages below. He could even recommend individuals for official posts based on merit. Additionally, the Black Mountain Army was cultivating land in the mountains, barely managing to sustain themselves each year. When Gongsun was powerful, Zhang Yuheng had supported Yuan Shao, but once Gongsun was defeated, Yuan Shao immediately turned against him, even labeling Zhang Yuheng a traitor. However, this infuriated Zhang Yuheng immensely. The chief leader, Sun Qing, with a grim expression, remarked, "To my knowledge, the esteemed General El Bu has already allied himself with Yuan Shao a month ago, and his troops are stationed right beneath our mountains. It appears that Yuan Shao is resolute in his intention to overpower us. That despicable rogue." Another leader, gritting his teeth, added, "Since he shows no mercy, we shall not hesitate to respond in kind." Great leader, with Gongsun recent catastrophic defeat, Yuan Shao is poised to seize the territories of Yuan. Should we not unite with Gongsun to transform our conflict into a peaceful alliance, collectively resisting Yuan Shao? I concur with Du Cheng's sentiments. Sun Qing's eyes brightened, recognizing the viability of this strategy. This would allow them to cultivate grain in the Yinyan region, and it seemed likely that Gongsun would not object. But how shall I approach Commander Zhang? Zhang Yuheng pondered, feeling somewhat swayed. He had initially contemplated such an alliance, waiting for Yuan Shao to dare attack him, at which point he would act. Yet, there was a prerequisite. Zhang Jing had not dispatched envoys. After all, Zhang Jing's father and the Yellow Turbans of Qingzhou had suffered great losses at Gongsun's hands, creating a profound enmity. For the Heishan army to suddenly ally with Gongsun would almost certainly offend Zhang Jing. I believe the great leader is overly concerned. Sun Qing squinted, asserting, Gongsun and Yuan Shao harbor a deep-seated grudge, with little chance for reconciliation. Presently, the situation in Yinzhou necessitates an alliance with Gongsun, which would yield benefits without drawbacks. What do you mean by that? Zhang Yuheng inquired, perplexed. How could Zhang Jing possibly ally with Gongsun? The others, upon hearing this, turned their gazes towards Sun Qing. It is widely known. Sun Qing replied earnestly. Cao Cao of Yinzhou is a close ally of Yuan Shao, while Zhang Jing stands in opposition to Cao Cao. If Yuan Shao's power grows, he will certainly not tolerate Zhang Jing, although Zhang Jing may not ally with Gongsun. Our alliance with Gongsun to jointly restrain Yuan Shao's expansion aligns with Zhang Jing's interests. Zhang Jing may not acknowledge this alliance, yet he too requires troops stationed at the borders of Qingzhou, thus serving Gongsun as purposes. Does the matter of alliance truly hold significance? A collective gasp escaped the crowd upon hearing these words, and as they regarded Sun Qing, their expressions shifted. Haha, Sun Qing speaks with reason. Upon listening, Zhang Yuheng felt a surge of exhilaration and laughed heartily, declaring, afterward, we shall convey our intentions to that envoy. Since Yuan Shao dares to act boldly, I, Zhang Yuheng, shall not shy away. Simultaneously, he mused privately that this matter must be reported to the Saintess, who would likely not oppose it. Zhang Yuheng had long desired to express his grievances, yet had hesitated due to previous confrontations with Gongsun, making an overture seem inappropriate. However, at this moment, he found a rationale to convince himself. The strategy of allying with Gongsun could be viewed as a win-win situation, ultimately resulting in a scenario where only Yuan Shao is harmed. At the end of the first month, in Yinzhou, Donghe County, this marked Zhang Jing's third stop since his departure and his second major stronghold. This location lies 40 miles from Kangdingjin and 60 miles from another significant stronghold, Lini. The three parties may form an intricate triangle, making offense improbable. However, when it comes to defense, they can provide swift support. Even if Yuan Shao's army of 100,000 attempts to cross the river, it would prove to be a formidable challenge. Guanhai, draped in a cloak, accompanied by Dian Wei, ascended to the battlements and addressed Guanhai, who was serving as his aide. This city is a stronghold. Yet the recently repaired walls rise only to a height of 3 zhang. How can that suffice? We must raise them to 5 zhang, even if the crossing ahead falters. The brothers can retreat to this sturdy fortress, bolstered by catapults, with a contingent of soldiers adept in their operation. These devices can not only besiege but also defend. When the time comes, if Yuan Shao employs siege engines like catapults and ladders, having a formidable group of stone-throwing warriors will surely deter their advances. Coupled with robust city defenses, even if Yuan Shao brings forth 200,000 troops, he shall not breach Dongha. At present, the 7 strongholds and 12 passes are devoid of ordinary citizens. Aside from the soldiers, it is but an empty city. Zhang Jing has but one objective. Regardless of how the soldiers construct, the city must be held. I understand, my lord, Guanhai replied, his eyes gleaming with insight. As if a new world had been unveiled to him, he respectfully clasped his fists, saying, "Your words are like nectar upon my mind. I shall engrave them in my heart and benefit from them for a lifetime." He pondered within himself, wondering why he had not arrived at this understanding sooner. Compared to training the army to form effective combat strength, it is far more pragmatic to fortify the city at this moment. With sturdy walls, the enemy cannot penetrate. Granting more time to train the troops, especially considering the strategist's prediction that the conflict is likely to commence around late February, merely a month away. It is unrealistic to expect the formation of elite forces within such a short span. However, if the focus shifts to fortification, the scene transforms entirely. While the soldiers might not be overly enthusiastic about drills, they would undoubtedly display fervor for infrastructure. Indeed, Zhang Jing nodded slightly, ascending the battlements to declare, furthermore, the discipline of the army must be strictly upheld, otherwise, it becomes a loose collection of individuals. You, as a seasoned veteran, have experienced the tumult of my late father's era. Back then, over 100,000 troops were chased by a mere 20,000 Han soldiers. All due to a lack of discipline. Ultimately, people fear death. Consider this. If those hundreds of thousands had discipline, even without weapons, they could use their teeth to tear into the Han army, and with even a slight loss, the Han would have been driven to rout. Would the tables not have turned? After all, our army fears death, and so does the enemy. Yet, the more one fears death on the battlefield, the more likely one is to succumb to it. This truth is clear to both of us, and we must ensure that our men comprehend it as well. Your words resonate with wisdom. Guanhai nodded in agreement, seemingly recalling past defeats and reflecting on the name of the current army. Though humble to the dust, the spirit of iron and blood can inspire every soldier. Perhaps, as the Lord asserts, even without weapons, they would dare to rend the enemies to pieces with their teeth. With this thought, as Guanhai gazed upon Zhang Jing, his eyes brimmed with reverence. Chapter 43, The Perils of Kung Fu and the Purpose Within in early February. The weather began to warm. The ice and snow of the central plains melted, heralding the revival of all living things. The common folk streamed out of their homes, traversing the fields, observing the transformations of the land, while contemplating the upcoming spring sowing. At this juncture, the various lords of the realm harbored no intentions of warfare. Instead, they allowed the majority of their soldiers to return home to prepare for the spring planting. In Yinzhou, within the state of Rincheng, Zhang Jing arrived for the second time in Kung Fu. His first visit had been the previous year when he accompanied his father across the treacherous terrain of Kung Fu and slew the minister of Rincheng, Zheng Sui. However, at that time, he was oblivious to the nuances of military strategy and paid little attention to the significance of the Kung Fu thoroughfare. "My lord," exclaimed Liao Hua, stationed at Kung Fu, his face alight with excitement as he introduced, 500 paces ahead lies the Kung Fu thoroughfare. According to my inquiries, the perilous nature of this place is not due to cliffs or peaks, nor is it the result of human endeavor, but rather the passage of time. The Kung Fu thoroughfare was once a vast lake named Dushan Lake, spanning over 200 miles from north to south, but has now been divided into 3 bodies of water: Nanyang Lake, Jiayang Lake, and Weishan Lake. Between Nanyang Lake and Jiayang Lake lies the Kung Fu thoroughfare, which connects to the 3 prefectures of Shuzhou, Pingqing, Lu State, and the East Sea. Should the Han army from these regions launch an attack, traversing through Kung Fu would be the most expedient route, Taking the official road from Luxian would consume considerable time due to the mountainous paths. Liao Hua's countenance radiated confidence, as if he were assured of his ability to defend the Kungfu thoroughfare. This confidence was not unfounded. Historical records assert that the dangers of Kungfu render it impassable for chariots and horses, where 100 men can guard the peril, preventing 1,000 from passing. Yet Liao Hua had stationed an army of 10,000 here. Even if 100,000 were to assail, they would find no passage. Well done, Zhang Jing praised, placing a reassuring hand on Liao Hua's shoulder, speaking earnestly. However, do not let your guard down. Our enemies are not limited to Qingzhou alone. According to my calculations alongside the strategist, the first to strike at us will not be Qingzhou, nor the ambitious Tao Qian, nor the retreating Cao Cao. As for Yuan Shao and Gongsun Zan, they are preoccupied and cannot spare forces against us. Zhang Yang from Hunan dares not take rash actions either. So, who do you believe will be the first to deploy their troops? Upon hearing this, Liao Hua's expression shifted dramatically. My lord, do you imply that it is General Yuan Shu of the Han Dynasty? He realized that the situation indeed mirrored Zhang Jing's insights. Yuan Shu, possessing both righteousness and ambition, was likely to be the first to launch an offensive against Yenzhou. Precisely, it is Yuan Shu, Zhang Jing affirmed sternly. Yuan Yi, the former governor of Shanyang, was recommended by Yuan Shao for the position of inspector of Yangzhou, but was obstructed by Yuan Shu and ultimately met his demise. Kungfu is adjacent to Shanong County, with one side fortified by natural barriers and the other vulnerable. Thus, your ultimate purpose in defending this location is to guard against Yuan Shu. I understand now. Liao Hua, drenched in cold sweat, felt a wave of self-reproach for his earlier oversight. He respectfully clasped his hands together and said, I failed to grasp your profound intentions, and I beg for your forgiveness. Since his troops had been stationed here, he had only considered the defense of Kungfu against Qingzhou, neglecting the broader implications. Let us forego punishment. Zhang Jing waved his hand and declared, a confrontation with Yuan Shu is inevitable. There is no escaping it. Therefore, your army must firmly defend Kungfu while simultaneously erecting formidable walls at the rear. As long as Yuan Shu is unable to breach our defenses, he will be compelled to advance towards Fan County and Shaqiu. At that juncture, I shall intervene. You need only lead a contingent of elite troops to launch a surprise attack on Yuan Shu's rear, which will undoubtedly inflict significant losses upon him, deterring any further ambitions towards the 4 counties of Yenzhou. The Lord is indeed wise. I understand what must be done. Liao Hua, upon hearing these words, felt his face flush with excitement, as if victory was already within their grasp. That is good to hear. Zhang Jing encouraged him, however. There is one condition. Kungfu must not fall. Rest assured, my lord. Liao Hua replied solemnly and respectfully. Kungfu has 1,000 brothers stationed there. Unless Yuan Shu were to bring an army of 100,000, it would be nearly impossible to breach this city. Should Kungfu fall, I shall perish alongside it. What nonsense are you speaking? Zhang Jing exclaimed, striking Liao Hua's helmet with a swift motion. Once we have secured our position in the 4 counties, I shall ensure that all the unmarried brothers are provided with wives. It's time for you to settle down as well. Do not speak such defeatist words. Victory shall surely be ours. Yes, yes. Long live the Lord. Liao Hua's eyes welled with tears as he nodded vigorously, unable to contain his enthusiasm, raising his right fist and shouting passionately. Long live the Lord. The other generals, including Dian Wei, witnessing Liao Hua's fervor, also felt their eyes redden as they raised their weapons in unison, chanting the same rallying cry. The soldiers in the distance, upon hearing their voices, seemed to be inspired as they too raised their weapons in a roar. Now, go and make the necessary arrangements. Zhang Jing raised his hand to calm the troops, who gradually quieted down. He turned to Liao Hua and continued, I will remain here for a few more days, should you have any uncertainties. Do not hesitate to seek me out. During his inspections, he did not merely glance and depart. He would stay at each camp for a minimum of half a day to a maximum of a full day, offering guidance to the commanders and motivating the soldiers with words of encouragement and ideological education. In such matters, his personal involvement was invaluable, as one person could achieve the impact of 10. However, Kungfu was different, not only due to Liao Hua's youth but also because this location was indeed a hotspot for conflict this year. Thus, he needed to pay extra attention to it. I shall obey your command, Liao Hua declared respectfully, fists clasped, thinking to himself that he was undoubtedly the Lord's favored son. My lord. Just as Liao Hua departed, a hesitant voice reached Zhang Jing's ears, causing him to shudder. The voice belonged to Dian Wei, a robust and formidable man. What is it? Zhang Jing turned to Dian Wei, wearing a knowing smile. Are you considering marriage? Indeed. Dian Wei's face flushed crimson as he nodded eagerly. Very well. In July of this year, I shall make the arrangements for you. Thank you, my lord. Dian Wei exclaimed, all traces of shyness vanishing as his eyes sparkled with excitement. Clasping his fist in gratitude, he had initially thought that once he joined the ranks of the Taiping Yellow Turbans, finding a wife would be a simple matter. But with Zhang Jing's intervention, however, it directly transformed his perception of the Yellow Turbans. Not only did the Yellow Turbans turn into mere beggars, but sumptuous feasts also became nothing more than lukewarm porridge, and once inexhaustible wealth turned into mere fleeting dreams, leaving him without even a salary. During this period, for Dian Wei, it could be said that he had endured the bitter hardships of life. It had not the chance to enjoy the company of a lovely companion. Fortunately, his lord treated him exceptionally well, providing him with flatbreads to eat at any moment and warm chicken soup to drink at all times. As for those external possessions, it was better to do without them. You all have enough. The other soldiers in the Central Army cast their envious eyes upon him, and Zhang Jing waved his hand decisively to make arrangements. Long live the Lord. The soldiers were overwhelmed with excitement upon receiving a definitive response. Chapter 44. Nanyang and Xiangyang. Yuan Shu's ambition Yuzhou, Renan Commandery. In the Grand Hall of Pingyu City, Yuan Shu sat in the main seat, with Zhang Miao, Jin Shang, and a host of civil and military officials seated below. I report to my lord. A middle-aged man dressed in brocade, his eyes gleaming with brightness, stood and bowed to Yuan Shu. According to my calculations, our army has now amassed 500,000 measures of grain, sufficient for the sustenance of 100,000 troops for several months. Furthermore, Zhang Yang of Henan and the Xiongnu chieftain, Yufu Luo, have both sent word that should my lord mobilize troops to Yanzhou, they would join forces with us to assist in defeating our enemies. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the hall erupted in a clamor. The civil officials wore expressions of joy, engaging in lively discussions, while the military generals eagerly rubbed their fists, itching to charge into Yanzhou and achieve merit for Yuan Shu. Ha! Yuan Shu laughed heartily, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction within, secretly acknowledging that he was indeed destined for greatness. He spoke, Yin Xiang, after you descend, immediately respond to the two of them, telling them that I shall soon dispatch troops, and after we conquer our foes, I will surely reward them according to their contributions. Understood. The middle-aged man in brocade, who was Yuan Shu's chief strategist, promptly accepted the command. My lord, I request to fight. Ji Ling was the first to rise, his expression resolute as he respectfully clasped his fists and exclaimed, My lord, we all request to fight. The other generals, witnessing this, were naturally unwilling to be outdone. Yuan Shu responded jovially, Your eagerness for battle brings me great comfort, but do remain calm. He then turned to Yin Xiang and inquired, How many soldiers are ready for battle in our army? The generals fell silent at his words, and even Zhang Miao slowly stroked his beard, directing his gaze toward Yin Xiang. Replying to my lord, Yin Xiang said earnestly, Currently, our total military strength stands at 120,000. However, Liu Biao of Qingzhou has relocated his seat of governance to Xiangyang, where the city boasts high walls and thick fortifications and is shielded by mountains and rivers. It would require no less than 200,000 troops to seize it. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shu's expression darkened, and he coldly remarked, Liu Biao has slain my beloved general. I will eventually have him executed. During the campaign against Dongzhuo, he had secretly plotted to seize the most significant commandery in the Central Plains, namely Nanyang. The number of registered citizens within the commandery exceeded 2 million, its wealth unparalleled in the Han Dynasty. Ultimately, it did not disappoint him. After the campaign against Dongzhuo concluded, the foremost commandery in the realm fell into his hands, prompting him to dispatch the fierce General Sun Jian to continue his assault on Qingzhou. However, after he occupied Nanyang, Liu Biao of Qingzhou responded by relocating his seat of governance from Hanhou to Xiangyang. Xiangyang is situated in the northern part of Qingzhou, at the border between Nanyang and Nanjun. It is flanked by mountains on the east and west, with the Han River to the south and a basin to the north. The Nanyang commandery lies precisely within this basin. Faced with such a predicament, Yuan Shu was left astounded. After a series of offensives, his formidable general, Sun Jian, met his demise on the battlefield of Qingzhou. Presently, Yuan Shu, though filled with animosity towards Liu Biao of Xiangyang, lacks the strength to conquer the city and must instead worry about Liu Biao's forces reclaiming Nanyang. This predicament explains why, despite commanding the largest commandery, he established a stronghold in Runan. As for Su Qiu, the original governor of Runan, he had no choice but to yield his position to Yuan Shu, allowing him to operate freely, as Yuzhou was essentially the Yuan family's base of power. Yin Xiang continued, stating that he commanded an army of 30,000, which, despite lacking intentions to mobilize, still warranted caution from the Lord. Yuan Shu, feeling increasingly agitated, interrupted, demanding Yin Xiang directly disclose how many troops he could mobilize for Yinzhou. Yin Xiang, unfazed by Yuan Shu's demeanor, promptly replied that the number should not exceed 70,000. 70,000? Yuan Shu pondered, secretly calculating that with his own 70,000 soldiers, combined with Meng Zhu's 15,000, and the 2,000 from Zhang Yuheng and Fu Luo, he could muster around 200,000, plus the support from Tao Qian. It seemed secure. After grasping the intricacies, Yuan Shu rose and commanded Yin Xiang to issue a proclamation in the name of Jin Shang, summoning all lords to rally against the bandits. He proclaimed that he, Yuan Shu, would lead 500,000 troops north to Yinzhou in mid-month to assist Lord Jin in vanquishing the rebels. Despite the actual number being just over 100,000, with the addition of logistical support, it could amount to 200,000. However, this did not hinder Yuan Shu's declaration of a 500,000-strong army. Yin Xiang accepted the orders without objection, as exaggerating troop strength was standard practice. Lu Xiang and Jin Shang, Yuan Shu solemnly instructed, after you return, immediately organize the troops. Within 5 days, lead 20,000 as vanguard to Qingzhou and Shenlu to repair the fortifications in anticipation of the main army's arrival. His subordinates were about to accept the command when Yin Xiang, visibly alarmed, interjected, according to my information, the 4 commanderies in the southwest of Yinzhou have been abandoned by the Yellow Turbans. If our forces depart from Shenlu, not only will the supply of provisions be challenging, but the losses during transit will be substantial. I propose that we mobilize from Lianghua, advancing into Jin, capturing Rinqing, and subsequently communicating with Tao Qian, thereby creating a pincer movement against the Yellow Turbans. After listening to Yin Xiang, the assembled civil and military officials found his reasoning sound. Currently, the 4 commanderies in southwestern Yinzhou were desolate, and if they advanced from Yingchuan into Qinlu and then eastward, it would amount to a significant detour. It seemed illogical. Conversely, Yin Xiang's suggestion not only conserved time and effort, but also allowed for cooperation with Tao Qian, thereby stretching the Yellow Turbans' defensive line. Am I not aware of what Yin Xiang has stated? Yuan Shu, upon hearing this, glanced at the gathered officials, his expression brimming with confidence. However, it appears Yin Xiang has overlooked one individual, and that individual is Cao Cao. Presently, Cao Cao's forces are stationed in Neiwang, casting a covetous eye upon Yinzhou. With the assistance of the Yuan clan's illegitimate son, do you all believe that Cao Cao would dare to mobilize troops against Yinzhou? Hiss upon hearing this. The assembly of civil and military officials could not help but react, many gasping in shock. The Lord is truly astute. The officials bowed in admiration. Did you all contemplate this as well? At this moment, Yuan Shu, brimming with ambition, spoke with fervor. Should our forces enter Rinqing, Cao Cao will undoubtedly dispatch troops from Dongjun. Once we vanquish the Yellow Turbans, a confrontation with Cao Cao will be inevitable. Though Cao Cao is but a foolish man, he ultimately serves as a mere dog to my family's illegitimate son. Engaging in conflict with him would be beneath our dignity. Now that I possess a noble cause, and with Cao Cao having retreated from Yinzhou, he shall not return. The Yellow Turbans in Yinzhou are but insignificant pests, easily dispatched by me, Yuan Gonglu. Moreover, after this campaign, we shall encircle Qin County. Yuan Shu, with profound intent, declared, once we conquer Qin County, Yinzhou and Yuzhou will be united, along with Nanyang in our grasp. What lord in the realm could obstruct my path? As Yuan Shu concluded, the atmosphere erupted in fervor. The Lord is truly sagacious. His vision is unparalleled. We are in awe. Our Lord is a great talent. The civil and military officials were invigorated, gazing at Yuan Shu as if he were a celestial being, astonished by his strategic foresight. Should Yuan Shu's plans come to fruition, they could even envision sharing in the glory of his achievements. At this juncture, even Yin Xiang refrained from countering Yuan Shu's assertions. With the gold firmly in their possession, they naturally bore the mantle of righteousness, intent on reclaiming Dongjun, with even Cao Cao reluctant to act impulsively. However, All of this hinges on a singular condition, the necessity of defeating the Yellow Turbans, for failure would yield dire consequences. Even now, Yin Xiang did not regard the Yellow Turbans with the gravity they warranted. Chapter 45, Zhang Jing. Is Yuan Shu perhaps in a rebellious phase? In early February, within Yinzhou, Jibei Kingdom, Lu City, this locale had once served as the stronghold of the Qihua army, now garrisoned by General Sui Gu, marking the last stop of Zhang Jing's inspection. On a city tower, Sui Gu, observing the newly fortified city walls and the array of catapults, nodded in satisfaction. Throughout my journey, I have surveyed over 10 fortifications. But only your Lu City stands as a veritable bastion. Even 100,000 troops would find it exceedingly difficult to breach. You flatter me, my lord, Sui Gu replied, taken aback. In truth, much of the fortification work here was accomplished by General Wang Du upon my arrival. I merely conducted minor repairs and do not merit such praise from you. Do not be overly modest. Zhang Jing waved his hand dismissively. I am quite familiar with Lu City. The current state of its defenses is due to the efforts of Deputy Minister Wang. But your contributions are equally invaluable. According to reports from the envoys below, General Zhang of Heishan seeks an alliance with Gongsun Zan to jointly resist Yuan Shao. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the Han army will advance into Yinzhou, with the forces from Qingzhou likely excluded. Lu City is fortified, and with Ren County and Zhua County as shields. Skirmishes will be rare. You should focus your efforts on training the army and supporting Lini and Dongye. Lini is merely 100 miles from Lu County, while Dongye is about 200 miles away. The Black Mountain Army has allied with Gongsun Zan. However, both remain at a disadvantage against Yuan Shao. One primary reason for this predicament lies in Gongsun Zan's 2 calamitous defeats, while another factor is his dependence on Lu Yu. Under these circumstances, Gongsun Zan's forces in Qingzhou lack the capacity to dispatch troops to Yinzhou. Upon receiving this information, Zhang Jing's focus shifted towards the garrison commander Tao Qian, who is an ally of Yuan Shu. I understand, responded Sui Gu, after pondering for a moment, respectfully clasping his fists and exclaiming, rest assured, my lord, at your command. I shall immediately lead 5,000 brothers to arrive at Lingyi within half a day. I believe in you, Zhang Jing replied, patting Sui Gu on the shoulder. Covering 100 miles in a single day is indeed a rare feat among the commanders of this era. Xiahou Yuan certainly stands out for his remarkable speed in marching. Historical records attest to journeys of 500 miles in 3 days and 1,000 miles in 6 days. Such rapidity is astonishing even within the annals of ancient warfare. Sui Gu's assertion of reaching 100 miles in half a day is not beyond reach. Report. Just as Sui Gu was filled with emotion, a soldier hastened forward, respectfully clasping his fists and declaring, I report to my lord, the military strategist has dispatched urgent military intelligence. He then presented a bamboo tube with both hands. Well done. Zhang Jing accepted the bamboo tube, patting the messenger's shoulder. You may take your leave to rest now. I am not weary. I take my leave. The messenger, visibly moved, offered a somewhat incoherent bow before stepping back. Yuan Shu has mobilized troops? Zhang Jing extracted the letter from the bamboo tube and, after reading it, fell into deep contemplation. Moments later, he shook his head and chuckled. Yuan Shu has quite the appetite. He should fear being overwhelmed. Little did he expect that Yuan Shu would send forces to Qinlu, encircling him from the east and directly assaulting his stronghold. This revelation astonished Zhang Jing. At this moment, Zhang Jing mused internally, could it be that Yuan Shu is still in a rebellious phase, relying on surprise tactics? It is evident that Yuan Shu, known as the Skeleton King of the Eastern Han and the Forklift Emperor of the late Han, is indeed a formidable opponent. My lord, Sui Gu inquired curiously, does the strategist's letter indicate that Yuan Shu has mobilized? Indeed, Zhang Jing replied with a relaxed demeanor, barring unforeseen circumstances. Yuan Shu's forces will assemble in Chunlu by mid-month and will commence their siege by the month's end. My lord, I request to be sent into battle. Sui Gu's expression turned serious as he earnestly clasped his fists and shouted, calm yourself. What battle do you wish to engage in? Zhang Jing glanced at Sui Gu and replied calmly, the conflict in Yinzhou has just begun, and the situation remains unclear. Should Yuan Shu attack, Guanhai and the Central Army shall manage it. Focus on training our troops. If support is needed, envoys will certainly come. There is no need for haste. Many more battles lie ahead. Rest assured, my lord. Sui Gu's expression softened as he respectfully acknowledged, I shall diligently remember your counsel. The training of my brothers has not waned even for a day. That is well, Zhang Jing nodded with a smile on the battlefield. Only a robust physique can ensure better combat effectiveness and safeguard oneself. As the saying goes, sweat more in peace, bleed less in war. The training exercises are undoubtedly arduous. Yet when juxtaposed with the prospect of losing one's life on the battlefield, causing profound sorrow among comrades and tears in the eyes of family, the priorities become glaringly apparent. It is not a matter of lamenting the absence of battle. Rather, it is imperative for the brothers to cherish this hard-won time to fortify themselves, ensuring they are prepared to unleash their full potential. Do you comprehend? I understand. Suegu, upon hearing this, took a deep breath, his expression resolute, and respectfully clasped his fists to exclaim loudly. He found the words of his lord to be profoundly wise and resolved to extend the duration of their training. As long as one does not perish from the exertion, one must train relentlessly. As long as you understand. Zhang Jing nodded slightly and declared, let us conclude here. Yuan Shu has dispatched proclamations far and wide, intending to attack Yenzhou. Thus, I shall not linger in Lu City any longer. With that, Zhang Jing strode away, followed closely by Dian Wei and his contingent of warriors. The subordinates respectfully bid farewell to their lord. Suegu, bowing towards Zhang Jing's retreating figure, shouted in reverence, we bid farewell to our lord. The soldiers stationed at the city also echoed his sentiments in unison. Meanwhile, in Jizhou, Wei County, Neiwang County, by the banks of the great river, within the encampment of Chao's army, the atmosphere was tense and silent among the martial generals. Cao, reclining on his bed, scrutinized the proclamation in his hand, his countenance darkening ominously. What a formidable adversary Yuan Gonglu is. Cao, his complexion pale, gritted his teeth and remarked, what a scion of 4 generations and 3 marquises. I have long perceived his short-sightedness and folly. Yet, I never anticipated that he could be so foolish as to nearly bring about my own downfall. And what of Jin Shang? Does he believe that with the name of Jin Shang, he can effortlessly seize Yenzhou? At this moment, Cao is somewhat beside himself. Following the release of Yuan Shu's proclamation, not only Zhang Jing discerned the latter's intentions, but Cao did as well. Yuan Shu's path through Qinlu, heading towards Dongjun, was unmistakably directed at him. Even if Cao were not the inspector of Yenzhou, he was still appointed as the governor of Dongjun by the court. Yuan Shu's actions undoubtedly displayed a disregard for Cao, even denying him the position of governor of Dongjun. The crux of the matter was that Cao was not yet inclined to contend with Yuan Shu. It was not merely due to a disparity in strength, but because they shared a common enemy. My lord. Xiaoren spoke gravely. What course of action should we take now? My lord. Xiahou Dun retorted angrily. If only you would grant me 3,000 troops. I could reclaim Dongjun and halt Yuan Shu at its borders. Chapter 46. The surge in grain prices, the warlord Elbu. Let me contemplate this further. Cao struggled to suppress the fury within him, shaking his head. Zilian, you must immediately proceed to Yi City and request assistance from Brother Benchu. My lord. Xiaoren bit his lip, his eyes slightly reddening. Zilian has already perished. Upon hearing this, Cao's expression froze, and he waved his hand dismissively. Then let Miao Cai undertake the journey. Should Benchu be willing to dispatch troops to assist, we shall observe and wait for an opportune moment. If Brother Benchu finds it difficult, I shall devise another plan. Presently, he has no more than 20,000 troops and a handful of generals, and even the provisions required for the army are supplied by Yuan Shao. Without Yuan Shao's assistance, Cao would find it exceedingly difficult to engage independently in the battle for Yenzhou, even if the army were adequately supplied. The landscape of Yenzhou has undergone a profound transformation, leaving him with a mere 20,000 troops, utterly incapable of asserting control over the region. As for the position of the governor of Dongjun, Cao has long since lost interest. I shall obey your command, responded Xiahou Yuan, stepping forward to respectfully salute before hastily departing the tent. Zishu. Cao turned to Chaoren, inquiring, have you ascertained the distribution of the Yellow Turban forces in Yenzhou? I am unworthy, Chaoren replied with a bitter expression. Currently, each city in the 4 northeastern counties of Yenzhou is heavily fortified, allowing only the common folk to enter, but not to exit. Moreover, Zhang Jing is quite cunning. He has registered and documented all the inhabitants under his governance, mixing soldiers with civilians, with local elders and officials filled by the Yellow Turban rebels. My scouts, despite their arduous efforts to infiltrate through narrow paths, suffered significant losses, and the information they managed to gather is exceedingly limited. Such a formidable Zhang Yuheng. A chill ran through Cao as he grimaced. I have underestimated him. with that fool Yuan Shu aiding him. Could it be that fate itself favors him? Zhang Jing's tactics reminded Cao Cao of a certain individual, the illustrious Emperor Wu of the Han, Lu Che. Initially, Cao Cao believed that Zhang Jing's approach to dealing with the aristocratic families was foolish. However, the subsequent actions of Zhang Jing left him in disbelief, namely, his decision to abandon the 4 southwestern counties. This was something Cao Cao had never anticipated. But as events unfolded, he increasingly recognized the brilliance of Zhang Jing's strategy. Yuan Shu's maneuvers further illuminated Zhang Jing's sagacity. Presently, Zhang Jing commands 4 counties, and regardless of troop strength, the populace likely numbers close to 3 million. Anyone attempting to penetrate this stronghold would incur tremendous costs, while Zhang Jing remains at his headquarters, calmly dispatching troops at his leisure. This young man must not be spared. Contemplating these matters, Cao Cao's eyes glinted with cold resolve, and suddenly struck by an idea, he spoke, "Zixiao, since we cannot glean intelligence from within, I urge you to investigate the grain supply across various regions. If my instincts are correct, the Yellow Turbans must be in dire need of provisions. Should grain prices rise significantly in any prefecture, it is highly probable that it is linked to the Yellow Turbans. Your Majesty." Upon hearing this, Cao Ren's expression shifted, exclaiming, "Had you not mentioned it, I would not have considered it. As for the grain prices in other counties of Qingzhou, I am still unaware, but within Neiwang City, the prices fluctuate nearly every day. Currently, a stone of millet can be sold for 800 coins. Just months ago, it was merely 150 coins. Is this truly the case?" Cao Cao's countenance darkened as he fixed his gaze on Cao Ren, commanding, "Zixiao, once you depart, do not concern yourself with Yenzhou. Dispatch scouts to uncover the source of this soaring grain price. Should any merchant sell grain to the Yellow Turbans, I shall hold that merchant accountable for treason against the state. I shall obey the command," Cao Ren declared, invigorated, as he respectfully clasped his fists, his mind racing with the thought that while they may not be able to eliminate the Yellow Turbans, causing them some trouble would be most welcome. "I have been remiss," he thought to himself. "This should have occurred to me long ago." After Cao Ren's departure, Cao Cao was left with a heavy heart, fully aware of the Yellow Turbans' impending food shortages. However, at that time, he was still recovering from serious injuries and took no action. Now, all he could do was to make amends as best as he could. In Qingzhou, Wei County, Yuan Shao convened his civil and military officials for a nocturnal banquet at the governor's residence. Once the wine had flowed thrice and the dishes had been savored 5 times, Yuan Shao, seated at the head of the table, gazed down at the gathered officials, emboldened by the effects of the wine, and proclaimed, "Surely you have all seen the proclamation issued by my foolish brother. Mengda from Neiwang has sent his retainers to beseech aid from my residence. How do you think I should respond?" As Yuan Shao broached the matter of state, the atmosphere grew solemn, and all eyes turned toward him. At that moment, a hearty laugh resonated through the hall. Subsequently, a man of towering stature, approximately 9 feet tall, adorned with a tri-pronged golden crown, clad in a beast motif armor, and cinched with a finely crafted lion belt, draped in a red brocade robe, rose with an imposing presence. His visage was striking, with lips as if painted, exuding an aura of valor. As he stood, the expressions of Yuan Shao's officials varied. Some were grave, others fearful. Some filled with awe, while others displayed disdain. "Brother Benshu, this matter is simple," the man declared, his gaze sweeping across the assembly as if disregarding all present. "I command 3,000 wolf riders, capable of breaching enemy camps as easily as plucking fruit from a tree, along with 800 invincible troops. Just send me 20,000 foot soldiers to command alongside me. Whether it be the Yellow Turban bandits of Yenzhou or your foolish brother, I can eradicate them all and bring Yenzhou under your dominion." The speaker, of course, was Bu, the valiant general of the Han, who had emerged from Chang'an and had, like Cao Cao, found refuge under Yuan Shao's banner last winter. Bu's words not only rendered Yuan Shao's officials speechless, but also sparked a flicker of wariness in Yuan Shao's eyes. Though Yuan Shao perceived Bu's remarks as somewhat boastful, he could not overlook the latter's formidable prowess. The Wolf Riders and the elite troops under Bu's command were indeed objects of envy, even for Yuan Shao. Yet, in Yuan Shao's eyes, Bu was a treacherous wolf, his ingratitude fully realized, especially given that this man had a history of betrayal. What Yuan Shao feared most was precisely the likes of Bu. For 4 years prior, one of his own disciples had exhibited similar ingratitude, nearly annihilating the Yuan family. That individual had ruthlessly slaughtered Yuan Shao's kin, including both the family patriarch and the heir. Yuan Shao's feelings on the matter were complex. He was unsure whether to lament or to rejoice. Part of his acceptance of Elbu stemmed from the latter's undeniable valor, while another part was due to Elbu having indirectly avenged the Yuan family. Presently, however, Elbu had accomplished nothing but was audaciously demanding 2 legions of troops. Yuan Shao thought Elbu was being absurd and simultaneously solidified his resolve to absorb Elbu into his ranks. Just then, a man clad in battle armor, with a robust physique, rose and clasped his fists toward Yuan Shao, declaring, as the saying goes, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? I, Yin Liang, require merely 10,000 troops to secure Yenzhou for my lord. Chapter 47. Sun Yu. Gongda, you ought not to have come. This phrase sounded rather familiar. Lu Bu gazed at Yin Liang, furrowing his brow and falling into deep contemplation. Your Excellency, a middle-aged scholar, noticing his state, promptly stood and bowed to Yuan Shao, saying, I believe that, at present, Ji province remains unsettled. The Beihai still lies in the hands of Gongsun Zan, and with Zhang Yuheng of Black Mountain rampaging. It is truly unwise to engage in warfare against Yenzhou. Sir Yuan Hao, your assertion is misguided. Another scholar, having listened intently, bowed to Yuan Shao and countered, currently, our military strength is formidable. Zhang Yuheng of Black Mountain is but a trifling ailment, and Gongsun Zan is merely a grasshopper after autumn. The Yellow Turbans in Qingzhou wreak havoc across the various counties of Yenzhou. It is indeed the opportune moment for your Excellency to mobilize forces in Yenzhou and seize control of the Central Plains. Once Yenzhou is secured, Qing and Su provinces will naturally fall into our grasp. By then, Gongsun Zan shall be nothing more than a withered bone, easily manipulated by your Excellency. Your reasoning is sound. With these words, another scholar stepped forward to bow, declaring, I, Feng Ji, concur. We all concur. Following Feng Ji's endorsement, several others rose to support Guitu's argument. Your Excellency, just as Yuan Shao found himself in a quandary, another scholar, having prepared for the examination, stood and bowed, stating, I believe that with Ji province just beginning to stabilize and the spring plowing underway, it is unwise to make any significant military movements. The situation in Yenzhou should be met with a steadfast approach. As each scholar voiced their opinions, presenting compelling arguments for their respective stances, Yuan Shao felt his mind clouded, overwhelmed by the cacophony of voices. Beside him, Lu Bu felt a sense of trepidation, perceiving these learned men as a formidable tide. Enough. Overwhelmed, Yuan Shao, whose thoughts had turned to mush, stood and waved his hand, declaring, I am somewhat fatigued. Let us conclude today's banquet here, and we shall deliberate on military matters again tomorrow. With that, Yuan Shao rose and made his way towards the side hall. We bid you farewell, Your Excellency. The scholars, though still divided in opinion, fell silent and respectfully bowed alongside the military officers as Yuan Shao departed. After Yuan Shao left, the assembly of civil and military officials dispersed. Lu Bu exited the governor's residence, shaken, and shook his head, exclaiming, These scholars are truly terrifying. He had previously been like Yuan Shao, listening to the scholars' analyses and pondering deeply. In the beginning, when there were only 2 or 3 speakers, he could keep up and form his own insights. However, as more scholars joined the discussion, Lu Bu's mind became overwhelmed, leading him to forget his initial thoughts and analyses, ultimately realizing that his reflections were in vain. Little did Lu Bu anticipate that this was merely the beginning. On the following day, Yuan Shao once again sought collective wisdom, but as night fell, they reached no conclusion. The 3rd day saw the same outcome, and the 4th day echoed this pattern. By the 5th day, Lu Bu chose not to attend, secretly admiring Yuan Shao, pondering that perhaps this was the daily routine of a great lord. Meanwhile, in Neiwang, Cao Cao eagerly inquired upon the return of Xiahou Yuan. What did Brother Banchu say? Has he mobilized forces after all these days? Xiahou Yuan opened his mouth, utterly at a loss for words, and finally spoke the truth. My lord, since Yuan Shao received the call for aid, he has been convening civil and military discussions for days. Yet even before my return, there has been no resolution. Upon hearing Xiahou Yuan's words, Cao Cao fell into silence, and after a considerable pause, he remarked enigmatically, he and Yuan Gonglu are truly like brothers. One is a master strategist but lacks decisiveness, while the other is resolute yet devoid of insight. Xiahou Yuan pondered, what shall we do then? We must prepare for battle. Cao Cao's eyes flashed with a fierce determination as he solemnly declared, regardless of the outcome on Yuan Shao's side, we must always be ready. If he did not finish his sentence, for that would lead to the most perilous of choices. One could only lament the burden of incompetent allies, which had left even Cao Cao in a state of despair. Your orders shall be executed. Xiahou Yuan nodded emphatically, respectfully clasping his fists in acknowledgement. In Yinzhou at Wancheng, within the grand hall of the government office, Zhang Jing gazed at Cheng Yu. Astonishment etched across his face. Is what you say truly the case? I have already confirmed this matter. Cheng Yu nodded. The envoy has arrived at Wancheng. The Sun family indeed surprises me. After hearing this, Zhang Jing's expression turned complex. Cheng Yu had just informed him that someone was delivering grain to Sun Yu, a staggering 5,000 stones, with only one stipulation, that they must see Sun Yu to confirm he is still alive. The messenger was none other than a recently released prisoner from Chang'an, Sun Yu. Sun Gongda. Receive the grain. Zhang Jing contemplated. Let someone escort him to meet. Grain was a scarce commodity for Zhang Jing, and Sun Yu was not much of a bargaining chip. It was merely a casual gesture from Cheng Yu. However, Zhang Jing was possessive of talent, unwilling for Sun Yu to be utilized by others. At present, he had no desire to claim him for himself, for he felt uneasy. Yet with Sun Yu's arrival, he could not let him depart so easily. Half an hour later, through Cheng Yu's arrangements, Sun Yu found himself in a cell adjacent to Sun Yu's. Just as he began to feel delighted, he grasped the bars of the cell and shouted, "What is the meaning of this? I am not a prisoner. Why have you locked me up?" "Cease your shouting." A guard approached Sun Yu, displaying visible impatience. "I ask you, are you Sun Yu, Sun Gongda? From the Sun clan of Yingchuan?" "Indeed." Sun Yu frowned and nodded in affirmation. "Then it is you," the guard declared with a grave countenance. "You attempted to assassinate Dong Zhuo, and you remain a fugitive. Your incarceration is a matter of justice." Upon hearing this, Sun Yu felt as though struck by lightning. "Gongda, you should not have come." Just as Sun Yu's thoughts became chaotic, a hoarse voice reached his ears, pulling him from his turmoil. "Uncle." Sun Yu turned abruptly, seeing a gaunt figure before him. In an instant, he recognized him, his heart sinking with trepidation. "How are you now? How could they treat you so?" Witnessing the former pride of the Sun family, that gentleman of jade-like grace, reduced to such a pitiful state, filled Sun Yu with a pain that was almost suffocating. "Ha." Sun Yu chuckled self-deprecatingly and remarked, "To have fallen into the hands of the Yellow Turbans and still be alive is already quite fortunate." Sun Yu, upon hearing this, was at a loss for words. "Gongda, you should not have come." Sun Yu gazed at Sun Yu, his expression grave. "With your capabilities, once you have left Chang'an, it is impossible for you to fall into the hands of the Yellow Turbans. Your presence here undoubtedly stems from my influence." "Uncle, it's all right. There is always a way out." Sun Yu hastily reassured him, noticing the guilt etched on Sun Yu's face. "You truly do not comprehend the nature of these Yellow Turban leaders." Chapter 48. Cheng Yu, Gongda, do you wish to partake in the Han's bounty? No food, imprisoned. Uncle. After listening to the account of Sun Yu's imprisonment, Sun Yu felt a chill of disbelief as he exclaimed, "Did Zhang Yuheng truly say that in times of chaos, outstanding talents not employed by me must be eliminated?" Sun Yu could never have anticipated that the primary reason for his uncle's imprisonment was this. His journey to Yinzhou seemed a perilous endeavor. Indeed, Sun Yu's expression was complex as he continued. "Such words far exceed the proclamations of our Lord. Aside from the Yellow Turban leaders, who else would dare utter such reckless statements?" Only then did Sun Yu grasp the gravity of the situation, his face contorted with bitterness. No wonder he was imprisoned upon arrival. They never intended to let him go. How foolish of him to think he could barter 5,000 stones of grain for a mere meeting with Sun Yu. Sun Yu fell into silence, reflecting on his own plight. After a moment of struggle, he solemnly proposed, "Gongda, you should serve the Yellow Turbans." "Uncle." Sun Yu was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment as he regarded Sun Yu. It was well known that the Yellow Turbans were rebels. Even if they rebranded themselves as the Begging Army, they remained insurrectionists. What would absolve them of this label? Only recognition from the court, akin to Zhang Yuheng, who at least bore an official endorsement. Sun Yu was well aware of Sun Yu's stature, yet he could hardly believe that he would counsel him to serve the rebels. "Gongda." A cold smile flickered on Sun Yu's lips, though it was devoid of warmth. "You must understand, there is no bounty from the Han among the Yellow Turbans. Do you know what I have been consuming during this time?" "What?" Sun Yu furrowed his brow, his heart sinking. "Dried meat." Sun Yu gestured towards a corner and stated flatly, "Sourced from those unwilling to serve within these walls." "What?" Sun Yu's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the 5 grotesque masses in the corner, his throat churning violently. Initially, he thought the cell's odor was merely a natural consequence of imprisonment. After all, He had spent time in Chang'an's dungeons before and had grown accustomed to the conditions. However, upon witnessing the grotesque sight, he could no longer contain himself and rushed aside to vomit, eventually collapsing, pale and weak. He then turned to Sun Yu, who stood beside him, observing his reaction. In Sun Yu's eyes, he saw profound sorrow and despair, and he began to comprehend why Sun Yu had urged him to join the Yellow Turbans. "Uncle." Sun Yu's face darkened as he struggled to articulate. "Killing is but a fleeting act. How could they treat you so? Because there is no bounty from the Han here." Sun Yu's tone was heavy, leaving Sun Yu uncertain whether he was addressing him or attempting to persuade himself. Mr. Wenruo's words ring true. At that moment, Cheng Yu strolled in, his expression serene as he remarked, "In the ranks of the Qihua army, how could one possibly partake of Han's official bounty? The Lord had previously granted you an opportunity. Yet you remain obstinately unyielding. Sun Yu of Yingchuan, I pay my respects to Mr. Zhang." Upon hearing this, Sun Yu fell silent, while Sun Yu discerned the identity of the newcomer and immediately offered a bow in introduction. "Sun Yu, Sun Gongda, indeed." Cheng Yu acknowledged Sun Yu with a nod before turning his gaze towards Sun Yu. "Mr. Wenruo, we meet again. This marks our third encounter, does it not?" Mr. Zhongda possesses an excellent memory. Sun Yu inhaled deeply and finally responded. "Bring forth the provisions." Cheng Yu commanded. Although the Qihua army lacks the sustenance of Han's bounty, today, Gongda has delivered 5,000 stones of grain, and I shall take it upon myself to invite both of you to partake in a bowl of hot porridge. "At your command," a junior officer replied respectfully. This hot porridge. Sun Yu was momentarily taken aback. He had sent 5,000 stones of grain, and yet a prominent strategist from the Yellow Turbans came merely to offer him porridge? Was this a jest? How absurd. Gongda need not go to such lengths. Sun Yu seated himself calmly in the cell, his demeanor composed as he stated, "Currently, the entire Qihua army, including its leader Zhang Yuheng, subsists solely on hot porridge. If the Qihua army cannot withstand the autumn harvest, chaos will undoubtedly ensue." "Mr. Wenruo's memory is commendable," Cheng Yu replied, arranging a seat outside the cell. Once seated, he sipped his tea and continued, "However, it is evident that I must disappoint you. After vanquishing Cao Cao, my lord swept through the entirety of Yenzhou, seizing 8 million stones of grain and several 100,000 gold. Furthermore, through trade from various regions, we procured nearly 3 million stones of grain. Though we still face a shortage, the immediate crisis has been alleviated. What remains is merely the spring sowing. Even if insufficient, we can sow less grain. And after the autumn harvest, our army will no longer suffer from a lack of provisions. Indeed, the grain shortage is undeniable," Cheng Yu conceded, aware that time was still on their side. As long as they could acquire 4 million stones of grain before April, there would be no issues. It was currently only mid-February, leaving a month and a half. Should the grain prove inadequate, they might need to allocate some from the sowing, allowing both the army and the populace to endure until the autumn harvest. Mr. Zhongda possesses great talent. Sun Yu regarded Cheng Yu with a gaze filled with complexity. Even amidst their opposition, the other's capability was undeniably impressive. Meanwhile, in another cell, Sun Yu's expression grew particularly grave. Observing the Yellow Turbans, he felt a newfound respect, realizing he had underestimated their strength. "Gongda," Cheng Yu addressed Sun Yu. "When my lord sought to enlist Mr. Wenruo, he remarked that Wenruo was overly rigid. However, I discern that my lord holds Mr. Wenruo in high regard. My lord has also stated that the bounty of Han is nothing but the people's hard-earned sustenance. Had Liu Bang, who wielded the Qin's bounty, possessed even a fraction of Wenruo's loyalty, there would not have been 400 years of the Han Dynasty. Now, the common folk can scarcely survive, yet Wenruo still yearns for Han's bounty. Such sentiment is not only naive but also tragically misguided." Upon hearing this, Sun Yu's gaze towards Sun Yu was tinged with understanding, and Cheng Yu's words resonated deeply within him. Cheng Yu gazed calmly at Sun Yu and slowly remarked, "I wonder, has Lord Gongda come here in search of Han's bounty?" Upon hearing this, Sun Yu fell into silence, while Sun Yu turned his gaze toward him as well. "Very well. Let us first enjoy some porridge." At that moment, a young soldier arrived to serve the three a steaming bowl of porridge. And Cheng Yu no longer paid attention to Sun Yu. He shared Zhang Jing's perspective. When encountering talent, one ought not to resort to execution. Should Sun Yu choose not to serve today, he would show no mercy and would also send Sun Yu away. Master Zhanda, he observed the other two, who remained blissfully content while sipping their porridge in such an environment. Sun Yu took a sip, only to furrow his brow, raising his eyes to Cheng Yu and inquired, "Is the white salt sourced from Yenzhou?" As a former prestigious family, while not as broad in their acceptance of disciples as others, they still possessed considerable wealth in these times. Sun Yu was reluctant to spend over 10 gold to purchase a piece of warm, fragrant jade. However, he had indeed used the white salt. The flavor of white salt was distinctly different from that of green salt. Therefore, upon tasting the hot porridge, he immediately discerned the difference. If the white salt did not originate from Qingzhou, then given Qingzhou's circumstances, it would not have been purchased at such a high price. Sun Yu, upon hearing this, displayed a fleeting hint of confusion in his eyes. Indeed, Zhang Yu took a sip of the hot porridge and casually replied, "Not only is the white salt from Qingzhou, but the warm fragrant jade is as well." Chapter 49. Sun Yu accepts office, terms of exchange indeed, as expected. Sun Yu's expression shifted upon hearing this, and he bowed his head to sip the hot porridge, saying nothing further. The flavor was indeed different. Although Sun Yu was unaware of the specifics of their conversation, he sensed something amiss, yet the details remained elusive. Ever since he had been confined, aside from receiving food and water, no one had paid him any mind, leaving him devoid of information from the outside world. "Master Zhang, I am willing to serve." After finishing the porridge, Sun Yu deeply bowed to Zhang Yu and said, "I only ask that my uncle may leave this place. I implore you, Master Zhang, to grant this request." Sun Yu, witnessing this, felt his eyes welling with tears, simultaneously harboring a sense of guilt and comfort within his heart. The comfort did not stem from Sun Yu's plea, but rather from the realization that the other was alive. The guilt, however, lingered. Allowing Master Zhang Rao to leave this place was not an issue. Zhang Yu rose, his expression serene, and said, "However, Lord Gongda must also agree to my next condition. Please, do elucidate." Sun Yu lowered his voice, requesting clarification. Zhang Yu continued, "That is, both you and Master Zhang Rao must each write a letter home. I shall arrange for personnel to bring your families to Wuyuan, and from henceforth, Master Zhang Rao must not step outside the estate. Otherwise, both your families will be implicated." This demand left both Sun Yu in silence. If it were merely his own family, Sun Yu would, for Sun Yu's sake and his own survival, have acquiesced without reservation. However, this stipulation also encompassed Sun Yu's family. Sun Yu found himself in a similar predicament. Had Sun Yu not come, he might have faced death without dragging his family into it. Yet he could not refuse now, for to do so would directly endanger Sun Yu. "I am willing to compose a personal letter." Sun Yu exchanged a glance. The former wore a bitter expression before he respectfully inclined his head towards Zhang Yu. "Thank you, Master Xie." Sun Yu closed his eyes and took a deep breath, and upon reopening them, he similarly bowed to Zhang Yu. At that moment, Sun Yu himself was uncertain if his request could indeed be deemed a request, as it felt as though he had suffered a significant loss. It appeared that Sun Yu had departed, yet in reality, both their families had entered the fray. Zhang Yu's expression softened as he spoke. "I shall arrange residences for you. In the meantime, you should familiarize yourselves with the official duties at the government office. When your families arrive, I will personally introduce you to the Lord." After speaking, Zhang Yu turned and departed. "Thank you, Master Zhang." Sun Yu bowed once more to Zhang Yu's retreating figure. Witnessing this, Sun Yu was filled with a tumult of emotions. "Uncle, there is no need for excessive words." Sun Yu interjected, shaking his head. "Everything is voluntary on my part. You should remain resolute. With your talents, even if you do not serve the Yellow Turbans, you can still contribute greatly to the Sun family." This journey to Qingzhou was, for Sun Yu, nothing short of a dream, though it felt more like a nightmare. Yet, given the circumstances, there was nothing to be done but to observe the unfolding events, rather than lament the passing of spring and autumn. If one could not survive the day, words would hold no value. "Rest assured, Uncle," Sun Yu said, summoning his spirit and forcing a smile. "I am not one to succumb to despair. But I must inquire, what is the current situation in Qingzhou? Is our Lord still well?" At the mention of their Lord, Chow, Sun Yu's expression became intricate. He still could not fathom why, under such circumstances, the Yellow Turbans would choose to resist to the bitter end. While he had inadvertently dug a grave for himself, Qingzhou is a battleground. Sun Yu replied gravely, "As far as I know, General Yuan Shu has led an army of 200,000 into Qinlu. After Lord Chao's defeat last year, he has taken refuge in Jizhou and is now preparing for war." "Yuan Shu has entered Qinlu?" Sun Yu's eyes brightened. "But has Yuan Shu defeated the Yellow Turbans and penetrated deep into Qingzhou?" He recalled Zhang Yu's words. It was entirely plausible to think that the Yellow Turbans had swept across all of Qingzhou. "This tale is lengthy," Sun Yu said, a flicker of pity crossing his eyes. After detailing every aspect to fill the gaps in Sun Yu's understanding, a soldier arrived to escort the two from their confinement. Yuan Shu has already been defeated. Sun Yu and Sun Yu followed a contingent of soldiers, and after processing Sun Yu's words, Sun Yu gazed at the unfamiliar yet familiar cityscape, his expression complex. Our lord will not dispatch troops to Yinzhou. Uncle, how can you be so certain? Sun Yu inquired, his face a mask of confusion. Uncle does not understand our lord's relationship with Yuan Shao, Sun Yu replied solemnly. Yuan Shao is astute yet indecisive, swayed by minor gains while neglecting greater righteousness. At this juncture, he possesses no strength to assist our lord in mobilizing troops. After suffering a devastating defeat, should Yuan Shu falter? How can our lord achieve anything with fewer than 20,000 troops at his disposal? The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the Yellow Turbans had forcibly relocated the populace of the four southwestern counties of Yinzhou. Were it not for this, Your Majesty shall undoubtedly be the first to reclaim the eastern county, subsequently taking control of Jin and Qinlu, standing in equal stature against the Qihua army. As the conversation unfolded, Su Yu gazed at the soldiers before him, his expression growing increasingly grave, for he realized that these warriors were clad in battle armor. The yellow scarves that once adorned their heads had vanished, replaced instead by helmets. Furthermore, they appeared remarkably strong, their strides nearly synchronized, a stark contrast to what he had previously encountered. This indicated that the Yellow Turbans had not only acquired provisions, wealth, and common folk, but had also secured armaments from various armories. With such military equipment, the Yellow Turbans had not only undergone a transformation in attire, but had also streamlined their ranks. Su Yu pondered how many of such soldiers existed among the Yellow Turbans. If there were a significant number, the four counties of Yinzhou would undoubtedly be impregnable. His uncle is truly deserving of the title King's assistant, and I am in awe, Su Yu remarked. During my time in Qingzhou, I too was astonished by the exploits of the Yellow Turbans. Master Zhongda is indeed one of the rare sages of the world. At that moment, the leading soldier halted before a government office devoid of a plaque, instructing, "This entire street is inhabited by the families of the civil officials under our Lord's command. Each household is assigned guards. Please refrain from wandering. Daily provisions will be distributed by designated personnel. Should any urgent matters arise, the guards may be summoned to the office." After speaking, the leading soldier left a contingent of soldiers behind and swiftly departed with his men. Indeed, they are the Qihua army. Su Yu was momentarily taken aback, observing the guards flanking the street, and could not help but smirk. "Let us proceed," Su Yu said with a hint of bitterness. "At least we can still move about within the residence, which is far better than being in a prison. By the way, does Gonda have any incense sachets? If not, it matters not. I have grown accustomed to it." Chapter 50. Forging Steel, the blade named Inquiry of Justice in mid-February, in Yinzhou, Wuyin City. Zhang Yu strolled towards the eastern part of the city, entering a heavily fortified area. As he stepped into a room, the sound of metal striking metal resonated in his ears. Inside, dozens of robust men, each bare-chested, revealed their sinewy muscles as they busily attended to their respective tasks. Upon closer inspection, one of these strong men was Zhang Jing. He too was bare-chested, drenched in sweat, continuously working with tools to quench a freshly forged battle blade in a nearby water tank. "My lord," Cheng Yu approached Zhang Jing, softly calling out. Upon noticing Cheng Yu's arrival, Zhang Jing instructed a nearby middle-aged craftsman to assemble the blade's hilt and sharpen its edge. "Zhongda has come, surely with urgent news." Once they stepped outside, Zhang Jing took a coarse towel brought by Pan Zhang and wiped the sweat from his brow, saying, "Speak, what news has transpired?" "My lord," Cheng Yu replied solemnly, "Yin Jiao, Wang Can, and others have conveyed reports indicating that after local officials assumed their positions, there have been frequent instances of them abusing their power, intimidating both men and women, and sometimes even causing fatalities. They are unable to command the soldiers to apprehend offenders. The pavilion chief and village head turn a blind eye, and some even Cheng Yu did not finish his sentence. He harbored unwavering faith in his lord, fully aware of the unspoken thoughts that lingered in the air. "Has Zhongda confirmed this matter?" Zhang Jing inquired, his brow furrowing slightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Upon receiving the correspondence, his subordinate, Cheng Yu, nodded and remarked, "I dispatched both Ziku and Gung Ling to the location, and their reports mirrored the contents of the letter." "What of Ziku?" Zhang Jing pondered, already calculating in his mind. Ziku was a man of both intellect and martial prowess. Cheng Yu reflected, with a bit of honing, he is bound to flourish. Ziku, known as El Qian, hailed from a prominent family in Yinzhou. He had once been summoned by the inspector Cao Cao to lead his family troops in defending Luchishing. Yet Cao Cao's defeat came swiftly and unexpectedly, leaving El Qian without even a glimpse of the man. Subsequently, he was confronted by the formidable Qihua army, leading to his reluctant surrender, after which Zhang Yu managed to sway him to his side. At that moment, a jubilant craftsman approached Zhang Jing, cradling a magnificent battle blade with both hands. "This blade has been successfully sharpened," he stated with reverence, "and I believe it possesses a resilience and sharpness surpassing that of the standard military weapons. Allow me to test it," Zhang Jing exclaimed. Receiving the weapon and gliding his hand along its blade, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. The crafting of this sword was distinct from the era's typical methods of refined steel and folded steel. Indeed, by this time, the techniques of high-furnace steelmaking and folded steel had matured considerably. Not only did high furnaces exist, but even the art of air blowing had advanced beyond manual labor, utilizing hydraulic power instead. The forging technique in Zhang Jing's possession was a millennium ahead of its time. Embedded steel. Compared to folded steel and refined steel, embedded steel boasted the paramount advantage of cost-effectiveness, making it exceptionally suitable for mass-producing weaponry. As for the craftsman's claim that it was superior to ordinary blades, that was merely a comparison with conventional weapons. While ordinary blades were also crafted from refined steel, they did not achieve true refinement, thus falling short of the embedded steel's excellence. Allow me to demonstrate. In a brief span, 10 bamboo tubes filled with tiny iron beads stood before Zhang Jing, while Dian Wei's eagerness was palpable. "Very well," Zhang Jing acquiesced, passing the blade to him. "Thank you, my lord." Dian Wei expressed his gratitude with a respectful salute before taking hold of the weapon. Zhang Yu observed discreetly, assessing Dian Wei, the man whose formidable physique resembled that of a beast. Since the lord's return, he had garnered considerable trust, and Zhang Yu was keen to ascertain whether his reputation was merely skin-deep. With a flourish, Dian Wei executed a graceful blade maneuver before positioning himself before the bamboo tubes. In an instant, he delivered a fierce diagonal strike. The sound of slicing air echoed sharply. With a resounding crash, all 10 bamboo tubes fell asunder, the blade's edge impeccably smooth, scattering iron beads across the ground. The surrounding soldiers swallowed hard, their throats constricting in astonishment. "My lord, this blade is exceptional." Dian Wei presented the weapon to Zhang Jing with utmost respect, despite the incredulous gazes of his comrades. "Exceptional?" Many soldiers inwardly scoffed, questioning whether it truly deserved such praise. "Indeed, it is remarkable." Zhang Jing observed the expressions of the crowd, taking the battle blade into his hands. He examined the unblemished edge and nodded in satisfaction. "Congratulations, my lord," his subordinates exclaimed. At that moment, Zhang Yu regained his composure and respectfully congratulated Zhang Jing, no longer harboring any doubts about Dian Wei's prowess. "We congratulate you, my lord." The assembled soldiers, witnessing the scene, also bowed respectfully and echoed their congratulations. "Good." Zhang Jing's countenance bore a serious expression as he spoke in a deep voice. "You have all seen that this blade differs from the Han sword with its circular hilt. Thus, I have bestowed upon it a name. This blade measures 1 meter and 13 centimeters in total length, with a blade length of 78 centimeters, a width of 4 centimeters, and a thickness of 5 millimeters. The hilt is 35 centimeters long, weighing 8.2 hanji. Its overall form is derived from the Han sword, resembling the Tang horizontal sword. This sword is named Interrogation of Guilt." Zhang Jing scanned the crowd, his expression austere. "From now on, all soldiers of the Qihua army shall be equipped with the Interrogation of Guilt sword." Upon hearing the name of the battle blade, the soldiers felt an inexplicable tightening in their hearts, as if any wrongdoing on their part would lead them to meet their end beneath its edge. "My lord is indeed wise." Zhang Yu, seemingly struck by a thought, solemnly bowed to Zhang Jing and proclaimed loudly, "My lord is indeed wise." The other soldiers, though puzzled, followed suit with respectful gestures. "Zhang De, this interrogation of guilt is entrusted to you," Zhang Jing said, handing over the sword with a grave expression. "In my Qihua army, there shall be no tolerance for the strong oppressing the weak, no condoning of male dominance over females, and absolutely no protection for the wicked under the guise of official authority. However, with the initial governance of the 4 counties, the laws are not yet complete. It is inevitable that some may exploit the loopholes." After Zhang De departed, he ordered men to go to each county to apprehend the wrongdoers and bring them to the Wuyuan prison. Those who harm the righteous or resist stubbornly shall be executed with the interrogation of guilt. Their heads and crimes will be reported to the populace of the 4 counties and various military camps. Pan Zhang will lead a contingent from the Central Army to assist Zhongda in this endeavor. As Zhang Jing concluded his speech, a pin drop could be heard in the hall. The soldiers felt a surge of excitement, their gazes fixed intently on Cheng Yu. Coming from a commoner background, they harbored a deep disdain for the very individuals their lord spoke of. With their lord poised to take decisive action, they naturally supported him wholeheartedly. Resolving to ensure their families behaved more modestly and not to flaunt their military connections. Your subordinate, Cheng Yu, obeys the command. Cheng Yu took a deep breath, stepping forward to accept the interrogation of guilt, sword with both hands. Chapter 51. Yuan Shu. I am destined by heaven. 3 days later, in Wuyuan City, a contingent of over 2,500 soldiers, organized by Cheng Yu and Pan Zhang, was divided into 50 teams, each equipped with the interrogation of guilt sword. They departed the city gates, heading towards the various regions of the 4 counties. In the grand hall of the government office, Zhongde approached Zhang Jing, who remained hunched over the table without raising his head, and inquired, I have heard that Lord Yuan has now arrived in Puyang. According to the scouts' reports, Cheng Yu contemplated. Yuan Shu's forces have now allied with Zhang Yuheng and Fu Luo, along with Zhang Mao's troops, amounting to approximately 150,000 soldiers. Unless unexpected events arise, this grand army is currently stationed in Puyang. Send orders to Qingting to circle back, Zhang Jing commanded. Raising his gaze towards the outside and pondering, instruct them to withdraw the forces to Fan County and cooperate with Keixin in defending the city. Thus, he began to strategize against the rebellious Yuan Shu. Indeed, the plans of Zhang Jing have been thoroughly disrupted. The original purpose of Qingting Jin was to guard against Yuan Shao and Cao Cao. With Cao Cao's limited forces and Yuan Shao unlikely to send a large army into Yenzhou, the combined strength of Bai Rao's 5,000 troops and Keixin's 10,000 was deemed sufficient to impede their advance. However, it was unforeseen that Yuan Shu would deviate from the expected course, leading an army of over 100,000 directly into the fray. Consequently, Qingting Jin became ineffective and could not withstand Yuan Shu's formidable forces, necessitating a retreat to Fan County, thereby forming a defensive stance with Dongyi and Cantongjin. Upon reaching these 2 strongholds, there could be no further retreat, as beyond them lay the common folk. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yu did not immediately acquiesce, but instead replied with a grave expression. Qingting Jin is the grain route of Jizhou. If the army retreats now, it would incur significant losses. Might it be possible to delay our withdrawal for a time? As it stands, how significant is our shortage of provisions? Zhang Jing was well aware of the scarcity of supplies, yet he recognized the proximity of Qingting to Puyang. Should Yuan Shu mobilize, he could reach the city within 2 days. Turning to his lord, Cheng Yu pondered aloud. Currently, our army is short of 350,000 stones of grain. The recent influx of provisions from Jizhou has also dwindled considerably, likely due to Yuan Shao's awareness of our situation. Then let us wait a while longer. Zhang Jing sighed, rubbing his temples. Have Bai Rao dispatch all scouts without hesitation and spare no war horses. Ensure preparations for a retreat are in place. Should Yuan Shu advance eastward, we must immediately fall back to Fan County. Each of the 12 passes shall be allocated 20 war horses primarily for communication. With only 50 miles separating Qingting and Fan County, as long as we keep a vigilant watch on Yuan Shu's movements, Bai Rao will have ample time to withdraw our forces. However, encounters between scouts may increase. Understood, his subordinate replied. In Yenzhou at Dongjun, the city of Puyang has unmistakably transformed into Yuan Shu's military stronghold. Banners fluttered atop the city walls, and the soldiers' spirits were high. Within the opulent confines of a grand residence, Yuan Shu sat at the head of the table, surrounded by his officers, who were seated in a grand assembly with tables laden with an abundance of food and drink. Come, allow me to introduce you all. With another cup of exquisite wine, Yuan Shu rose, brimming with enthusiasm, and gestured towards a middle-aged gentleman clad in fine garments, introducing him to the assembly. This esteemed individual is the current governor of Jizhou, Hu Shou. We pay our respects to Governor Hu. The assembly rose in unison, bowing and clasping their fists in acknowledgement, their expressions reflecting surprise at this unexpected revelation of his status. Esteemed guests, you honor me. Hu Shou quickly returned the gesture and then turned to Yuan Shu. Bowing once more, I am grateful for the kindness of Generals Wu, and I pledge my loyalty to serve you dutifully. Haha, Yuan Shu exclaimed, his spirits soaring at the response. There is no need for such formality, Governor. We are all appointed officials of the court, and it is only natural that we support one another. I, Yuan Gonglu, am not a base-born rebel. I promise you, Governor, that I shall bring those who usurp Qingzhou to justice, ensuring that the land is returned to its rightful owners. With these words, Yuan Shu felt a surge of exhilaration, increasingly convinced that he was destined for greatness. After all, how else could both a governor of Yenzhou and a governor of Qingzhou find themselves in his service? Is this not a sign of divine favor? Yuan Shu could find no other justification, with the grand principle of Hushou at hand. He could readily and justifiably launch an assault on Qingzhou. General Zhua, such righteousness. Upon hearing these words, Hushou was deeply moved and immediately knelt before him, respectfully declaring, "Such profound grace, I am at a loss as to how to repay it. I wish to pledge myself to General Zhua as my lord, and I humbly ask for your acceptance." Originally appointed as the governor of Qingzhou by the court, Hushou found himself in a precarious position when Yuan Shao rejected him. Before he could even enter Qingzhou's borders, assassins were dispatched to eliminate him. Had it not been for Zhang Yuheng's assistance, he likely would not have survived to see another day. Initially, he had hoped to ally with the Black Mountain army led by Yu Du, as well as the forces of Xiongnu chieftain UFO, to reclaim Qingzhou. However, Yu Du unexpectedly led the Black Mountain army to surrender to the so-called Qihua army. With no other recourse, Hushou could only seek refuge under Yuan Shu. "Haha," Yuan Shu exclaimed. "Hushou, please rise. I shall grant your wish." "Thank you, my lord." Grateful for Yuan Shu's willingness to aid him, Hushou willingly submitted to his command. "Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations." Amidst the chorus of well-wishers, Yuan Shu became completely enraptured, waving his hand grandly and declaring, "Immediately send a message to Tao Qian, instructing him to advance his troops to Lini in 5 days. And together we shall seize Yenzhou." The following day, in the Su province military camp, within the central tent, Tao Qian stared at the letter in his hand, momentarily lost in thought. "My lord, what did General Zhua say?" Below, Cao Bao looked on anxiously, his expression tense. He was genuinely unwilling to engage in battle, as an assault on Yenzhou would yield him no benefits. The letter from General Zhua states clearly. Tao Qian replied earnestly. "He will launch an attack on the Yellow Turbans of Yenzhou on the 23rd of this month, and he expects our forces to cross the river in support." "My lord, we cannot cross that river." Cao Bao interjected hastily. "The Yellow Turbans have been fortifying their defenses at Lini for days, with a strength of no less than 5,000 troops. We only have 20,000 brothers. Crossing the river would be tantamount to seeking our own demise. We must wait for an opportune moment when Lini is vulnerable." "Enough." Before Cao Bao could finish, Tao Qian interrupted him, speaking with righteous conviction. "General Zhua's arrangement surely has its reasoning. On the 23rd, you are to send over 1,000 men to Lini to test the waters." Upon hearing this, Cao Bao realized he had overthought the situation. His lord was even more cautious than he had perceived. He immediately clasped his fists and declared, "My lord is wise." In Wansheng, at the eastern courtyard of the government office, Zhang Jing and Cheng Yu sat across from each other, a chessboard placed upon the stone table before them, while Sun Yu observed the game. With a crisp sound, a white piece was placed on the board. Zhang Jing spoke lightly. "Now that Yuan Shu approaches with his formidable army of 150,000, he will soon besiege the city with great fervor. I wonder if Zhongda and Gongda have devised any strategies to counter him?" Zhang Jing was not well versed in the intricacies of Go, though he had a modest understanding of 5 in a row. Thus, he had invited the two for a match today. Chapter 52. Zhang Jing. "Yuan Shu is more useful alive. Is my lord intending to kill Yuan Shu?" Cheng Yu casually placed a piece, his demeanor betraying no signs of tension, as if he regarded Yuan Shu with utter disdain, even possessing confidence in his ability to eliminate him. "There is no need for that." Zhang Jing shook his head and replied, "This living Yuan Shu is far more useful than a deceased one. Thus, Cao Cao undoubtedly possesses the capability to inherit Yuan Shu's territory, which could spell disaster in due course. A skeletal king, a formidable warlord. The choice of adversary is naturally devoid of any consideration. It is likely that the lord has already devised a strategy for repelling the enemy." Cheng Yu, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smile gracing his face as he remarked, "I shall refrain from presenting my own ideas. Perhaps it would be better if Gongda were to share his thoughts." Meanwhile, Sun Yu, standing nearby, grimaced inwardly, silently lamenting, "You may abstain from embarrassment. Yet that merely leaves the stage open for me to falter. What does Gongda think?" Zhang Jing did not refute Cheng Yu's assertion, but instead turned his gaze towards Sun Yu. then I shall take the opportunity to stumble. Sun Yu's smile appeared somewhat strained as he focused on the chessboard, stating, "At present, Yuan Shu appears formidable, yet in truth, he is akin to this chessboard. One need only sever his lifeline, and his grand army shall inevitably face defeat." Having spoken, he offered no further commentary. In truth, he too found it perplexing how Yuan Shu's intellect functioned, considering the southwestern four commanderies are bereft of resources. Yet he chose to embark on a circuitous route, akin to a land grab. Such a maneuver would inevitably expose his supply lines. Should Yuan Shu fail to capture the city, then a mere cavalry unit could circumvent to his rear and sever the food supply, leaving Yuan Shu's forces to starve. Yet, ironically, Yinzhou serves as the stronghold of the beggar army. The task of intercepting Yuan Shu's provisions would be deceptively simple. If Zhang Jing were to harbor thoughts of eliminating Yuan Shu, Sun Yu could confidently assert that Yuan Shu would meet his just deserts. However, over the course of these days, Sun Yu recognized that the beggar army was more adept at maintaining its current position than making advances, which only heightened his admiration for Zhang Jing's audacity. Gongda's assertions are indeed accurate. Zhang Jing, observing the vulnerabilities in Cheng Yu's black pieces, deliberately created an opening, executing a move that severed the connection, rendering them unable to support one another. The Lord is truly sagacious. Cheng Yu and his companion exchanged smiles, aligning themselves with Zhang Jing. Zhongda. Zhang Jing sipped his tea and inquired, "How many guilty souls currently languish within the dungeons of Wancheng?" "Approximately 300, Cheng Yu replied. "There remain over 30 squads yet to return. I estimate that this time the number of guilty individuals may exceed 1,500, with more than 200 already executed." Then, Zhang Jing's countenance darkened. "In merely a few months, at least 200 innocent civilians have perished? It is my failure. I implore the Lord to impose punishment." Cheng Yu did not respond, but instead rose respectfully to bow. "Zhongda, please rise." Upon seeing this, Zhang Jing's brow unfurled, and he stated, "This matter does not fall upon your shoulders. In the past, there have always been individuals within the army who cannot distinguish between good and evil. Moreover, the Taiping Dao is pillaged for many years, and some banditry is to be expected. The Lord is most discerning." Cheng Yu, upon hearing this, finally stood. In truth, both understood the circumstances, yet certain truths cannot be laid bare to the populace. However, once the central army returns, Zhang Jing declared, severe punishment for malevolent citizens and corrupt officials must become the norm. "I wonder, Zhangda, do you have any suitable candidates in mind?" The four commanderies of Yenzhou are under military control. However, this does not imply that military governance guarantees harmony. It does not ensure that all will unite as one. It can only be said that the vast majority are of this mindset. Furthermore, the beggar army's origins lie with the Taiping Dao's Yellow Turbans, comprised of marauding peasantry seeking survival. Undeniably, the majority of the soldiers yearn for a life of stability. However, there remains a considerable faction, those accustomed to the wild, who, upon arriving in new territories, may pose threats to the populace. This situation cannot be said to be entirely clear to Zhang Jing. It is merely a common occurrence. Cheng Yu shook his head upon hearing this, as he found no suitable candidates in mind. "What about you, Gongda?" Zhang Jing, noticing the hesitation on Sun Yu's face, immediately grew intrigued, aware that the Sun family often possessed unique attributes. "My lord, please discern," Sun Yu replied with a bow. "There is indeed a minor official in the residence who might alleviate your concerns. However, this individual is disinclined. Does he have a family in Wuyin?" Before Sun Yu could finish, Cheng Yu's expression darkened slightly. He had not anticipated missing out on a talent, especially one discovered by Sun Yu, which vexed him. Sun Yu hesitated, then affirmed, "Yes, Gongda, do share." Zhang Jing said, watching Sun Yu with keen interest. He considered it entirely reasonable for someone to be reluctant to serve the struggling military and added, "If this individual possesses true ability, I shall personally send someone to invite him, even if he remains unyielding. As long as he does not betray our forces, I shall not take his life. We must honor those with talent." Zhang Jing was indeed capable of such magnanimity. Yet his background dictated that he must not be overly lenient when it came to dealing with talents. Cheng Yu also regarded Sun Yu, deep in thought. "My lord, this person is named Manchong." Sun Yu deliberated. He hails from Shanyang and is currently known as Man Lai. He once served as an inspector for the Han court, adept in judicial matters and investigations, but his harsh methods led to the death of a criminal, which has garnered him notoriety. Cao Cao had also issued a decree regarding him. Cheng Yu, realizing this, understood that this individual shared his thoughts, After Cao Cao's victory, he would be effective. But the outcome was well known. Cao Cao had been defeated. Now, they were all under the same roof. However, he himself was personally invited by the Lord, free from any coercion. As for the name Man Chong, Cheng Yu had indeed heard of him. He was known as a ruthless official. And under the current administration of the struggling military, such a person was indeed needed. Zhongda, Zhang Jing turned to Cheng Yu, at once summoned Man Chong. Moments later, a tall figure, clad in a scholar's robe, approximately in his 30s, approached the three with a calm demeanor and offered a respectful bow. Man Chong pays his respects to the general, the military advisor, and Mr. Gongda. Upon hearing himself addressed as Man Chong, he realized his exposure. Upon seeing Sun Yu, he understood it was this fellow who had revealed him. Man Chong, Man Bo Ning. Zhang Jing regarded Man Chong with a smile. It is indeed a pleasure to finally meet you. Man Chong merely glanced at Zhang Jing before hastily bowing. I am unworthy. Clang. Zhang Jing drew a judicial blade from his waist and placed it on the table, stating, This blade is named Inquiry. I trust you have heard of it, Bo Ning. I govern a populace of 340,000, with countless offenders among them. Yet, as the struggling military is newly established, this era is rife with contention among the warlords. Though I possess the will to punish transgressors, I find myself lacking in power. Gongda has informed me of your expertise in law and your keen discernment in adjudication, and I place my faith in Gongda, as well as in you. I can grant you authority. I do not compel your loyalty. I only wish for you to wield this blade, to eradicate treachery for the people of the four counties, to uphold justice without fail, and to honor the knowledge you have gained throughout your life, as well as the aspirations of the Qihua army. Upon hearing these words, Sun Yu felt a surge of emotion. The weight of authority seemed somewhat exaggerated, and he fixed his gaze intently on Man Chao, genuinely concerned that this individual might refuse. Chapter 53. Man Chao bows to his lord. The enforcer emerges. In Wancheng, within the eastern courtyard of the government office, as Zhang Jing concluded his statement, Man Chao's eyes fixated on the battle blade resting on the table, a flicker of inner turmoil crossing his face. Dian Wei subtly stepped forward, his gaze watchful upon Man Chao. At this moment, Cheng Yu stood ready with his sword, unwilling to be outdone by this individual. After a moment of struggle, Man Chao's resolve solidified. He stepped forward to grasp the accusatory blade, retreating 2 paces before driving its edge into the ground. With his right hand resting upon the hilt, he knelt on one knee and respectfully proclaimed, I, Man Bo Ning, pay my respects to my lord. Compared to the correspondence from Cao Cao, Man Chao believed that the severity of punishment was far more compelling. The distinction between rebels and loyalists mattered little. What truly influenced him was the sense of power and the regard bestowed upon him, evoking the sentiment of a scholar willing to die for a worthy cause. Furthermore, he was aware that the Qihua army, currently formidable, might enable him to establish a family lineage should it succeed. Excellent. Under Dian Wei's watchful eye, Zhang Jing approached and helped Man Chao to his feet, his face radiating sincerity. With Bo Ning's assistance, the people of the 4 counties shall be blessed. Your praise is undeserved, Man Chao replied, his face flushing with modesty, lacking confidence in his own words. I believe in you. Zhang Jing clapped Man Chao on the shoulder, turning to Cheng Yu with a serious demeanor. Zhongda, from this day forth, the Qihua army shall establish a new division, to be named the Enforcers. You shall serve as the commander and Bo Ning as the deputy, with 4 captains overseeing gold, silver, bronze, and iron divisions. This would be a force akin to the Jinyui, a violent institution. As for the Ministry of Justice, Zhang Jing was not in a hurry. For the current times were chaotic, and military control would be necessary for at least a decade. I accept the command, Cheng Yu replied, eyes narrowing as he bowed respectfully. I accept the command, Man Chao exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Merely hearing the name ignited a fervor within him, a sensation he cherished deeply. Indeed, Zhang Jing nodded slightly and continued, once the Central Army returns in full, we shall select the able-bodied from among the guilty. I will have my purposes for them. The remainder shall await the establishment of justice before being judged accordingly. There will undoubtedly be many among the guilty. Execution would be unwise. And it is better to form an advance guard, for the combat prowess of criminals is often substantial. Presently, we must stand against Yuan Shu. Thus, these criminals shall form the first contingent of our vanguard. In Jizhou, Weijun, within the Chao army camp at Neiwang County, Chao Ren bore a grim countenance. My lord, you have sent word for quite some time, yet Yuan Shao continues to allow those influential families to funnel grain into Yezhou. How can the world be so foolish? Do not complain, Zixiu. Xiao Qiao shook his head. It is not that Yuan Shao lacks wisdom, but rather that we recognize the issue too late. Now, can you procure white salt or warm fragrant jade? Yuan Shao is inherently soft-hearted. If we can induce some restraint among those individuals, that would be a significant achievement. Chaoren fell silent upon hearing these words. Who would still use green salt when white salt is available? He was not lacking in wealth. Although warm fragrant jade could only be exchanged for grain, that was a matter for the Yellow Turbans and merchants. He could procure warm fragrant jade from merchants with his riches. To be honest, Chaoren found warm fragrant jade rather appealing. Has there been any news from Yao Kai? Observing Chaoren's quiet demeanor, Cao Cao discerned that he was exercising patience and thus inquired about other matters. None. Chaoren replied, I have heard that El Bu is stationed at Changshan, confronting the Black Mountain Army, and neither side is at peace. However, the Black Mountain Army has not managed to gain any advantage over El Bu. Ultimately, they are merely bandits. Cao Cao's expression grew somber. What truly unsettles me, dear brother, is that Zhang Yuheng of the Yellow Turbans. If Zhang Yuheng indeed possesses the qualities of a formidable leader, I fear that Yuan Shu will undoubtedly face a disastrous defeat. At that time, the Yellow Turbans, dominating the 4 counties of Yinzhou, will become an unwieldy force, and dealing with them will be fraught with insurmountable difficulties. During this period, Cao Cao had received numerous reports regarding the Yellow Turbans. The more he learned, the more he felt Zhang Yuheng's extraordinary nature. Yet, this individual remained his sworn enemy. Could it be that the Lord is overly concerned? Chaoren furrowed his brow. No matter how inept Yuan Shu may be, he is still a descendant of 4 generations of marquises, and he currently commands an army of over 100,000. Even if he cannot triumph over the Yellow Turbans, he surely would not suffer a complete rout, would he? Foolishness. Cao Cao, hearing this, felt a surge of frustration at the lack of insight, and pondered, I am currently contemplating whether we could permanently retain Yuan Shu in Yinzhou at the moment of his defeat, allowing us to seize control of Yuzhou. Brother. Chaoren's heart tightened involuntarily upon hearing this. He glanced around before whispering, Are you suggesting that we should eliminate Yuan Shu? What do you mean by we eliminate Yuan Shu? Cao Cao cast a sidelong glance at Chaoren and replied calmly, If Yuan Shu were to perish, it would certainly be at the hands of the Yellow Turbans. Banshu has his hands full in Jizhou. I could speak in his ear, and we could justifiably enter Yuzhou. The Lord is indeed sagacious. Chaoren's eyes brightened at this, yet he furrowed his brow. What about Yinzhou? He still could not let go of Yinzhou, which was not only their former stronghold, but also where many of his brothers had laid down their lives. If Yuan Shu were to be defeated, Cao Cao's tone turned somewhat melancholic. We would not be able to claim Yinzhou unless both sides suffered grievous losses. Only with Banshu's reinforcement would we have a slim chance of reclaiming Yinzhou. Then let us take Yuzhou. Chaoren's eyes glinted with fierce determination as he clenched his fists. Yuzhou is even more prosperous than Yinzhou. Lu Chong is merely a keeper of the status quo and is certainly no match for us. Yet, Yuzhou is not so easily taken. Cao Cao mused for a moment. Unless Yuan Shu meets his demise, we are left with only one path, a path that I have little confidence in. I believe in you, elder brother. Chaoren, upon hearing this, did not press further. He looked at Cao Cao with unwavering trust. You have always been resourceful and capable. Indeed. Observing the expression on Chaoren's face, Cao Cao's own countenance softened into a faint smile, though a flicker of sadness and resolve lingered in his eyes. Meanwhile, under the persuasion of numerous scholars, Yuan Shao finally resolved to adopt a compromise strategy, which entailed dividing his forces into 3 separate paths. A force of 50,000, led by Yuan Tan, was dispatched with the intention of seizing Qingzhou, further supported by Yuan Tan's appointment as the inspector of Qingzhou. He personally commanded an army of 30,000 stationed at Hejian, tasked with preventing any assistance from Gongsun and Zhangyan to Qingzhou. The remaining 3 divisions, totaling over 15,000 troops, were commanded by Zhu Ling, who advanced to Neiwang to aid Cao Cao in reclaiming Yinzhou. Upon the return of Xiahou Yuan, he delivered the news to Cao Cao, who fell into a profound silence, cursing Yuan Shao as a master of deception while preparing, with tears in his eyes, to welcome the impending military engagement. Since Yuan Shao still considers him, Cao Cao declared, no longer wishing to be polite, I shall immediately dispatch envoys to cross the river into Yuan Shu's camp, expressing my willingness to join forces against the Yellow Turbans. Furthermore, I shall send out all my scouts to keep a vigilant watch on Yuan Shu's movements. In the year 193, on the 21st day of the 2nd month, Yuan Shu stationed his troops at Wanqing and once again encountered a messenger from Cao Cao's forces. Within the central tent, upon hearing the envoy's purpose, the officers and generals exchanged glances, their expressions varying as they turned to the commanding seat. "Remove him." Yuan Shu, his eyes filled with disdain, cast a fleeting glance at the Cao envoy before dismissing him. Two armored soldiers from Yuan's ranks, upon receiving the order, respectfully clasped their fists and, amidst the envoy's panicked protests, forcibly ejected him from the tent. "How can a mere court eunuch dare to approach me?" Once the tent fell silent, Yuan Shu surveyed his generals and solemnly stated, "Does he presume to unite forces with me? I perceive his treacherous ambitions to divide Yinzhou and bolster his own power. As the left general of the court, I cannot permit this. Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord." The generals, including Zhang Miao, responded, saluting in agreement. "Jiling." Yuan Shu beckoned. "Have you discerned the whereabouts of the Yellow Turbans?" "To report to my lord." Jiling stepped forward with a respectful salute. "After multiple engagements between our scouts and those of the Yellow Turbans, we achieved a resounding victory, forcing the Yellow Turbans to retreat within their cities. According to reports from our scouts, 2 Yellow Turban forces are currently fortified within city walls. One is located in the eastern city of Yun, merely 100 miles away, with around 10,000 bandits. The other is in the northeastern Fan County, also just 150 miles distant, with no more than 20,000 bandits." At this point, Jiling's expression turned grave as he continued, "It is crucial to note that both cities have been fortified anew by the Yellow Turbans. Yun, in particular, boasts walls nearly 40 feet high and has diverted the Heezy River to serve as a moat. To breach these defenses, we will require substantial forces and large siege engines. Fan County is similarly fortified." Having delivered his report, Jiling stepped back. "These Yellow Turbans truly overestimate their position, treating Yinzhou as their own stronghold. With such formidable defenses, it seems we will need to exert considerable effort to overcome them. Yet, with our 200,000 troops, what do we have to fear?" Following Jiling's report, the generals began to murmur among themselves, though most did not take the situation to heart, recalling previous encounters where the Yellow Turbans had also fortified themselves within cities. However, no city could be held for long by the Yellow Turbans. All were ultimately breached by the subsequent imperial armies. How could mere bandits comprehend the art of fortification? Yuan Shu rose, his gaze piercing, declaring, "When my great army descends upon the city, the strongholds upon which the Yellow Turbans rely shall be reduced to mere dust." The following day, in the camp of Chao's army, since Cao Cao received Zhu Ling, an atmosphere of impending slaughter thickened within the encampment, as the soldiers acutely sensed that war was imminent. Within the central tent, Cao Cao occupied the main seat, while Zhu Ling and others were seated around him. Yuan Gonglu is indeed a madman. Upon hearing the treatment accorded to the envoy, Cao Cao was nearly driven to laughter by his indignation. "Cao Shijun." Zhu Ling furrowed his brow and said, "Yuan Shu refuses us permission to advance. What shall we do now?" His purpose in coming to Chao's camp was to assist Cao Cao in reclaiming Yinzhou at Yuan Shao's behest. Yet now, Yinzhou was entirely under Yuan Shu's control, and he was unwilling to allow Cao Cao a foothold there, complicating matters further. "General Zhu, take heart," Cao Cao reassured. "Yuan Shu's arrogance is not a recent development. I surmise that the Yellow Turbans shall prove troublesome. We need only to observe the unfolding events. Once Yuan Shu suffers a significant setback, we can then strike against the Yellow Turbans in concert with him, reclaiming the lost territories of Yinzhou." "Very well." Upon hearing this, Zhu Ling's brow relaxed, and he ceased to dwell on his concerns, stating, "I have come here on orders. All is at your service, Cao Shijun. Should you require my assistance, please do not hesitate to command." "General Zhu, you truly are a favored general of my brother Benchu," Cao Cao remarked with envy. "With your assurance, I find a great sense of ease." After further discourse, Zhu Ling took his leave. "My lord," Cao Ren spoke in a hushed tone, his expression tense. "With Zhu Ling leading forces to our aid, can we still eliminate Yuan Shu?" "Let us act as circumstances dictate," Cao Cao replied calmly. "Yuan Shu may perish at anyone's hand, but he must not be associated with Yuan Shao. If our forces cross the river and Yuan Shu meets his end in Yinzhou, it would be difficult to explain to Yuan Shao. However, if the Yellow Turbans and Yuan Shu were to mutually annihilate each other, then I shall not be held accountable. At that time, even if it incurs Yuan Shao's wrath, I will seize the opportunity to eliminate Yuan Shu and claim both Yinzhou and Yuzhou." Cao Cao understood well that the two brothers, Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu, secretly wished for each other's demise. Yet, They were brothers, and should one slay the other, the bonds of kinship would be disregarded, leading to scrutiny from the world. Reputation may hold little significance for someone like Cao Cao, but it was crucial for Yuan Shao. For the sake of his own standing, Yuan Shao would not easily turn against Yuan Shu. I understand. Cao Ren nodded slowly, casting his gaze toward the east. His fists clenched, harboring a flicker of hope. In Dongping State, in Wancheng, by the banks of the Wenshui River, the camp of the Qihua army was stationed. Zhang Jing had gathered 35,000 troops here, with Yu Du and Eugene each commanding 15,000, while the remaining 5,000 formed the Central Army under the command of Dian Wei for training. At this moment, the Central Army's training ground was bustling with activity. Surrounded by soldiers clad in armor, wielding swords and halberds, all eyes were fixed upon the center of the training ground. There stood nearly 1,000 men, dressed in tattered garments, their hair disheveled, gazes weary, and expressions fraught with anxiety, daring not to look around. The Lord has arrived. At that moment, a powerful voice echoed from afar. We pay our respects to the Lord. The soldiers around responded in unison, bowing respectfully. At this time, Zhang Jing, his countenance as cold as iron, donned in battle armor and gripping his sword of inquiry, advanced through the ranks, accompanied by Dian Wei and Pan Zhang. Ascending to the commanding platform, we pay our respects to the Lord. The 1,000 men below, upon witnessing Zhang Jing's arrival, fell to their knees in panic, pressing their foreheads firmly to the ground. You have deeply disappointed me. Zhang Jing glared down at the kneeling crowd, his face reflecting ire for their shortcomings, and bellowed, "Lift your heads. We dare not." The harshness of his command reverberated in their ears, causing them to tremble, pressing their heads down even harder, wishing to bury their bodies in the earth. What do you have to fear? Raise your heads. Zhang Jing scolded. You dare to bully the weak? You dare to wield power unjustly? You dare to oppress the innocent? Speak up. Among you, is there even one who is wronged? As the words fell, a brief silence enveloped the crowd before they began to plead for mercy. Lord, spare us. Please forgive us. We shall never dare again. I acknowledge my faults. These men, having arrived here, were already marked by their crimes, and the common folk under the military's control were unfamiliar with them. Should they truly commit an offense? The Central Army would easily uncover the truth with but a slight investigation. Many among them had met their end within half a day of their crimes being established. Dragged to the market square for execution, their heads and offenses proclaimed across the 4 counties. Now, their only recourse lay in begging for mercy. Good. Zhang Jing, witnessing their plight, was enraged yet found it amusing, shouting, out of nearly 1,000 of you, not one stands wronged? Now you understand your predicament? I perceive that you are not merely afraid, but that you realize your impending doom. It is often said that villains, in the face of death, experience a sudden awakening and repent for their misdeeds. However, absent the specter of death, they would only escalate their transgressions rather than truly repent, much less resolve to amend their ways. Lord, spare us. We beseech you for mercy. The crowd, upon hearing their fate, was instantly gripped by terror. They had previously thought their offenses trivial, believing they had not caused any fatalities, but now dared not harbor such notions. Lift your heads and look at me. Zhang Jing commanded in a stern voice. If you do not raise your heads, I shall have you executed. At his words, the color drained from their faces, and they dared not utter another word, all gazing up at Zhang Jing on the platform. You have truly disappointed me. Zhang Jing gazed upon the multitude of eyes before him. His countenance darkened as he spoke. I often remind you all that the soldiers of the Qihua army hail from humble origins, descendants of farmers who have toiled for generations. We have endured the relentless exploitation of the Han Dynasty and the oppressive tyranny of corrupt officials. It is precisely this suffering that has united us to resist the Han, not only for our own sake, but for the survival of our families, young and old alike. Now, the Qihua army has just begun to carve out a foothold in 4 prefectures. Yet these lands are not secure. The Han Dynasty harbors a deep-seated animosity towards us, and the various warlords outside cast their covetous gazes upon us. The territory of Yenzhou was earned through the blood of countless brothers who sacrificed their lives for us to claim this sliver of land. You, being seasoned veterans of our army, should understand this. At this juncture, Zhang Jing's expression turned grave, his voice heavy with sorrow as he continued. Those who have been dismissed from our ranks often do so due to their advancing years or lack of strength. But despite these circumstances, would I ever abandon you? Would I allow you and your families to suffer hunger? Even those veterans who can no longer wield a sword have been provided for. The elders in our midst, though not of noble birth, can lead a decent life through diligence and sincerity. The village elders, being our comrades, will not impose hardships upon you. But what have you done? Zhang Jing ground his teeth in frustration. In a mere 3 months, you have caused the loss of hundreds of lives and perpetrated thousands of heinous acts. How are you any different from the corrupt officials of the Han Dynasty? While our comrades have shed blood and given their lives to secure this fleeting sanctuary, you, instead of cherishing this hard-won peace, dare to incite rebellion. As Zhang Jing concluded, the soldiers of the Central Army, including Dian Wei, looked upon the nearly 1,000 men in the courtyard with eyes filled with cold fury and indignation. They thought to themselves how admirable their lord was, yet these miscreants acted like traitors, utterly unforgivable. Your subordinates acknowledge their crimes. We implore you, my lord, to quell your anger. Spare us, for we know our wrongs. It is my fault. I am willing to die to atone. The crowd, witnessing Zhang Jing's heart-wrenching anger and his piercing words, felt an overwhelming sense of guilt wash over them. Their eyes reddened with remorse, and many believed they deserved death. Even if Zhang Jing ordered their execution, they would bear it without complaint. Silence. Zhang Jing drew his blade of justice, his eyes aflame with fury as he pointed towards the assembled multitude, his voice resonating with authority. A true man must acknowledge his mistakes and stand firm in the face of punishment. Though your sins are unforgivable, you all stem from the Qihua army and the common folk, born of impoverished families. With the flames of war about to engulf the 4 prefectures, I am willing to grant you an opportunity to atone for your misdeeds. Do you have any objections? As Zhang Jing's words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. Thank you, my lord, for your mercy. A quick-witted man immediately fell to his knees, his face alight with joy as he shouted, Thank you, my lord, for your grace. Others soon followed suit, bowing in gratitude. We thank you, my lord, for your benevolence. The crowd, now filled with renewed hope, beamed with excitement as they reverently bowed, preferring this chance for redemption over the prospect of imminent death. To live is undoubtedly a blessing. Far better than languishing in a pitiful demise, they shall instinctively know how to choose. The Han Dynasty has its prisoner army. Zhang Jing then sheathed his blade of accusation and addressed the solemn faces before him. Our army, comprised of common folk, has gathered not merely to escape exploitation and oppression, but to usher in an era of peace under the auspices of the Way of the Great Peace. Therefore, the name prisoner army is unacceptable. Henceforth, you shall establish a new regiment, to be called first to ascend. Its purpose is to seize the banner and embrace life through confronting death. Bullying innocent citizens is not a mark of true prowess. I, Zhang Yuheng, find such acts deeply shameful. If you truly possess skill, then go forth and slay generals, seize banners, and confront those lords. Only such deeds are worthy of commendation. Even in the face of death, I shall honor you as heroes. At this point, Zhang Jing's expression softened, and he spoke with gravity. I urge you all to join the first to ascend. Do you fear? My lord, I have no fear. We willingly join the first to ascend, seize the banner, and embrace life through confronting death. Amidst the chaotic voices, a powerful shout resonated through the crowd. Seize the banner and embrace life through confronting death. Seize the banner and embrace life through confronting death. Upon hearing these words, the crowd's gaze sharpened, as if they had found their common purpose, and they joined in a resounding chorus. At this moment, the first to ascend regiment was in its initial stages of formation. Yet its early combat capability likely paled in comparison to the formidable forces of the strongholds. Nevertheless, this troop possessed a singular advantage. They were far more willing to fight to the death than the soldiers of the strongholds. By the time Zhang Jing returned to the government office, Chen Yu was already waiting for him. My lord, Chen Yu stepped forward and reported, Zhou Cong, stationed at Lini, has relayed that the troops from Qingzhou have been making frequent movements across the river, and war may ignite at any moment. Chapter 56, Raid's Resume. Movements of Qingzhou troops. Zhang De pondered, how should we respond? Zhang Jing took a sip of tea, dismissing the dried-up Tao Qian from his mind. He had come to understand Tao Qian, who was mostly inept and frivolous. In a past life, he had been driven away by Cao Cao and Yuan Shao, who had allied against him, and he had ineffectively supported the usurper Ke Xian during Cao Cao's campaign in Taishan, ultimately leading to Cao Cao's massacre in Quzhou. Later, when Cao Cao claimed that Tao Qian had slain his father, it was a reasonable assertion given their long-standing grievances. As for Cao Cao's sorrow over his father's death, which led to multiple slaughters in Quzhou, Zhang Jing found such reasoning rather far-fetched. as the relationship between Cao Cao and Cao Song was notoriously poor. In fact, Cao Cao had even composed poems mocking Cao Song while he was still alive, and Cao Cao was merely a son born out of wedlock. I believe Tao Qian poses no real threat. Zhang Yu stroked his beard and stated, "A single piece of news is all it would take to compel him to withdraw from Qingzhou." Zhang De speaks wisely. Zhang Jing nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. "We are the army of the desperate, and should we wish to attack Qingzhou, we need not invoke any lofty ideals. Tao Qian commands merely 60,000 troops, with 20,000 of them under the control of Zhang Ba, who is more inclined to follow orders than declarations. Tao Qian, with 20,000 troops stationed at the dry area, cannot possibly defend the majority of the significant strongholds in Qingzhou." Zhang Ba hailed from a family of local gentry. However, when his father fell afoul of the governor, he was imprisoned and faced charges. In a bold act of defiance, Zhang Ba rallied his followers and slew the officials to rescue his father. Consequently, Zhang Ba and his family became fugitives. Nevertheless, endowed with the heritage of a powerful clan and amidst the chaos of the Yellow Turban rebellion, Zhang Ba swiftly gathered a band of followers, claiming dominion over the mountains, and was later granted amnesty by the esteemed Tao Qian, who appointed him as the cavalry commander of Qingzhou. He established his stronghold in the state of Langyi, ostensibly under Tao Qian's authority, while in reality, he was the undisputed overlord of Qingzhou. Even during Cao Cao's onslaught on Qingzhou, Zhang Ba refrained from deploying his forces. This implies that, at a critical juncture, the only military strength Tao Qian could truly mobilize was merely 40,000 troops. Currently, while the Qihu army may be lacking in offensive capability, such insights were known only to a select few, including Zhang Jing and Chang Yu. After all, no one would have anticipated the extent of their ambitions. "My lord, your wisdom is unparalleled," Chang Yu said with a smile and a bow. "However, I believe we might turn our feigned intentions into genuine actions by applying pressure on Tao Qian while simultaneously sending our troops into Qingzhou to pillage. We could alleviate our supply shortages." Ahem. Zhang Jing coughed lightly, exclaiming, "Zhangga, while plundering Qingzhou may yield provisions, if we prioritize resources over the well-being of the populace, it would not be advantageous in the long run." Zhang Jing, having suffered the hardships of looting, understood all too well the consequences. Had he not pillaged all of Yanzhou, the common folk would not be in such dire straits, even with only 3 months' worth of grain in their homes. Zhang Jing found himself obliged to provide at least 6 months of sustenance, making him appear as a fool. He pondered, "One cannot simply emulate Cao Cao and resort to slaughter. My lord is benevolent." Cheng Yu remarked, his lips twitching slightly, and after a moment's contemplation, suggested, "Why not target only the strongholds of the local gentry outside the city? This way, we would secure provisions without significantly increasing the number of displaced people, compelling Tao Qian to withdraw." "Quite reasonable." Zhang Jing nodded emphatically, gesturing grandly. "This matter shall be entrusted to Zhangda for arrangement, with Su He of Liangfu and Liao Hua of Kongfu providing full cooperation. However, we must ensure that Taishan and Rinshang remain secure." The Qihu army had 3 potential targets for pillaging: the Donghai and Pingqing counties of Xuzhou and the Lu kingdom of Yuzhou, though Langyi bordered Taishan. Zhang Ba's presence there made it a risky endeavor. The Lu kingdom, adjacent to Rinqing, presented a more appealing option, since the intent was to loot. Zhang Jing resolved to seize a portion of Yuanshu's territory. "Your command is acknowledged." Cheng Yu's eyes brightened at the words, secretly admiring his lord's vision. After all, the 2 parties were adversaries, and seizing what they could would only serve to their advantage. That very night, Zhang Jing led over 20,000 troops towards Yunqing, situated 100 miles away, anticipating that the conflict would commence within the next couple of days. On the 23rd, Yuan Shu, commanding an army of 100,000, arrived at Yunqing, halting 500 paces from the city, with banners stretching for miles. "Is this Yunqing?" Yuan Shu marveled at the city before him, which rivaled the administrative capitals of various counties. Although he was aware of Yunqing's strategic significance, witnessing it firsthand left him somewhat astonished. With its proximity to the vast Yis and the Huzi River, Yunqing possessed unparalleled advantages, yet it lay within the borders of Yanzhou. However, it is hardly considered a stronghold, merely a small town. Yet, the present-day Yunqing leaves Yuan Shu unable to associate it with insignificance. "Here lies Yunqing." Beside him, Zhang Miao nodded thoughtfully while glancing at Yunqing ahead, his heart equally stirred. "Ji Ling, relay the orders." Yuan Shu withdrew his gaze and spoke solemnly. "At the hour of the snake, The main force shall advance under the command of Sun Zhang, leading 3 battalions to besiege the city with all their might, ensuring its swift conquest. Understood, Ji Ling replied respectfully, his voice resonating with fervor. Sun Zhang, his deputy, was known for his boldness in battle, and the decision to appoint him as the vanguard clearly indicated Yuan Shu's confidence in him, as well as his regard for Ji Ling. On the walls of Yunqing, the banners of the Qihua army fluttered in the wind. The soldiers, poised and prepared, gazed at the forces outside the city, their eyes not reflecting fear, but rather pulsating with excitement, their expressions brimming with eagerness for the impending conflict. Yuan Shu's army was indeed formidable. At this moment, the commander of Yunqing, Pei Yuan Shao, clad in armor, leaned on the battlements, observing the Yuan army with a slight smirk. He called out, "Brothers, are you afraid?" "Not afraid." The soldiers responded in unison. "Good, then let us ignite the flames." Pei Yuan Shao sniffed. Gesturing grandly, "I hope the Yuan army does not keep us waiting long." With that, he adjusted the scarf tucked into his garments, feeling a surge of reassurance. "Light the fire. The general has commanded. Light the fire." Following Pei Yuan Shao's orders, the messengers hurriedly spread the word. The soldiers atop the walls, already prepared, covered their mouths and noses with yellow scarves and ignited the firewood in the cooking pits. In no time, Pei Yuan Shao too donned his scarf, and as he turned to observe the Yuan army outside, his eyes gleamed with anticipation. In Yinzhou, Jibei State, at that moment, Zhou Cong had arrived at Renping Crossing. Here, the distance to the opposite shore was merely 800 paces, and Zhou Cong could see the increasing number of military tents on the other side, presumably housing all of Tao Qian's forces. However, Zhou Cong felt no apprehension. The lack of a naval force in Qingzhou rendered any attempt to cross the heavily guarded ferry impossible. His presence here was primarily due to concerns about unforeseen events. Near Renping, 200 vessels of varying sizes, along with over 1,000 soldiers under Qiao Bao's command, advanced towards the crossing. Halt! At 300 paces from Renping Crossing, Qiao Bao raised his hand to signal the vessels to stop, his expression grave as he surveyed the distant ferry. The soldiers from Qingzhou, upon observing the crossing, felt a chill run down their spines. For on the opposite shore, at least 3,000 troops were visible, accompanied by massive catapults and formidable crossbows, instilling dread and a lack of confidence in seizing the crossing. "All forces, heed my command." At that moment, Qiao Bao's face flushed. His eyes fierce as he bellowed, "Release the arrows." Chapter 57. Qiao Bao, shoot with all your might. What? The soldiers of Qingzhou were momentarily taken aback, their minds struggling to comprehend the command. The distance to the ferry was 300 paces. Even a general born with extraordinary strength, capable of shooting arrows 300 paces away with a precious bow, would struggle to inflict any real harm. Such warriors are indeed rare. For the ordinary soldiers, their effective range barely extends to 30 or 50 paces. To shoot arrows from this position would be akin to casting them into the river. What are you all hesitating for? Observing the soldiers in a daze, Qiao Bao felt his authority was being challenged and bellowed. "This is a military order. Immediately, fire arrows towards the Yellow Turbans and shoot with all your might." His intent was merely to test the waters. In Qiao Bao's understanding, a test meant a feigned attack. A feigned attack is merely a pretense of aggression, designed to intimidate. With both sides now 300 paces apart, it served perfectly for the purpose of intimidation. "We shall obey the command." As the commander Qiao Bao displayed his anger, the soldiers of Qingzhou regained their focus, raised their sturdy bows, knocked their arrows, and shot them into the river ahead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. What on earth are they doing? Zhou Cong, initially prepared for battle upon seeing the Qingzhou fleet come to a halt, was utterly bewildered by the unfolding scene and shouted in confusion, "What is this?" The surrounding soldiers shared his perplexity, and in response to Zhou Cong's inquiry, they were at a loss for words. "All troops, heed the command." After wasting thousands of arrows, Qiao Bao shouted once more, causing a wave of tension among the Qingzhou soldiers, who believed the main event was yet to unfold. "Retreat." Upon hearing this, the Qingzhou soldiers fell into silence, then numbly turned their boats around, heading back along the path they had come. "General Zhou, is the Han army retreating?" "It must be a retreat, right?" In response to the young officer's question, Zhou Cong, gazing at the departing vessels, furrowed his brow and remarked, "This may merely be a test. We must not let our guard down in the slightest. Otherwise, we would betray the trust of our lord and our families. Rest assured, General Zhou, we shall not slacken our efforts." At the hour of the snake, in Yun City, A resounding thunderous beat of drums, accompanied by solemn horns, echoed across the land as Yuan Shu's army launched a major assault on the city. Under the command of Qingzhou, an army of 15,000 marched in an orderly fashion across the narrow moat, surging towards Yun City. "They are coming." Pei Yuanxiao's expression tightened as he shouted, "Catapults and crossbowmen, prepare. Commanders, please issue your orders." Within the city, 100 catapults stood ready, and a young officer shouted in response. Creak. Hundreds of archers also prepared their bows, and the sound of bowstrings being drawn resonated atop the city walls. "Release the catapults." As the Yuan army entered within 100 paces, Pei Yuanxiao immediately commanded. Boom, boom, boom. A battle standard waved, followed by 200 soldiers below pulling the ropes, instantly releasing the mechanisms securing the crossbeams with a series of loud claps. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One stone projectile after another soared into the air, whistling as they shot forth from within the city. "Look, what is that?" A soldier from Yuan's camp, glancing up at the soaring projectiles, was struck with a flicker of fear. "It's a stone projectile, quickly take cover." Bang, bang, crack. As stones rained down, the Yuan army, caught unawares, futilely raised their shields in a desperate attempt to save themselves, only to be crushed in an instant, like a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. The thundering impact of the stones, akin to an earthquake, reverberated through the air. Though the casualties among the Yuan forces were not catastrophic, the psychological strain was immense. Loose arrows. The onslaught of stones did not deter the Yuan soldiers, who continued to surge towards the city walls. Hundreds of them, shielded by heavy shields, advanced with a massive battering ram, their intentions unmistakable. However, the southern gate was already barricaded by countless boulders, rendering their efforts futile. Were those the bandit siege engines? The commotion caused by the stones did not escape Yuan Shu's notice. Watching the relentless barrage, his eyes sparkled with fervor as he exclaimed, "These rascals possess some skill." Yet, such formidable siege weaponry, falling into the hands of brigands, was indeed a waste of potential. It would soon belong to him. At that time, who would dare oppose me? The Yellow Turbans had siege engines, a fact that was not particularly secretive, yet it was Yuan Shu's first encounter with their might. From this brief glimpse, he became enamored with the siege weaponry, realizing that compared to the current stones, the court's siege engines appeared like mere toys. The left general is wise, Zhang Miao thought to himself, relieved that he had fled earlier. Otherwise, he would share the same fate as Wu Zi. As the Yuan archers, shielded by their comrades, retaliated against the city walls, more soldiers gathered at the base, eager to ascend the walls with ladders. Bring them to spare. Pei Yuanxiao observed the battlefield cautiously while issuing commands. Yes, the soldiers, eager for action, glimmered with excitement as they poured scalding liquid upon the Yuan forces below. Splash. It's so hot. No, it stinks. What is this? It burns. Ugh, it reeks. The Yuan soldiers, caught off guard by the sudden deluge, were scorched and cried out in agony. In late February, close to noon, the boiling liquid splashed upon them, proving far more effective than the prior winter's efforts. Kill. Overwhelmed by the foul stench, many Yuan soldiers hesitated, while others, fueled by rage, disregarded the burning liquid and sought vengeance on the walls. However, they were unprepared for the reality that awaited them, no matter how they ascended. Be it through heavy ladders or otherwise, they were met with another scalding shower of refuse. The soldiers protecting the battering ram were particularly targeted as they approached the gate. Each impact was met with another wave of excrement. These despicable scoundrels. As he witnessed the countless soldiers of Yuan suffering from burns inflicted by the foul waters, Sun Zheng felt his temper rise, veins bulging on his forehead as he grit his teeth and declared, "Issue my command. No injured soldier is to retreat. Though the filth is foul, it does not harm the body. Today we must seize the city of Yunqing." This was the first time Sun Zheng faced the daunting threat of the golden liquid, and, oblivious to its true peril, he ordered his troops to launch a full-scale assault on the city. "At your command." The young officers shared Sun Zheng's sentiment, clasping their fists in respect before departing to rally the spirits of their men for the siege. However, after issuing his orders, Sun Zheng felt a twinge of unease and made his way to the central command to report the progress of the siege to Yuan Shu. Indeed, these are the Yellow Turban rebels. Yuan Shu's expression darkened as he remarked, "They resort to despicable tactics. You have done well. Go and inform the soldiers that whoever captures Yunqing shall be handsomely rewarded, with a bounty of 1,000 gold for the first to scale the walls." Chapter 58. Yuan Shu. Sun Zheng exhibits the demeanor of a great general. I shall follow your command. Sun Zheng responded with a respectful salute. With Yuan Shu's personal assurance, the soldiers of Yuan became frenzied in their assault, while those stationed on the city walls transformed into relentless machines of filth. Meanwhile, Pei Yuanshao, who had been observing the battlefield, was not idle. He organized archers and other soldiers to bring down the advancing Yuan troops. Within 2 hours, Pei Yuanshao had repelled the Yuan forces multiple times, while the soldiers of the Qihua army appeared more invigorated than fatigued. Outside the city, however, the Yuan army found themselves in a precarious position. During this time, countless were injured, with nearly 1,000 soldiers falling in battle. Compounded by the seemingly endless deluge of filth from the city walls, awakening a sense of realization among many of the Yuan soldiers. After several unfruitful assaults organized by the junior officers, a portion of the Yuan troops unconsciously retreated beyond the reach of the filth. Despite the junior officers' repeated morale-boosting efforts, their impact was minimal, and the progress of the siege slowed significantly. This cannot stand. Sun Zheng roared in response to a junior officer's suggestion to retreat. Immediately relay my order to the commanding officers. Any soldier who dares to retreat shall be executed. I shall lead the charge myself. With that, he spurred his horse toward Yunqing, determined to take the risk of scaling the walls and unwilling to betray Yuan Shu's trust, while also underestimating the threat of the golden liquid. As Sun Zheng rode forth, his vanguard standard followed closely, signaling the full-scale assault on Yunqing. Sun Zheng exhibits the demeanor of a great general. Yuan Shu observed the advancing standard with a hint of admiration gracing his features. Congratulations, General Zhua. Yufuluo, clad in leather armor, quickly praised. With the vanguard general leading the charge, this city is surely within your grasp. Ha ha. Yuan Shu laughed heartily, his face radiating with satisfaction. The general has issued orders. Attack with full force. Any who retreat shall be executed. As Sun Zheng's commands echoed throughout the ranks, the vanguard standard surged forward, tightening the hearts of the Yuan soldiers outside the city, who understood the impending outcome. Many, despite their injuries, steeled themselves to join the vanguard in the onslaught. The morale of the entire vanguard army surged. The atmosphere gathered quietly, thick with tension. On the city tower, Pei Yuanshao, undeterred by the specter of death, observed as the vanguard banner of Yuan's army approached. Though he spoke with feigned nonchalance, his heart raced with anticipation. Brothers, do you see? Pei Yuanshao pointed towards the vanguard banner of Yuan's forces, declaring, beneath that grand standard lies the enemy's vanguard general. We must keep a close watch. If we slay him, it will be a monumental achievement. Throughout history, soldiers have aspired to earn military accolades, of which there are 4: slaying a general, capturing a flag, being the first to ascend, and breaching the formation. The rewards promised by Yuan Shu included a bounty of gold for the first to ascend, representing one of these 4 honors. Presently, as the vanguard banner of Yuan's army advanced towards Yun City, Pei Yuanshao and his men sensed a potential opportunity to achieve glory in battle. Fear not, General. Should that vanguard general dare to ascend the city, he shall not escape. They assured the general with fervor, pledging to ensure a successful kill. For the soldiers of the Qihua army, fortified within stronghold walls and blessed with the advantage of time and terrain, any enemy commander daring enough to approach was akin to courting death. Bolstered by the elixir of gold, they felt invincible. Soldiers. Sun Zheng, dismounting from his horse 200 paces away, brandished his war spear and bellowed. There are but 2,000 bandits within the city, while we number 10,000. If we unite our strength, those brigands cannot hold their ground. The first to ascend shall receive a bounty of gold, and our Lord shall bestow further rewards upon the rest. Follow me into battle. Kill. Kill. Upon hearing Sun Zheng's rallying cry, the soldiers of Yuan's army roared and charged forward, braving the showers of stones and arrows. Kill. Shielded by a throng of loyal guards, Sun Zheng climbed a heavy siege ladder, poised to leap onto the city tower. There, at that very ladder, the soldiers of the Qihua army, vigilant to Yuan's movements, had been observing intently. Pei Yuanshao had already stationed 2 teams at the base of the ladder, awaiting their moment. Quickly, let him taste defeat. Suddenly, a group of elite guards, despite their shields, was met with a searing deluge that caused several to writhe in agony on the ladder, severely impeding the advance of their comrades. Drag them down, a junior officer commanded, battling the noxious stench and feeling a surge of anxiety. However, he did not have to wait long. As he leapt into the fray with his shield, he met a swift demise. Kill. Before long, Sun Zheng, eyes ablaze with fury, surged forward, utilizing his shield to fend off the oncoming polearms and spears. With a moment's respite, his guards and Yuan's forces would soon flood into the city. Just then, seizing the opportunity, Pei Yuanshao struck with precision, driving his spear into Sun Zhang's chest at the moment the latter was fatigued from the exertion. The general is formidable. Victory is assured. Kill. Seeing Pei Yuanshao's success, the morale of the Qihua soldiers soared as they ruthlessly dispatched the Yuan soldiers who dared to show their faces above the walls. The enemy general lies slain. Pei Yuanshao severed Sun Zhang's head and tossed his helmet into the sky beyond the city walls. Under the protection of his soldiers, he bellowed within the city, "If you do not retreat now, when will you?" What? The general has fallen? That is indeed his helmet. Look. Beneath the great banner of the Yellow Turbans hangs the head of General Sun. Withdraw at once. Pei Yuanshao's voice reached the ears of some of Yuan's troops, quickly stirring a great uproar among Yuan Shu's vanguard. The Yuan army, which had been assaulting the city, retreated in a swift tide, leaving nothing but devastation outside the walls. The general has perished. The surrounding enforcement troops, upon hearing this, changed countenance and dared not impede the vanguard's retreat. Bring me news. Pei Yuanshao, relieved, ordered, send word to burn all the ladders outside the city and tend to the wounds of our injured brothers. Yes, a respectful young messenger replied. On the other side, Yuan Shu's complexion was equally grim. He had never anticipated that his favored general would meet such an abrupt demise. It was a slap in the face for him. Moreover, with merely a little over 10,000 bandits within the city, he had dispatched 15,000 troops as a vanguard, yet had failed to achieve the desired results and lost a general. How could he, with his pride, endure such a setback? Li Feng, heed my command. Yuan Shu said sternly. Immediately lead 4 battalions to assault the city. Mengzhua and Yufulua each send a battalion to assist Li Feng in seizing the city. Even if we must attack through the night, we shall capture Yun City. If we cannot take Amir Yun City, what use is it to maintain such a large army? Chapter 59. Zhang Jing arrives. Yuan Shu retreats outside Yun City. Within Yuan Shu's main camp, he was clearly incensed, showing no respect even to Zhang Miao and Yu Fulua, directly issuing orders. I will carry out the command, Li Feng declared resolutely, clasping his fists in respect. If we do not capture Yun City, I shall present my head. We accept the command. Zhang Miao and Yu Fulua hurriedly bowed in agreement. Jiling. Yuan Shu, seeing the situation, felt his anger ease slightly and continued. Go and reorganize the retreating forces. Anyone who spreads disorder among our ranks shall be executed. Yes, Jiling replied with a solemn demeanor, respectfully clasping his fists. At this moment, Jiling was also deeply pained, for Sun Zheng had been his capable deputy, now fallen in battle. Booming sounds echoed as the war drums of the Yuan army resonated once more. Upon hearing the drums, Pei Yuanshao's expression shifted. If Yuan Shu launched another fierce assault, he was uncertain how long he could hold out. Yun City had only 5,000 troops. It was not a stronghold of significance. The previous defense, though commendable, had left hundreds wounded and dozens dead. Though these numbers seemed few, they were a consequence of the city not having fallen yet. Coupled with the high intensity of defense, many soldiers were utterly exhausted. Thus, the forthcoming defense would be a true struggle of endurance and bloodshed. He could only hope for the swift arrival of reinforcements from his lord, which would grant him peace of mind. With this thought, Pei Yuanshao glanced up at the setting sun. At that moment, a young warrior hurriedly approached Pei Yuanshao, his face brimming with excitement as he clasped his fists in salute. Reporting to the general, our lord has led 20,000 brothers through the north gate to provide assistance. What did you say? Pei Yuanshao's eyes widened in astonishment. He had anticipated reinforcements, yet he never imagined they would arrive with such timeliness, especially under the personal command of the lord. After all, he was not stationed in a stronghold. Had there been no need for him to defend the city, he would have received orders before the Yuan army reached the gates. However, no such orders had come, leaving him with no choice but to hold the line. The Yuan forces were formidable, and he could not withstand the relentless assaults of over 100,000 troops. Thus, he was certain reinforcements would arrive. This thought brought him a sense of calm in the face of the advancing army of Yuan Shujun, though the happiness he felt was still overwhelming and unexpected. It is true, the young warrior's face gleamed with excitement as he nodded emphatically. The Lord has entered the city. In less than an hour, he will arrive at the south gate. Very well. Pei Yuanshao took a deep breath, striving to compose himself, his expression turning serious. You may leave now and continue to gather the defensive equipment. The Yuan army is poised to launch another attack, and we must deliver a resounding victory. Rest assured, General. The young warrior respectfully clasped his fists in acknowledgement before hastening away. How is it that I have not sustained any injuries? Once the young warrior had departed, Pei Yuanshao gazed at his hands, a slight frown crossing his brow as he lamented a missed opportunity for glory. Had he known the Lord would arrive so promptly, he should have engaged Sun Zheng in combat for 300 rounds before ultimately vanquishing him. Relay my orders. Pei Yuanshao collected his thoughts, his spirits lifted. Instruct the brothers to perform their respective duties and take their positions. Those who are only lightly wounded should hold the line for now. Furthermore, convey to the soldiers this splendid news. Our reinforcements have arrived. Led by the Lord himself, this battle shall surely end in victory for our Qihua army. Understood. The messenger, fists clasped, shouted in response before swiftly departing to relay Pei Yuanshao's words throughout the city. The soldiers of the Qihua army erupted in cheers, their prior fatigue vanishing in an instant. After a while, the Yuan army launched another offensive, deploying an even greater force than before. However, faced with the buoyant morale of the Qihua army and lacking heavy siege equipment, they gained little ground and suffered significant losses. As dusk approached, Zhang Jing, under the protection of the Central Army, ascended the battlements of Yunqing. Pei Yuanshao pays his respects to the Lord. Upon seeing Zhang Jing's arrival, Pei Yuanshao swiftly approached. Kneeling on one knee in a gesture of profound respect, his expression filled with trepidation. I have learned of your arrival, yet failed to welcome you from afar. I beseech your forgiveness. Please rise quickly. Zhang Jing, disregarding the dirt on Pei Yuanshao's attire, stepped forward to assist him, his face radiating admiration. I have heard of the recent battles at Yunqing. Not only have you defended the city, but you also slew the vanguard general of the Yuan army. You have performed admirably. I, Zhang Yuheng, have not misjudged you. Had you abandoned your duties to greet me upon my arrival, that would have truly been a grave error. Your loyalty and diligence deserve recognition and reward. As Zhang Jing feigned anger at this moment, he exclaimed, Does Yuan Shao perceive me, Zhang Yuheng, as a person incapable of discerning right from wrong? My lord, judge wisely. Upon hearing this, Pei Yuanshao's expression changed, and he hurriedly clasped his fists, his face betraying his tension. I harbor no such intention, my lord. Enough, Zhang Jing said, patting Pei Yuanshao on the shoulder, a faint smile gracing his lips. I was merely jesting. I am well aware of your contributions, and once this campaign concludes, I shall duly reward you. Thank you, my lord, Pei Yuanshao replied, his expression brightening with a smile as he once again respectfully clasped his fists. The Yuan army's siege tactics were lamentably amateurish. Zhang Jing observed the reinforcements approaching with a calm demeanor. Without siege engines, relying solely on arrows and ladders, how can they hope to capture a fortified city? Such an assault will undoubtedly incur significant losses. Yuan Shao, remember this. When you command an army to lay siege in the future, do not be as foolish as Yuan Shu. Against a stronghold, one can encircle to cut off reinforcements, divert water to flood the city, or first capture surrounding smaller towns. Besieging the stronghold without direct assault, it is far better than sacrificing lives needlessly. To Zhang Jing, war was, in a certain sense, a zero-sum game. A weaker enemy bolstered one's strength and vice versa. However, Yuan Shu, in his rebellious phase, clearly lacked such insight. He regarded the Qihua army as nothing more than remnants of the Yellow Turbans, underestimating them gravely. Yet, from Yuan Shu's perspective, it was indeed reasonable to dismiss the Yellow Turbans lightly. I shall heed your teachings, my lord, Pei Yuanshao declared, his face flushing with respect as he clasped his fists and exclaimed. Zhang Jing's words were a subtle hint that he, Pei Yuanshao, might one day lead an army of his own under the Lord's banner, expanding the territory. Generally, the enemy reinforcements have arrived. Outside Yunqing, a young officer respectfully reported to Li Feng. The current situation is unfavorable for our forces. Should you inform the Lord to withdraw the army for a brief respite? Very well, Li Feng replied, gazing at the newly raised banner atop Yunqing, slowly nodding. Is the commander of the incoming forces named Zhang? Have we not heard of the Zhang commanders among the Yellow Turbans? The officers fell into contemplation at his words. One young officer respectfully replied, Indeed, generally. The Zhang surname is prominent among the Yellow Turbans. There are no fewer than 10 leaders bearing that name. The new leader of the Yellow Turbans in Qingzhou is Zhang Yuheng, son of Zhang Rao. Li Feng, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for words and commanded, relay this information back to the Central Army. Whether to advance or retreat shall be decided by the Lord. although he had previously given assurances before the battle. Those were mere formalities. To act against one's better judgment is the hallmark of folly. This was akin to the earlier reckless move made by Sun Zheng himself. Such an act was exceedingly perilous for the commanding officer unless one possessed absolute confidence in their prowess. Clearly, Sun Zheng had overstepped. Li Feng, however, would not be so reckless. Understood. A young messenger officer respectfully clasped his fists and promptly departed. The other young officers, witnessing this, collectively breathed a sigh of relief. They had already suffered a defeat, and the morale of the army was already fragile. Given the current inability to advance, they believed that retreating for a much-needed rest was the most prudent course of action. Convey my orders. Under the counsel of Zhang Miao and others, Yuan Shu, albeit reluctantly, decided not to persist in his obstinacy. With a gloomy countenance, he commanded, "The army shall retreat 10 miles. Once we have prepared the stone-throwing siege engines, we shall return to besiege the city again, and we will certainly avenge our previous disgrace." Chapter 60. Zhang Jing. To remain undefeated is to achieve victory. At Yuan Shu's command, the resonant sounds of gongs echoed through the ranks of his army. A clarion call that even Zhang Jing and the others atop the city walls could hear distinctly. "My lord, Yuan Shu is retreating." Upon hearing this, Yu Jin's eyes sparkled with insight, and he hesitated to voice his thoughts. He must be aware that our reinforcements have arrived. He would not dare to camp outside the city and will retreat at least 10 miles. Given the numerous injuries sustained by his troops, their march will undoubtedly be slow. Moreover, with the defeat weighing upon them, the morale of his soldiers, including Zhang Miao, Zhang Yang, and Yu Fu Luo's contingent, is bound to be low. Such a disorganized multitude presents an excellent opportunity for us. If we dispatch a small elite force to pursue them during their retreat, we shall surely reap significant rewards. For Yuan Shu, commanding over 100,000 troops to retreat was no simple feat, coupled with his unsuccessful siege and countless wounded, and with 3 directions of reinforcements converging. His army was indeed a disarrayed horde. Eugene saw this as a prime opportunity for battle. "Your reasoning is sound." Zhang Jing nodded in agreement and replied, "If we had a formidable force at our disposal, I would undoubtedly seize this opportunity as you suggest. However, having journeyed tirelessly to this point, our troops are fatigued. Even if we were to feign strength, the risks are considerable, rendering such a course of action unwise. The act of retreating tests a general's capabilities. A commander lacking skill may easily lead their forces into chaos. Should their retreat falter, they may return with but a handful of men, or none at all." Yuan Shu, in his state of rebellion, clearly lacks such competence. Nevertheless, I am loath to take unnecessary risks. As I have stated, our forces have traveled a great distance today. In our current state of exhaustion, pursuing a retreating army of 100,000 carries its own perils. Even a 1 in 10 chance of danger is too great for me to accept. Presently, I possess many strategies to counter Yuan Shu without resorting to perilous maneuvers. It is my subordinate's oversight." Upon hearing this, Eugene felt a flush of embarrassment and respectfully clasped his fists, saying, "It was reckless to place our army in danger. Please, my lord, punish me." Only then did he realize the potential of the opportunity at hand. However, they found themselves without soldiers to deploy at that moment. Defending the city posed no issues, but venturing out to chase and attack could lead to them being encircled by Yuan's forces, which would spell trouble. Punishment is unnecessary. Zhang Jing shook his head, gazing at the retreating Yuan army outside the city walls. He said calmly, "While it is commendable that you perceive the opportunity for battle, in warfare, knowing oneself and the enemy is paramount for invincibility. Sometimes, remaining undefeated is itself a form of victory. If you can grasp this truth, you shall effortlessly become a distinguished general and secure your place in history." Though his words seemed simple, the reality of embodying such wisdom was anything but easy. Throughout history, there have been many renowned generals, and among them, Eugene can be considered one, albeit barely. However, the number of those who achieved an undefeated record is so few that one can count them on a single hand. This does not deter Zhang Jing from painting grand visions for his soldiers, inspiring them with motivational speeches while also showcasing his own prowess. To be undefeated is indeed to achieve victory. As Eugene pondered this notion, the more he contemplated it, the more he felt it to be a profound truth. With a respectful demeanor, he clasped his fists towards Zhang Jing and declared, "I shall certainly remember the teachings of my lord, and express my gratitude for your guidance. We all thank you for your insights." Pei Yuan Shao and the others present also exhibited expressions of reverence, paying their respects to Zhang Jing in unison. They all felt they had gained something valuable. while the intricacies of military strategy may elude their understanding. The idea that to be undefeated equates to victory was something they could grasp easily. That night, across the river in Lini, at the Qingzhou military camp, Qiao Bao hurried to Tao Qian's tent. "My lord," Qiao Bao said, his expression tense. "Scouts have reported that the Yellow Turbans in Yinzhou have assembled an army of 100,000, intending to join forces with Zhang Bao of Langya and march into Quzhou." "What?" Tao Qian's expression changed drastically as he abruptly stood up and turned to Qiao Bao. "Is this news confirmed? Zhang Bao has never involved himself in the military affairs of Quzhou. How could he ally with the Yellow Turbans? Could this be a scheme to sow discord?" "My lord," Qiao Bao replied, "I believe there is substance to this matter. Even if Zhang Bao does not ally with the Yellow Turbans, their advance into Quzhou must be taken seriously. Although Zhang Bao does not interfere in Quzhou's military governance, he is solely concerned with the defense of Langya and indifferent to the fates of the surrounding counties. We have been in the field for some time now. If the Yellow Turbans invade Quzhou, it could lead to unimaginable losses for the counties. It would be too late for regret then." After speaking, Qiao Bao furtively glanced at Tao Qian. Regarding the scouts' reports, there was indeed some truth to them. But they were merely rumors circulating in the streets, lacking any concrete evidence. Whether the news was true or false mattered little. What was crucial was that both Tao Qian and Qiao Bao could not afford to take any chances. Hence, Qiao Bao had come to inform him. "Qiao Bao." After careful consideration, Tao Qian commanded, "Immediately send a message to General Zhua, informing him that Lini is heavily guarded, and our army has suffered significant losses today. With the Yellow Turbans raiding Quzhou, we cannot allow them to wreak havoc upon the populace. Our forces will be returning to Quzhou shortly." "Yes." Qiao Bao respectfully clasped his fists in response, secretly lamenting their considerable losses that day, having wasted thousands of arrows without gaining even a single hair. Not long after Qiao Bao dispatched the message, an uneasy Tao Qian resolved to return to Quzhou that very night. In Qingzhou, in Pingyuan County, at the banks of the Luo River in Gaodang City, Liu Bei had also received a summons from the Inspector Tian Kai, instructing him to mobilize his troops to join forces in Gaodang and subsequently send reinforcements to Gongsun Fan in Beihai. Within the central tent, elder brother Zhang Fei said with unusual seriousness, "I have heard that Yuan Shao is mobilizing an army of 200,000 this time. And Gongsun Tan in Beihai has amassed a force of 10,000. We have but 8,000 soldiers. Tian Kai has only about 20,000 and Gongsun Fan, following his disastrous defeat last year, commands barely 10,000. Altogether, we have merely 40,000 troops. With spring plowing underway, our supplies are insufficient. I fear this campaign may prove difficult to win." It is not that Zhang Fei feared death or shunned battle. The current situation is indeed unfavorable for Gongsun Zan. After suffering defeat, he fled back to Yuzhou, while Yuan Shao seized control of the kingdom of Hejian and parts of the Beihai Commandery. This effectively severed the connection between Yuzhou and Qizhou. Although communication could still be maintained through messengers, matters concerning supplies and military provisions fell solely upon Liu Bei, Tian Kai, and others. Moreover, the transmission of information would inevitably incur significant delays. Should circumstances worsen, Gongsun Zan's forces could be systematically dismantled by Yuan Shao. In light of this, Zhang Fei was naturally reluctant to see his elder brother expend the hard-earned resources for Gongsun Zan's cause. As Zhang Fei put it, the wealth amassed by his elder brother was the fruit of his labor. "Indeed, my third brother is right," Guan Yu remarked, pondering rather than looking at Liu Bei. "Considering the strength of General Tian and our troops, defending the city may prevent utter defeat, yet it will hardly enable us to advance. Ultimately, it would only lead to the suffering of the populace and the depletion of resources." Eldest brother, Liu Bei said with a solemn expression, "Brother Boguai has treated us well. At this juncture, he finds himself in a predicament. We must not add to his difficulties, nor betray his trust. Otherwise, how shall we establish ourselves in this world?" Upon hearing this, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei ceased further discussion, accepting their elder brother's decision without protest. Chapter 61. Liu Bei, Tao Qian, and Yuan's military provisions in Yenzhou. Near the southern outskirts of Jin Commandery, at the camp of Yuan's forces by the banks of the Huzi River, on the third day after Yuan Shu's retreat. Inside the central tent, Yuan Shu's expression darkened as he ordered, "Expel the messenger from Cao Cao. If any more of his envoys dare approach, do not bother to report. Simply drive them out with sticks." "Understood." The young general replied respectfully, signaling to two soldiers to escort the Cao Cao messenger out once more. At that moment, Ji Ling entered, his countenance grave. He saluted and reported, Today, 600 severely wounded soldiers in the infirmary did not survive, and those with lighter injuries are in a dismal state. The situation appears dire. Have you uncovered the cause? Yuan Shu frowned slightly at this news, casually inquiring without much concern, as he regarded the deaths of soldiers in battle as a normal occurrence. In my humble opinion, Jiling hesitated. It is likely that the waste contains poison. Yuan Shu fell silent for a moment, then erupted in fury. These treasonous scoundrels resort to such despicable tactics. A perfectly good city has been turned into a foul mess by these brigands, akin to stones in a latrine, both stench-ridden and hard. Once you depart, ensure the construction of stone-throwing machines is prioritized. I shall reduce the entire city of Yun to dust. When he set forth to battle, he had not anticipated the Yellow Turbans' tenacity in defending the city, nor their ability to concoct toxic waste. Lacking the aid of stone-throwing machines, he suffered a considerable setback. Typically, siege warfare did not necessitate such heavy artillery, which is cumbersome to transport. Even when brought to the city's base, each stone-throwing machine required nearly 30 soldiers to operate, and their accuracy was often questionable. It was precisely these factors that contributed to his difficulties. In this era, the siege tactics among warlords seldom involve the use of stone-throwing machines. A forceful assault on a city is tantamount to sacrificing one's own resources. If the defending side possesses sufficient resilience, it is generally quite challenging for the attacking side to breach the city walls. A notable example from this time is the siege of Zonghong by Yuan Shao. Zonghong held the stronghold of Dongwuyang, and under Yuan Shao's relentless siege, he managed to hold out for an entire year until the garrison was completely out of provisions. To what extent had the situation deteriorated? So much so that Zonghong resorted to killing his own concubine to share her flesh with his generals, while even the rats had long been consumed. This illustrates the nature of siege warfare in this period. Naturally, flooding is not included in this context, as it requires both favorable weather and geographical advantage. Presently, Yuan Shu can only place his hopes on stone-throwing machines, having mentally prepared himself for a prolonged conflict against the Yellow Turbans. Your orders are received. Jiling respectfully clasped his fists and exclaimed loudly. Just then, a soldier hurried in, holding a bamboo tube with both hands, and respectfully announced, "My lord, the inspector of Shuzhou, Tao Qian, has sent a letter." President Yuan Shu frowned, feeling an ominous premonition. This Tao Qian is truly useless. He can't even capture a small ferry crossing, and now he is retreating. After reading the letter, Yuan Shu furiously declared, "Once I conquer the Yellow Turbans, I shall return and deal with him. My lord, please calm your anger." Upon hearing this, many of the generals felt their faces flush and hastily tried to comfort Yuan Shu. In Qingzhou, outside Gaoding City, Liu Bei bid farewell to Tao Qian, who was passing through. With the retreat of General Tao's forces, Liu Bei remarked, gazing at the receding troops of Shuzhou, his expression grave. "It seems that war is imminent in Shuzhou. How pitiful for the people of Shuzhou, for countless souls will surely be displaced once more." Eldest brother, Zhang Fei interjected. In recent years, Shuzhou has experienced little conflict, and Yuan Shu is fully committed to his assault on Yanzhou. Who would dare to wage war on Shuzhou at this time? Perhaps the Yellow Turbans could be a possibility. Guan Yu smiled as he stroked his beard. Is it not rumored that the Yellow Turbans of Yanzhou intend to ally with Zhangba of Langia? Humph, such words may deceive children. Zhang Fei scoffed. Zhangba hails from a prominent clan and lives freely in Langia. How could he possibly ally with the Yellow Turbans? Moreover, Yuan Shu claims to command 1,000,000 troops against Yanzhou. The Yellow Turbans are currently preoccupied with their own survival. How could they possibly turn their attention to Shuzhou? Guan Yu fell silent for a moment, then thoughtfully responded, "The Yellow Turbans are merely a band of marauding commoners. They previously plundered Qingzhou, last year they ravaged Yanzhou, and now they may once again strike Shuzhou." Zhang Fei hesitated slightly before saying, "What you say is indeed plausible. I hope it is not as you predict, Guanzhang." Liu Bei's expression grew grave as he spoke. If that truly is the case, how can Shuzhou withstand 1,000,000 Yellow Turbans? I fear it will usher in yet another storm of bloodshed. Alas, I, Liu Bei, am powerless to assist. Yet, if the Yellow Turbans do indeed advance, I, Liu Bei, shall spare no effort, even risking my life, to aid Shuzhou and contribute in any small way to the welfare of its people. In Liu Bei's eyes, there is a fundamental distinction between Gong Sunzan and Yuan Shao. In the Yellow Turbans, the former's incursions pose far less of a threat to the populace than the latter's chaos. I support my elder brother, Zhang Fei declared, and naturally, I shall not be absent. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fei and Guan Yu expressed their unwavering support to Liu Bei, demonstrating a resolve to accompany him regardless of life and death. Indeed, Liu Bei responded with a hearty laugh, proclaiming, "As long as we three brothers are together, we can conquer this world. For now, let us head to Pingyuan and join forces with General Tian." With that, Liu Bei turned his horse towards the direction of Pingyuan. "Very well, we shall heed our elder brother." Zhang Fei promptly followed suit, exclaiming, "First, let us vanquish Yuan Shao completely, and then we shall lend our aid to Suzhou." "Indeed," Guan Yu replied, "if the third brother aims to eliminate him entirely, then I shall join in as well, to see who can achieve more. My second brother is invincible." In Yinzhou, Jin County, atop the city walls of Yincheng, Zhang Jing received word from Zhou confirming that Tao Qian had retreated from Yinzhou. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Jing commanded, "Order Zhou and Guan Hai to each lead 5,000 troops, splitting into 2 routes across the river, to retrieve the populace and provisions from the eastern counties, ensuring no greed or recklessness." With Tao Qian's withdrawal, the pressure on the 2 strongholds would significantly diminish. Rather than remaining within the city for training, it would be more advantageous to cross the river and see some benefits. It is well known that the Qihua army is in dire need of supplies. "Understood." A young general respectfully clasped his fist in acknowledgement. At that moment, Pei Yuanshao approached swiftly, a look of delight on his face, and respectfully clasped his fists, saying, "According to reports from scouts, the provisions of Yuan Shu's army are likely stationed in Wanqing, although there are at least 20,000 Yuan troops there, so the scouts must not venture too close." Wanqing. Zhang Jing's heart raced upon hearing this, and he turned to the map beside him, stating, "Wanqing is merely 70 miles from here. Have the scouts investigate further. Without approaching Wanqing, they need only ascertain the quantity of provisions being transported in and out." Chapter 62. The shortage of provisions. Cheng Yu's strategy. Zhang Jing had long coveted the provisions of Yuan's army. Now that their location was known, there was no need for haste. It would be prudent to wait until the supplies were more abundant before making a move. "Your orders will be followed." Pei Yuanshao respectfully clasped his fists in compliance. 70 miles. After Pei Yuanshao departed, Zhang Jing gazed at the map, lost in thought. In this era, 70 miles is less than 35 miles in later times. If one travels light and swiftly, 3 to 4 hours would suffice. However, Zhang Jing's greatest desire was to acquire the provisions, not to incinerate them. This posed a significant issue: transportation. A single cart drawn by a slow horse could carry at least 10 stones of provisions, but no more than 25 stones at most. With Yuan supplies starting at a minimum of 100,000 stones, over 5,000 carts would be required. After all, they were there to seize food, not engage in commerce. 100,000 stones could not be obtained through mere transactions. What if they took to the waterways? Zhang Jing noticed the Yellow River to the north of Wanqing, merely 20 miles away, yet without a crossing point. After much deliberation, Zhang Jing resolved to consider this matter further. Navigating the waterways proved challenging, as the Yellow River, though revered as a mother river, was known for its tempestuous temperament. 90% of the river segments exhibit an alarming and tumultuous current, rendering navigation perilous in areas devoid of ferry crossings, where the risk of death looms overwhelmingly. Time swiftly passes, and we find ourselves at the end of February. During this interval, both Yuan Shu and Zhang Jing have maintained a fragile peace. Tao Qian has also returned to Suzhou. Yuan Shao has secured several victories over Gongsun Zan. Although these were not large-scale battles, they effectively shattered Gongsun Zan's arrogance. When the inspector of Qingzhou, Tian Kai, led Liu Bei and the troops from Qingzhou to provide assistance, Gongsun Zan had already retreated to Yuzhou, while Gongsun Fan fled in defeat to the same region. Clearly, Gongsun Fan does not hold high hopes for Qingzhou. Faced with this situation, Tian Kai had no choice but to withdraw his forces, intending to return to Qingzhou to fortify its defenses. The ongoing conflict in Jizhou will undoubtedly impact Zhang Jing, most evidently as the formidable Wen Chou now advances with an army of 20,000 towards Dongjun, alongside Xiao Chao and Zhu Ling from Neiwang. Nearly 60,000 troops now gaze hungrily upon the northern reaches of Yinzhou. Wei County and Yuanqing lie but a mere 120 miles from Qingting Ferry in Yinzhou. Xiao Chao is currently stationed there, aiming to unite forces with Wen Chou. How short-sighted. From the watchtower, Xiao Chao, with a grave expression, remarked, "Brother Benshu is indeed a hero. Even Gongsun Zan, who once dominated the northern territories as the illustrious White Horse General, stands defenseless against him. My lord, Chao Ren glanced around cautiously and whispered, if Yuan Shao sends when Chao's forces here and they truly seize Yanzhou, will it still belong to us? Absolutely not. Cao Cao replied calmly, Yuan Shu has recently suffered defeat, and it is said his losses were considerable. Yuan Shao's handling of Gongsun Zan also prevents him from launching another attack on Yuzhou, for there resides Lu Yu, a figure of immense prestige and a scion of the Han Dynasty. What will he do next? His aim will be to conquer Qingzhou and the Yellow Turbans entrenched in Yanzhou. Though he has not explicitly stated it, I can discern his intentions. Yuan Shao dispatches when Chou under the pretense of following Cao Cao, yet I understand this is merely a faade. However, I harbor no animosity towards Yuan Shao. Were I in his position, I would not relinquish my territories to others, but rather support a puppet. And what of us? Chao Ren looked at Cao Cao with a hint of confusion and uncertainty. Fear not, Zixiao. Cao Cao reassured him, Yuan Shu, with his 100,000 troops, struggles to capture a single city like Yuncheng. How could Yuan Shao's few thousand men hope to take Dongye and Lini? Once Yuan Shu faces defeat, we shall withdraw. Yuan Shao's swift victories have shattered Cao Cao's aspirations, especially with the dispatch of Wenchou, which has extinguished any lingering hopes. For now, Yanzhou will undeniably slip from his grasp, as will Yuzhou. Brother, Chao Ren murmured, should we not eliminate Yuan Shu? There is no need. Cao Cao shook his head. A living Yuan Shu is far more advantageous than a dead one. As long as he breathes, Yuan Shao cannot claim the entirety of the Yuan family's legacy. Given Yuan Shao's current might, should Yuan Shu perish, the realm may find itself without a capable ruler. With that, Cao Cao departed from the watchtower. Where shall we go, brother? Chao Ren hastily followed, intrigued by Cao Cao's response. Where indeed? Cao Cao, without turning his head, declared, naturally, it is the foremost benevolent land of the realm. The imperial capital of the Han Dynasty, Chang'an City. Chang'an City. Chao Ren swallowed hard, murmuring, that truly is a dragon's den and a tiger's lair. He never anticipated that his elder brother would mention Chang'an City as the final retreat. In early March, in Yanzhou, Sun Yu, under the orders of Cheng Yu, arrived at Yin City. This implies, upon hearing Sun Yu's report, Zhang Jing furrowed his brow and remarked, at present, our army faces a shortage of provisions. Aside from planting grains, we are still short of 3,200,000 stones. For a full half month, our army has only managed to gather 300,000 stones. He had always been particularly concerned about supplies. Half a month prior, he had inquired of Qingyu, and if his memory served him right, they were then short 350,000 stones. Now, after a fortnight, the deficit has only decreased by 30,000 stones. Reporting to the Lord, Sun Yu hesitated and said, in this past fortnight, the military advisor has managed to gather 500,000 stones of provisions. However, just a few days ago, Generals Zhou Cong and Guan Hai returned from the eastern region of Hebei, bringing back nearly 100,000 common folk. These commoners are currently engaged in spring plowing. Their households have little surplus grain, and the wealthy families have long since migrated to Jizhou. Moreover, the grain from the great families of Shuzhou and Lu has already been traded with our army. No need to elaborate, I understand. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jing's expression darkened, and he inwardly wished to chastise himself. He interjected, what is Zhongda's plan? He knew that the eastern region of Hebei was vast and populous. However, he overlooked one crucial detail. At this time of spring plowing, the common folk had little grain. By bringing them over, he had inadvertently exacerbated the plight of families that were already struggling. In his eagerness to seize a small advantage, he had thought that with Tao Qian's departure, they could cross the river to make a fortune, only to find themselves in a pitfall. The military advisor's intention was, Sun Yu continued, to retain our army's rations while having the grain distributed to the common folk. Though this will reduce the harvest, it will prevent fertile fields from going to waste, and taxes can be levied as deemed appropriate. Zhongda is truly talented. Zhang Jing's eyes brightened upon hearing this, and he exclaimed, let us proceed as Zhongda suggests. As long as we endure until the autumn harvest, even if the grain yield is halved, we shall still gather sufficient provisions. Such a simple method. At that time, Zhang Jing had failed to realize this, even considering, if grain were insufficient, to allocate some of the planting grain to sustain hundreds of thousands of commoners. Compared to Cheng Yu's approach, it was utterly foolish. For the common folk under the army's governance, each individual possessed 10 mu of land, which required 2 stones of planting grain. With over 3,500,000 people, 7 million stones of planting grain were necessary. Even though 3 million stones had already been allocated to the commoners, The remaining 4 million stones, when halved for distribution, would still save 2 million stones. This not only alleviated the grain crisis but also preserved the land and reassured the common folk. Furthermore, with 3 to 4 months remaining, there was ample time to gather a significant amount of grain. Zhang Jing's anxiety stemmed from the necessity of ensuring that both the army and the commoners had enough rations. With any shortfall arising from planting grain, he could even utilize the rations for sowing, which would undoubtedly suffice. However, he dared not gamble. For the world's grain supply is finite. When all the harvested grain is distributed and they find themselves without sustenance by April or May, unable to procure even a morsel, it shall be akin to a hell on earth. My lord, please heed this. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu bowed respectfully to Zhang Jing and spoke. The strategist surmises that the lord is in Yunqing, undoubtedly troubled by the grain concerns of Wancheng, and has sent me to alleviate your worries. Chapter 63. Luring the serpent from its hole, encircling and striking reinforcements. In Yunqing, atop the city walls, luring the serpent from its hole, encircling and striking reinforcements. After listening to Sun Yu's strategy, Zhang Jing pondered. In this case, the required troop strength for this endeavor will likely exceed 80,000. My lord, please consider. Sun Yu continued. If we disregard the grain supply of Yuan's army, an army of 20,000 would suffice for a swift victory. Should we fortify our position, 3 months would compel Yuan's forces to retreat. They are well aware of Yuan's vulnerabilities, yet they covet his grain. From their observations, Zhuangqing's grain supply exceeds 200,000 stones, a considerable quantity indeed. Zhang Jing turned to Sun Yu, stating, presently, Cao Cao and Yuan Shao's forces are combined, stationed in Dongjun at Dongyang, claiming 100,000 troops. Do you believe Yuan Shao's army might cross the river? To answer the lord, Sun Yu contemplated, I believe Cao Cao will not cross in the short term. They, too, await developments. Should Yuan Shu suffer defeat, Cao Cao would retreat. Conversely, they would join forces with Yuan Shao to cross the river. Furthermore, if Gongsun Zan is defeated, Qingzhou will no longer pose a threat to Yanzhou, and Tao Qian cannot surpass Kongfu and Liangfu. Should Yuan Tan's forces advance into Qingzhou, our army may find itself unable to move forward. The repercussions of Gongsun Zan's defeat are thus. Cao Cao and Wenchou are encamped at Dongyang while Yuan Tan presses toward Qizhou. If Yuan Tan secures a foothold in Qizhou, then Zhang Jing must be prepared for Cao Cao and Yuan Tan to simultaneously launch an assault on Yanzhou, especially if they ally with the playful Tao Qian, alongside Yuan Shu's direct attack. At that juncture, Zhang Jing would find himself in a precarious position, let alone seizing Yuan Shu's grain. Merely maintaining the city's defenses would be a commendable feat. Such a situation is fraught with uncertainty. Zhang Jing rose and stepped outside the city walls, gazing toward the south, declaring, Pan Zhang, immediately relay a command to Feng Gao, Sima Ju, Sui Gu of Lu City, Keixian of Fan County, and Guan Hai of Dongye. They are to lead their troops here within 5 days without fail. Time is of the essence. Zhang Jing must temporarily endure Yuan Shu. Only by addressing the matter with Yuan Shu can the situation in Yanzhou become clearer and simultaneously announce the existence of the Qihua army to the world. I shall obey. Upon hearing this, Pan Zhang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he respectfully clasped his fists and shouted, My lord is wise. Sun Yu and others shared similar expressions, bowing to Zhang Jing in reverence. As mid-month approached, in Yuan Shu's main camp, the atmosphere within the central tent was lively as the generals drank with Yuan Shu. Esteemed generals, with a rosy complexion and spirited demeanor, Yuan Shu proclaimed, I have decided to mobilize troops to Yunqing in 3 days, armed with 900 stone-throwing machines. Even if Yunqing is fortified with iron walls, I, Yuan Shu, shall reduce it to ruins. Indeed, my lord speaks wisely. Ji Ling interjected. I have been training our soldiers to master the stone-throwing machines, each capable of hurling a 12-pound stone 300 paces. I have also observed the stone projectiles of the Yellow Turbans. Their furthest flight barely reaches 200 paces. With the aid of the stone-throwing machines, they are certain to dismantle the defensive apparatus atop the city walls, particularly as our victory is assured within 3 days. Ji Ling was on the verge of mentioning the matter of the golden syrup. However, the current scene compelled him to swallow his words. Indeed, under the sagacious leadership of our Lord, our army shall undoubtedly achieve resounding triumph. Once we breach the city of Yun, we will ensure that the commanding officer meets a gruesome fate. Yet, unbeknownst to Yuan Shu and his cohorts, while they indulged in revelry, Zhang Jing had already led an army of 60,000, dividing into 4 routes, departing from Yun City. They set forth at the hour of Yu and arrived by the hour of Z. With the arrival of the Grand Army, the Yuan troops within the city began to sense the commotion, plunging the entirety of Wan City into chaos. Charge! Set fire to Yuan Shu's provisions. Rushing quickly. We must reach Yuan Shu's granaries. Follow me into battle. The roars of battle echoed in the ears of the Wan City defenders, instilling a sense of impending dread among the Yuan troops. Hurry! The commander of Wan City, Lu Xiang, upon learning of the Yellow Turbans' intent to burn the supplies, declared anxiously, "Quickly send our brothers to break through and report this news to our lord. As the saying goes, before the troops move, the provisions must be secured." The fear that gripped Lu Xiang's heart upon hearing of the Yellow Turbans' plan to incinerate their grain was palpable, and amidst the surrounding darkness, he had no knowledge of the Yellow Turbans' strength. He could only dispatch someone to convey the message to their lord. Yes, a commander, his expression grave, respectfully clasped his fists in acknowledgement. Kill. Burn every last grain of Yuan's supplies. Charge with me. At the eastern gate of Wan City, Zhang Jing observed a contingent of Yuan troops breaking through and commanded, "Guanhai, do not let them escape so easily." "As you command," Guanhai replied respectfully, promptly leading a team to intercept the Yuan troops seeking to deliver the news. After a fierce skirmish, 2 Yuan soldiers managed to escape. The soldiers at the other 3 gates, however, were not so fortunate and were all slain by the forces of the Yellow Turbans. Following the elimination of these Yuan troops, Zhang Jing refrained from launching an assault on the city. Their objective had never been merely to incinerate supplies. Half an hour later, 2 Yuan soldiers galloped along the official road through Linqiu. They have passed. In the dense thicket along the road, Sima Ju's eyes gleamed with intensity as he addressed the duo, Kei Xian and Eugene. "Surely by the hour of Mao, Yuan Shu will lead his forces here. Let us prepare swiftly." Rest assured, the two nodded earnestly. Their army of 35,000 was the true centerpiece of the operation. Should Yuan Shu dare to return to rescue the supplies, he would undoubtedly fall into a trap. As the hour of Yin approached, the fervent sound of war drums resonated from the Yuan army's encampment, followed by the hurried assembly of troops amidst the turmoil. "My lord," Li Feng, witnessing Yuan Shu's intention to personally lead the troops to support, gravely remarked, "I believe you should remain at the main camp. We have sufficient forces in Wan City to provide assistance. Moreover, with 20,000 troops stationed there, the Yellow Turbans will not capture it in an instant." "Nonsense." Yuan Shu, disregarding all else, retorted angrily, "Did you not hear the emissary's words? They have dispatched several detachments to act separately, and now only they have come to besiege Wan City. The Yellow Turbans must number no less than 100,000. The Yellow Turbans, now equipped with formidable siege weapons, posed a threat that even Cao Cao could not withstand. How could Lu Xiang hope to defend against them?" Upon hearing of the Yellow Turbans' large-scale assault on Wanqing, Yuan Shu was indeed alarmed. Their long journey had made logistics crucial, and he had dispatched a significant force to guard the area. However, he misjudged 2 critical factors. First, the Yellow Turbans successfully countered his offensive. Second, the catapults wielded the power to shake the heavens. Consequently, in such dire circumstances, he harbored profound doubts regarding Lu Xiang's capabilities, and any misstep in provisions could prove disastrous. "My lord, Li Feng speaks wisely," remarked Ji Ling, offering consolation. "It is still dark, and with dozens of miles to cover, should we fall into the Yellow Turbans' ambush, even if we perish, we can scarcely absolve ourselves of the blame. With you and Li Feng by my side, what do I have to fear?" Yuan Shu retorted, his face contorted with fury. "There is no need for further counsel. My mind is made up. Our camp holds merely 3 days' worth of supplies. If the Yellow Turbans succeed, our only recourse will be retreat. They are surely aware of this, which is why they are sending a great army to attack Wanqing. As for ambushes, consider those 2 messengers. If an ambush were truly in place, could they have made it here alive?" Chapter 64. Yuan Shu falls into the trap, deceptively opens the city gates at the 3rd watch. Yuan Shu led an army of 80,000 to the aid of Wanqing. The main camp was left with only the minor General Le Ju and a handful of wounded soldiers, totaling scarcely 10,000. At the 4th watch, on the Linqiu official road, Yuan Shu addressed Ji Ling with a fierce expression. "Upon our arrival at Wanqing, if the Yellow Turbans have not breached the city, you shall lead the charge against those brigands. Should they dare to threaten our supplies, let them come and never return." "Understood." Ji Ling nodded solemnly. "You follow." Yuan Shu continued, directing his orders towards the southern Xiongnu Chanyu. You command 8,000 archers. Ensure those ruffians do not escape. Haha, rest assured, Left General. Yufulua boasted, thumping his chest in agreement. Relay the order to the army. Quicken the pace. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed as massive boulders cascaded down from the hillside, crashing down upon Yuan's forces with devastating force, aiming to cleave the army into segments. Beware, protect the Lord. Boulders are falling. Ji Ling and the other commanders shouted, hurriedly converging towards Yuan Shu. What is happening? Help! Stones are rolling down. Quickly, take cover. As the Yuan forces heard the commotion, they realized calamity had struck. The sky was darkening, obscuring their vision, compelling them to flee in all directions. Thud, thud, thud. The relentless descent of the boulders claimed the lives of several unfortunate Yuan soldiers, and the entire army was split into 3 segments on the official road. Fire the arrows, commanded Ke Xian, as countless arrows, glimmering coldly, rained down upon the Yuan forces from the slopes nearby. Brothers, at the rear of the Yuan army, Eugene led his troops charging forth from both sides of the road, roaring, let us annihilate the Yuan forces. Kill the 15,000 soldiers of the Qihua army. Witnessing the chaos among Yuan's ranks, surged forward with ferocity. My lord, what shall we do now? Ji Ling, guarding Yuan Shu, said gravely. Clearly, we have fallen into a trap. We do not know how many enemy troops are lying in ambush here. Shall I lead our forces to eliminate the bandits? We must break free. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shu glanced around at the dim surroundings, shaking his head in trepidation. Let us return to Wanqing first. I fear there may be more Yellow Turbans lurking nearby. Brothers of the Vanguard, a young officer shouted. Yuan Shu's grand banner is over there. Follow me to slay the general and seize the flag and capture Yuan Shu alive. Charge. Capture Yuan Shu alive. The soldiers of the Vanguard, disregarding the heavy guard surrounding Yuan Shu's central army, brandished their long halberds and charged towards him with fierce expressions. Capture Yuan Shu alive. Sima Zhu led the main army closely behind the vanguard. Capture Yuan Shu alive. Ke Xian also surged forth from the side, intensifying the assault on Yuan Shu's central forces. Hearing the cries from all directions demanding his capture, Yuan Shu seethed with anger, muttering, these wretched scoundrels. At that moment, Li Feng hurriedly approached with a serious expression. There are a group of fanatical assassins among the Yellow Turbans, and they are advancing towards the grand banner. Our forces are in disarray. I implore you, my lord, make a decision swiftly. Retreat. Yuan Shu gritted his teeth. Bring the grand banner with us. I do not believe these bandits can catch me, Yuan Gonglu. Yes. The generals responded respectfully, then swiftly escorted Yuan Shu towards Wanqing. Slay the general and seize the flag. Capture Yuan Shu alive. Seeing Yuan Shu attempt to flee, the vanguard soldiers would not allow it, desperately pursuing him, for Yuan Shu's grand central banner was their ultimate objective. Run. The Yuan army, initially resisting, saw the vanguard's suicidal charge and, filled with dread, witnessed Yuan Shu's banner moving away, causing them to lose heart and flee. Run. As the atmosphere of fear spread, more and more Yuan soldiers abandoned their resistance, their sole thought being to escape with the others. Yuan Shu is dead, Ke Xian shouted. Brothers, follow me to kill. Yuan Shu is dead. The soldiers under his command echoed, slaying their enemies while shouting loudly. The bewildered Yuan troops had their morale shattered in an instant, immediately discarding their armor and fleeing in panic. Yuan Shu is dead. In the rear, Eugene also shouted, drop your weapons and kneel. We will not kill. Yuan Shu is dead. The soldiers following Eugene mimicked his call, uncertain of Yuan Shu's fate, but seizing the opportunity to swim in the chaos, hoping to deceive whoever they could. I surrender. I surrender. Do not kill me. Some fearful Yuan soldiers promptly chose to surrender. They were unsure whether Yuan Shu was alive or dead, but in that moment, they accepted that he had perished. As Eugene led a relentless pursuit, countless Yuan soldiers knelt along the road to Linqiu. Yuan Shu, protected by his central army and numerous generals, heard the cries from behind. Though his nose was twisted in anger, there was little he could do in such a situation. My lord. At that moment, Li Feng returned on horseback, exclaiming, 400 paces ahead, there is a massive boulder blocking the path. It may only allow passage for individuals. Yuan Shu's expression darkened upon hearing this. Li Feng continued gravely, there are many boulders. They only permit the passage of individuals. Ji Ling. Yuan Shu took a deep breath and solemnly addressed Ji Ling. asking if it were possible to organize a counteroffensive against the Yellow Turbans at this moment. The steeds were treasures, and the mere thought of relinquishing them ignited his fury, revealing his deep sense of loss. Difficult. Jiling glanced behind him and replied honestly. Our army is already in a state of disarray. If we attempt to counterattack, we would first strike down our own fleeing troops. Otherwise, our formation would be shattered, leading to yet another defeat. Retreat. Yuan Shu's expression darkened, and he abandoned the idea of a counteroffensive. In truth, he understood Jiling's words all too well. Before ascending the Great Stone, Yuan Shu personally ended the life of his beloved steed, and then resolutely crossed the multitude of boulders without looking back. At the third watch in Wancheng, outside the eastern gate, the Yellow Turbans had long since departed. Where is General Liu? A group of weary soldiers arrived at the city, their faces filled with urgency. Quickly summon General Liu. Our lord has given orders. We have fallen into a trap. The soldiers defending the city were taken aback upon seeing their fellow brethren. Lu Xiang bellowed. Who are you and why have you come here? At this moment, realization dawned upon him. The Yellow Turbans' assault was not merely an attempt to breach the city and pillage resources. There were undoubtedly other sinister secrets at play, though he could not yet fathom them. General Liu, a soldier from the remnants, cried out. I am a subordinate of General Jiling from the Central Army. We have been ensnared by the Yellow Turbans' cunning stratagem. At the hour of the tiger today, our lord received a plea for aid from General Liu and led his troops to assist, only to be ambushed by the Yellow Turbans midway. Our forces have suffered heavy casualties. Our lord, under the protection of Generals Jiling and Li Feng, is retreating. The situation is dire. Our lord commands you to send reinforcements. It is a classic case of besieging the city to aid the attackers. Besieging the city to aid the attackers, indeed. Lu Xiang's face lit up with understanding, and he harbored no doubts about the remnants' claims. He immediately declared, I shall lead 2 regiments to rescue our lord at once. You must defend the city and not venture outside. Chapter 65, Capturing Wancheng. Yuan Shu's desperation. In but a short time, Lu Xiang led an army of 10,000 out of the city, and over 100 remnants approached. One of the remnants called out, General Lu Xiang, wait, allow me to guide you. Very well, then follow me. Without a second thought, Lu Xiang responded. Once I rescue our lord, you shall not go unrewarded. Excellent. The remnants agreed, hastily closing the distance. Lu Xiang cast another glance at the remnants and noticed a robust man wielding twin tridents. Just as curiosity sparked within him, the man suddenly hurled a short trident at him. Whoosh! The air sliced as the trident pierced Lu Xiang's throat. Before the Yuan army could react, the remnants transformed into ravenous wolves, mercilessly slaying several Yuan generals. Yuan Shu was already dead. Dian Wei held aloft Lu Xiang's severed head and proclaimed, Those who surrender shall not be harmed. As Dian Wei's words echoed, the sounds of galloping hooves resounded beyond Wancheng, revealing Zhang Jing and Guanhai leading their forces toward the eastern gate. Enemy attack. The Yuan troops, realizing the peril, were met with swift death at the hands of Dian Wei as they barely emerged from the city. Those who surrender shall not be harmed. Kneel to escape death. Dian Wei, accompanied by over 100 warriors, charged forth with fervent shouts. Quickly closed the city gates. The young officer on guard was nearly paralyzed with fear at the sight. But what about our thousands of brothers outside? He stammered, his mind in disarray. Then we must hasten and bring them back into the city. It will be too late otherwise. As a mere junior officer, he lacked the authority to abandon his comrades outside. Should he dare to do so, the soldiers would tear him apart. If it were Lu Xiang, there would be no issue, for the latter's esteemed reputation could uphold such a sacrifice. Attack. Zhang Jing and his companions swiftly approached Wancheng, surging into the city alongside Yuan's forces. Devoid of a commanding general, Yuan's troops were quickly subdued by Zhang Jing and his men, with Wancheng falling into their hands. Guanhai. Zhang Jing commanded, allocate 5,000 men to secure the provisions and captives. Toss dry grass and deadwood into the governor's mansion and set it ablaze. We must ensure that Yuan's forces see the flames from miles away. Understood. Guanhai replied with a respectful fist salute. Dian Wei, bloodied yet resolute, caught Zhang Jing's attention. How are you faring? Can you continue the fight? Rest assured, my lord, he replied, wiping his face. This blood is not mine. I can battle for another 2 hours without issue. Very well, Zhang Jing nodded slightly, turning to Pan Zhang. And you, how does it feel to take a life? The youth appeared to be 17 or 18, yet was merely 13, having matured rather quickly. Thank you for your concern, my lord, Pan Zhang replied earnestly. I feel no discomfort, only a surge of vitality. The battlefield is clearly suited for me. He genuinely feared that his youth would be held against him. Should he leave the camp, it would be exceedingly dull. Though merely Dian Wei subordinate, his current power was considerable, and he relished the sensation. That is good, Zhang Jing stated. Now, go organize the troops. Soon, we will join forces with Sui Gu to strike Yuan Shu, ensuring he dares not entertain any further ambitions towards Yinzhou. Your subordinate obeys, Pan Zhang proclaimed with a respectful fist salute. Meanwhile, approximately 10 miles from Wancheng, Yuan Shu, escorted by Ji Ling and others, was retreating in disarray with nearly 30,000 troops towards the city. What a siege to aid! Zhang Miao gasped, panting heavily. General, this Yellow Turban force is formidable. It is no wonder Meng Da, after his defeat, preferred to retreat to Hebei rather than engage with them. It was my oversight, Yuan Shu retorted angrily. Had I heeded Li Feng's advice, we would not face this defeat, and the Yellow Turban would not have besieged Wancheng. Look, what is that? As Yuan Shu's words faded, a wave of gasps arose from the distance. What is it? Zhang Miao and the others gazed skyward, spotting a plume of white smoke stretching across the heavens. The direction of that smoke was unmistakably Wancheng, the nearest city to their location, conveniently situated to the east. This is dire. The group, momentarily stunned, dared not utter more. Yuan Shu, alarmed, exclaimed, that is towards Wancheng. My lord, Ji Ling finally interjected, given the density of that smoke, Wancheng may have fallen. Shall we attempt to rescue? Yes, we must. Yuan Shu, without a moment's hesitation, declared, with my 20,000 troops in Juqing, those Yellow Turban brigands cannot possibly have sufficient strength to capture the city. This billowing smoke is merely a result of Lu Xiang defending the walls. He immediately issued a command to the entire army to hasten their march to reinforce Juqing. For Yuan Shu, the city held undeniable significance, especially with pursuers at their back. Apart from Juqing, there was no other source of provisions. If they failed to rescue the city, starvation loomed as a dire possibility. As Yuan Shu's orders were given, the soldiers of Yuan's army rallied their spirits once more, though a palpable sense of pessimism pervaded their hearts. Suddenly, as they traversed a certain official road, a thunderous, nightmarish sound reverberated through the air. Once again reaching the ears of Yuan's troops, they beheld a small hillock from which massive boulders cascaded down. Yuan Shu, you have fallen into my lord's trap, shouted Sui Gu, waving his hand and commanding, loose the arrows. Whoosh! The stones fell alongside the arrows, inflicting heavy casualties upon the already weary Yuan troops. Damn those Yellow Turban scoundrels! Yuan Shu thundered. I, Yuan Gonglu, shall not share the heavens with you. He never anticipated that the ambush from the Yellow Turbans would come in waves, seemingly endless. My lord, we must retreat, Ji Ling urged, protecting Yuan Shu. There are over 10,000 Yellow Turbans in the mountains, waiting for us to tire. It would be wise to withdraw from this place. With their faces flushed with anger, the Yuan soldiers realized that their only path lay in flight. At this moment, Yuan Shu found himself pondering. Is Juqing truly still under our control? Has it already fallen to the Yellow Turbans, as Ji Ling suggested? Brothers, after a few rounds of arrows are loosed, Sui Gu commanded, let us slay Yuan Shu. Take their banners. Kill, kill. Under Sui Gu's leadership, over 10,000 soldiers surged from the woods. The already retreating Yuan troops cursed their own lack of swiftness. As the hour approached, Yuan Shu, with his remaining forces, arrived 3 miles from Juqing, the city he so desperately desired now within sight. Kill. However, what awaited Yuan Shu was the sight of the banner of the beggar's army charging towards him at an alarming speed. My lord, retreat, cried Zhang Miao and the others, their expressions changing drastically. Ji Ling bellowed, we shall hold them off for you. Chapter 66. The end of the battle. Cao Cao faces Ji Ling. Hearing the commotion, Yuan Shu snapped back from despair, his face a mask of fear as he shouted, let us leave together and summon Li Feng and the others. The banner is of no importance now. In that moment, Yuan Shu finally grasped the gravity of his situation. Although the banner had the effect of rallying troops, under the current circumstances, it was nothing more than a target. Agreed. Ji Ling responded without hesitation, rallying his loyal guards and fellow commanders, leaving the banner behind and swiftly guiding Yuan Shu into the thicket beside the official road. Let us flee. Yu Fuluo and Zhang Miao, disregarding their initial shock, dashed into the forest, surrounded by their personal guards. After a brief while, the banner of Yuan Shu fell to the ground. They run quite swiftly. Zhang Jing observed as hundreds of Yuan soldiers scurried through the underbrush, unable to suppress a faint smile as he remarked, After all, we had no intention of killing you. My lord, shall we pursue? Dian Wei also observed the distant scene, his expression brimming with eagerness. No need for that, Zhang Jing replied, shaking his head. Yuan Shu's defeat is profound, and I shall not grant him an opportunity for a resurgence. Keeping him alive serves our military interests. Why is that? Dian Wei pondered, perplexed. Having closely followed Zhang Jing, he often heard the strategist and sinew advocate for sparing Yuan Shu. But why was it deemed beneficial? Dian Wei found it difficult to comprehend. Because Yuan Shu is sufficiently foolish. Zhang Jing remarked with a hint of amusement. Had it not been Yuan Shu leading the charge, dealing with our adversaries would not have been so straightforward. Moreover, this man is the scion of the illustrious Yuan clan, a figure of considerable lineage. We dare not act against him without caution. Allowing him to roam and seize territories is tantamount to us claiming them ourselves. What could be more advantageous? Indeed, the most crucial reason lies in the fact that the Qihua army currently lacks the capability for territorial expansion, which explains why, despite having seized most of Yanzhou, they relinquished a significant portion of it. I believe I understand now. Dian Wei reflected for a moment before speaking. Yuan Shu hails from a noble birth and is rather simple-minded, making him relatively easier to handle. Precisely. Zhang Jing nodded, turning his horse around. Let us proceed to collect the spoils of war. We shall have meat to feast upon tonight, albeit horse meat. Horse meat. Splendid. Dian Wei eagerly followed, his expression animated. When chopped and simmered into a hearty porridge, it is most delightful. Ha ha. Well said, Dian Wei. Zhang Jing glanced back at him, secretly amused, thinking how much this lad craved, as if he had been deprived. On the afternoon of Yuan Shu's defeat, he found himself in the large camp outside Yan City, compelled to surrender upon sighting Yuan Shu's great banner. Thus, the southwestern part of Yanzhou was devoid of enemy forces, and simultaneously, the Qihua army gained renown through this battle. News of Yuan Shu's collapse spread swiftly across the 4 counties under his jurisdiction, sparking joy among countless citizens. Have you heard? The scion of the illustrious Yuan clan, Yuan Shu, led 1,000,000 troops and was utterly routed by our lord. Indeed, I heard he lost 20,000 troops. I thought it was 18,000. Our lord is truly formidable, and he treats us well. Those arrogant officials have finally begun to serve the common people. If only it could remain this way. My family's 40 acres of arable land have completed the spring planting. This year shall surely be prosperous. Look over there. Are those not the enforcers? Hiss, the yellow cloaks paired with punitive blades signify the copper plaque enforcers. It seems misfortune is about to befall someone. Just as the citizens of the 4 counties brimmed with hope for the future, Cao Cao received a battle report, an account of considerable detail. Zishu. After reading it, Cao Cao fell silent for a long while. Eventually, he turned to Cao Run and said, if this is indeed the case, then Qingzhou may be a talent rivaling Wen Ruo, perhaps even surpassing him in military strategy. How I regret not having sought him personally. Otherwise, such a remarkable talent would not have fallen into the hands of the Yellow Turbans. Now, with Yuan Shu's catastrophic defeat and Zhang Yuheng dominating the Central Plains, the prowess of a true hero has become evident. At this juncture, Cao Cao finally recognized the true significance of Zhang Jing, perceiving him as a formidable rival rather than merely a pawn wielding a catapult in the chaotic realm of warlords. With a solemn expression, Cao Ren remarked, this intelligence is derived from various sources among the defeated soldiers of Yuan Shu. It is unlikely to be false. Cao Cao nodded slightly and inquired, if you were in Yuan Shu's position, confronted by the Yellow Turbans burning grain, how would you respond? I would dispatch troops for reinforcement. Cao Ren contemplated before responding. Jianqing is situated in the heart of Yanzhou, lacking a protective moat. It is imperative to save this vital granary, though I may not necessarily lead the charge myself. And during your journey to provide assistance, Cao Cao continued, would you consider sending scouts to probe the way? Absolutely not. Cao Ren shook his head. According to the retreating forces, Yuan Shu's initial ambush occurred on the official road near Linqiu, around the hour of the rabbit. At such a time, just before dawn, the darkness would hinder thorough investigation, and even with a large army in motion, any reconnaissance would be cursory. A well-planned ambush would surely prevail. You would then face defeat. Cao Cao remarked calmly. Unless Yuan Shu chooses to launch his reinforcements at dawn, he would not dare to gamble, nor would we, hence the outcome is already determined. There is another reason. Neither Yuan Shu nor we possess the confidence to swiftly breach Yunqing. If Yunqing were to fall, what would it matter to the Yellow Turbans if Jianqing's grain were lost? Cao Ren nodded slowly in acknowledgement. The inability to conquer Yunqing indeed posed a significant dilemma. Ultimately, Yuan Shu succumbed to folly. Suddenly struck by a thought, Cao Cao chuckled. Were we in his position, we would not launch an assault from Jin but rather advance through Shanyang to attack the kingdom of Renqing. This strategy would allow us to stockpile grain in Lianghua of Yuzhou. Even if Zhang Yuheng were exceptionally capable, he could not seize the supplies from Lianghua. Nor would it be an easy task to secure the supply routes. Your wisdom is profound, Chao Ren exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, his earlier despondency fleeting. He realized that had he been Yuan Shu, he would never have recklessly placed his army in such perilous circumstances. Prepare the troops. Cao Cao waved his hand decisively. After Yuan Shao receives this report of defeat, he shall no longer underestimate Zhang Yuheng. It is time for us to depart. Otherwise, we risk being outpaced by both Zhang Yuheng and Yuan Shao, thereby losing our chance to engage in this grand contest of our era. I am quite fond of a saying by Zhang Yuheng. In chaotic times, true talent emerges. At this point, Cao Cao regarded Chao Ren with admiration, stating, "Those not utilized by me shall inevitably be eliminated by me." The fate of Wenrua serves as a poignant reminder of this truth. Chao Ren's countenance darkened as he nodded gravely. If Zhang Yuheng achieves success, many wise individuals may indeed lose their lives due to such proclamations. Chapter 67, Establishing the Falcon Guard, constructing the Hero Shrine in mid-March, as the news of the rapid developments in Yinzhou spread. The name of the Qihua army and Zhang Yuheng permeated the minds of the populace. The events of the battle were laid before the tables of various warlords. From this month onward, they were aware that the Yellow Turbans of Yinzhou had been renamed the Qihua army, under the leadership of Zhang Yuheng, who fortified the 4 counties of Yinzhou, matching the strength of the greatest warlords of the land. As news reached Qingzhou, Liu Biao, after an initial shock, made a resolute decision. He promptly ordered troops to march to Nanyang, aiming to restore Qingzhou to its former integrity. In Yinzhou, within the grand hall of the government office in Wancheng, Zhang Jing, upon hearing Cheng Yu's report, inquired, "Currently, our army has acquired 230,000 stones of grain from Yuan Shu. How much more do we need? We are still short by 2.8 million stones, Cheng Yu answered without hesitation. That is quite substantial, Zhang Jing replied, somewhat reluctantly. Is there any way to gather more supplies? Indeed, Cheng Yu nodded, if the Lord is willing. A letter can be drafted to Tao Qian, Zhang Ba, Kong Ron, Yuan Shu, and others, appealing to their sentiments and reasoning with them to borrow grain. Zhang Jing and Sun Yu fell into a contemplative silence. Military strategist. Dian Wei interjected, would they be inclined to lend us any? Unlikely, Cheng Yu replied matter-of-factly. However, we could accompany the request with strategies on how to breach their fortifications. This might persuade them to lend us some grain. Very well, let us proceed, Zhang Jing decisively declared. With half a month remaining, if we can amass 1 million stones of grain, we shall feast like nobility today. My lord, Dian Wei said. Somewhat bashfully, I have long coveted the large yellow dog at the strategist's home. Cheng Yu glanced at Dian Wei, choosing not to elaborate, deciding instead to send the dog to him after returning home. He had heard of Dian Wei's commendable performance in battle. He was indeed the only formidable general in the current army of beggars. Dian Wei, hold on for another 3 months, Zhang Jing whimsically remarked. Once the autumn harvest yields grain, we shall establish provisions for livestock, and sumptuous feasts of fish and meat will be a daily affair. I shall heed the Lord's words. Dian Wei eagerly nodded. 3 months, or even 4, shall pose no challenge. I once spent nearly 3 years in the mountains. Zhang Jing, pondering a thought, turned to Cheng Yu and asked, Zhongda, do you think it feasible to organize a large force specifically for hunting in the mountains? This could provide sustenance for our army and forage for the common folk. Upon saying this, a vivid image flashed in his mind. Recalling tales of armies in dire need of supplies managing to hunt 100,000 pounds of game within a month. His demands were modest. Sending 5,000 men to procure 50,000 pounds of game daily would be a blessing. Feasible. Cheng Yu, under the eager gazes of Dian Wei and the others, swallowed hard and nodded slowly. In truth, it was not only Dian Wei who felt this way. Even Cheng Yu himself had lost weight in the months spent alongside the Lord. Then it is settled, Zhang Jing contemplated before stating. We shall select 5,000 skilled hunters from the various armies to form the Falcon Guard, dedicated solely to hunting, whether in the mountains or by the rivers. As long as they can procure meat, it is acceptable, but they must not encroach upon cultivated fields. Their achievements will be measured by the weight of their catches. And after this period, they will be transformed into regular troops. The meat obtained will be overseen by Zhang, who will arrange for its distribution among the army and the populace. It was indeed remarkable for a formidable warlord to assemble a military force solely for the purpose of hunting in the mountains for a mere morsel of meat. The subordinate obeys the command. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yu respectfully acknowledged the command, having already resolved to entrust the Falcon Guard to Commander El Qian. Furthermore, Zhang, take note, Zhang Jing spoke, instructing that the local medical craftsmen be dispatched to seek out the nitrate mines. Nitrate, when exposed to water, can freeze. Although it is not directly consumable, it can be utilized for preserving meat, ultimately aiding in the construction of ice cellars. I shall arrange this promptly. In the midst of Su Yu and others' puzzled and curious gazes, Zhang Yu earnestly committed this to memory, for he had always held firm belief in his lord's words. Indeed, Zhang Jing nodded slightly. Turning to Su Yu, he said, Gongda, please elaborate on the spoils of this campaign, as well as the casualties sustained by our forces. Certainly. Su Yu bowed respectfully to Zhang Jing and retrieved a document from his bosom, stating, since the siege initiated by Yuanshu until today, General Pei Yuanshao's division has suffered 500 fatalities, and the vanguard has lost 675 men. In total, we have endured 2,983 deaths, with 3,472 severely wounded, the entire vanguard having sustained grievous injuries. Boning. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jing turned to Fan Chou, stating, you have witnessed the casualties of the vanguard. In future enforcement, it is imperative to ensure that the evidence is irrefutable. Even Zhang Jing, accustomed to the specter of death, could not help but feel a pang of sorrow upon learning of the vanguard's plight. After all, his vanguard differed significantly from that of Chui. The latter comprised elite troops capable of wielding powerful crossbows, whereas his own were mere cannon fodder. Rest assured, my lord, I shall uphold the law impartially. Fan Chou stepped forward with a solemn expression, bowing to Zhang Jing. Henceforth, the vanguard shall consist of 1,000 men. Zhang Jing nodded slightly, saying, those guilty of severe crimes shall be prioritized for enlistment, with this matter entrusted to Fan Chou's arrangement and Pan Zhang responsible for training. I accept the command. The two, Fan Chou and Pan Zhang, responded with respectful salutes. Despite the arduous conditions faced by our army, Zhang Jing looked towards Wang Du and declared, nevertheless, I, Zhang Jing, shall fulfill my promises to the soldiers. Wang Du, as the Deputy Minister of Works, upon your return, immediately organized personnel to construct a heroic shrine in the southern part of the city. Its specifications shall mirror those of the 3 noble residences of the Han Dynasty. Once completed, the names and native places of the fallen soldiers from this campaign, including those of the vanguard, shall be inscribed upon the monument. After its establishment, invite all the families of the heroes to the shrine, as I will join them in paying homage to the departed souls. Regarding the invitation of family members, it must not be coerced. Do you understand? He has stated that those who fought valiantly against the enemy are indeed heroes. Therefore, I shall not hesitate to honor their names, which serves both to vindicate them and to reap the benefits of fame and fortune alike. Rest assured, my lord. Wang Du's countenance bore the weight of the task. As he humbly bowed and affirmed, I shall not dare to impose upon the families of the heroes and will seek out the finest craftsmen to build the shrine. Your wisdom is unparalleled. As Wang Du's words faded, Qingyu, Su Yu, Fan Chou, and Dian Wei all respectfully clasped their fists in salute to Zhang Jing. That will suffice. Zhang Jing waved his hand and, with gravity, proclaimed, it is my duty to honor the heroes, as well as to convey to all soldiers and citizens that we have finally secured our place in this world. Behind every soldier stand their families, the common folk, their comrades, and their foundations. The common people must be made aware that it is due to the valiant struggles of the soldiers at the front, who fear not death, that they can enjoy their fertile fields, abundant grains, and a life of peace and joy. Chapter 68. The True Intent of Law Enforcement. The mandate of heaven and Zhanda. 2 hours later, the deliberations concluded. Once the civil and military officials departed, only Zhang Jing and Cheng Yu remained in the hall. Zhanda, Zhang Jing said softly, taking a sip of tea, how many law enforcers do we currently have? In response to the Lord, Cheng Yu replied solemnly, there are presently fewer than 500. The institution of law enforcement, to Cheng Yu, was merely a means bestowed by the Lord upon Man Chong to punish those who transgress the law. He was but a nominal figure in this regard, as Man Chong had only recently pledged allegiance. Too few. Zhang Jing fixed his gaze upon Cheng Yu, his expression grave, and remarked, as the saying goes, to know oneself and to know the enemy is the key to victory in 100 battles. The seer cannot be sought among ghosts and deities, nor can it be derived from events or measured by standards. It must be drawn from humanity, knowing the sentiments of the adversary. This is the very essence for establishing law enforcement. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jing noted the dawning comprehension on Cheng Yu's face and gently asked, "Do you understand, Zhangda? The Lord is indeed wise." Cheng Yu, suppressing the shock within him, bowed with a look of contrition and said, "It is my oversight. I implore the Lord to impose punishment." At this moment, he finally grasped the reason for the existence of law enforcement. It was indeed for the purpose of espionage. He also understood the primary reason for the Lord placing the commander's position upon his shoulders. No need for punishment. Zhang Jing waved his hand and continued, "After all, at that time, when Yuan Shu's forces invaded, law enforcement was still in its infancy. Even if I had disclosed its purpose to you, it would have been of little effect in such a short span. Now that Yuan Shu has been utterly defeated, and Gongsun Zan is preoccupied with his own affairs, while Tao Qian of Shuzhou is merely a dog guarding the city, it is solely Yuan Shao who lacks the capability to assault Yanzhou. Therefore, it is time for us to refine our internal capabilities. With Yuan Shu's disastrous retreat, the situation in Yanzhou has changed. Although the Qihua army cannot seize the initiative, there is no need to fear being besieged by the lords, for the surrounding nobles, with the exception of Yuan Shao, are all faring poorly. Should Yuan Shao attempt to attack Yanzhou, Zhang Jing can remain composed and respond, even if it comes to a protracted battle. As the Qihua army holds the advantage of fighting on familiar terrain, the Lord is sagacious. Qing Yu wholeheartedly agreed. "Give Zhongda a month's time," Zhang Jing declared, "to select 500 loyal soldiers from the army. I shall personally train them, and these soldiers will serve as the vanguard of our forces. Your command shall be obeyed." Qing Yu replied with a solemn expression and respectful bow. Then, as if recalling something, he hesitated and said, "My lord, our army emerged from Qihua, establishing the 4 counties as our foundation, with the ambition to overthrow the Han Dynasty and create an era of peace. Under your leadership, we have successively defeated the Eastern County Governor Cao Cao and the Left General Yuan Shu, protecting and sustaining millions of commoners. Now that the situation in Yanzhou is clear, I believe it is time to establish a central government to streamline military and political affairs, thereby securing the hearts of the populace." To Cheng Yu, their makeshift operation had previously been rather hasty. However, after a series of measures such as troop reductions, securing the populace, and establishing 7 garrisons and 12 passes, conditions had improved significantly. Yet, Cheng Yu still felt that something was amiss. One cannot allow the entire group to continually operate under the moniker of the begging army, akin to the infamous Black Mountain Army. What is the Black Mountain Army, you ask? It is a band of warlords who seize territories yet possess no stable dominion. Nor do they have civil officials to govern and pacify the populace. It is evident that such a path holds no promise for the future. Cheng Yu believes that the Lord aspires to accomplish great deeds, and thus, change is imperative. Establishing a central administration aligns with Cheng Yu's vision, after all. With only 4 counties, claiming kingship or emperorship would carry the connotation of a monkey donning a crown. Establishing a central administration? Zhang Jing furrowed his brow momentarily upon hearing this, but after a brief contemplation, his expression softened, and he gazed at Cheng Yu with admiration, exclaiming, "This approach is indeed feasible. Zhongda truly possesses the talent to govern the heavens and the earth. To have you, Zhongda, as my aide is a great fortune for me and for the people. It is my duty to alleviate the Lord's burdens," Cheng Yu replied humbly. Bowing respectfully to Zhang Jing, "You are too modest, Zhongda," Zhang Jing said earnestly. "Without your assistance, the begging army would have found it exceedingly difficult to reach its current standing. I hold your contributions close to my heart. Regardless of success or failure, I shall never betray your trust." Zhang Jing held an immense fondness for this military strategist, who not only displayed exceptional abilities, but also possessed a ruthless approach. Alongside the diligence reminiscent of Zhuge Liang, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to the cause. Is he not far superior to figures like Sun Yu? "My lord," Cheng Yu, deeply moved, with reddened eyes, bowed and stated, as the ancient saying goes, "A good bird chooses its tree to perch upon. A wise minister selects his lord to serve. Since the revival of the Han Dynasty, it has been the learned gentry who share the governance of the realm with the emperor. I hail from humble beginnings, fully aware that mastering the arts of war and peace is vital to altering my family's plight. However, after decades of delay, it was only upon reaching adulthood that I received an official decree. Had it not been for your lordship's unwavering trust in my humble self, my achievements would have been unattainable. At this point, Cheng Yu's countenance grew resolute, and he knelt, lifting his garments in reverence, proclaiming, "I would die 1,000 deaths rather than repay the grace of your lordship's recognition." "Zhangda, rise quickly," Zhang Jing urged, hastening to assist Cheng Yu to his feet. He gazed at Cheng Yu's slightly pale hair and spoke in a deep tone, "Between us, there is no need for such formality. You know my intentions, and I place my trust in you. Once our great enterprise is accomplished, it shall surely be recorded as a remarkable tale in history. It is my honor to serve." Cheng Yu replied, nodding, a hint of joy gracing his features. "Zhangda," Zhang Jing said thoughtfully after a moment, "let us now establish the central administration." Adopting the name Taiping, the begging army's predecessor was the Yellow Turbans, and before that, the Yellow Turbans originated from the Way of Great Peace. By choosing Taiping, I aim to gather the remnants of Zhang Zhao's legacy. As long as we do not repeat the mistakes of Hong Shouchuan, there shall be no issues. The Taiping court signifies an era of great peace. After a brief contemplation, a glimmer of sharpness crossed Cheng Yu's eyes, and he declared, "My lord, your wisdom is unparalleled. In this turbulent era, the existence of a place called Taiping will surely captivate countless citizens, and through subtle influence, the Taiping court may win the hearts of the people. Then let Zhongda take charge of the arrangements," Zhang Jing instructed. On the day of the court's establishment, summon the 7 towns and 12 gates commanders back. "I shall obey," Cheng Yu affirmed. Cheng Yu, with a respectful bow, promptly departed the hall with a swift gait. 52 years of age, indeed. As Zhang Jing gazed at Cheng Yu's receding figure, he suddenly realized that this military strategist, responsible for provisions, had already reached an advanced age. Fortunately, his martial prowess was exceptional, and his physique robust. At a casual glance, he appeared to be in his 40s. In his previous life, he had remarkably lived to nearly 80. Had Zhuge Liang possessed such longevity, perhaps the Shu Han could have truly revitalized the Han Dynasty. After establishing the government, Zhang Jing resolved to initiate a second round of troop reductions. Once he acquired Yuan Shu's warhorses, he would be able to train an elite cavalry. "Dian Wei, accompany me on an outing," he commanded. Summoning Dian Wei, Zhang Jing exited the hall and made his way outside. The following day, in Yinzhou, Dongping Kingdom. Within the grand hall of Wancheng, Zhang Jing and Sun Yu sat at separate tables, diligently attending to official matters. Just then, a bark resounded throughout the hall. "My lord." It was Dian Wei, arriving for roll call, looking somewhat sheepish as he held a rope attached to a rather emaciated yet fierce-looking local dog. "What is this?" Zhang Jing inquired, taken aback by the sight. Sun Yu, observing the scene, could not help but smile slightly. Dian Wei, feeling somewhat embarrassed, explained, "My lord, I mentioned yesterday how I was tempted by the strategist's large yellow dog. Upon returning home after my shift, this fellow was sent to me by the strategist." Zhang Jing's lips twitched as he asked, "Why did you bring it to the residence? Do you intend to return it to Zhongda?" "That won't do." Dian Wei quickly responded, "I thought, since our kitchen at home has tea been lit, such fine dog meat should not be enjoyed solely by me. I brought it here to utilize the Lord's kitchen. The strategist is quite thoughtful, and I cannot let his good intentions go to waste." Zhang Jing regarded Dian Wei, acknowledging that Zhongda indeed knew how to navigate social graces. "I see," he mused, after a moment of contemplation. "Then take it to the kitchen. Zhongda must have invested considerable time to raise it to this size. Once it is prepared, let him partake in the feast. And send an additional portion to Zhongda's residence." Having spoken, Zhang Jing cast another glance at the dog, feeling a twinge of unease. This was a genuine Chinese rural dog, a royal breed of the Huaxia, a loyal companion to humanity. Yet now, he had ordered it to be shared among them. One could only say that the times were indeed arduous. He would have to partake sparingly. "Understood," Dian Wei exclaimed joyfully, promptly taking the dog and departing. As noon approached, Zhang Jing, Cheng Yu, Sun Yu, and Dian Wei gathered in the hall for their meal. The meat was exceptionally fragrant. After savoring a bite of dog meat, satisfaction radiated from Zhang Jing's face as he remarked to Cheng Yu, "Such a delightful dish is entirely thanks to Zhongda's generosity. The Falcon Guard must indeed be established without delay." "Rest assured, my lord," Cheng Yu replied. "Yesterday, after my return, I issued a document and entrusted it to El Qian, so I believe news will arrive shortly." "Indeed," Zhang Jing nodded and inquired, "How much grain has entered the 4 counties recently?" "Not much, barely 10,000 sure." Cheng Yu shook his head, a hint of seriousness etched on his face. "As we approach the spring plowing season, acquiring grain will become increasingly difficult, and post-spring, it will only worsen. Were it not for the Lord's disapproval, I would have considered utilizing the fallen soldiers of Yuan's army to create cheaper warm incense jade for the purpose of trading for grain. It seems we shall not be able to gather sufficient provisions. Zhang Jing took a sip of hot porridge and remarked, "This morning, I composed several letters to the various lords, and now we can only await their responses." Regarding Cheng Yu's approach, Zhang Jing felt it resembled extorting protection money, and there was a possibility they might not receive any support. What if someone remained obstinate? "My lord," Sun Yu interjected, "I believe mere letters will not suffice. We should dispatch light troops to the borders of Su, Qing, and Yu provinces to establish camps and send out scouts, creating the illusion of being ready to mobilize at any moment to apply pressure on the lords." "My lord," Qing Yu added, "I intended to send troops to raid the various states again soon, which aligns with what Gongda suggested." Cough, cough. Zhang Jing cleared his throat, saying, "Zhongda, we should refrain from such raiding henceforth. We have already tasted the bitter consequences in the northern region of Dongchun, so let us adhere to Gongda's counsel." "We shall heed the order," Qing Yu and Sun Yu bowed in response, a smile appearing on their faces as they recognized that the order to raid Dongjuan's northern region had indeed originated from their current lord. 3 days later, in Yuzhou, the defeated Yuan Shu was filled with indignation. After returning to Runan with a handful of remnants, he sought to rally his forces for another battle in Yinzhou. Unexpectedly, Liu Biao struck from behind, seizing back the esteemed Nanyang from him. This misfortune compounded Yuan Shu's troubles, transforming his already wealthy family into one beset by calamity. While contemplating the rearmament to reclaim Nanyang, Yuan Shu unexpectedly received a letter from the leader of the Yellow Turbans in Yinzhou. Initially, he dismissed it, but reflecting on his current predicament and the Yellow Turbans' prowess, he ultimately decided to peruse it. To his surprise, the opening lines captivated him. "Lord Yuan, the Han Dynasty is crumbling, and the warlords compete fiercely. The autumn and spring tides are now set in stone. My teachings stem from the Taiping Tao, and I have long heard of the one destined to replace Han, the one known as Tugao. Tugao is none other than you, Lord Yuan." Upon reading this, Yuan Shu's expression shifted and his breath quickened. "I did not believe in such prophecies. Yet, during the recent battles in Yinzhou, I exerted all my efforts to devise a tenfold ambush to annihilate the enemy. It was not mere boasting. Those caught in my trap are destined for death. Who would have thought that this plan would ultimately lead to my failure? Was it not truly your fate, Lord Yuan? Only when I again mobilized my forces and beheld you did I realize it was too late for regret. You are indeed the one destined by heaven." Yet, the two armies were already poised for battle, and the orders had been given. The only course of action left to me is to restrain my subordinates and refrain from pursuing the mandate of heaven. Upon reading this, Yuan Shu's eyes flickered with a moment of clarity, realizing why his opponent had fled with such ease. It became evident that the enemy commander regarded him as the embodiment of destiny and had no desire to confront him. The tone of the letter suggested an inclination towards appeasement and possibly an invitation to ally. Indeed, the subsequent content aligned perfectly with Yuan Shu's thoughts. The Han Dynasty was on the verge of collapse, and all the heroes were vying for dominance. Yuan Gong, bearing the mandate of heaven and wielding the sacred artifacts of the state, was destined for greatness. Once Yuan Gong swept across the realm, he would offer sacrifices to heaven and earth, ascending to the pinnacle of power. I must, without fail, be the first to respond and stand alongside Yuan Gong in both fortune and adversity to atone for my previous transgressions. At this juncture, Yuan Shu's anger towards Zhang Jing had long dissipated into the ether. The defeat was inconsequential. After all, he had survived. With Yuan Shu's resources, given just 2 more months, he could rally an army of 200,000 once again, for Yuzhou was the stronghold of the Yuan clan. However, he found himself in a predicament. As a native of Qian and a disciple of the Taiping Tao, his ambition was to overthrow the decaying Han Dynasty and seek a path to survival for the common folk. Presently, in Yinzhou's 4 counties, the populace exceeded 3 million, and the daily consumption of provisions was staggering. Without sustenance, the people would become like wild beasts. Yuan Shu felt powerless to prevent this and could only allow his troops to pillage, resulting in the suffering of the innocent, which weighed heavily on his conscience. Yet now, he recognized the mandate of heaven. The destined one is meant to alleviate the suffering of the masses and establish an era of peace and prosperity. Chapter 70. I, Yuan Gong, am the one destined by heaven. In Pingyu City, within the grand hall of the governor's office in Runan County, Yuan Shu bore a serious demeanor as he perused the letter, acutely aware of the heavy responsibility upon him. However, He felt no anxiety. Rather, he was filled with ambition and confidence. Should Yuan Gong have doubts, I am willing to cede the 4 southwestern counties of Yinzhou, as this is currently the only leverage I possess. The people of Yinzhou are in dire straits, and I seek to borrow 2 million stones of grain from Yuan Gong to save millions of lives. I implore Yuan Gong, as one who bears the mandate of heaven, to take it upon himself to rescue the suffering populace, quell the chaos, and forge a unified realm, lest he betray the will of the heavens. I, Zhang Yuheng, humbly submit this. After reading the letter, Yuan Shu fell into a contemplative silence. The words of the writer, in his view, did not seem to be fabrications. He too believed that the one to replace the Han must be a person of great stature. Moreover, the opponent had indeed shown no intent to pursue him. Zhang Yuheng, being a disciple of the Taiping Tao, might possess some mystical abilities, or at the very least, the discernment to recognize the extraordinary nature of Yuan Gong. Upon comprehending all this, Yuan Shu felt invigorated, filled with newfound strength, and as he gazed at the assembly of civil and military officials, they appeared remarkably pleasing to his eyes. Yin Xiang. Upon seeing Yin Xiang, Yuan Shu could not help but exude an air of authority, asking, "What provisions do we currently have in our army?" Upon witnessing the situation, Yin Xiang was momentarily taken aback, perplexed as to why his lord, after perusing the letter, trembled with intensity. He replied earnestly, "My lord, according to my recent calculations, our military provisions remain ample, with over 300,000 stones in stock." Prior to Yuan Shu's expedition, he had prepared 500,000 stones of provisions for the army, sufficient for several months of campaign. Of course, these supplies did not encompass all their provisions, and the army had been deployed for merely over a month. Only about 400,000 stones had been dispatched. And shortly thereafter, his lord returned. Only 300,000 stones? Yuan Shu's expression darkened as he exclaimed, "How can 300,000 stones suffice?" Immediately arranged for the procurement of 2 million stones of provisions. He possessed a basic understanding of military supplies, albeit limited. The civil and military officials below exchanged astonished glances, uncertain of their lord's intentions. After all, 2 million stones of food could sustain 100,000 troops for an entire year. "My lord," Yin Xiang, observing Yuan Shu's seriousness, furrowed his brow and inquired, "May I ask the reason for such a substantial request for provisions?" Yu province, situated in the heart of the Central Plains, was indeed a fertile land. However, since Yuan Shu's ascension, the plight of the populace had deteriorated significantly. Now, to demand 2 million stones of grain seemed, to Yin Xiang, tantamount to condemning the common folk to suffering. Why? Yuan Shu glanced at the letter, a spark of inspiration igniting in his mind. He spoke. "Zhang Yuheng has sent a letter, seeking to exchange the 4 southwestern counties of Yinzhou for 2 million stones of grain. I find this trade to be quite advantageous." He yearned to convey to his subordinates that he, Yuan Gonglu, was the destined one. Yet, he restrained himself, believing the moment was not yet ripe. The terms Zhang Yuheng proposed were not insignificant. As Yuan Shu's words fell, a wave of astonishment swept through the ranks of civil and military officials, as the magnitude of the information seemed overwhelming. "So, the 4 counties are within our grasp. Our lord is indeed wise, compelling Zhang Yuheng to tread cautiously, lest he oppose our lord." The officials buzzed with discussion. They had witnessed territories gained through victory, but never had they seen lands acquired following defeat. This was a first. While 2 million stones of grain were substantial, they paled in comparison to the 4 southwestern counties of Yinzhou, which encompassed nearly half the area of Yu province. "My lord." The only one maintaining clarity, Yin Xiang interjected, "You have visited those 4 southwestern counties of Yinzhou. They are barren lands, devoid of human habitation. What use would they be to you?" "My lord." Just as Yuan Shu was about to retort, a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe rose and bowed, stating, "I believe what Yin Xiang expresses is merely the perspective of a commoner. The 4 southwestern counties of Yinzhou are far more fertile than those in the northeast. The expanse of arable land there exceeds tens of thousands of acres, and with minimal effort, crops could be cultivated. This is one point. The desolate nature of the 4 counties is precisely what could alleviate the overpopulation and scarcity of arable land in Yu province. By allotting several acres of fertile land to the common folk, countless villagers would flock to Yinzhou. This is the second point. Currently, our army has recently suffered defeat and lost the rich lands of Nanyang, which has affected both morale and your esteemed reputation. Should we acquire the 4 counties of Yinzhou, it would surely invigorate the spirit of our people, and your standing would not only remain intact, but flourish like the sun at its zenith. This is the third point. In the midst of his embroidered robe, the middle-aged man spoke earnestly. Thus, seizing the 4 counties of Qingzhou not only alleviates the plight of the common folk, but also expands the territory under our jurisdiction, reaping numerous benefits. For our Lord, it brings great advantage with no detriment. The sole concern that troubles us is whether the words of the Yellow Turbans hold any truth. Should they prove to be deceitful, their constant raids would pose a significant predicament for us. The middle-aged speaker was unreserved in his remarks, as he genuinely disagreed with Yin Xiang's perspective. After all, the southwestern 4 counties of Qingzhou are fertile lands, a battleground coveted by military strategists. To relinquish such an opportunity would be folly. As for the commoners, the world is never short of them, and this reflects the true sentiments of this assembly. Yang Chansher speaks wisely. I second his motion. Jiling was the first to express his support. We all endorse Yang Chansher's words. The officials and military personnel rose in unison to bow. Influenced not only by Yang Chansher's esteemed reputation, but also by their own self-interests and the stance of our Lord, Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu observed the gathered officials and warriors, laughing heartily. Yang Hong's words resonate deeply with me. You need not worry. The Yellow Turbans of Qingzhou are merely a collection of displaced people, seeking only to survive. This is what one might call a begging army. What does it mean to beg for life? I trust you all understand. They wish to live, and I, Yuan Gonglu, shall grant them a path to survival. In due time, I shall ensure that Zhang Yuheng leads his people to surrender. Yuan Shu's declaration was not mere bluster. He possessed genuine confidence, bolstered by the fact that many of his commanders hailed from backgrounds as bandits or outlaws. Moreover, I, Yuan Gonglu, am a man of destiny. This is a truth even Zhang Yuheng acknowledges. Thus, Yuan Shu harbored no apprehension regarding Zhang Yuheng, perceiving no threat from him. My lord, Yin Xiang interjected, sensing Yuan Shu's resolute decision, his expression anxious. At present, we are in the season of spring plowing. Even if we strip away a layer from Yuzhou, we cannot muster 200,000 stone of grain. Yang Hong, what say you? Yuan Shu, rather than turning to Yin Xiang, directed his gaze toward Yang Hong. For Yin Xiang served as the chief clerk of the military, the steward of the army, while Yang Hong held the esteemed title of chief historian in the court, a position of significant influence in civil affairs. My lord, Yang Hong began, Yin Xiang's words bear merit. At this time, it is indeed daunting to procure 200,000 stone of grain from Yuzhou. However, I believe we could still manage to gather around 50,000 stone. My lord might consider sending a letter to Zhang Yuheng impossible. Yuan Shu interjected, unwilling to suffer the humiliation. Before Yang Hong could finish, he interrupted. If we can only gather 50,000 stone, then let it be 50,000 stone. We shall send the remainder in goods as compensation. Jiling, you are to mobilize 20,000 troops and deliver 5,000 stone of grain to Qingzhou, establishing an oath with Zhang Yuheng, and maintain a garrison at Dingao without fail. Chapter 71. Zhang Jing seeks grain. Reactions of the Lord Shuzhou, Donghai County. In the government office of Tanqing, the office of the inspector. To borrow 200,000 stone of grain? Tao Qian had just finished reading Zhang Jing's letter, and he was immediately filled with wrath. What audacity Zhang Yuheng possesses. Why doesn't he go and seize it himself? Chao Bao, assemble the troops at once. We shall march against Mount Tai in the coming days. I refuse to believe that a mere Yellow Turban dares to act so brazenly. I am eager to see whether he can breach Shuzhou more swiftly than I can lead my forces to conquer Mount Tai. As an outsider, Tao Qian had managed to establish himself in Shuzhou, retaining his power without being overshadowed, which undoubtedly required some cunning. Zhang Jing's missive was markedly different from that addressed to Yuan Shu. The latter was mere bluster, while the former demanded a display of ferocity. In essence, it conveyed that our army was lacking in provisions, and since you previously crossed the river to attack me without offering supplies, I am left with no choice but to retaliate. The letter was explicit in detailing where and how the assault would commence, directly challenging whether he could withstand the onslaught. Originating from the prominent Danong family, Tao Qian had once caught the eye of a governor in his youth and was subsequently elevated to a position of power through marriage. Complemented by his military experience, he was known for his disregard for trivialities and his decisiveness in action. Alas, he was now somewhat aged. And instigating conflict was not as simple as it once had been, leaving Zhang Jing with an impression of him as both inexperienced and overly playful. Thus, when threatened by Zhang Jing, Tao Qian's fury was more of a fleeting reaction than a genuine intention to escalate matters. Please, my lord, temper your anger. With Tao Qian's outburst, a young man clad in a blue brocade robe, adorned with a jade belt and possessing a handsome visage, spoke up. After the Yellow Turbans swept through Qingzhou, they further defeated Yuan Shu of Yuzhou, gathering millions of people across 4 counties. Their might is no ordinary bandit as to be compared, and they wield considerable siege weaponry. If we wish to eradicate them, we must deliberate carefully. This young man was Mi Zhu, a wealthy merchant from Zhuxian in Donghai County, who had been appointed as an aide to the governor's office to support the army upon Tao Qian's arrival in Xuzhou. Mi Zhu's words were indeed wise. Following his remarks, an elderly gentleman hastily chimed in. The elder, named Qingzhou, was a true local powerhouse in Xuzhou, hailing from a prestigious family. Even Yuan Shu, who came from a lineage of 3 generations of officials, regarded him as a friend. Should the Yellow Turbans set their sights on Xuzhou? It was indisputable that Qingzhou would suffer the most significant losses. After all, Tao Qian was an outsider. If he were defeated, he could simply retreat back to Danong. While Qingzhou had no such option. My lord, Qiao Bao remarked gravely, what did Zhang Yuheng state in his letter? Read it for yourselves. Tao Qian had anticipated their reactions, and this was precisely why he harbored no expectations regarding military action. As for the Yellow Turbans demanding provisions from Xuzhou, what concern was that to him, the governor? If it came to the point where he had to supply them, it would be the prominent families who would bear the cost. If they refused, then they would face war. Victory would be advantageous, while defeat would merely mean sending his son back to Danong for refuge. For an old man like him, death was of little consequence. He would not allow himself to capitulate to the Yellow Turbans for what of his once illustrious reputation. Qiao Bao's gaze fell upon the letter, and he felt a chill within. However, upon reading that Zhang Jing intended to attack Dongjun, he was momentarily taken aback. When have we ever engaged in battle with Dongjun? The letter from Yuheng is undoubtedly a fabrication. After reading the correspondence, Mi Zhu, Qingzhou, and the others fell into a profound silence, shrouding their hearts in a veil of uncertainty. Following a period of deliberation, they resolved to both prepare for battle and gather provisions, taking each step as it comes. When Zhang Jing's letter reached Zhang Ba, it took on a different tone. Initially, an attempt was made to foster camaraderie, suggesting that since they were all leaders of rebels, they were brothers. Now, as I find myself in dire need of provisions, a gesture of goodwill is in order. My brothers, who are blessed with the fertile lands of Langya, should lend me at least 300,000 to 500,000 stones. If that is unfeasible, even 30,000 to 50,000 stones would suffice to acknowledge me as your elder brother. Sungguan. Zhang Ba, after perusing the letter, stated in a somber tone, prepare 50,000 stones of grain to send to the brothers of the beggar army at Mount Tai. What? The generals under his command were momentarily taken aback. Even Sun Guan exclaimed in astonishment, my lord, what are you suggesting? Zhang Yuheng seeks to borrow provisions. Zhang Ba replied decisively. The millions of citizens in Yanzhou still rely on him for sustenance. Recently, the beggar army pillaged Su and Yu provinces. Yet they refrained from touching our Langya. We must acknowledge this favor. As the saying goes, if one respects me by a foot, I shall respect them by a mile. We may not have an abundance, but offering 50,000 stones is hardly a significant burden. Given the current might of the beggar army, even if we cannot befriend them, we cannot afford to make enemies of them. Do you all comprehend? Zhang Ba's reasoning was straightforward. He could not afford to offend Zhang Jing, for the latter's accomplishments were indeed formidable. The two forces were in close proximity, with only around 20,000 troops at his disposal. Engaging them could lead to devastating consequences. Rather than risk such a fate, parting with 50,000 stones would suffice to save face for both parties without tearing their dignity apart. As for what lies ahead, that could only be determined in due time. In Qingzhou, Beihai Kingdom, at the state chancellor's residence in Dongchang County, Kong Rong examined the letter in his hands. His eyes filled with surprise. What astonished him was the remarkably reasonable tone of the Yellow Turbans this time around. There was not a hint of threat, only a discourse of sage-like wisdom, a phenomenon commonly referred to as moral coercion. As a descendant of sages, Kong Rong found himself susceptible to such rhetoric, feeling somewhat powerless to resist. After reading the letter, he handed it to a robust man, adorned in half-armor. With a compassionate expression, take a look at this as well. If you find no objections, you shall escort the provisions to Yanzhou. The man, known as Tai Shirtzi, hailed from Donglai and came from humble beginnings. 5 years prior, he had entered service, but, due to an unfortunate incident while escorting important documents, had sought refuge away from home for several years, fearing repercussions for his family. During this time, his elderly mother had received considerable kindness from Kong Rong, and upon returning home, he chose to follow Kong Rong to repay that kindness. However, Kong Rong was somewhat of a bookworm, lacking a sense of crisis after the dissolution of the Chancellor Alliance, dutifully acting as a Han official, resulting in a meager military force under his command. Last year, when the Yellow Turbans revolted, he rushed to quell the unrest, only to face defeat at the hands of Zhang Rao, who forcefully drove him back to Dongchang, ultimately leading to Guanhai besieging the city. Thus, he could only dispatch Tai Shirtzi to seek reinforcements. After the Yellow Turban rebellion had subsided, Kong Rong remained unperturbed, showing no inclination towards military preparations. Instead, he leisurely attended to the governance of the populace. Faced with such a benefactor amidst the chaos of warring lords, Tai Shirtzi felt utterly exhausted. He yearned to take flight, yet Kong Rong offered him no opportunity, relegating him merely to the role of a trusted guardian. "My lord." Upon perusing the correspondence, Tai Shirtzi furrowed his brow and remarked, "I am willing to deliver provisions, but although Zhang Yuheng seeks to sustain himself, he is ultimately unwelcome in the eyes of the court. How will the lords and the court respond if you supply him with grain?" Chapter 72. Tai Shirtzi. Where does the problem lie? In the state minister's residence within Dukhang City, Kong Rong, upon hearing Tai Shirtzi's words, looked at him with a sense of satisfaction and said, "Your ability to think in this manner indicates that your intellect has matured." Tai Shirtzi's lips twitched slightly as he inwardly mused, "Yet I believe your own judgment is rather lacking. There is no need for you to worry about this matter." Kong Rong continued, "As Kong One, I am not one to concern myself with the opinions of the common folk. Most of the Yellow Turbans in Yenzhou are originally from Qingzhou. Zhang Yuheng and his son hail from Beihai. They have caused unrest in the past, and I must manage the situation. Now that Zhang Yuheng has found peace, I must also take responsibility. With a population exceeding 3 million in the 4 counties of Yenzhou, the demand for provisions is immense. If Zhang Yuheng can govern them effectively, it is beneficial for both the nation and its people. As long as they do not incite chaos, and when the world finds a semblance of peace, a single imperial decree will suffice to unify the 4 counties. Currently, they are in dire need of food. If I, Kong Wenjiu, can provide for them, it is far better than allowing them to besiege Dukhang once more, plunging Beihai back into the flames of war. I only hope that Zhang Yuheng is a trustworthy man." With that, Kong Rong's eyes brimmed with hope. Tai Shirtzi, having heard this, opened his mouth to say something, but found his words inadequate, ultimately conceding that Kong Rong's reasoning held merit. The sensation was peculiar. He was unsure whether the fault lay with himself or with Kong Rong. That night, in Shuzhou, within the Mi family residence in Xuxian County, Mi Zhu and Mi Fong sat facing each other, both bearing expressions of concern. "Elder brother," Mi Fong said, pursing his lips with a tense countenance, "if the army seeking survival launches an assault on Shuzhou, can Governor Tao truly withstand it? It is difficult, exceedingly difficult." Mi Zhu shook his head. "The army seeking survival not only embodies the will of the Yellow Turbans, but also carries the fervent belief of countless souls yearning for life. Since its inception, it has triumphed in every battle. In Dongjun, Cao Cao fortified his defenses, only to suffer losses. Even Yuanshu, with an army of nearly 200,000, faced a similar fate and defeat. From what I estimate, the might of the army seeking survival may rival that of Yuanshao and Jizhou. Our lord's forces are scant. The only officer, Cao Bao, is merely a figurehead. The number of battle-ready soldiers under his command barely reaches 4,000 Danyang troops. Engaging in battle with the army seeking survival would be akin to striking a stone with an egg." As he spoke, Mi Zhu's expression grew distant. "The crux of the matter is that our lord is already advanced in age, his health deteriorating, and his 2 sons possess only mediocre talents, rendering them incapable of bearing significant responsibilities. If Shuzhou lacks a formidable leader, it will inevitably fall prey to the army seeking survival." Contemplating the circumstances surrounding Shuzhou, Mi Zhu felt a sense of despair and harbored a tinge of pessimism regarding the future of the Mi family, buried deep within his heart. With an ardent desire for Shuzhou to welcome a formidable leader, the Mi family yearns to establish their foothold amidst the chaos of this tumultuous era. "Is the lord aging?" Mi Fong seemed to ponder something and spoke. "Elder brother, you suggest that the lord's health is deteriorating. Is that truly the case?" "There is no need to deceive you regarding this matter." Mi Zhu cast a glance at Mi Fong, sipped his tea, and contemplated his thoughts. "Elder brother," Mi Fong continued, "do you genuinely believe that the Qihua army can rival Yuanshao of Jizhou? That is merely a matter of military prowess." Mi Zhu replied, "Yenzhou is a battlefield surrounded by formidable foes, and it is not under the emperor's appointment. To maintain a stronghold in Yenzhou will require considerable time. In the current situation, Yuan Shao finds it difficult to advance into Yenzhou, and the Qihua army cannot seize more territory. Their only recourse is to dispatch troops for plundering various counties. Yet, even in pillaging, Shuzhou struggles to withstand, for the strength of the Qihua army is several times that of Shuzhou's forces, and most of the Qihua soldiers are seasoned veterans. Do you comprehend this? Though Mi Zhu was not well versed in military affairs, he could discern the strength of an army from their battle achievements. I understand. Mi Fang felt a weight in his heart upon hearing this, and remarked, Elder brother, do you believe that army family possesses the capability to align with the Qihua army? He had not anticipated that the Qihua army had grown this powerful. The words of Xue Fang from earlier were gradually being fulfilled. What of it? Mi Zhu was momentarily taken aback and asked, can you truly relinquish the comforts of silk and jade, the wealth of countless treasures? What if I cannot? Mi Fang scoffed, murmuring. Elder brother has stated that we are in chaotic times, and merely preserving our lives is already commendable. Moreover, with the state of Shuzhou, we cannot impede the Qihua army in the future. Can we truly safeguard our riches and comforts? We shall see. Mi Zhu did not dispute this, sighed, and said, that would merely be a last resort. If the Qihua army succeeds, the Mi family. He chose not to elaborate further. Shaking his head, he advised, Zifang, in future dealings with the Qihua army, it would be prudent to allow for some concessions. Mi Zhu was already aware of the transactions between the Mi residents and the Qihua army, but he had not paid much attention initially. Both the white salt and warm fragrant jade were valuable commodities. At present, he felt that fostering a good relationship with the Qihua army could serve as a contingency for the Mi family. I cannot agree. Mi Fang shook his head. His expression peculiar. Currently, the price of grain has surged to 2,000 coins. Those noble families are hoarding grain, hoping for even higher prices. On the other hand, the Qihua army has never regarded money as significant. As long as they are provided with provisions, they do not concern themselves with the price. The skyrocketing grain prices in Shuzhou were partly due to Mi Fang's own actions. However, he had already resigned himself to the situation, indifferent to the rising costs. As the estate had stockpiled sufficient white salt, and wealth had become a mere number. Were it a prosperous era, Mi Fang would have multiplied the wealth of the Mi residents nearly tenfold in this time frame, which would indeed be an extraordinary feat after a moment of silence. Mi Zhu inquired, do you know which powerful families are hoarding grain? Of course, I do, Mi Fang promptly replied. There are the Qin, Yin, Lu, and Gu families. Zifang, observing his younger brother's expression as if reciting treasured knowledge, Mi Zhu interjected, the Lu you speak of. Is it the one from the eastern city of Xiapai? Indeed, it is he. Mi Fang, well aware of such competitors, felt utterly powerless. For the Mi family had been engaged in commerce for generations. Were it not for the pragmatic leadership of Tao Qian, it would have been nearly impossible for the Mi family to advance in the realm of governance, leading Mi Fang to feel inherently inferior in the presence of these illustrious families. This, too, was a facet of the Mi family survival strategy. Share all that you know with me. Mi Zhu nodded slightly and replied, in due time, I shall present it personally to our Lord. Excellent, elder brother. Mi Fang's eyes brightened at this, believing that with Tao Qian's capabilities, he would surely devise a way to make these noble families yield regarding grain supplies. Chapter 73. The conclusion of spring plowing, horses of Zishan in late March, in Yenzhou, dumping state, Wu Yuan. Zhang Jing, caught off guard, discovered that the lords surrounding Yenzhou, apart from Tao Qian, were all learned and reasonable individuals. Upon delivering his correspondence, he soon received replies. Yuan Shu even responded with a letter, expressing that Zhang Yuheng had an excellent eye for talent and assured that once he, Yuan Gonglu, ascended to the throne, he would reward him with promotions and titles, essentially painting a grand vision for Zhang Jing. Subsequently, Zhang Jing penned another reply. Feeling fortunate to have such a notable pen pal in this era, my lord, Cheng Yu said gravely, considering the responses from the three families. Our army is still lacking approximately 230,000 share of grain. I believe we should send another letter to Tao Qian, if he does not respond. We may need to dispatch troops to pillage Shuzhou, as otherwise, it would be detrimental to the autumn harvest. Grain cultivation is a matter that affects everything, naturally. Cheng Yu wished to cultivate as much as possible. By April, Yenzhou would no longer be suitable for sowing. Zhang Jing pondered, raiding Shuzhou again is inadvisable. I have my calculations in this matter. We should apply pressure on Tao Qian instead. He worried that should they launch a major offensive on Shuzhou, the three brothers, known for their righteousness, might intervene. After all, Tao Qian would not survive for more than 2 years. Even if he did, it would be preferable for him to fall into the hands of Liu Bei rather than be captured by the likes of Zhang Jing. If he were to perish, Zhang Jing could take advantage of the chaos to secure Qing and Su provinces, establishing a solid rear base. As for Liu Bei, he could contend with Gong Shenzan against Yuan Shao. Gong Shenzan's survival would also benefit Zhang Jing. I accept the command. Sheng Yu glanced at Zhang Jing, refraining from further inquiries. Zhongda, Zhang Jing inquired, how much grain has our army already sown? Approximately 430,000 shi. Sheng Yu promptly provided an estimate, as managing grain had been of utmost importance since he entered service. 430,000 shi. Zhang Jing's eyes sparkled, a smile gracing his face as he remarked. That is quite substantial. The cultivated land exceeds 20 million acres. After the autumn harvest, we can expect a tax yield of over 10 million shi, quite commendable. Although 10 million shi may seem considerable, in reality, it was not as significant as it appeared. Zhang Jing recalled a grain depot from the future, capable of storing thousands of tons of grain, which would translate to approximately 33,000 stone in this era. The standard grain reserve in Huaxia is around 700 million tons, which roughly equates to 26 billion stone in this time. The disparity is over 2,000 times. However, the population reaches more than 3 million. It can be said that even with a tax revenue of 15 million stone, should next year's harvest falter, these 3 million people would be left to suffer. They lack the capacity to withstand such risks. Furthermore, next year, there looms a once-in-a-century locust plague, with Yenzhou being the epicenter of the devastation. Nonetheless, Zhang Jing could not voice such concerns and must focus on the immediate situation. With 10 million stone of grain secured, the populace would have a surplus and strategies could be devised later to cope with the locust disaster. Your wisdom is evident, my lord. Sheng Yu bowed respectfully to Zhang Jing, a smile gracing his features. He believed this amount was substantial, yet he would not complain of excess, as many of the subjects under his governance were currently implementing a policy of having their grain production, and many had yet to receive their share of seeds for planting. Zhongda, Zhang Jing retracted his smile, adopting a serious demeanor. Upon your return, ensure that 2 million stone is reserved for seed grain. Release the rest for planting. I trust Yuan Shu will not deceive me. Otherwise, he shall not blame me for my ruthlessness. We must not allow the people to miss the spring planting. Understood, my lord. Sheng Yu replied respectfully, accepting his orders. He had faith in his lord's unwavering resolve. No one understood better than he the true nature of the man before him, who was not as benign as he appeared. Sheng Yu then hastened away, aware that the citizens who had not received their seed grain were anxiously awaiting assistance in the fields. The local officials were equally eager, waiting for the command to open the granaries and distribute a certain quantity of seed grain, subsequently organizing labor to assist the farmers in their spring sowing. This would be the final distribution of seed grain. Thereafter, no further grain would be released, regardless of any surplus. 2 million stone of seed grain. Once Cheng Yu departed, Zhang Jing was filled with sorrow. He had exhausted every means yet still could not gather the necessary seed grain. 2 million stone could cultivate 10 million acres of fertile land, and the potential tax revenue of 6 million stone was not to be taken lightly. Perhaps it was best to write to Tao Qian. Zhang Jing took a deep breath. After all, he had already distributed an additional 300,000 stone of seed grain, which must be replenished before spring planting. He mused to himself, others extend their grain to me, yet you refuse. Do you not recognize my favor? 2 days later, in Yenzhou, Renqing State, in Xiaqiu County. Xiaqiu County lies to the north of Renqing State, bordering Lu State and Dongping, and is named for its hilly terrain. In the future, it would be known as Zishan. At an elevation of 70 meters, Zishan, Zhang Jing gazed at a perilous peak, finding it hard to associate it with the grandeur of mountains, as there was no need to even look up. Greetings, my lord. At that moment, a tense commander clad in armor approached swiftly with a contingent of soldiers, kneeling on one knee and respectfully clasping his fists. I beg your pardon for not welcoming you from afar. With a clatter, a multitude of warriors accompanied him, all kneeling on one knee. Their expressions filled with fervor as they respectfully clasped their fists and exclaimed in unison, "We pay our respects to our sovereign. Rise." Zhang Jing gently assisted Luo Shi to his feet. Gazing ahead at the hills, he inquired, "Tell me, how many warhorses are currently within Xiaqiu?" The hills are indeed not lofty, yet they are abundant in undulating terrain. Furthermore, the water and grass are relatively plentiful, making it a natural haven for horses. As initially recommended by Cheng Yu, However, it is impossible to raise horses, given that even people struggle to survive. The only feasible approach is to let them roam freely. Moreover, Xiaqiu is one of the 12 passes, and with 5,000 troops stationed here and no active conflict. The duty of tending to the horses has become their primary responsibility, aside from a few that are utilized. 90% of the war horses of the Qihu army are now grazing in Zishan. Zhang Jing, contemplative yet restless, came to take a look. After all, in just a few months, he would be forming cavalry. Not inspecting the war horses left him feeling somewhat unsettled. To report to the sovereign, Luo Shi respectfully followed Zhang Jing, stating, originally, there were 300 war horses in Xiaqiu, and after the arrival of those from the Xiongnu and Yuanshu, we now have 5,639. However, in the past half-month, nearly 200 horses have inexplicably perished here. Upon finishing, Luo Shi's expression grew slightly tense. Have you consulted the physician? Zhang Jing couldn't help but furrow his brow. This loss was rather significant. I have, Luo Shi nodded solemnly. Not only did I consult the physician, but even the brothers of the law enforcement have come several times, yet they have not been able to identify the cause. Zhang Jing lightly nodded. Observing the herd of horses ahead, he asked, are these war horses in good health? Chapter 74. Tao Qian. I shall never compromise. Since law enforcement has inquired, it indicates that the issue does not lie with Luo Shi. It is also understandable. In this era, even the loss of a single war horse would prompt an investigation, let alone nearly 200. Rest assured, my lord. Upon hearing this, Luo Shi exhaled in relief, his demeanor relaxing considerably as he spoke. 3 miles south of here, there is a small freshwater lake, one of the sources of the Sea River. I arranged for the brothers to drive the war horses to the lake daily for drinking. And over these days, many horses have become accustomed to it, with no abnormalities detected. Luo Shi was well aware of the importance of war horses. Even though he appeared to be stationed at Xiaqiu without any conflict, merely overseeing the horses required his utmost vigilance. Well done. Zhang Jing nodded approvingly, speaking gently. Come, let us stroll about, and later we shall visit the freshwater lake. The matter of the war horses is crucial to our military strategy and cannot be taken lightly. When our army's provisions are ample in the future, should you desire, I can appoint you to command a division of iron cavalry. In this era, the number of iron cavalry can nearly gauge the strength of a regime, though it is not absolute. Nonetheless, a formidable iron cavalry can indeed exert immense pressure on adversaries. Just as the former Jizhou's Yuan Shao, upon learning that the white horse General Gongsun Zan intended to turn against him, hastily ceded the Beihai commandery to Gongsun Zan's younger brother, Gongsun Fan. Were it not for Gongsun Zan's overwhelming ambition, Yuan Shao would not have resolutely decided to engage him in a life-or-death struggle. My lord, I am willing, exclaimed Luo Shi, his eyes gleaming with fervor, as he hurriedly clasped his fists in reverence. I am acutely aware of my modest accomplishments and lack of proficiency with cavalry and archery. I would not dare to shamelessly lead a contingent of cavalry. To be entrusted with even a single unit would be a tremendous honor. A single unit comprises 500 men. If faced with the choice of 5,000 foot soldiers or 500 cavalry, Luo Shi would unhesitatingly opt for the latter. The clang of weapons and the thunder of hooves is the dream of every man who has donned armor. As for the lofty ambitions of conquering the vast expanses, they exist solely in the realm of fantasy. Very well, I accept, Zhang Jing declared cheerfully. At that time, you shall personally select valiant warriors to form a unit of cavalry. These steeds will be your companions, and you must care for them diligently. I am grateful for your magnanimity, my lord, Luo Shi replied, his countenance brimming with excitement as he clasped his fists in respect, nearly losing his composure. Rest assured, my lord, these steeds were once my comrades in arms, and now they shall be my brothers. Indeed, well said. Zhang Jing laughed heartily. Your mindset indicates the potential of a cavalry commander. The steeds are the second life of the cavalry. As their conversation continued, they traversed the rolling hills. And one cannot help but remark on the lushness of this era as Zishan. Yet, it seems that the abundance is not confined to Zishan alone. On another day, in Shuzhou, in the town of Tansheng within Donghai County, Tao Qian once again received a letter from Zhang Jing. Though termed a letter, it resembled more of an ultimatum. As you may know, Tao Qian stated calmly, betraying no emotion as he placed the letter back on the table, I have recently heard that Yuan Shu of Yuzhou, Kong Rong of Beihai, and Zhang Ba of Langya have, to varying degrees, sent provisions to support Yanzhou. Among them, Yuan Shu is particularly affluent. reportedly dispatching 500,000 stones of grain to Yezhou. The crowd's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. They were aware of the happenings in Yuzhou, though some found Yuan Shu's maneuvers perplexing. It seemed there was talk of Zhang Yuheng handing over control of the southwestern 4 counties of Yenzhou to Yuan Shu, a strategy that appeared quite bizarre to them. However, one thing was certain: Zhang Yuheng and Yuan Shu had undoubtedly reached some form of clandestine agreement. This left them isolated and without support. To be candid, Tao Qian continued, observing the faces of those around him. According to news from Zhongba, the Yellow Turbans have amassed a formidable force of 100,000 at Fengding, located at the border of Langjia and Taishan. They are currently negotiating with Zhongba, seeking passage via the Kaiyong Road to advance upon Tanqing. Fengding is merely 200 li from here. Should Zhongba consent to their passage, the Yellow Turbans will arrive at our gates within 3 days. With that, Tao Qian rose, stating, "The granary of Shuzhou holds but 50,000 stones. Yet the Yellow Turbans demand 200,000. This is an egregious affront. I have resolved to confront the Yellow Turbans in a decisive battle," he urged. "I ask that you return and inform the various prefectures to muster their forces and join me in defending Tanqing." "My lord, this cannot be." Before Tao Qian could finish, Qin Gui, pale-faced, interjected in alarm. "This course of action is utterly unwise, given that Zhongba has only provided 50,000 stones. Kong Rong offered merely 80,000 stones, indicating that there remains room for negotiation regarding provisions. If they can engage in discussions, so too can we in Shuzhou." Although Qin Gui is eager to confront the Yellow Turbans, the harsh reality is that we are ill-prepared for such a conflict. "My lord, we must reconsider." Xiao Bao, with a tense expression, echoed the sentiments of Han Yu, stating that if Zhang Ba and his companions can negotiate, then Shuzhou should be able to do the same. Perhaps the Yellow Turbans are merely posturing. With just a modest supply of provisions, we might easily send them on their way. I implore you, my lord, to reflect on this matter. Mi Zhu, with a respectful gesture, showed his understanding of the lord's reluctance to engage in battle, expressing his willingness to cooperate with his wishes. "Indeed, I urge you, my lord, to ponder this further." Humph. Observing the ineffectiveness of his civil and military officials, Tao Qian sternly remarked, "At such a critical juncture, how can you all remain so foolish? Brother Han Yu, your Chun family possesses countless estates in Shuzhou, with tenants and hidden households numbering no less than 300,000, and able-bodied men in the tens of thousands. At this moment, do you still intend to wait for the Yellow Turbans to assault us, only to see our strongholds and farmlands fall, leaving us with nothing? Can we not mobilize our able-bodied men to defend the city alongside me?" Qin Gui fell silent upon hearing these words. The Qin family's army comprised nearly 10,000, but these troops represented the essence of the Qin lineage. He could not deploy them without dire necessity. "And you, Xiao Bao," Tao Qian continued, calling out each individual, including Mi Zhu. Despite me standing as a wealthy merchant, his household had over 10,000 servants, surpassing the majority of noble families in the realm. The estates of the Mi family could easily muster a formidable fighting force at any time. Why do you all remain mute?" Tao Qian rebuked. "Those who wish to negotiate may do so. I, Tao Qian, shall never compromise with the Yellow Turbans. The Shuzhou governor's office can only provide 50,000 stones of grain." With that, he waved his sleeve and departed, leaving the officials of Shuzhou exchanging glances filled with understanding. It was evident that Tao Qian was both resolute and unyielding. At this moment, the venerable Qin Gui stepped forward and spoke. "In Shuzhou, shall we choose war or peace? The Lord has made an astute observation. The Yellow Turbans in Yenzhou harbor wild ambitions, seeking to seize our livelihoods. If that day should come, it will indeed be too late for regrets." Tao Qian's previous words had deeply resonated with Qin Gui. Shuzhou must not fall into the hands of the Yellow Turbans. Xiao Bao hesitated and suggested, "Shall we seek assistance?" "From whom?" Qin Gui replied, casting a glance at Xiao Bao. "Among the various lords of the Central Plains, only Yuan Shao can contend with the Yellow Turbans. Yet, at present, he is embroiled in a struggle with Gong Sunzan over Qizhou. Lu Biao has long-standing grievances with Yuan Shu, and Yuan Shu is in collusion with the Yellow Turbans. Who, then, could possibly come to our aid? It is often said that a single incompetent general can lead to the demise of 1,000 troops. While Tao Qian is not without capability, he is aging, and both of his sons are mediocre. Thus, the influential families of Shuzhou are understandably reluctant to place their fortunes in Tao Qian's hands. For now, it is best to stabilize the situation with the Yellow Turbans." Observing the hushed hall, Mi Zhu declared, "The Mi family is willing to contribute 50,000 stones of grain." Qin Gui cast a deep glance at Mi Zhu, slowly nodding as he declared, "My Qin clan shall also contribute 50,000 sure." Xiao Chao interjected, "And my Chao clan will offer 10,000 sure." Xiao Bao gritted his teeth, yet he felt that passing the baton was necessary. 10,000 sure of grain was already a substantial contribution for his clan. Subsequently, the assembly of civil and military officials, as if engaging in a public subscription, managed to raise nearly 300,000 sure. Regarding the communication with various prefectures, Qingzhou took a deep breath and said, "I appreciate your efforts. I will send envoys to Langya to negotiate with the Yellow Turbans, but this shall be our final attempt. You must remember, if the Yellow Turbans march on Qingzhou in the future, we cannot coexist with them, so I urge you not to harbor any illusions." Faced with the situation in Qingzhou, Qingzhou found himself without a viable solution, merely hoping that after weathering this storm, they could each train their own troops to ensure self-preservation in the future. The words of Duke Han Yu must be firmly remembered. The officials bowed respectfully to Qingzhou in agreement. In Qingzhou, Wei County, by the banks of the Guandu River. In the city of Guantao, following Yuan Shu's defeat, Yuan Shao commanded a retreat, and Xiao Chao had no intention of continuing the conflict in Yinzhou. Thus, Yuan Shao's forces withdrew entirely to their homeland, engaging in combat with the remnants of Gongsun Zan, eager to seize Qingzhou in one decisive blow. Meanwhile, Xiao Chao stationed his troops in Guantao, ostensibly to guard against Yuan Shao in Yinzhou. Yet, only Xiao Chao understood his true intentions. Upon the city walls, Xiao Chao, with his arms crossed behind him, gazed towards Yinzhou, his expression inexplicably somber, muttering, "I, Chaominda, have ultimately underestimated your foolishness. The 4 counties of Yinzhou. I would not value even 50,000 sure of grain, let alone 5,000. In his most prosperous times, Xiao Chao had managed around 500,000 sure of provisions. Yet Yuan Gonglu carelessly offered them in exchange for a desolate tract of land. The land of Yinzhou, without further contemplation, was undoubtedly fertile. However, should the neighboring land be exchanged with Zhang Yuheng, Xiao Chao could ascertain with certainty that such good land would be fraught with peril. Yet, Yuan Shu, with reckless enthusiasm, proceeded. "My lord," just as Xiao Chao was lost in thought, Chao Ren approached swiftly, lowering his voice. "You instructed me to gather intelligence in Sili regarding the court's movements. Just now, scouts have returned with news that I deem valuable." "Oh, do share." Xiao Chao's spirit was invigorated, his gaze fixed intently on Chao Ren. For he sought to make a resurgence, and Sili was his chosen ground. According to the scouts, Chao Ren, feeling somewhat apprehensive under Xiao Chao's scrutiny, ensured the surroundings were clear before speaking. "The court has dispatched 2 envoys to pacify the various lords. One is Grand Tutor Marida, proceeding eastward towards Yuzhou and other regions. The other is Grand Master Zhao Qi. Currently, Zhao Qi has reached Hunan County and will arrive in Qingzhou in 3 days. Excellent." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Xiao Chao's eyes as he solemnly declared, "Prepare immediately. I shall set forth tonight for the state of Hejian to reminisce with my brother Benqiu." He had never anticipated that the court would seek to assert its presence in the Central Plains at this juncture, which presented an unexpected opportunity for Xiao Chao. Moreover, Zhao Qi was no ordinary figure. He was not only one of the 9 ministers but also a contemporary scholar of great repute, renowned for his exceptional artistry. Xiao Chao and Yuan Shao may not have taken matters too seriously, but the esteemed identity of a scholar must surely command their respect. If Zhao Qi's arrival could persuade Yuan Shao and Gongsun Zan to cease hostilities and negotiate peace, then Xiao Chao, with deft maneuvering, could earn Zhao Qi's trust and subsequently enter Chang'an under the guise of a defeated general. Everything would then fall into place. As for the court's power brokers, Li Ke and Guisi, Xiao Chao asserted he had neither assassinated Dong Zhuo nor harbored such intentions. By adopting a humble demeanor, how could those brutes possibly discern his true motives? Moreover, within the Shiliang army, he was not without allies. He had not been idle during this time. "Your commands are received," Chao Ren replied respectfully, understanding that this intelligence was indeed valuable to his elder brother. He hastened to make arrangements, having grown weary of this state of uncertainty. Even if Chang'an were a den of dragons and tigers, he would accompany his brother through it all. "Zhang Yuheng, once I assume control of Chang'an, our rivalry shall merely be beginning." Xiao Chao cast one last glance at Yinzhou before departing without a backward glance, leaving behind a chilling voice that echoed from the city tower. Half an hour later, a contingent of over 200 riders swiftly departed the Chao army's encampment, racing eastward. 2 days later, in the state of Hejian, Xiao Chao met Yuan Shao once more in Leking. "Mengda, my dear brother," Yuan Shao called out warmly from a distance. Have you come all the way from Guantao to seek retribution? If so, I must apologize on behalf of my brother. Ha ha ha, brother Banchu, you jest. Cao Cao responded with a smile as he approached. I, Cao Mingda, would never dare to seek retribution from my elder brother. I have merely come to express my gratitude for your hospitality during my convalescence. Were it not for your kindness. He then bowed deeply, saying I, Cao Mingda, am but a mere wraith. This debt of gratitude shall remain with me for a lifetime. Should you ever require my services, I shall never decline. Oh, Mingda, please rise. Yuan Shao urged, quickly helping Cao Cao to his feet. There is no need for such formality between brothers. Have we become estranged? Though he spoke lightly, Yuan Shao was inwardly delighted and highly satisfied with Cao Cao's demeanor. Come, come. He beckoned, pulling Cao Cao along. I have prepared a feast at my residence to welcome you and wash away the dust of your travels. Haha, then I shall not stand on ceremony. Cao Cao replied with a smile. Hearing you say that makes me quite hungry. Why should I be polite? Yuan Shao laughed heartily. Since the lords convened. We have not dined together in ages. It must be nearly 3 years now. In Leking, the arrival of Cao Cao was met with great importance by Yuan Shao, who not only hosted a banquet in his honor, but also summoned numerous officials and generals to accompany them. As the wine flowed and dishes were savored, Cao Cao, slightly intoxicated, remarked, Brother, I have heard that you have recently triumphed over Gongsun multiple times. Why not march directly into Yuzhou and eradicate him completely? This is a rare opportunity bestowed upon us. As the atmosphere within the hall gradually quieted, the expressions of the assembled scholars and warriors varied. Some appeared eager, while others wore contemplative looks, yet all directed their gaze towards Yuan Shao. Alas, dear brother, you are unaware. At this moment, Yuan Shao regarded Cao Cao not as a threat. He candidly stated, as the governor of Qingzhou, it is my duty to repel the incursions of Gongsun. However, advancing troops into Yuzhou would not be justifiable. Moreover, the governor of Yuzhou is our kin, Lu Yu, who commands an army of 100,000 and extends kindness to the foreign Wuhuan tribes, garnering immense respect both within Yuzhou and beyond its borders. Thus, while I yearn to eliminate Gongsun, I find myself unable to do so. Yuzhou is, in truth, Lu Yu's territory, which fills me with disdain. Once Gongsun retreats to Yuzhou, my ambitions to advance are fraught with hesitation. Now I understand, Cao Cao remarked, his face reflecting newfound clarity. I had not considered the formidable influence of Lu Yu in the land of Yin and Yun. Indeed, Lu Yu is a close relative of the emperor. Yuan Shao replied enigmatically. Though he lacks military prowess, he possesses considerable skill in governance and in pacifying foreign tribes. In today's realm, he is a figure of great virtue and esteem. How could I, Yuan Shao, presume to mobilize forces eastward? His desire to seize Yuzhou was vivid. Even if it remained an unattainable dream, for Lu Yu's prestige and status loomed over Yuzhou like an insurmountable mountain, one that Yuan Shao could not hope to scale. After all, Yuan Shao had established his reputation through his noble deeds. He was the leader of the coalition against Dong Zhuo, a steadfast, loyal minister, a role he could not afford to relinquish. What of the situation in Qingzhou? Cao Cao queried, his expression tense, seemingly concerned for Yuan Shao's predicament. Haha. Yuan Shao laughed heartily at this, saying, You need not worry about the affairs in Qingzhou, dear brother. Currently, Tian Kai and Liu Bei have been driven back to Gaodang by your nephew. Once they cross the Yellow River, Qingzhou will return to the court's control. However, Liu Bei has 2 formidable generals under his command who have repeatedly harassed our rear guard, making it difficult for ordinary soldiers to contend with them. Otherwise, Tian Kai would find it arduous to cross the river. After speaking, Yuan Shao felt a tinge of regret, for he was unaware of the renown of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. At present, they could not be termed as mere newcomers, but rather as unknowns, leading only a modest force and having vanquished primarily minor generals. Nevertheless, their capabilities were indeed extraordinary. Tian Kai has crossed the river? Cao Cao fell into deep contemplation upon hearing this. He did not share Yuan Shao's optimism. Even at its narrowest, the Yellow River spanned several hundred paces, and Qingzhou lay downstream. There were only 2 crossing points, the narrowest being nearly 1,000 paces wide. As long as Tian Kai and Liu Bei were not foolish, and with Yuan Shao unable to capture Yinzhou, the 2 could easily hold the crossing for 3 to 5 years, if not 10 to 8. Rest assured, Mingda. Yuan Shao sensed the unease in Cao Cao's demeanor and was about to offer words of comfort when a young scholar swiftly entered, observing the crowded hall. The young man approached Yuan Shao with a grave expression and whispered, My lord, the esteemed Master Gaozi has sent word that young Master Chang has recently crossed the river, only to be repelled again by Tian Kai, suffering casualties of over 1,000. He inquires if we should delay military actions against Qingzhou. I understand. You may leave now. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shao's expression darkened, and he waved his hand dismissively at the young general. Elder brother, Cao Cao, noticing the shift, hurriedly expressed his concern, saying, "It seems there has been a setback in the battle ahead. Should you require assistance, I shall immediately send word to Guantao, summoning the troops to aid us." "Your thoughtfulness is much appreciated, Mingda," Yuan Shao replied, shaking his head as he looked at Cao Cao. "Today is a banquet in your honor. So let us not dwell on such disheartening matters. Come, let us drink to our heart's content. We shall not return until we are inebriated." Ha ha. Cao Cao suddenly burst into laughter, rising to raise his wine cup to Yuan Shao, declaring, "Then allow me to toast you with another cup, dear brother. Let us all toast to our Lord." Seeing Cao Cao enliven the atmosphere, the gathered scholars and warriors followed suit, propelling the banquet to new heights. Ha ha. Let us drink together. Yuan Shao, forgetting his earlier displeasure, joined Cao Cao and the others in merriment. In Xuzhou, within the nation of Shapi, stood a picturesque estate in the eastern city. A tall and handsome young man, clad in a blue and white embroidered garment, with sharp brows and bright eyes, was leisurely plucking the strings of a guqin in a stone pavilion. The melodious notes drifted through the air, captivating the passing attendants who paused to listen to the enchanting music. Just then, the faint sound of footsteps approached, belonging to a robust young man in a green brocade robe, approximately 20 years old, slightly older than the musician in the pavilion. As the young man entered the stone pavilion, the music came to an abrupt halt. It was Gong Jin, the visitor. With a smile, he bowed and said, "I have been preoccupied with trivial matters at home and have not properly entertained you. I sincerely apologize." Gong Jin. The musician was named Shouyu. Although he had not yet come of age, he had lost his father early, who had bestowed upon him the courtesy name before his passing. Zhouyu hailed from a noble family and currently resided 300 miles away in Shuxian, having come to the eastern city to visit a friend. "Indeed. It seems I have not been a gracious host," Zhouyu remarked, nodding earnestly, and teasingly asked, "Pray tell, Zijing, what affairs have transpired at your residence that left me languishing in neglect? If you cannot clarify, I may have to reconsider our friendship." The owner of the estate was the young man before him, named Lu Su, courtesy name Zijing. At 21, he was 3 years older than Zhouyu. Emerging from a prominent family, Lu Su was known for his benevolence and public spirit, enjoying considerable renown throughout the region of Shapi. "Haha," Lu Su chuckled. "If you wish to know, I shall gladly share the tale. Bring forth the wine." With that, Lu Su instructed his servants to remove the guqin, and soon exquisite wines and delicacies were presented. As the two dined and conversed, Zhouyu quickly grasped the unfolding events. "Zijing," Zhouyu began, "if that is the case, then Tao Qian will indeed seek peace with Yanzhou. The Yellow Turban has indeed produced a formidable figure. Zhang Yuheng is truly remarkable. I had not anticipated such a significant stir from the Xuzhou prefect's residence, which even compelled the Lu estate to contribute 20,000 stones of grain. I had merely intended to visit a friend, yet I stumbled upon a grand revelation. Even witnessing firsthand the Yellow Turbans' extortion of Xuzhou and the prefect's desperate attempts to collect provisions, I contributed 20,000 stones." Lu Su shook his head and remarked, however, "Of the 20,000 stones of provisions, I doubt even 5,000 will reach the hands of the Yellow Turbans. Those prominent families merely see the Lu clan as easy prey." Mentioning this did not incite anger in Lu Su, for it was a foregone conclusion. To the aristocratic families, affluent clans like the Lu family were merely subjects to be manipulated at will. Chapter 77, The Schemes of Zhouyu, Taishi arrives. "Indeed, it is excessive." Zhouyu nodded in agreement, and then spoke, "Brother Zijing, I fear the world is on the brink of chaos. If I may suggest, since you are not finding contentment in Xuzhou, why not relocate your family to Yangzhou? Xinyu has already reclaimed several prefectures in Yangzhou, and with the formidable natural defenses of Jiadong, it is certain that no warfare will ensue for several years. Although Yangzhou holds a lesser status than Yuzhou in the grand scheme of the Han Dynasty and its economic development is rather sluggish, it is nonetheless a picturesque locale, blessed with clear mountains and flowing waters, and is one of the few regions abundant in rice production, making it a nurturing place. These very reasons have turned Yangzhou into a refuge for many. Your good intentions are duly noted. My heart is warmed," Lu Su replied with a smile. "Should that day truly come, I shall certainly bring my family to seek refuge, and I hope you will not regard me with disdain." Haha. Zhou Yu laughed heartily. Who in the world does not recognize the Lu family of Dongqing, a household of immense wealth? And you, Zijing, are renowned for your benevolence. Your name's celebrated far and wide. If you were to relocate to Shuxian, I should rather implore you to take care of me. You are ever so eloquent. Lu Su responded with a hint of helplessness. You just spoke of the world descending into chaos, yet you show no concern. Is it possible you have an enlightened leader in mind? Lu Su understood his friend well. Zhou Yu, despite his tender age of 18, possessed an extraordinary intellect and a remarkably keen sense for the currents of the world. Lu Su was certain that his friend was destined for greatness. An enlightened leader, perhaps. A glimmer of something inscrutable flashed in Zhou Yu's eyes as he smiled and said, "He is of my age, broad-minded, unafraid of power, bold and decisive. Most importantly, my friend harbors grand ambitions, and we have vowed to join forces to create a remarkable enterprise." As he spoke, Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled like stars, his face illuminated with dreams and aspirations. Public Gene, Lu Su paused thoughtfully before speaking. The person you refer to, could it be the son of the East Jiang tiger? Sun Tzu? Sun Bofu? Indeed, it is he. Zhou Yu nodded emphatically, a smile gracing his face. What do you think of my elder brother? Forgive my candidness. Lu Su replied cautiously. Sun Bofu may be considered a young talent, yet his father was an old general of Yuan Shu, and Changsha has fallen under Lu Biao's control. Even with your assistance, achieving great feats will be fraught with challenges. As far as I know, the inspector of Yangzhou, Chen Yu, is a man of Yuan Shu, and Sun Bin has already taken former generals of Sun Jian to join Yuan Shao and Yuzhou. Once Sun Ce completes his mourning period, he may have no choice but to align with Yuan. Otherwise, he will find it difficult to establish himself. Sun Jian fell in battle last year, and at present, Sun Tzu is still in mourning for his father. Even in these times, he must observe a mourning period of at least a year, which means he has another 6 months to go. In the past 6 months, the situation has been pivotal for Sun Tzu. The most pressing concern now is that Sun Bin, accompanied by the remnants of Sun Jian's forces, has pledged allegiance to Yuan Shu. By the time Sun Tzu returns after 6 months, he will be left as a mere figurehead. Aligning with Yuan Shu essentially ties him to Yuan Shu's ambitions, which, in Lu Su's opinion, is not a path to success. Haha. Upon hearing Lu Su's analysis, Zhou Yu nearly burst into tears from laughter. He playfully pointed at Lu Su and remarked, Zijing, you are aware of only one aspect, but not the other. Pray, enlighten me, Gongjin. Lu Su, filled with curiosity, fixed his gaze intently on Zhou Yu, eager to discern where he had erred. Zijing, Zhou Yu continued after his laughter subsided. Let me ask you, who is Sun Bin? Sun Bin is the son of Sun Jian, Lu Su replied, furrowing his brow. His father passed away early, leaving him to raise his infant brother alone. He later served as a county magistrate, and when Sun Jian became the governor of Changsha, he joined Sun Jian's ranks, fighting valiantly across the land. After Sun Jian's death, Sun Bin led the remnants back to Chue, carrying Sun Jian's coffin. At this point, Lu Su began to sense something amiss. He abruptly lifted his head to look at Zhou Yu, his gaze profoundly penetrating. Zijing, have you also realized? Zhou Yu smiled slightly and spoke, indeed. Sun Bin's decision to join Yuan Shu is orchestrated by me, and those remnants are acting under the orders of Bofu. Since General Sun's death, the gathered remnants number over 3,000. These soldiers, who are barely surviving, have no choice but to align with Yuan Shu in order to preserve their forces. Consequently, due to the long-standing ties between the old general and Yuan Shu, these veterans will undoubtedly be granted significant roles. Moreover, besides Sun Bin and the old soldiers, Wu Jing, Lu Fan, and Sunny have also pledged their allegiance to Yuan Shu. Currently, Wu Jing has been appointed by Yuan Shu as the governor of Danyang and will soon take office. Wu Jing, being Sun Ce's uncle and a former subordinate of Sun Jian, has served alongside Sun Jian for many years. It could be said that although these individuals appear to be serving Yuan Shu, they are, in fact, utilizing Yuan Shu's provisions to sustain Sun Ce's forces and establish a foothold for him. Upon hearing Zhou Yu's strategy, even Lu Su, with his composed nature, could not help but draw a sharp breath. It is important to note that this young strategist is merely 18 years old. What a remarkable act of turning dire circumstances into opportunities. Lu Su, filled with admiration, remarked, as long as the old forces remain intact, Sun Tzu will have a chance to partake in the unfolding events. With Gongjin's schemes at play, it is undoubtedly within reach for him to take control of Jiangdong. He had never underestimated Zhou Yu, yet at that moment, He found himself awestruck by Zhou Yu's extraordinary talent. Such a scheme, which he himself could not conceive, had breathed new life in his son Su, who had previously seemed doomed. As time swiftly passed to the end of March, in Yenzhou, Taishan County, the administrative center of Fengyao, Zhang Jing stood atop the city tower surveying the surroundings. Accompanying him were Dianwei and Sima Zhu, who were stationed at Fengyao, along with a formidable and unfamiliar warrior clad in armor. This stranger was none other than Taisher Ci, a general under Kong Rong, who was escorting a convoy of 80,000 stones of grain, with nearly 10,000 able-bodied men comprising the grain transport team. Fortunately, the two locations are not far apart, and the logistics of transporting grain are not overly complicated. Zhang Jing gazed upon an open area within the city where thousands of soldiers from the Qihua army were engaged in drills. He remarked, "What do you think of our Qihua army?" Zhang Jing harbored a considerable admiration for this valiant general from Donglai, yet he found himself reluctant to detain him, as he was currently occupied with his own transformation. Furthermore, the visitor was delivering provisions, thus serving his interests. It would indeed be rather unreasonable to hold him against his will. The case of Xinyu was different, for at that time, Zhang Jing was in a life-and-death struggle with Cao Cao. However, if it were Tai Shirzi, he would assert that if he could not be utilized for my purposes, he would surely be eliminated. Such elite warriors. Tai Shirzi wore a serious expression but refrained from speaking further. He was uncertain of the reason why the leader of the Qihua army had summoned him. Nevertheless, this journey had altered his perception of the Yellow Turbans. They could no longer simply be referred to as such, but rather as the Qihua army. While he was still unsure of the military capabilities of the Qihua army, the indomitable spirit exhibited by the troops was something he had seldom seen in recent years. "People say we are bandits," Zhang Jing remarked as they walked. Do you know why we, the so-called bandit soldiers, can establish ourselves in Yenzhou? Chapter 78. Sima Zhu, enraged, heads to the countryside. This is all due to the formidable strength of our forces. Without a moment's hesitation, Tai Shirzi provided his answer. Following their victory over Yuan Shu's army, the Qihua army now boasted an astonishing armor-wearing rate of 80%. If it were not for the lack of a significant banner, Tai Shirzi would have believed that these soldiers were the imperial troops. Your assertion is mistaken. Zhang Jing shook his head and replied thoughtfully. The reason my army can maintain a foothold in Yenzhou is not due to military might, but rather because of the significance of Qihua. Since I have assumed command, our army has faced a dire shortage of provisions. With over 130,000 mouths to feed, our total grain supply barely amounts to 200,000 stones. Even with 2 meals of porridge a day, it would last us no more than 7 days. On the eve of the 7th day, the Qihua emerged. On the 7th day itself, the army, braving wind and snow, launched an assault on Wuyin City, which was defended by 20,000 Han troops. Sima Zhu's countenance darkened at these words, as memories of months past surfaced in his mind. During that time, he and Pei Yuanshao were stationed at the southern and northern gates, respectively, and did not directly participate in the siege. Yet, he was all too aware of the difficulties involved. Zhang Jing continued. Do you still believe that our army's occupation of 4 commanderies is due to military strength? Tai Shirzi fell silent. Even ants strive for survival. How much more so for humans? Zhang Jing remarked coolly. Were it not for being driven to the brink of desperation, why would I adopt the name Qihua? Just as the Taiping Dao flourished, if the common people were not left with no other recourse, who would willingly join the Taiping Dao, risking their lives daily to survive, becoming the Yellow Turban bandits in the eyes of the world? Do you realize? Zhang Jing observed the drilling troops, a sardonic smile gracing his lips, when the esteemed and virtuous master faced defeat. The Han general Huang Fusong raised his blade against the hundreds of thousands of Taiping Dao followers who surrendered, justifying his actions by claiming that these multitudes were unworthy of enlightenment. Among them, only a few tens of thousands were able-bodied men. The remaining individuals, both young and old, were further transformed into numerous military strongholds by Huang Fusong. Consequently, Huang Fusong became renowned as a celebrated general in the eyes of the world. Upon hearing this, Tai Shirzi remained silent. However, Sima Zhu became enraged, his fist clenched tightly as he ground his teeth, exclaiming that old fool Huang Fu is utterly worthless. Back when Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun led tens of thousands into Yuzhou, they suffered a catastrophic defeat at the hands of both Xiu, being trapped in Changxi for over 2 months. Had it not been for the onset of summer, when the dry grass and trees made our encampment highly flammable, That old scoundrel Huangfu would surely have met his demise. Enough, Zhang Jing interjected, raising his hand to silence him. I harbor a deep disdain for that old rascal Huangfu as well. But my contempt is even greater for those who refuse to embrace education while slaughtering the followers of the Taiping Dao. I still vividly remember how my father, while alive, would often rage against Huangfu Song for his cruelty and lack of compassion. At that time, I was too young to comprehend the reasons behind it. But later my father explained that Huangfu Song's uncle, Huangfu Gui, was also a distinguished general of the Han Dynasty. This esteemed general's greatest achievement was persuading the Chong, a foreign tribe, to surrender. Whenever the Chong caused unrest, he would quell it without resorting to bloodshed. On several occasions, when the Chong launched large-scale invasions, he managed to subdue them without violence, seeking only to educate them. On one occasion, when over 100,000 Chang rebelled, Huangfu Gui led his army forth. But a plague broke out among the Chong. Instead of attacking, he sent people to gather medicinal herbs and delivered them to the Chong. Upon learning of these events, I, like my father, found it difficult to comprehend why the followers of the Taiping Dao, who were Han people, could not be educated. While Huangfu's family displayed immense tolerance and patience towards the frequently rebellious foreign tribes. Zhang Jing said as he approached a section of the city wall near the training ground, pausing to turn and address the somewhat bewildered Tai Shirtzi. Do you believe the brothers below are resistant to education? Tai Shirtzi gazed at the soldiers below, moving in perfect unison with an indomitable spirit, yet did not respond, as he was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Sima Ju, growing increasingly agitated, thought to himself, this is intolerable. I cannot hold back any longer. The Huangfu family is utterly repulsive. I must send my subordinates to desecrate their ancestral graves and use their bones to suppress the latrines. Zhang Jing, he said, his face contorted with rage, you should depart. I will take Z for a stroll. Your subordinate obeys. Sima Ju replied respectfully, eager to leave and attend to matters concerning the Huangfu family, as General Yuheng learned that Zhang Jing intended to take him around. Tai Shirtzi began to understand the latter's intentions. However, when he opened his mouth to speak directly, he hesitated, fearing he might be overthinking the situation. Although he had no intention of joining the Qihua army, its formidable presence was undeniable. If the other party did not share this sentiment, it would surely become a source of embarrassment. Let us proceed, and we shall converse as we walk. Zhang Jing observed Tai Shirtzi's demeanor, which was marked by a certain reserve, and he surmised the latter's thoughts without revealing his insights at that moment. Subsequently, the group rode into a village situated within the boundaries of Fengyao. The dwellings of this era predominantly consisted of adobe houses with tiled roofs. Zhang Jing was aware that such widespread architecture had been discontinued for nearly 2 millennia in his previous life, during which time the majority of common folk had to reside in thatched huts, on a narrow path barely wide enough for a person. Zhang Jing held the reins and gestured towards the tranquil village in the distance, saying, Do you see? Can such a scene be the abode of rebellious brigands? Certainly not. Tai Shirtzi replied, shaking his head. The sight before them could not possibly be that of insurgents. He firmly believed it to be a peaceful village under benevolent governance. My lord. As they ventured further, a middle-aged man, clad in tattered clothing and missing his left arm, approached with 4 companions while calling out excitedly. The one-armed man stepped forward with fervor and respectfully bowed, introducing himself. I am Zhang Yuheng, the village headman here. These are my assistants. We were unaware of your arrival, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness. The 4 men behind Zhang Yuheng echoed his respect, comprising the village overseer, gatekeeper, guardsman, and clerk, each of whom hailed from the ranks of the struggling soldiers. Let us dispense with formalities. Zhang Jing remarked, noticing the muddy stains on their garments. He inquired with curiosity. I do not carry such airs. How did you come to be in such a state? If memory serves, the spring plowing has already concluded. Yet you all appear so disheveled. In response, Zhang Yuheng explained with deference, we have been constructing homes in the village. A child from the Liu family mentioned that strangers had arrived, prompting me to bring my men to investigate, but I did not expect it would be you, my lord. As noon approached, near Mount Tai, just 5 miles southwest of Fengyao, Zhang Jing and his party, under Zhang Yu's guidance, arrived at the gathering place of the villagers. There, over 100 able-bodied men and women were energetically working together, each fulfilling their roles in the construction of houses. All right, everyone, pause for a moment. Zhang Yu called out with a beaming face, come forth to meet our my lord. He has come to see us. Upon hearing this, many laborers gasped in surprise. and soon they caught sight of Zhang Jing and his entourage. "My lord, we pay our respects to you." In no time, the young men and women swarmed towards him. "Let us not stand on ceremony." As the crowd prepared to bow deeply, Zhang Jing, wearing a smile, called out, "I merely passed through this area and took the opportunity to visit, to see whether these officials have oppressed you or acted unjustly." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuheng and the others exchanged glances, feeling somewhat speechless yet relieved. "If they have," Zhang Jing continued, "then do not hesitate to inform me. I shall ensure that justice is served, and those who transgress will face no leniency." The crowd listened intently, observing the 5 officials who appeared utterly disheartened. I felt a significant weight lift from my heart. No, Uncle Zhang is doing well. General Zhang Li is thriving. He has not only organized the community for spring plowing, but has also ensured that everyone is housed in new dwellings. Please do not punish him. Listening to the words of the townsfolk, Zhang Yuheng could not help but wipe away the tears at the corners of his eyes. "That is a relief." Zhang Jing nodded and remarked, "I often tell the officials below that we all hail from the common folk. Once we attain power, we must not forget the people, nor engage in wrongdoing in our villages. Zhang Yuheng has performed admirably, and I take great solace in that." Turning to Zhang Yuheng, Zhang Jing inquired, "Did you devise the plans for constructing homes for the people all by yourself?" "Not at all, my lord." Zhang Yuheng hastily gestured with his hands. "I lack such capability. It was a decree issued by the Ministry of Works, instructing each village to organize the repair of homes after the spring harvest." "I see," Zhang Jing replied, nodding slowly. "After the decree was issued, did the community manage to keep up? Were there any complaints from the people?" "None whatsoever," Zhang Yuheng exclaimed eagerly. "The townsfolk are delighted. After the spring plowing, they find themselves with ample time to repair their homes, and everyone is quite comfortable." "That is excellent," Zhang Jing continued. "Currently, how many individuals reside in the youth academy?" "My lord," Zhang Yuheng pondered for a moment before responding, "the academy is overseen by Principal Beihai. And among the orphans under 12, there are 3, 1 disabled soldier, and 36 young children from the community." "Why are there only 36? Zhang Jing inquired. "Isn't there a population of fewer than 100 households in the area?" "Not quite," Zhang Yuheng clarified. "There are indeed over 100 households, but nearly 30 of those families consist of young, unmarried adults." "Ah," Zhang Jing nodded in understanding. "I will handle this matter myself. After this year's autumn harvest, I shall issue a decree to facilitate marriages. The situation will surely improve. Have you married yet?" At this point, Zhang Jing glanced at Zhang Yu's missing left arm. "Yes, my lord," Zhang Yu replied, a touch embarrassed as he scratched his head. "I married shortly after taking office as the village head. But I did not force her into it." "That is reassuring." Zhang Jing patted Zhang Yu on the shoulder, saying, regardless of circumstances, "You are all brothers of the Qihua army, my soldiers under Zhang Yuheng. As long as you thrive, I shall not forget you. It's not merely about wealth and luxury. But at the very least, I wish for you to have descendants and live free from worry about food and clothing." "My lord," Zhang Yu said. His voice choked with emotion as he gazed at Zhang Jing. The eyes of Dian Wei and the others glistened with unshed tears, deeply moved. Even Tai Shirtzi felt a stirring in his heart. He had never anticipated that Zhang Jing would possess such a character. "Enough of this nonsense," Zhang Jing said tersely. "How much grain is available? If it suffices, I shall dine here with you at noon, and I will arrange for replenishment later." "There is more than enough," Zhang Yu quickly replied, wiping his tears. "In total, we have 327 mouths to feed, with 45 stones of grain remaining, sufficient for nearly 10 days. In 2 days, April will arrive, and more grain will be delivered. There is no need to trouble you, my lord. Then go and make the necessary arrangements." Zhang Jing nodded slightly. "There are 500 brothers here. I will first visit the youth academy." He refrained from asking further questions. "Why are there still 45 stones left?" "The grain under governance is calculated based on rations, with each person receiving 2 pounds a day, which corresponds to 1 pound in later times. The common folk do not kindle fires at home. Rather, it is organized by the local officials, who gather people to cook, turning it into nourishing porridge. Some have larger appetites while others, such as children, have smaller ones. Even for children, the ration is calculated as 1 pound per day." "Good lord. I shall make the arrangements right away," Zhang Yu said, directing the village head to lead Zhang Jing, while he himself proceeded to make arrangements. The youth academy is located in the eastern part of the village, covering an area of approximately 300 square feet. Rice, millet, sorghum, and hemp, These are the staples. As Zhang Jing was about to enter the academy, two discordant voices reached his ears: breads, cakes, wheat, rice, sweet bean porridge. Zhang Jing left the soldiers outside and entered with a few companions, including Dian Wei. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a middle-aged man sitting on the ground in a peculiar posture, weaving straw sandals. "You are the Lord." The middle-aged man noticed someone had entered, and upon seeing Zhang Jing, his face changed dramatically, exclaiming in surprise, "There is no need for excessive formalities." Zhang Jing, recognizing the man's identity as he saw him about to bow, swiftly stepped forward to steady him, his expression grave as he inquired, "How is life here? Are you at peace?" The middle-aged man was a veteran who had returned from the battlefield. Now, having lost both legs, his posture differed from that of ordinary people. "Thanks to your kindness, my lord," the middle-aged man replied, visibly moved. "The neighborhood is harmonious, and the youth academy has dedicated caretakers. This is a peace I have never known in my life. I only regret not being able to fight for you again." "Peace is what matters," Zhang Jing said, his eyes reddening at the words. "It is not easy for my brothers to survive the battlefield. If you can live in peace, then I can rest easy. I cannot allow my brothers who follow me to suffer and shed tears." "My lord," the middle-aged man cried out, his iron heart breaking, and he wept bitterly. Dian Wei, typically stoic, also found his eyes moist as he gazed skyward, fists clenching behind his back, echoing the sentiment. "If you live in peace, I can rest easy. I cannot let my brothers who follow me bleed and weep." Tai Shirzi observed the weeping veteran, softly murmuring those straightforward words. His heart moved, and his own eyes glistened with tears. Chapter 80. Thoughts of the academy and food in the village. The commotion in the courtyard of the youth academy naturally reached the interior. Upon hearing the title of Lord, the teacher quickly exited and happened to catch Zhang Jing's words. However, he refrained from interrupting. He was not dismissed from military service due to a lack of ability or serious injury, but rather because he was literate, and thus became the village elder. The Lord even conferred upon him a powerful title, Principal. A group of children emerged, but upon seeing so many strangers in the courtyard, they instinctively hid behind the principal, afraid to speak. "Men should show strength. A little crying is enough," Zhang Jing said with tearful eyes, playfully chiding, "If you keep crying, you'll make me cry too. And then there won't be anything good for you to eat." "I shall not cry, my lord." The middle-aged man hastily wiped away his tears and spoke in a halting manner, "I shall not weep any longer. Do you have any offspring at home?" Zhang Jing gently patted the man's back to soothe his emotions. "No," the man replied quietly, his composure returning. "I joined the Taiping Dao during the Shiping era, and prior to that, my parents perished from starvation. It has been nearly 20 years. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jing couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, noting that the first year of Shiping was 172 AD and that the era lasted for 7 years, and now it was already 193 AD. "Indeed, my lord, you are most perceptive." The middle-aged man nodded earnestly. "I have been in the Taiping Dao for 18 years now. What do you think?" Zhang Jing regarded him thoughtfully and remarked, "With your constitution, is there still a chance for you to continue your lineage? If so, I shall devise a plan for you." "My lord, I am capable," the middle-aged man responded, a hint of surprise mixed with a blush as he considered his nearing 40s and his solitary existence over these years in the Taiping Dao. Now, his lord intended to find him a match. The sudden prospect of happiness left him feeling somewhat bashful. "Enough of your rambling." Zhang Jing feigned anger. "Just tell me if you are willing. Do not ponder over other matters. Even if you cannot till the land, would I allow you to starve?" "My lord, I am willing," the middle-aged man affirmed with a determined nod. "That is the spirit," Zhang Jing declared. "I shall instruct the village chief to arrange for a suitable girl to marry you. I will grant her family a 10-year tax exemption, and you may continue residing in the youth academy, where sustenance will always be provided until your marriage. I shall exempt your family from taxes for a century thereafter." Although Zhang Jing could not provide substantial military pensions at present, he vowed to do everything within his power. Veterans, even the wounded, are invaluable treasures. By ensuring their welfare, he hoped to inspire more soldiers to brave the battlefield without fear. It may sound overly pragmatic, yet this is the harsh reality. Nevertheless, no other lord or dynasty could match Zhang Jing's benevolence. "Long live my lord." The middle-aged man prostrated on the ground, his face flushed as he declared, "If I have a next life, I shall surely serve my lord, riding beside you to vanquish foes. When my offspring are born, they shall also become your soldiers, unrepentant even in death." "Rise," Zhang Jing urged as he helped him to his feet. Your craftsmanship in weaving straw sandals is commendable. In a few months, when commerce opens in Yenzhou, the items you create can be exchanged for wealth through the village chief, which will aid in your household expenses. What does it matter if you lack legs? As a soldier under my command, do not lose heart. Brighter days are yet to come. Yes, my lord. I believe in you. The middle-aged man's eyes sparkled with hope, filled with anticipation for the years ahead. Are you Principal Li He? Zhang Jing inquired, patting the middle-aged man's shoulder as he noticed a scholar stepping out of the room. I am Li He, at your service, my lord. Li He promptly responded with a respectful salute. No need for formalities, Zhang Jing said, glancing at the children. You taught well just now. Even if it was merely a hurried lesson, your task is to ensure they are all acquainted with it. In due course, schools will be established in the village and the county, while the central authority will establish academies. If these young ones can gain admission to the esteemed academies, you too shall have the opportunity to impart knowledge within their hallowed halls. Should your scholarly pursuits be guided with wisdom, you may even ascend to govern a county. Do not allow the confines of this humble courtyard to deter you from your academic endeavors, for knowledge knows no bounds. And only through diligent study can one unlock infinite possibilities in the future. Zhang Jing marveled at his own ability to weave grand aspirations. His skill in articulating visions becoming increasingly fluid, truly reaching a realm of effortless eloquence. His subordinates would surely remember their lord's teachings. Li He's face flushed with respect as he clasped his fists and proclaimed loudly, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to teaching and scholarship, living up to the expectations of my lord. My lord, the meal is ready. At that moment, Zhang Yuheng rushed over, panting with exertion. Let us proceed. Zhang Jing nodded slightly, stepping forward to lift a 3-year-old child into his arms, smiling as he said, Let us go together. Dianwei, please carry this little brother. Yes, Dianwei replied respectfully, and without hesitation, he approached and lifted the child, much to the astonishment of the middle-aged man. Little one, Zhang Jing said, looking at the child who was calm and not crying, his hair a golden hue. What is your name? I am Li Bai, the child replied with bright eyes, eagerly gazing at Zhang Jing. It was given to me by the teacher. They do not know who my parents are. Big brother, do you know? Li Bai. What a splendid name, Zhang Jing thought, nearly losing his grip on the child, but since it was a name bestowed by Li He, there was no cause for concern. He gently replied, Of course, big brother knows, but that is a question best saved for when you are older. Yes, I will grow up quickly. The child nodded earnestly, his face alight with innocent joy. In a brief moment, they arrived at the office of the village chief, where nearly 300 townsfolk had already gathered. My lord, Zhang Yuheng said, presenting a bowl of hot porridge, topped with some meat, clearly prepared with care. Li He. Zhang Jing accepted the wooden bowl with one hand, settling down casually while still holding the child. He instructed, Go and fetch those little ones. Yes, Li He replied respectfully. Now open your mouth. Zhang Jing placed Li Bai on the ground, reveling in the joy of feeding him, and the little one obediently opened his mouth. Once all the children had gathered, Zhang Jing handed over the bowl and commanded, Distribute the meat among them, and prepare another bowl for me. Do not take matters into your own hands. Understood. Zhang Yuheng responded, his expression shifting as he hurriedly took the bowl back, then handed it to Li He, as he deemed it inappropriate to distribute the food himself. Zhang Jing inquired, What kind of meat is this? All thanks to the Lord's benevolence, Zhang Yuheng replied with utmost respect, This is rabbit meat. Delivered from the pavilion yesterday, weighing a good 3 pounds. More meat will arrive from the pavilion tomorrow. General Dian. Just as Zhang Jing was conversing with Zhang Yuheng, Taisher Ci quietly approached Dianwei with a bowl of hot porridge, puzzled, What is the story behind this rabbit meat? Chapter 81. Zhang Jing. The Han Dynasty should meet its end. This must be the work of the Falcon Guard. Dianwei, taking a sip of the hot porridge, replied in a deep voice, My lord established a Falcon Guard during the mid-month to seek out meat in the mountains and rivers. The game they procure will be allocated by the government to various villages. Certainly, this includes military camps everywhere. Since the advent of the Falcon Guard, this porridge has become more flavorful than before. As he spoke, Dianwei took a large sip, his face reflecting sheer satisfaction. Previously? Tai Shirzi inquired. Puzzled, has General Dian consumed porridge before? What does it mean to have eaten porridge previously? Dianwei cast a sidelong glance at Tai Shirzi and replied nonchalantly, Ever since I joined the Qihua army, I have had 2 meals a day, each consisting of porridge. Just like our lord. Upon hearing this, Tai Shizi's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at the sight of Zhang Jing enjoying his porridge not far away. He found it difficult to fathom. He had assumed that meals like the one at noon today would be an occasional treat for Zhang Jing, who, he thought, would typically have an abundance of meat. However, Dian Wei's words completely overturned his preconceived notions. Is it due to the army's formidable strength? Reflecting on the message he had previously sent to Zhang Jing, Tai Shizi looked once more at the steaming porridge in his bowl, and it seemed he suddenly grasped the meaning of Qihua. After realizing this, he wished he could find a crevice to hide in. It could be said that the rations of the Qihua army were the worst of their era, almost without exception. As the time approached for the afternoon meal, Zhang Jing instructed Zhang Yuheng primarily to arrange a marriage for the old soldier in the academy, certainly sharing the conditions as well. He believed that with these stipulations, there would be commoners willing to marry their children to the soldier, if no one was willing inside. Zhang Jing looked at Zhang Yuheng and said earnestly, "Then you should seek out the pavilion chief. If he cannot manage it, then approach the official. If the official fails, I shall dismiss him. Do you understand?" "Rest assured, my lord, I comprehend." Zhang Yuheng nodded earnestly. Furthermore, Zhang Jing added, "If there are skilled artisans among the populace, regardless of their craft, you should keep an eye on them. The central government will establish a merchant convoy, and the pavilion will have a permanent merchant association then." "I can see it," Dian Wei remarked to Tai Shizi. "Your skills should be quite good. Why not have a spar with me? If you lose, you could serve as my deputy." "What if General Dian loses?" Tai Shizi responded with intrigue. "It is said that in literary pursuits there is no first, and in martial prowess, no second. Those with a modicum of skill believe themselves invincible, and Tai Shizi, who had never encountered a worthy opponent, felt confident that he would not be the one to fall. "I shall not lose," Dian Wei replied with conviction. Tai Shizi, somewhat speechless, then replied, "I shall not lose either." "No, just say whether you are willing to wager or not." Dian Wei dismissed Tai Shizi's words entirely, as his deputy had been assigned by their lord to drill the vanguard. "I want to wager." Tai Shizi suppressed his frustration, mainly because he was not yet ready to pledge his allegiance. Winning or losing would not be favorable. At that moment, Zhang Jing approached, mounted his horse, and gazed at the fertile fields in the distance, stating, "This journey has not been in vain. At least we now understand the lives of the people in Taishan County, and they will surely improve in the future." "General Zhang," Tai Shizi suddenly interjected, "forgive my boldness, but may I inquire if you have considered submitting to the court? What is there to gain in submitting to the court?" Before Zhang Jing could speak, Dian Wei interjected, "I was once a military officer myself, only to be betrayed by that scoundrel Zhang Miao. I foolishly believed that my talents had been discovered by them." "Ziyu," Zhang Jing began, "if we were to submit to the court, it would merely lead my brothers into a fiery abyss. Moreover, with the lords rising across the realm, and none of them yielding to the court, would it not be absurd for me to be the sole one to submit? Ziyu, I ask you, what is your origin?" Hearing this, Tai Shizi pondered, "I must be regarded as of humble beginnings." "You hail from humble origins," Zhang Jing continued. "I have heard of your prowess. In this chaotic era, do you truly believe that you might rise to prominence?" Tai Shizi reflected on the treatment he had received over the years, alongside Kong Rong's pedantry. He hesitated to answer, for he genuinely saw no hope of advancement. Since Emperor Guangwu vanquished Wang Meng's chaos, Zhang Jing spoke gravely. It marked the beginning of a shared governance between the gentry and the emperor. The system of filial piety and integrity twisted in its essence. The aristocracy amassed fertile lands, passing down official positions as if they were heirlooms. It has nearly reached the point where a father's death begets the son's succession. They appear to act by the rules, yet in truth, they incessantly encroach upon the survival space of the common folk. The wise and virtuous transform the sufferings of the populace into furious roars, leading to the rise of the Taiping Dao against Han, with the wise and virtuous serving as the vanguard for the king. As long as the Han system remains unchanged, the survival issues of the common people cannot be resolved. Ziyu, do you believe the court can remedy such matters? What problems does the aristocracy face? In Zhang Jing's eyes, they face none. They too operate by their own rules. Are there those who forcibly annex land? Certainly, but they are not many. The ordinary folk, lacking resilience against risks, will willingly approach the aristocracy, selling their lands, and even themselves, packaged together. The aristocracy accepts the fertile fields and the common folk, who in turn express gratitude towards them. This forms a cycle, an unsolvable dilemma of this era. Zhang Jing held no deep grievances against the aristocracy. After all, one's position often dictates one's perspective. His suppression of the aristocracy and the implementation of policies such as land taxation were primarily motivated by his desire to ascend to the throne. Secondly, he wished to prevent the tragic sinking of the realm once more. As for the insurmountable issues of this age, Zhang Jing possessed his own methods. Taishurzi remained silent, realizing he was powerless to refute. The Han Dynasty is destined for downfall. Zhang Jing continued, in Yizhou, Liu Yin, a relative of the Han house, occupies a fifth of the land and nearly a fifth of the populace, yet he deliberately allows Zhang Lu to sever the Han Zhong, thereby cutting off all ties with the court and bolstering his own military might. In Jizhou, Yuan Shao, in Qingzhou, Liu Biao, and Kong Beihai, a descendant of sages, despite their intentions to restore the Han, lack military acumen and fail to perceive the grand scheme. Should a lord invade Qingzhou, Beihai could issue proclamations from his stronghold. Taishurzi's expression grew complex upon hearing the mention of Kong Rao. Do you agree? Zhang Jing inquired, gazing at Taishurzi with a knowing look. After stabilizing in Beihai, Taishurzi had gone to Yangzhou to ally with Liu Yao of the same commandery. However, Liu Yao's position as the inspector of Yangzhou would not be secured until the following year, leaving Taishurzi with nowhere to go at present. Zhang Jiangjun aspired for dominion over the realm. At this moment, even Taishurzi, despite his simplicity, began to comprehend the situation. Ha! Zhang Jinglang laughed heartily, stating, with an army of 200,000, comprising 1,000 capable generals, govern 3 million subjects whose hearts are as resolute as iron. Liu Bang, who once thrived on the salaries bestowed by Ying Zhang, was able to rebel, leading to the 4 centuries of the Han Dynasty. I, Zhang Yuheng, was originally a commoner from Beihai. If I can rise to prominence through my endeavors, why should I not participate in this grand struggle? Is General Zhang from Beihai? Taishurzi was momentarily taken aback by the revelation, but soon recollected himself, for he was indeed aware of this matter, albeit it had slipped his mind in their earlier interactions. Does he not know this? A flicker of surprise passed through Zhang Jing's eyes. Was his reputation as a Beihai commoner not sufficiently renowned? In a fleeting moment, it had been forgotten. Taishurzi, upon hearing this, wore an embarrassed expression, while internally he grappled with uncertainty. The other party hailed from Beihai, and aligning with him seemed devoid of complications, given the latter's current stature. As long as he refrained from engaging in foolishness, participating in this grand tide would grant him ample qualifications. As for the Han court, Taishurzi had relinquished any notions of loyalty upon hearing of Liu Bang's rebellion. Chapter 82. Zhang Jing's sincerity. Taishurzi pledges loyalty, observing that the moment was ripe. Zhang Jing solemnly declared, the world is in disarray, with lords rising in rebellion. Thus, it is our time to rise as well. A true man, born into this chaotic world, should wield a 3-foot sword and establish everlasting accomplishments. Should you assist me, I possess 5,000 warhorses at Xiaqiu, which I can offer for the formation of an iron cavalry unit. This is my utmost sincerity. An exceptional martial general significantly influences the morale of an army. This is not merely about combat prowess. The tales of martial contests are trivial, and as for the romance of the 3 kingdoms, that is merely fiction. A fierce warrior, akin to the dual-flowered red sticks of a gang, charges to the forefront in battle, rendering others powerless against him. Naturally, morale source. Zhang Jing appreciated such warriors. Yet if they were adversaries, he would employ every means to vanquish them. As Zhang Jing concluded his words, Dian Wei and the other commanders of the Central Army were left astounded. After all, 5,000 warhorses were the most precious assets within the current army in need of survival. Taishurzi looked at Zhang Jing, visibly moved, and upon meeting the latter's earnest gaze, he withdrew his gaze, dismounted, and knelt on one knee, clasping his fist with conviction. I, Taishurzi, am honored by your lordship's regard, and am willing to devote my utmost efforts to serve you. To claim he was unmoved would be disingenuous. Those were 5,000 warhorses. Moreover, Zhang Jing's words resonated deeply with his personal philosophy. A true man, born amidst chaos, ought to wield a 3-foot sword and achieve extraordinary feats. The officers looked at Taishurzi with envy, tinged with curiosity, eager to uncover the capabilities of this logistics officer. Please rise swiftly. Zhang Jing, overwhelmed with joy, likewise dismounted to assist Taishurzi in standing, sincerely stating, with your assistance, I, Zhang Yuheng, shall soar like a tiger with wings. You do not do me justice, my lord. Taishurzi spoke. As a newcomer, I have yet to achieve any merit. I humbly request that you retract your command and allow me to first slay generals and seize flags. After that, I shall prove my worth. Zhang Jing interjected. In the military, while experience is acknowledged, skills are of greater importance. I assure you, I will not misjudge a person. Therefore, I will relay orders to each army, permitting you to select and train 2,000 valiant soldiers. Luo Shi shall serve as your deputy, and he will also choose 500 brave warriors, culminating in a total of 2,500 cavalry. At that time, you may engage in some sparring with your comrades, and they shall surely have no further grievances. How do you feel about this, Z? I eagerly anticipate this opportunity. Tai Shirtzi, with deep respect, clasped his fists and exclaimed, I thank you, my lord. Z, shall we practice together later? Just then, Dianwei interjected with a grin. Very well, Dianwei. Without waiting for Tai Shirtzi's response, Zhang Jing turned to Dianwei and said, Zi is still new and tasked with forming the cavalry. He is quite busy. Once he becomes familiar with the matters at hand, you two may engage in practice. He genuinely feared that Tai Shirtzi, being newly arrived, might lose confidence if defeated by Dianwei. Should that occur, it would be most unfortunate. That works too. I accept the command. Both Dianwei and Tai Shirtzi acquiesced, the former appearing indifferent and the latter genuinely busy. In truth, the cavalry could only practice infantry skills for the time being. The use of warhorses would have to wait until after the autumn harvest. Upon returning to Fengao, Zhang Jing instructed Tai Shirtzi to compose a letter to summon his family to Fengao. My lord, Tai Shirtzi remarked as he finished the letter, Lord Kong governs effectively, and there is little danger in Beihai. Not so, Zhang Jing replied, shaking his head. The Qihua army ultimately originated from the Taiping Dao. Presently, the public's understanding of my troops is insufficient. Your mother remaining in Beihai may expose her to various slanders. One must be wary of the power of words. Your words ring true, Tai Shirtzi acknowledged, suddenly realizing, I have been remiss in my considerations, almost placing my mother in peril. While composing the letter, he had even contemplated the idea of taking his family as hostages, yet he had not anticipated that the Lord was actually concerned for his well-being. As he accompanied the Lord in his travels, he had forgotten that the Qihua army's origins lay with the Yellow Turbans, a fact overshadowed by the present tranquility under their governance, which bore no resemblance to banditry. Dianwei, Zhang Jing took the letter and instructed, immediately dispatch a team of brothers, disguised, to enter Qingzhou and bring your mother back to Yuan. Additionally, have another brother deliver 6 stones of grain to the village head. Zhang Yuheng, I accept the command. Dianwei replied respectfully, My lord, are we in dire need of provisions? After Dianwei departed, Tai Shirtzi, curious, turned to Zhang Jing. Indeed, Zhang Jing nodded. Since the establishment of Qihua, provisions have been as taut as a stretched bowstring, capable of snapping at any moment, leading to uncontrollable consequences. After defeating Yuan Shu, the population under our governance has exceeded 360,000. Z. Can you guess how much grain is needed for spring sowing with such a multitude of people? 500,000 stones? Tai Shirtzi mused, offering what he deemed a reasonable estimate. 720,000 stones. Zhang Jing corrected him. Zhang Jing elucidated that under the governance of the Qihua army, irrespective of military or civilian status and regardless of age, each individual would receive 10 acres of fertile land, with the requisite grain for cultivation amounting to 2 stones. Lord. Tai Shirtzi swallowed hard, hesitatingly inquired, who will assist the elderly and weak in the spring plowing of their lands? His astonishment was palpable upon hearing this. To say nothing of the 720,000, the most he had ever witnessed was this delivery of 80,000 stones of grain. Yet, even that necessitated over 10,000 laborers merely to transport the grain to Yanzhou. The sheer magnitude of 700,000 stones was beyond his comprehension. Zhang Jing responded, naturally. The village head will organize manpower to aid in the spring sowing and autumn harvest. After all, being an official is fundamentally about serving the people. If this cannot be accomplished, it merely indicates that the village head is inadequate, and a more competent one should be appointed. As Tai Shirtzi spent more time with Zhang Jing, his worldview underwent a continual transformation, gradually instilling in him a firm belief in Zhang Jing's assertions. In truth, it was not only Tai Shirtzi, many citizens across the 4 counties shared his sentiments, deeply trusting in Zhang Jing's actions and words. This marked a significant ideological shift. Given a little more time, this ideology would inevitably erupt, spreading throughout the various provinces and counties of the Han Dynasty, thereby influencing a greater multitude. My lord. Just as the two engaged in conversation, Sima Ju burst in eagerly, respectfully stating, Sui has returned with news that the provisions from Qingzhou have been successfully negotiated. They are willing to lend us 600,000 stones of grain. Excellent, Zhang Jing replied. Then let Sui return and convey my gratitude to Zhang Ba. Securing grain from Qingzhou is no small feat. Zhang Ba's cooperation has been invaluable, for without it, persuading Tao Qian would have proven exceedingly difficult. Yes, Sima Zhu respectfully clasped his fists in acknowledgement. I also need to send a letter of assurance to Kong Beihai. As a thought crossed his mind, Zhang Jing smiled and added, let us not only consider the 80,000 stones of grain. Merely facilitating Ziyu's arrival is significant, for in the future, should the kingdom of Beihai encounter difficulties, I, Zhang Yuheng, shall offer my utmost assistance. Your subordinate expresses gratitude, my lord. Tai Shirzi felt a surge of emotion upon hearing this. Although he had not pledged allegiance to Kong Rong nor received an official position from him, he had nonetheless been accorded the respect he deserved. If the lord refrained from causing difficulties for Lord Kong, he would be more than pleased. Chapter 83, Yuan Shu. This imperial edict is clearly forged. In early April, in Yuzhou, at the Grand Hall of the Taishou's residence in Pingyu City, Yuan Shu sat high in the main seat, his expression one of indifference as he surveyed those below. General on the left. Ma Rida's countenance was grim as he declared, I act under the mandate of the realm, bearing the imperial edict to proceed. Enough, enough. Yuan Shu interjected with growing impatience. After all this talk of the edict, you ought to present it for our examination. Otherwise, how can anyone discern the truth of your claims? Wouldn't you agree, gentlemen? Recently, Yuan Shu had exhibited signs of arrogance. Not only had progress in Yinzhou been smooth, but he had also absorbed the remnants of Sun Jian's forces, and on the surface, Yangzhou was under his dominion. This was largely due to the current governor of Yangzhou, Qinyu, who was indeed one of Yuan Gonglu's appointees. Having been elevated to his position earlier in the year, the returns were now evident, encompassing Lujiang, Danyang, and Wu County. Although from a geographical perspective, Yuan Shu's territory was riddled with vulnerabilities, yet he remained utterly unconcerned, even believing himself to be extraordinarily formidable. After all, he considered himself the chosen one, the rightful leader of the Han. Whenever this notion crossed his mind, his disdain for Ma Rida intensified. Ha ha ha, my lord speaks wisely. Where is your seal? Old man, show it to us. Ah, indeed. My lord is correct. Let us see it. What if this old fool lacks one? Upon hearing Yuan Shu's remarks, the assembly of scholars and warriors erupted in laughter, many sharing Yuan Shu's sentiment of invincibility, dismissing Ma Rida entirely. The seal is here. Ma Rida, witnessing the mockery, furiously retrieved a copper plate shaped like a ram, inscribed with characters, raising it high and declaring, the seal is here. You should hurry. Is this what you call a seal? Before Ma Rida could finish, Yuan Shu appeared before him, snatching the seal and scrutinizing it. This is clearly a counterfeit. Someone, come forth. After determining the authenticity of the seal, Yuan Shu waved his hand and commanded in a deep voice, throw these impostors of the emperor's emissary out. How dare you? Ma Rida, taken aback, never anticipated Yuan Shu would seize a seal. Regaining his composure, he was engulfed by fury and spat out a mouthful of blood. What are you standing there for? Yuan Shu observed the generals in a stupor and frowned. Why are you not throwing them out immediately? Yes. The dazed soldiers hurriedly bowed in respect and, with great efficiency, expelled Ma Rida and his entourage. My lord, I have seen the seal, and it is indeed a forgery. Before Yin Xiang could elaborate, Yuan Shu interrupted, asserting that the power of explanation lay solely with Yuan Gonglu. My lord's discernment is commendable. Yin Xiang, recognizing the inevitability of the situation, bowed deeply to Yuan Shu. My lord's discernment is commendable. The assembly of scholars and warriors echoed, many truly believing the seal was a counterfeit. Indeed, Yuan Shu nodded in satisfaction and commanded, Sun Bin, immediately gather 3,000 troops and dispatch them to Yangzhou to assist Qinyu in subduing the Shanyue and reclaiming the remaining prefectures. His reasons for seizing Ma Rida's seal were twofold, a desire for independence and the strategic importance of Yangzhou. If Ma Rida were to reach Yangzhou and Qinyu were to cease hostilities, it would pose a significant threat to Yuan Shu. He had already devised a plan. Once he secured Yangzhou, he would unite forces from Yuzhou and Yangzhou to encircle Qingzhou. Upon breaching Qingzhou, he would ascend to the throne. Furthermore, he would appoint Zhang Yuheng as a general. From that point on, the regions of Su and Qing would be his to command, merely requiring a proclamation to consolidate control. If Yuan Shao complied, he would be granted a princely title. Let it not be said that Yuan Shu did not acknowledge this brotherhood. Your orders are understood. Sun Bin stepped forward respectfully to respond. Meanwhile, in Qingzhou, before Zhao Qi could enter the Hejian kingdom, Yuan Shao and Cao Cao led thousands of troops, traveling hundreds of miles to Anping's Wui city, receiving Zhao Qi with the utmost decorum, as if he were an emperor himself. The words of the Duke of Qin are indeed sound. Faced with Zhao Qi's reproach, Yuan Shao wore a countenance of contrition, respectfully stating, "It is indeed my fault. I shall send a letter to Gongsun to negotiate a ceasefire and restore peace." After this exchange, Zhao Qi found no grounds for anger, but rather perceived Yuan Shao as a true loyal minister. In Yinzhou, Dongping Kingdom, within the Grand Hall of Wanqing, Zhang Jing listened intently to Cheng Yu's report and remarked slowly, "Now that the Han court has dispatched envoys to Qingzhou, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Yuan Shao and Gongsun will undoubtedly reach a truce. Despite the current heated conflict between them, Gongsun has already suffered significant losses at Yuan Shao's hands. Zhang Yin is no match for Elbu, and the fiercest battles are occurring in the plains of Qingzhou. However, with Tian Kai and Liu Bei having crossed the river, even with 100,000 troops under Yuan Tan, crossing the Yellow River in a short time is an impossibility. Thus, the situation has fallen into a stalemate. Yuan Shao has begun to contemplate a ceasefire. After all, since he took control of Qingzhou, years of warfare have left even the richest province unable to endure such tribulation. Your Excellency is wise. Cheng Yu nodded in agreement and expressed his concern. What troubles me is that if the two men cease hostilities, will they have the capability to encircle our forces? Had the Han envoys not arrived, I would not have such worries, but now, with their presence, this possibility arises. Even though the Qihua army is not afraid, initiating hostilities will undoubtedly impose considerable repercussions on our domain. It is indeed challenging. Zhang Jing pondered. Currently, Gongsun is retreating to Yuzhou to lick his wounds, and Qingzhou can muster no more than 30,000 troops. Yuan Shao, desiring to conquer Yinzhou, would hesitate to launch a full-scale assault. Furthermore, there is still Cao Cao in Qingzhou. Since Cao Cao retreated to Hebei, he has been sharpening his military prowess, casting a covetous eye upon Yinzhou. However, Yuan Shu's swift defeat has dashed Cao Cao's ambitions. At present, Cao Cao has two choices, either to wholly submit to Yuan Shao, or to seek an alternative path to establish a new base. What do you think he will choose? Zhang Jing mused. He had always regarded this formidable figure with caution. Should he align with Yuan Shao, it would indeed pose a significant dilemma. After all, in his past life, when he was severely weakened by Elbu and Yinzhou, Cao Cao had harbored similar thoughts, and his current predicament is hardly more favorable. My lord. Cheng Yu stroked his beard and said, I believe Cao Cao will not align with Yuan Shao. Why is that? Zhang Jing inquired, recalling that it was Cheng Yu who had vehemently opposed Cao Cao's allegiance to Yuan in the past. Cheng Yu replied earnestly, if Cao Cao had intentions of siding with Yuan, he should have moved with the main army when Yuan Shao's troops were redeployed, thereby seizing the opportunity to achieve merit. Chapter 84. Cao Cao, Zhang Yuheng, a hero of the age indeed. What you say is correct. A smile graced Zhang Jing's face as he continued. Since Cao Cao harbors ulterior motives, he must possess other plans. Merely relying on Yuan Shao and his coalition of lords would not suffice to threaten Yinzhou. At most, it would only serve as a tentative probe. In Zhang Jing's view, unless Gongsun were to act irrationally, the prospect of a combined assault on Yinzhou seems unfathomable. After all, Gongsun had previously been deceived by Yuan Shao, only to be met with Yuan Shao's betrayal, who turned against him. Even now, despite a truce between the two sides, the weakened Gongsun would hardly dare to scheme against the tiger. At most, he would pay lip service for the sake of the Han Dynasty. But there is no possibility of any substantial effort on his part. Moreover, his territory in Yinzhou is not to be trifled with. Your Excellency, please see clearly. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yu set aside his worries and respectfully stated, now that the spring plowing is complete, 5 days hence will be an auspicious day. I believe we can establish the office on that day. To Cheng Yu, the establishment of the office was of great significance. Not only would it require the presence of military generals, but all the county magistrates from various regions under his jurisdiction would also need to attend, which is why it has been postponed until now. What of the hero's shrine in the south of the city? Zhang Jing, upon hearing this, did not make an immediate decision, but rather inquired about the progress on Wang Du's side. Your Excellency, Cheng Yu pondered, as far as I know, the hero's shrine in the southern city has recently been completed, and the inscription is currently being carved. It should be ready to open within 3 days. Indeed. Zhang Jing nodded slightly. Let us schedule the ceremony for 5 days from now. We shall first pay homage to the heroes, and then proceed with the establishment of the office. Your Excellency is wise. Chen Yu expressed his agreement and respectfully bowed to Zhang Jing. In Qingzhou, in the state of Hejian, near the He-Tua River outside of Leking, Cao Cao was accompanying Zhao Qi as they walked through Yuan Shao's great camp. Mingda, Zhao Qi arrived at a watchtower and observed the soldiers training in the distance. His aged face etched with concern as he remarked, I have also heard of the events in Yinzhou. Are the Yellow Turbans truly that fierce? I would not dare to deceive you, Lord Ben. Cao Cao replied with a bitter expression, the Yellow Turbans of Yinzhou originally came from Qingzhou, with merely over 300,000 upon their arrival. Once they entered Yinzhou, they pillaged everywhere, carrying off the common folk, and within a few short months, their numbers swelled to 1 million. I was initially appointed as the governor of Dongjun, but under duress, I accepted the role of inspector of Yinzhou. Yet, facing the ever-growing Yellow Turbans, I found no effective means to combat them, and I also suffered the loss of my dear friend, the Prime Minister of Jibei, Bao Xin. I had thought that as winter set in, the Yellow Turbans would suffer from a lack of provisions, and, even if they did not surrender to the court, they would eventually perish. However, after the death of Zhang Rao, a new leader emerged among the Yellow Turbans, Zhang Yuheng. It is unclear where he acquired his cunning, but he has mastered a form of mechanical warfare capable of launching massive boulders over 200 paces, obliterating everything in its path, reducing city towers to dust, instilling terror in the hearts of the soldiers. Even as I bravely resisted, I found myself gravely injured, losing my helmet and armor. And by the time the remaining 20,000 defenders regrouped, less than 1,000 remained. Had it not been for the loyal and valiant generals who sacrificed their lives to break through, I would have met a far worse fate. At this point, a hint of sorrow crossed Cao Cao's face as he lamented, I too shall surely sacrifice my life in this endeavor. Mingda has suffered greatly. Zhao Qi, moved by these words, furrowed his brow and said, if the Yellow Turbans possess such formidable weaponry, how will the court respond if they raid the provinces again? Ha. Do not worry, Lord Ben. Cao Cao appeared to offer reassurance. Yet beneath his laughter lay a tinge of melancholy and reflection as he continued, at present, the Yellow Turbans in Yinzhou can no longer be called Yellow Turbans. They should be referred to as the Beggar's Army. From what I understand, Zhang Yuheng is not only ruthless and cunning, but also harbors great ambitions and possesses the qualities of a warlord. Oh, upon hearing Cao Cao's assessment, Zhao Qi was taken aback and inquired, what leads you to this conclusion? After seizing the entirety of Yinzhou, Cao Cao replied earnestly, there is no arrogance in his demeanor. Rather, he exhibits remarkable restraint. He has relocated the populace from the 4 southwestern counties of Yinzhou to the 4 northeastern counties, forsaking the fertile lands of the southwest as if they were mere refuse. Such audacity is rare in this world. He continued, if it were in the hands of a fool, armed with siege weaponry and legions, they would surely plunder regions like Yuzhou and Shuzhou. Yet Zhang Yuheng has chosen a different path. Mengda's words resonated with truth. Zhao Qi felt a jolt in his heart, realizing he had underestimated the Yellow Turbans of Yinzhou. Cao Cao gazed at Zhao Qi and queried, are you aware of what great deeds Zhang Yuheng has accomplished after securing the 4 counties of Yinzhou? Great deeds? Zhao Qi furrowed his brow, asking, does Mingda refer to the defeat of General Yuanshu? Not at all. Cao Cao shook his head with a solemn expression. Please enlighten me. Yao Qi, situated far in Chang'an, could only grasp a fragment of the situation in the Central Plains, with little else beyond that. The grand undertaking can be summarized in 16 characters. Cao Cao inhaled deeply, stating, abolishing the poll tax, integrating land and poll taxes, exempting all miscellaneous taxes, and returning the excess to the public. He reformed the tax system? Zhao Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. Although he felt a vague sense of awe, he remained skeptical, pondering what taxes could be collected from a populace in disarray. Governance itself was a daunting challenge. Very well. Noting Zhao Qi's lack of surprise, Cao Cao understood it stemmed from the latter's limited knowledge and proceeded. Allow me to elaborate to Lord Benqing, after which you shall discern the formidable nature of the Qihua army. Let us first discuss the governance of the 4 counties. Zhang Yuheng has wielded the sword against the aristocracy and gentry of Yinzhou, employing the remnants for his own purposes. Thus, Yinzhou lacks no capable officials for governance. Over the span of half an hour, Cao Cao conveyed all he had learned, along with his analyses, to Zhao Qi without withholding any information. After listening, Zhao Qi was rendered speechless by Cao Cao's insights. The power of the Qihua army, in Zhao Qi's eyes, had seemingly surpassed that of Yuan Shao, a rather alarming realization. Yet, the court appeared to possess no viable solutions. Mingda, Zhao Qi's expression grew solemn. If I were to risk my reputation, I might persuade both Binchu and Gong Sunzan to jointly mobilize forces in Yanzhou. I also have confidence in convincing Lu Yuzhou. The threat posed by the Qihua army loomed large in Zhao Qi's mind. Following Cao Cao's analysis, it became evident that if they could withstand the upcoming autumn harvest, the Qihua army would likely find itself in an invincible position. Lord Biqing, your sincerity is commendable, and I hold you in the highest regard. Cao Cao slowly shook his head, responding, if we were to unite our forces to assault Yanzhou at this moment, chaos would undoubtedly ensue in the 4 provinces of Hebei. For once the flames of war are ignited, each faction's lords will harbor divergent ambitions, just as in the initial coalition against Dong, where numerous lords amassed in great numbers. Only I, Sun Jian, and a handful of others truly engaged in the struggle. Presently, to forge an alliance against Yanzhou would be to gather a disjointed multitude. Given the discord between Gong Sunzan and Lu Yu, as well as between Yuan Shao and Gong Sunzan, what kind of unity could that possibly represent? As he spoke, Cao Cao gazed at Zhao Qi and cautioned, we must recognize that under Zhang Yuheng's command, there are no fewer than 200,000 armored troops. And with the geographical advantage of Yanzhou, the fortifications are exceptionally formidable. What do you think are our odds of success in this endeavor? Chapter 85, Yuan Shao. Does Zhang Yuheng harbor ambitions of rebellion? Naturally, there exists a possibility of success. Cao Cao is well aware that while there was a chance, it was rather slim. A greater likelihood lay in exhausting the populace and depleting resources, ultimately resulting in a return to a state of rest and recuperation. This was not the outcome Cao Cao desired. His current objective was, in essence, to propagate anxiety, aiming to convey this unease to the court through Zhao Qi. In doing so, he, Cao Cao, could seize a measure of initiative, steering events toward his own ends. Mingda. Zhao Qi pondered briefly, his heart sinking as he acknowledged Cao Cao's assertions, his expression turning grave as he inquired, what do you propose we do in this situation? Lord Qin. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao surveyed his surroundings, his demeanor serious as he whispered, can I trust you, my lord? What does Mingda mean by this? Zhao Qi glanced at Cao Cao and responded softly, I am an envoy of the Son of Heaven. Speak plainly, and I shall not take offense. I am not one to act recklessly. With Lord Qin's assurance, I feel more at ease. Cao Cao nodded slightly, murmuring, I believe our immediate priority lies not in the central plains, but within the court itself. To be candid with you, Lord Qin, in my view, all these warlords, save for Lu Yuzhou, are treacherous and rebellious, each harboring ulterior motives and seeking to assert their own power. Mingda, such words cannot be spoken lightly. At Cao Cao's declaration, Zhao Qi grew anxious. Why does Lord Qin feign ignorance? Cao Cao's countenance darkened with indignation as he whispered, had it not been for the ineptitude of Yuan Shao and the other warlords, we would have long since restored the Son of Heaven, and we would not be mired in this chaotic predicament today. Presently, Zhang Yuheng occupies Yanzhou. Though his might is considerable, his schemes are far-reaching. As long as we do not provoke him, he will not easily mobilize his forces. Once we re-establish the authority of the court, Zhang Yuheng will pose little threat. I am aware of Mengda's intentions. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qi's expression reflected both relief and bitterness as he replied, yet the situation in Chang'an is equally precarious. A single thread can unravel the entire fabric. Guosi and Li Ke each command substantial armies, yet they frequently engage in fierce disputes, ready to turn their blades upon one another at any moment. Alas, the young Son of Heaven is regarded as inconsequential by both. The entire court, under their oppressive rule, resembles a quail, unable to safeguard itself. Initially, I had no desire to discuss these matters with Mingda, but your profound sense of righteousness compels me to speak. Should you possess a method to rescue the Son of Heaven and restore the majesty of the Han, I would willingly devote my all to support your endeavors, even at the cost of my life. Having said this, Zhao Qi prepared to pay his respects to Cao Cao. Those of them in positions of authority appeared outwardly imposing. Yet the reality of their existence in the court was known only to themselves, especially after the incident involving Wang Yun, where the remnants of Dong Zhuo's faction regarded them with little regard. They could only cling to survival alongside the Son of Heaven. Now that Cao Cao demonstrated both intent and capability, Zhao Qi was naturally inclined to take a chance. Lord Qin, you humble me. Cao Cao hastily stepped forward to support Zhao Qi, sincerely expressing, there is no need for such concern. For the revitalization of the Han Dynasty has long been my aspiration as well. At that moment, Cao Cao comprehended that Zhao Qi had placed his complete trust in him. The next challenge lay with Yuan Shao. The following day, before Cao Cao could seek him out, Yuan Shao arrived to find him. Ha ha, Yuan Shao exclaimed. Holding a bamboo slip, striding towards Cao Cao with a spirited demeanor, Brother Mengda, take a look at this letter from Gongsun Zan. The words are heartfelt. It seems he has been intimidated by my prowess, ha ha ha. With that, Yuan Shao burst into laughter. Over the years, he had witnessed Gongsun Zan's initial might, his own triumph over him, and now Gongsun Zan's capitulation. Yuan Shao felt a sense of vindication, delighting in his accomplishments. Ha ha. Cao Cao chuckled as he accepted the bamboo slip, his expression exaggerated. Your humble brother must examine this closely. This is indeed a letter of submission from the White Horse General. Had it not been for your strategic brilliance, how could we mere mortals ever behold such a correspondence? Congratulations, dear brother. Congratulations. After reading the letter, Cao Cao's face radiated joy as he sincerely remarked, from this point onward, we need only to follow the tide. The 3 provinces of Hebei will surely fall into our grasp. Ha ha. Yuan Shao playfully chided, Mengda, do not speak nonsense. I, Yuan Benchu, am a minister of the court, not the foolish brother at home. Even the land of Qingzhou is but a territory I guard for the court, not my personal estate. Ha ha. Cao Cao promptly laughed in accord. Indeed, my brother, I misspoke. At the upcoming victory banquet, I shall certainly penalize myself with 3 cups. Yes, indeed, that is warranted. Yuan Shao nodded emphatically, then declared grandly, now that we have reached a truce with Gongsun Zan, it is also time to lend support to my esteemed brother. As long as you, Mengda, express the need, I shall immediately mobilize 50,000 troops to assist you in reclaiming Yenzhou. At that moment, Yuan Shao truly believed this, for he had focused primarily on Gongsun Zan and Qingzhou, not paying much attention to Yenzhou. He was aware of Yuan Shu's defeat, but attributed it to his brother's folly rather than the strength of the Yellow Turbans. With Gongsun Zan's submission and the cessation of attacks on Qingzhou, Yuan Shao felt immensely powerful. Should Cao Cao wish it, he would indeed muster 50,000 troops to aid him in seizing Yenzhou. I appreciate your kind intentions, dear brother. Cao Cao gathered his composure and replied, however, attacking Yenzhou now is no longer feasible, and moreover, I have more pressing matters at hand. Why is it infeasible to attack Yenzhou? Yuan Shao was momentarily taken aback, having expected Cao Cao to be elated by his proposal. The matter, as it turned out, was rather complex. With a grave expression, Cao Cao began. Let us speak of Zhang Yuheng. Thus, Cao Cao reiterated much of what he had previously conveyed to Zhao Qi to Yuan Shao, urging him to regard Zhang Yuheng with due seriousness, thereby limiting his potential growth. How audacious of Zhang Yuheng! Yuan Shao exclaimed in anger after hearing this. How dare he? Not only does he indiscriminately slay the gentry and redistribute land to commoners, but he also unilaterally alters the tax laws. What is he plotting? Does he intend to rebel? Cao Cao cast a glance at Yuan Shao, sensing that this man was feigning ignorance. Mengda, Yuan Shao, being a shrewd individual himself, immediately turned to Cao Cao and stated, Zhang Yuheng cannot be allowed to live. He must perish, for otherwise, it would spell catastrophic disaster for us. At this moment, we must rally the lords across the realm to besiege Zhang Yuheng. When the Han Dynasty loses its deer, the world collectively chases after it. The struggle for supremacy among the lords has become inevitable, and all are acting within the established rules. However, with Zhang Yuheng, he has directly overturned the table, uprooting the very foundation of the aristocracy. One cannot deny the thoroughness of his actions, yet it is unfortunate that this is detrimental to the common folk. For someone like Yuan Shao, who prioritizes familial interests above all else, Zhang Yuheng is indeed a villain of the highest order. Chapter 86. Cao Cao. Elbu should be the governor of Yenzhou. There is no time to waste. Cao Cao shook his head and remarked, Yuan Shu and Zhang Yuheng are in league with one another. Su province has a scant military presence. Even if Gongsun Zan were to mobilize, he would not exert himself. And Zhang Yang previously suffered considerable losses when sending troops to Yenzhou. Lu Biao is merely a city defender, and Lu Yin is not to be relied upon. Among the lords of the realm, only Brother Benchu can muster any strength against Yenzhou. Yet, guarding Yenzhou relies on geographical advantages, and with just Brother Benchu's strength, even a victory would be a Pyrrhic one. When Gongsun Zan and Zhang Yin launch their attacks, what can Brother Benchu possibly do? I, Cao Cao, would be forced to flee. How could I entertain the thought of assaulting Yenzhou? There is neither certainty nor benefit in such a venture. As for Yuan Shao's ambition to conquer Yenzhou alone, that is nothing more than a pipe dream. Previously, Yuan Shu demonstrated that tens of thousands of troops could not breach the defenses of a few thousand guards. And both Chao Run and Xiahou Dun had suffered grievous losses in their attempts to conquer Yinzhou. Would we do nothing at all? Yuan Shao at this moment also recognized the difficulties posed by the Qihua army, and it was particularly troubling that the Qihua army resided right next to him. This was indeed distressing. Brother Binchu, Cao Cao pondered, what do you think of Elbu? Elbu? Yuan Shao replied with disdain, this man may be brave, but ultimately he is fickle, treacherous, and a fool lacking in strategy. Currently, he relies on me, with my provisions sustaining his army. Yet this fellow dares to unleash his troops to plunder the land, causing the common folk to voice their grievances and the officials to suffer greatly. With the battles in Jizhou concluded, I shall not allow such a scoundrel to remain. Yuan Shao had lost patience with this arrogant and reckless man, who treated Jizhou as his own domain. Brother, Cao Cao shook his head. If you act in this manner, will you not give others ammunition for their words? In my humble opinion, this valiant general should be appointed as the governor of Yinzhou. Cao Cao had long since discerned Elbu's standing in Yuan Shao's heart. To send this wolf-like man to Yinzhou would not only constrain Zhang Yuheng, but also ensure that both Yuan Shu and Zhang Yuheng would be at odds with one another. Ha ha ha, it is indeed you, my wise brother. Yuan Shao exclaimed joyfully, saying, this proposal of yours is, for me, a multifaceted gain. It is truly remarkable. He intended to appoint Elbu as the governor of Yinzhou. Not only could he earn a splendid reputation, but he could also persuade Elbu to voluntarily depart from Jizhou, perhaps even engendering a sense of gratitude towards Yuan Shao. Simultaneously, it would provide his foolish younger brother a glimpse into the treacherous nature of the world. My brother, I have one more matter to discuss, Cao Cao interjected. Sensing Yuan Shao's delight, after several days of fellowship with Lord Binqing, I have resolved to journey to Chang'an to guard the emperor. What? Yuan Shao exclaimed, visibly taken aback. My dear brother, you cannot be so unwise. Do you not comprehend the danger of Chang'an? It is a veritable den of dragons and tigers. Although Dong Zhuo is dead, his remnants still number over 100,000. You have made enemies among the Shiliang army. How could Guisi and Li Ke possibly tolerate you? Heed your elder brother's advice. Chang'an is perilous, and you may not survive the depths of its waters. A misstep could lead to the loss of your life. Yuan Shao held Cao Cao in high regard, appreciating his strategic acumen and diplomatic finesse, unlike their foolish sibling. Confronted by his second brother, who often referred to him as the offspring of a lowly concubine, Yuan Shao found himself gritting his teeth in frustration. My brother, my mind is firmly set, Cao Cao replied, bowing respectfully, his expression resolute. I hope you will support my decision. Once I establish myself in Chang'an, we shall work together as brothers, one governing the interior and the other the exterior, to restore the Han Dynasty. Would that not be a joyous endeavor? Yuan Shao had not anticipated such obstinacy from his younger brother, who spoke with such righteous fervor that it left him momentarily speechless. He could only sigh, very well. You may go. However, your family must remain in Jizhou. Should any misfortune arise, I shall ensure your bloodline is safeguarded. In Yuan Shao's eyes, the decision to venture to Chang'an was exceedingly foolish, imprudent, and perilous. He believed it far superior to maintain a stronghold in the Central Plains. Enjoying a life of leisure and autonomy, even contemplating the establishment of his own domain, which, although merely a distant dream, was preferable to entering Chang'an. Thank you for your understanding, brother. Cao Cao breathed a sigh of relief, rising with a smile. As for my family, even without your mention, I shall shamelessly entrust their care to you. You are ever so stubborn. Yuan Shao patted Cao Cao on the shoulder, saying, I do not know when you plan to enter the capital, but I assume you have your designs. Remember to exercise caution. Above all, safeguard your life. Rest assured, brother. I shall be vigilant. Cao Cao gazed at Yuan Shao, and time seemed to revert to their youth when they were both undervalued in their respective households, yet found a kindred spirit in one another. They soon became friends, joined by their companion Yuan Shu. However, as they matured and Yuan Shu gained greater understanding, he distanced himself from both. Yet, the friendship between Cao Cao and Yuan Shao endured. After the downfall of Dong Zhuo, when Yuan Shao's foundation was unstable, he entrusted his family to Lu Dai, the governor of Yinzhou, to secure Cao Cao's foothold in the eastern commandery and to facilitate his ascent. Recalling the past, Cao Cao felt a pang of melancholy, acutely aware that the distance between them would only deepen. On that very day, a document originating from Zhao Qi was dispatched to Chang'an under the escort of the emissaries. In the year 193 AD, known as the fourth year of Chuping. On the seventh day of the fourth month during the hour of Qin, in Yinzhou, Dongping State. At this time, although Wanqing in the south was under strict military control, it still gathered countless citizens, most of whom were the families of heroes, while others were common folk from the surrounding countryside. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps approached from afar. Following closely, 2 rows of soldiers, clad in resplendent armor, with battle knives at their waists and long spears in hand, marched with military precision. Upon witnessing this, the citizens did not panic. Rather, they felt an overwhelming sense of pride, for they knew that these soldiers hailed from the Qihua army, the sons of the common people of Qingzhou. The more formidable these sons became, the more reassured they felt. Our Lord has arrived. We pay our respects to our Lord. As Zhang Yuheng led a multitude of civil and military officials forward, the crowd erupted in cheers, many of whom recognized him. With a solemn expression, Zhang Yuheng did not respond to the citizens, but instead halted before a grand and magnificent archway. At the apex of the archway, the words "Heroic Shrine" were inscribed in iron and silver strokes. Lord Wang, Zhang Yuheng, with a grave countenance, gazed at the archway and declared, "Let the citizens enter." With that, he stepped forward, crossing beneath the archway. Chapter 87. Zhang Yuheng. Given the circumstances, let us first partake in porridge. In the southern part of Wanqing, behind the archway lay an expansive square of blue stone capable of accommodating thousands. A towering stone tablet, resembling a colossal pillar, stood proudly at the center of the square. The sides of the tablet were etched with names, smooth as a mirror, while the front bore the words "Heroes Never Die," inscribed from top to bottom. Exuding strength and solemnity, Zhang Yuheng stood silently before the monument, absorbing its weight and sanctity, remaining quiet for an extended period. Behind him, the civil and military officials, along with the citizens of the square, wore solemn expressions, and the entire heroic shrine was enveloped in a profound silence. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, lifting the hem of Zhang Yuheng's robe. "Gentlemen," with a serious demeanor, Zhang Yuheng slowly turned to face the gathering, his voice resonating. "Today, we gather here to honor our heroes, not to dwell in the sorrow of the past, but to ensure we remember. The stability of our 4 counties today is not a gift from the Han Dynasty or an act of compassion from the Han army. It is the result of our valiant soldiers, who fought with unwavering courage, sacrificing their lives to repel the Han forces. A victory achieved through the blood and lives of countless warriors. They are heroes. They are our guardians and deserve our reverence." As do all the people of the 4 counties. The crowd was visibly moved, especially the families of the fallen soldiers, who felt an overwhelming sense of pride while secretly wiping away tears. "Bow," Zhang Yuheng shouted, and immediately, with solemnity, he bowed deeply toward the stone tablet. The civil and military officials, alongside the citizens, followed suit, bowing deeply in unison toward the monument. Again, Zhang Yuheng rose and called out once more, meticulously bowing deeply toward the stone tablet until the 3rd bow was completed. Only then did he turn back and solemnly proclaim, "From this day forth, every year on this date, the government will organize civil and military officials to come and pay their respects, for the heroic shrine is the resting place of the valiant. Thus, within the heroic shrine, those who dare to speak ill of the heroes, show disrespect to the heroes, or incite unrest shall be executed. The Lord is wise." Qingzhou, deeply moved, hastily bowed in reverence. "The Lord is wise." The crowd, equally touched, bowed respectfully to Zhang Yuheng, their cheers echoing within the Hall of Heroes. "You may all witness this decree." As the crowd quieted, Zhang Yuheng raised a finely crafted bronze token inscribed with the characters for hero and declared solemnly, "This is the Hero S token. Those who possess this token shall be exempt from taxes for life and shall have priority in military and civil service positions. All families of heroes shall be entitled to receive one." Although Zhang Yuheng lacked funds for compensation, he never hesitated to provide what he could, as this was the due respect for the families of heroes. "The Lord is enlightened. Long live the Lord." This time, there was no need for Qingzhou to speak. The citizens in the square erupted in cheers, most of whom were families of the heroes. To possess a bronze token meant, aside from opportunities in military and civil service, a reduction of 6 stones of grain annually. While it may seem modest, for the common folk, saving those 6 stones could significantly hasten their path to prosperity. Moreover, it was not just them who would receive the token. Since the establishment of the Living Aid Army, all families of fallen soldiers would likewise be bestowed one. It was not until noon that Zhang Yuheng departed the Hall of Heroes with his civil and military officials. Upon returning to the government office, Many generals and officials noticed an unusual sight. A plaque had been hung in the previously vacant space, inscribed with the words, Taiping Prefecture. Enter. Zhang Jing glanced back with a smile, saying, Zhang mentioned that it might be somewhat inappropriate to issue orders from the Living Aid Army in the current 4 districts of Dian, thus a central office was established. Hence the Taiping Prefecture. The Lord is wise. Taiping Prefecture, what a splendid name. Indeed, it carries a sense of warmth. The civil and military officials exchanged looks of realization, admiring the name inscribed on the plaque, especially the former leaders of the Yellow Turbans. In a short while, everyone entered the Grand Hall and took their seats, civil officials on the left, military officers on the right. Qingzhou occupied a prominent position on the right, between Zhang Jing and the others, which was a strong request from Zhang Jing. Esteemed colleagues, Zhang Jing took a sip of tea and began. Today marks the establishment of the Taiping Prefecture. Henceforth, all military and political orders shall be issued by the Taiping Prefecture as the standard. This signifies that military and political affairs will become increasingly regulated, underscoring our growing strength. Just then, a group of attendants entered, each carrying bowls of hot porridge. However, this change in atmosphere caused Zhang Jing's expression to waver slightly as he continued. We must not become complacent, for even now, we are still consuming porridge. Nevertheless, it is what it is. Let us partake in our porridge. The civil and military officials had been attentively listening to Zhang Jing, and thus they noticed the subtle shift in his demeanor, leaving many of them momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that their normally dignified and steady lord possessed such a relatable side. As Zhang Jing cast his gaze upon them, those who were prepared to laugh immediately transformed their expressions to one of solemnity. We accept your orders. The group of scholars and warriors obediently settled down, beginning to consume their hot porridge. With the spring sowing now completed, once everyone had eaten their fill, Zhang Jing turned his attention to the civil officials and spoke. The Taiping Prefecture is to implement military control. Yet the soldiers in various counties seem to have exceeded their limits. For a considerable period ahead, the primary responsibilities of the county magistrates will be to organize the populace for spring sowing and autumn harvest, as well as to assess the tax revenues and educate the citizens. What do you all believe is the appropriate number of officials to retain in each county? Initially, Zhang Yuheng had arranged for 300 soldiers to be dispatched to each county, without any reductions in troop numbers at that time. Subsequently, these soldiers were not included in the overall military count. Currently, the apprehension of thieves and the pursuit of criminals is being handled by law enforcers and patrols. Moreover, following the cleansing efforts by the Central Army in Manchong, there have been visibly positive changes in the security of the region. Given that this is a situation of military governance, even if there are a few obstinate individuals, they are indeed in the minority. In the 4 counties of Yenzhou, Renqing has 3 counties under its jurisdiction, Dongping has 7, Jibei has 5, and Taishan has 12 counties. The Taiping Prefecture in the Eastern District only encompasses a single county. Excluding the 12 passes, the true number of counties in the Taiping Prefecture that support the populace is merely around 20. My lord. Wang Can stood and offered a respectful bow. Currently, the population in the 4 counties is dense. I dare to suggest that each county should retain 50 assistant officials. In this era, a county's officials are few. In smaller counties, there may only be 6 or 7 officials, along with clerks, who are akin to modern civil service employees. A county may have only a few dozen officials, while larger ones may have over 1,000. However, those with over 1,000 are often not large counties, but rather ones plagued by corruption. This implies that a county with a population of over 100,000 can be effectively governed with merely a few hundred officials. With military governance in place in the Taiping Prefecture, there are seldom matters that require the county magistrate's concern. Wang Can's suggestion of 50 officials is already quite substantial. After all, organizing the populace for the autumn harvest, tax collection, and grain delivery relies on mobilization rather than requiring these 50 officials to toil in the fields during spring sowing and autumn harvest. What are your thoughts? Zhang Jing, upon hearing these words, refrained from expressing his stance and instead turned his gaze towards the others. I concur. Yin Chao rose and bowed to Zhang Jing. We all concur. The other county magistrates, after a moment of contemplation, expressed no dissent. Excellent. Zhang Jing nodded. Once you return to your respective counties, please commence arrangements for this matter. Moving forward, each county will be standardized to retain between 50 to 100 officials. I hope that each of you, as officials for a term, will fulfill your duties to benefit the community. Chapter 88. Reforming Military Structure and the Trust Law. After the meeting concluded, the attendees departed, leaving only Zhang Jing and Qingyu in the Grand Hall. In this political discussion, Zhang Jing did not reduce military numbers, on one hand. There was a threat from Qingzhou, and on the other, he had not yet made a firm decision. Following the defeat of Yuan Shu, his remaining forces totaled over 180,000, with all surrendered soldiers returning to the populace, save for a few commanders who remained on duty within the army. Such a military strength, though already formidable. The endeavor to cultivate elite forces within the current circumstances of the Taiping Prefecture remains exceedingly challenging. Ultimately, Zhang Jing had no choice but to abandon the idea of troop reductions, deciding to postpone any further plans until after the autumn harvest. Zhang Jing pondered. In light of the previous battle, Yuan Shao achieved remarkable feats. How do you believe he should be rewarded? After all, he successfully defended Yunqing, fending off an assault from over 100,000 troops of Yuan Shu with merely 5,000 men, and even managed to slay the vanguard of Yuan Shu's army. However, within the Qihua army, the positions of leadership are assigned in a manner akin to a game of musical chairs, and troop allocations follow suit. It would be impractical to reassign Pei Yuanshao back to Wu Yin, wouldn't it? Zhang Jing found himself in a quandary regarding this matter. It must be said that the Qihua army, having been established for too short a time, lacks a mature promotion system. The establishment of the Taiping Prefecture signifies the gradual maturation of the Qihua army's governance. Does the Lord hold Pei General in high regard? Qingyu contemplated for a moment before directing his gaze towards Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing chuckled, saying, Zhang, one cannot express it so. I hold all the officers of the Taiping Prefecture in high esteem, even if they lack martial prowess or military strategy, as long as they achieve merit in battle. I shall afford them an opportunity. This statement was not made in jest. Among those illustrious founding generals, how many were truly well-rounded from the outset? Many could barely recognize a single character. Their success is primarily attributed to aligning with the right individuals and continuously evolving throughout the process, ultimately earning their place in history. Pei Yuanshao's skills, even among the officers, rank among the least impressive. In the realm of martial prowess, he would be considered a third-rate warrior. The Lord is indeed wise. Changyi was momentarily taken aback by this observation before promptly bowing and admitting, it was my words that were inappropriate. I have been somewhat biased. What is Zhang to perceive? Zhang Jing waved his hand dismissively, inquiring, how should I arrange matters, my lord? Changyi reflected, asserting, it is my belief that the Qihua army, being under the auspices of the Taiping Dao, should likewise reform its military structure. Currently, the commanders of the 7 towns and 12 passes were all originally chieftains. I propose that we alter the military organization, establishing a battalion between the chieftains and the military advisors, creating an additional position of officer, and redesignating the chieftains as generals. Once the reforms are enacted, the military strength of the 7 towns and 12 passes could see more than half integrated into the Wu Yin military camp for unified, formal, and more rigorous training. A battalion can be established in Yunqing, where Pei General is stationed, without reducing its troop strength, and we can send Lu Jiu there to serve as a deputy. Given that the total military strength of the 7 towns and 12 passes amounts to an impressive 130,000, the likelihood of conflict is currently minimal. Thus, it seems somewhat inappropriate to have such a vast army stationed outside. Moreover, having so many chieftains and generals is not conducive to the development of the Taiping Prefecture from Qingyu's perspective. After listening to Qingyu's words, Zhang Jing fell into contemplation, realizing that, according to Qingyu's implication, to highlight Pei Yuanshao's contributions, it would be necessary to remove the current chieftains altogether. And quite decisively at that. After all, military reforms entail such changes. Following the overhaul, the commanders of the 12 passes, aside from Pei Yuanshao, would automatically be demoted to the rank of military advisors. What of Bian Shi and Geng Ling? After a lengthy silence, Zhang Jing finally turned his gaze toward Qingyu. From the outset, the two individuals were entrusted to Qingyu's command, tasked with the consolidation of provisions and the assault on the influential clans of Wubao. Both were fully equipped, commanding a formidable force of over 20,000 troops. With the 4 counties now stabilized, any alterations to the military structure would inevitably affect them. Grateful for the Lord's profound favor, Qingyu bowed respectfully, stating, in recent times, both generals have exhibited unwavering obedience and efficiency in their duties, working diligently and tirelessly, thus deserving the rank of Xiaowei. Zhang Jing observed Qingzhou's earnest demeanor and found himself questioning whether he had misheard. After a prolonged silence, he resolutely declared, "I shall draft a military order shortly. The restructuring must be completed within 10 days. Can you, Zhongda, manage this?" This decision mirrored his thoughts on troop reductions, but was less cumbersome, the only complication being the sentiments of the people. However, with Zhang Jing's esteemed reputation, even if the officers bore some discontent, they would have to endure it silently. "Rest assured, my lord," Cheng Yu replied with a respectful bow. 7 or 8 days will suffice." Zhang Jing nodded slightly, concern etched on his face as he regarded Cheng Yu. "Zhongda, since you emerged to assist me, you have shouldered significant responsibilities, yet you appear to have become quite gaunt during this time. I wish to employ Gongda and others to alleviate some of your burdens, but I find it challenging to place my trust in them. Might you have any strategies to guide me through today's deliberations?" Zhang Jing had also discerned that among the county magistrates, there were indeed individuals of talent. Regrettably, like Sun Yu, he understood how they served him, which instilled a sense of apprehension in him about entrusting them with significant matters. It is said that one should not employ the doubtful, yet trusting those who serve is a weighty matter. Even Cao Cao, in his previous life, vociferously proclaimed to distrust those he did not. Yet the true authority within his army rested with his kin and trusted generals. This was not merely a matter of distrust, but rather a question of the degree of trust involved. Thus, in this era, finding individuals worthy of such trust was exceptionally rare. Zhang Jing now faced a similar dilemma. He aspired to establish departments such as the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue, yet he struggled to find trustworthy individuals. His trust in Sun Yu and others remained relatively limited. "My lord," Cheng Yu responded, touched by the sentiment, yet unable to suppress a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. "I possess a method that may alleviate your concerns." "Zhongda, please share it," Zhang Jing exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the realization that his strategist indeed had a solution for such matters, while he himself could only ponder and resign himself to fate. Cheng Yu proposed the recommendation of worthy talents. Gongda and others hail from prestigious families, possessing remarkable abilities and extensive connections. If we can attract capable individuals, they will surely pledge their loyalty to you, my lord. Haha. Zhang Jing initially wore a perplexed expression before turning to Cheng Yu with a hearty laugh. "Zhongda, you truly are the strategist deserving of being my counsel." He had genuinely not anticipated such insight. Testing the loyalty of Su Yu and his companions can still employ such a method. This approach cannot be deemed insidious, but rather ingenious. Were it not for Cheng Yu's words, Zhang Jing might have nearly forgotten that Su Yu possessed another title, that of the mechanical cat of the Chao army, undoubtedly suggesting that Su Yu would not fall short in comparison. "Your Excellency, you flatter me," Cheng Yu replied with a smile and a bow, considering this merely a customary practice. Chapter 89. Elbu, Brother Benchu, do you truly mean this? As the sun dipped below the western mountains, in the fortified long street of Wancheng, within a rather substantial courtyard, Su Yu and his nephew sat solemnly at either side of a stone table. The two bore grave expressions, as if confronted with a daunting dilemma, the surrounding atmosphere growing increasingly tranquil. "Uncle," Su Yu lowered his gaze slightly, deliberating. "The Han Dynasty cannot be restored. Our lord is resolute in his external campaigns, yet internally, he exercises utmost benevolence. His esteem within the army has likely surpassed that of the esteemed sages of the past. After the autumn harvest, our lord will entirely resolve the issue of grain supply, and I fear it will not take 3 years. The regions of Qing and Su will surely fall in a single battle. Even if Yuan Shu of Yuzhou survives, it is due to our lord's stratagems. Although Yuan Shu currently enjoys great prestige, should conflict arise again, his defeat is inevitable." At this juncture, Su Yu refrained from further comment. He had been in Yenzhou for less than 3 months, yet he was not imprisoned. Rather, he accompanied Cheng Yu in managing military and civil affairs, even participating in the defeat of Yuan Shu's forces. It can be asserted that he was well versed in the majority of matters concerning Yenzhou. It was precisely for this reason that he truly recognized Yenzhou's potential. Su Yu could assert without reservation that as long as Zhang Jing acted judiciously, the establishment of a great enterprise was inevitable, and even the unification of the realm was not beyond the realm of possibility. Thus, he entertained thoughts of integrating himself into this new environment. Today, he had been summoned to meet Zhang Jing, who shared the difficulties faced by the Taiping prefecture and requested his recommendations for capable individuals. With his intellect, he would soon fathom the underlying reasons. This was also his opportunity a chance to gain Zhang Jing's trust and fully assimilate into the Taiping prefecture. As for the Han Dynasty, Su Yu had already demonstrated loyalty when he plotted to assassinate Dong Zhuo and was imprisoned in the Celestial Prison. Regarding the aristocratic families, the Sun clan differed from others. They possessed almost no disciples or estates, barely qualifying as prominent nobles. The foundation of the Sun family's standing lay in their descent from Xuanzi and their profound literary heritage. Thus, Su Yu had long since discarded any reservations about joining the Taiping prefecture. Consequently, the individual he most wished to recommend was undoubtedly his beloved uncle. Gongda relinquished this pursuit. Su Yu replied calmly, "Regardless of Zhang Yuheng's intentions, I shall not enter the service of the Taiping prefecture. Our Lord still lives, and the Son of Heaven remains in Chang'an. What reason have I to serve another master?" The former Su Yu might have harbored grievances against Zhang Jing, yet he no longer felt resentment. Their differing positions merely placed them on opposing sides. Su Yu understood his words. Yet he too held steadfast to his principles. The revival of the Han Dynasty, even if ultimately in vain, he would embrace willingly. Alas, Sun Yu sighed and said, "Then I kindly request you, uncle, to assist me in composing a few letters to invite several talented individuals to join us in Yin, to aid our Lord in this grand endeavor." In truth, Sun Yu was well aware of his uncle's disposition. His intention in urging his uncle to emerge from seclusion was more to gauge his sentiments. What he expressed now was, in fact, his true aim. His uncle's friends were also his own. If they collaborated in the correspondence, the chances of success would significantly improve. Very well. Sun Yu cast a profound glance at Sun Yu, refraining from outright refusal, as he could empathize with Sun Yu's intentions. In Qingzhou, within the grand tent of Yuan Shao's army, he summoned El Bu to his presence, eager to share a piece of good news. "Fengstian," Yuan Shao remarked, sipping his tea with a smile, "thanks to your presence in Changshan, we have managed to suppress that band of mountain bandits, allowing me to engage in combat with Gongsun Zan without worry. Your contributions to our victory are invaluable." Observing the imposing El Bu before him, Yuan Shao could not help but admire him as a formidable general of the age. If only his temperament were less impulsive, otherwise, having him in his ranks would guarantee unassailable triumphs. El Bu, seated nearby, heartily responded, "I must say, Brother Bunchu, sending El Fengxian to deal with those bandit scoundrels is akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. If you were to send me to Hejian, I assure you, I would not let that wastrel Gongsun Zan escape." Upon hearing El Bu's words, Yuan Shao remained silent, while his officers glared with indignation, their anger nearly boiling over. This fellow truly exhibited a lack of respect. Were it not for their inability to match his strength, they would have relished the opportunity to unleash their fury upon him. As El Bu stated, Yuan Shao chuckled and said, "Indeed, sending Fengxian to confront those bandits is an overestimation of their threat. I have made a decision. Since Fengxian is so valiant and has helped quell the unrest in Qingzhou, I shall submit a petition to the court, recommending him as the governor of Yenzhou. He shall assume this position shortly." In an effort to persuade El Bu to go to Yenzhou, Yuan Shao bypassed the title of inspector and directly recommended him for the governorship. The tent erupted in astonishment at this proclamation, as none had anticipated such news. Some astute scholars noticed the implications, and their eyes gleamed with understanding. Hearing this, El Bu dropped the wine vessel from his grasp, oblivious to the act. Swallowing hard as he fixed his gaze on Yuan Shao, "Brother Bunchu, do you speak the truth? Heaven must be merciful. I, El Bu, renowned for my valor, have roamed without a stronghold for too long. To think that Yuan Shao would recommend me as the governor of Yenzhou. While I am uncertain of the situation there, I am unconcerned. I can simply lead my troops to reclaim it. With Yuan Shao's endorsement, regardless of the court's approval, it matters not. What is vital is Yuan Shao's esteemed reputation. His words carry weight. Thus, if Yuan Shao speaks on my behalf, Yenzhou shall bear the El name. It is that simple." Indeed, Yuan Shao declared with righteous fervor, "A gentleman's word is as binding as a chariot pulled by 4 horses. Not only this, I also bestow upon you, General Fengxian, provisions amounting to 50,000 stones, sufficient to sustain your forces for over a month. Under the command of El Bu, there are more than 3,000 cavalry and 800 infantry, consuming an immense amount of supplies. Even with just 4,000 men, the monthly provisions would require around 50,000 stones. If converted to infantry, it could support an army exceeding 20,000. Brother Binshu, your magnanimity is commendable." Upon hearing this, El Bu's eyes glistened with emotion as he stood and clasped his fist towards Yuan Shao, declaring, "This kindness I shall forever engrave upon my heart." Should you require anything in the future, I will undoubtedly repay your generosity with utmost sincerity." In that moment, Elbu was profoundly touched, secretly admiring Yuan Shao for his noble character, not only striking in appearance, but also forthright in action. "Haha." Yuan Shao laughed heartily. With such words from Feng Xian, "We are destined to amass 1,000,000 strong. You all, do not delay in greeting the governor of Yinzhou. We have come to pay our respects to the governor of Yinzhou. Congratulations, General L." Amidst the accolades from the civil and military officials of Qingzhou, Elbu felt an exhilarating high, sensing that he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Let us all rejoice together. Chapter 90, The Orphan of Zhang Jiao. The saintess Zhang Ning that night, in Qingzhou, at the Taiying Mountains of Changshan County, Zhang Yin led a contingent, torches in hand, to ascend a peak. At the summit, unlike the perilous cliffs of other mountains, lay a flat expanse of several hundred steps, dotted with wooden encampments. A grand banner of Taiping fluttered in the wind. Additionally, several squads of robust men, clad in bright yellow attire and wielding combat knives, patrolled the wooden enclaves with meticulous vigilance. Before Zhang Yin could approach the peak, a burly man, resting his hand on his sword, obstructed their path and spoke in a deep voice. "The saintess has no intention of intervening in matters of Heishan. What brings you here?" "I pay my respects to Commander Lu Zhushua." Zhang Yin, undeterred by the obstruction, smiled and cupped his fists, responding softly. Although the saintess does not involve herself in worldly affairs, she is, after all, the daughter of the great virtuous teacher and the saintess of the Taiping Tao. Heishan is the foundation of the Taiping Tao, and all matters, great or small, should be disclosed to the saintess. The saintess they referred to is named Zhang Ning, the daughter of the great virtuous teacher Zhang Jiao. When the great teacher passed away, the Taiping Tao fell into disarray, and the 7-year-old girl was taken into the mountains by loyal followers, revered as the saintess of the Taiping Tao, to protect her. They claimed that she had perished alongside her father, ensuring her safety and allowing her to grow up in peace. Nearly a decade has passed, and many within the Taiping Tao have forgotten that Zhang Jiao had a daughter still living, revered by Zhang Yin and others as the saintess. The imposing figure opposite Zhang Yin is named Lu Shi, once a commander of a region, now standing guard here alongside Huang Long. What has transpired? Zhang Yin's insistence left Lu Shi feeling helpless, and he replied, "If there is indeed a matter of importance, I shall duly report it to the saintess," Zhang Yin asserted. Recently, Elbu led an armored cavalry from Changshan, likely preparing significant actions against us following his victory over Gongsunzan. Previously, faced with the ferocity of Elbu, we have suffered continual defeats and found ourselves utterly powerless. Once, an army of 20,000 was organized under my command. As a result, Elbu led the Wolf Riders into a ferocious charge, causing chaos and devastation among them, especially when they were outnumbered. There was no need for Elbu to intervene. The Wolf Riders alone could strike fiercely, and with the swift nature of the Iron Cavalry, the Black Mountain Army suffered immensely. Now that Gongsunzan has been defeated, the gaze of Yuan's forces is likely to fixate upon them. With Elbu involved, even if they cannot be completely eradicated, their losses will undoubtedly be severe. What are your thoughts? Lu Shi furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He too found Zhang Yan's concerns to be reasonable. "We must seek assistance." Zhang Yan fixed his gaze on Lu Shi and stated earnestly, "Zhang Jing of Yinzhou has transformed turmoil into tranquility, commanding an army of hundreds of thousands. A month ago, he defeated Yuan Shu. If we request his aid, Yuan Shao would hesitate to take action against the Black Mountain." Zhang Jing of Yinzhou. Lu Shi's expression became somewhat complex at the mention of this name, one he was not unfamiliar with. In his youth, he had encountered Zhang Jing on several occasions. He spoke. "Zhang Jing is the son of Zhang Rao. He would have no reason to refuse your request for aid." "Not so simple." Zhang Yin shook his head, a bitter expression crossing his face. "Zhang Jing, while aspiring for peace, bases his military on the 4 counties of Yinzhou. Though he harbors noble intentions, his ambitions are vast, and he may already have diverged from our path. Moreover, Yinzhou is a battleground. If he were to mobilize forces in Yinzhou, it would set off a chain reaction. Without sufficient reason, Zhang Jing would find it exceedingly difficult to muster troops." Zhang Yan's feelings towards Zhang Jing were quite intricate. He was torn between concern for his brother's hardships and the fear that his brother had become overly ambitious. The current Zhang Jing had already overshadowed the Black Mountain Army, reputed to possess a formidable and well-equipped force, along with numerous wise strategists serving under him. Their only previous connection with Zhang Jing was during the time of Yu Du's defection. even when beset by enemies on all sides. He showed no inclination to seek aid. Fian. Lu Shi discerned Zhang Yan's implication, frowning as he asked, "If what you say is true, will Yuan Shao indeed wage war against the Black Mountain?" "It is almost certain." Zhang Yan nodded emphatically. "Now that Yu Du has defected to Zhongjing. With the southern Xiongnu and Zhangyang having suffered defeat in Yinzhou, there are no lingering threats in the southwest of Jizhou. We remain entrenched in the Taihang, stationed in Changshan. Previously, Gong Sunzan sent word from the mountains, indicating he has reached a truce with Yuan Shao. Now, the only opposing force in Jizhou is Zhang Yan's Black Mountain Army. If Yuan Shao frees his hands and does not act against Zhang Yan, it would be utterly illogical." "Very well." Lu Shi sighed and remarked, "I shall proceed to inform the Holy Maiden. You should wait here." "Thank you, Commander Lu." Zhang Yan expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow, feeling a sense of relief. Ever since receiving Gong Sunzan's letter, he had sensed the brewing trouble. After much contemplation, seeking assistance seemed to be the only viable option. If he, Zhang Yan, were to make the request, he felt uncertain whether Zhongjing would grant him the courtesy. At the heart of the peak, the wooden watchtower was brightly lit. Within, the decor was simple and elegant, with only a portrait of Zhang Jiao adorning the walls. To the right of the portrait, a young girl clad in dark garments knelt gracefully, a silk ribbon cinching her waist. The maiden's visage is both dignified and enchanting, her oval face resembling a newly blossomed bud, while her flowing black hair cascades like a waterfall, seemingly a divine gift from the heavens. At this moment, she reverently cradles an ancient tome, akin to safeguarding a rare treasure. Her eyes, deep as a tranquil pond, gaze intently at the book in her hands, embodying both focus and serenity. Suddenly, a crisp knock echoes through the air, shattering the tranquility of the loft like a stone cast upon a placid lake. "Is it Uncle Lu?" the maiden inquires, her gaze lifting from the ancient text, her delicate lips parting to reveal a voice as melodious as a babbling brook, resonating throughout the loft. "It is your subordinate, Lu Shi." Lu Shi bows respectfully, stating, "There is a matter of great importance. I seek an audience with the saintess." The maiden in the loft is none other than the daughter of the late esteemed sage, revered by Lu Shi and Zhang Yan as the saintess of Taiping Dao. Even today, long after the sage's passing, Lu Shi and his companions continue to treat the saintess with utmost reverence, venerating her as a deity. "Uncle Lu, please enter." Zhang Ning carefully stows away the ancient tome, sitting upright like a blooming lotus, awaiting Lu Shi's arrival with quiet anticipation. "Saintess," Lu Shi enters the loft, bowing respectfully. "Heavenly Swallow from Black Mountain has come, and I implore you to decide." He conveys Zhang Yan's concerns and proposed solutions in great detail. Uncle Lu, upon hearing this, Zhang Ning's beautifully arched brows knit together slightly as she hesitantly asks, "Does my elder brother Zhang Jing still remember Ning? Is he willing to send troops in assistance? Could this pose a danger?" Zhang Ning indeed remembers Zhang Jing. Although it was a memory from more than 5 years ago, he is merely a year her senior, and it is said that their names were even chosen by her father. "Fear not, saintess." Observing Zhang Ning's uncertainty, Lu Shi felt as though his heart were being cleaved, and he emphatically nodded, "That lad Zhang Jing will certainly remember you. As long as you send word to Yinzhou, he will dispatch troops to Jizhou to break the siege of Black Mountain. There will be no peril in this endeavor. With Zhang Jing leading the forces in Jizhou, they could act as a sharp blade, scattering Yuan Shao's army." "Very well." Zhang Ning, finally relieved, slowly nods and declares, "I shall compose a letter forthwith." Chapter 91. Yuan Shu. Yinzhou is mine. In mid-April, Yinzhou, Dongping Kingdom, Wuyan. The news of Zhang Jing establishing the heroic shrine and opening the Taiping Prefecture has spread throughout the 4 counties, bringing a sense of belonging to the citizens under his governance. They regard the land beneath their feet as their own home. In these chaotic times, their desires are few. They seek only a modest plot of land to sustain their families and cultivate fertile fields, and what Zhang Jing has provided greatly exceeds their expectations. Consequently, the current 4 counties are flourishing with vibrant scenes everywhere. After the spring plowing concluded, even the previously desolate Wuyan city now sees an increasing number of pedestrians in its streets. Within the Taiping Prefecture, Zhang Jing summons Cheng Yu and inquires. A moment ago, a scholar named Yi reported that he has gathered 2,000 fierce warriors. He seeks to know where to establish camp for training. Is there sufficient grain in the treasury to support the cavalry? Lord, Cheng Yu ponders for a moment before responding, since the grain from Shuzhou has entered our territory, Coupled with recent trade gains, the treasury should possess around 200,000 stones of grain, which should adequately sustain a cavalry unit without issue. Excellent. Zhang Jing nodded and said, allocate 50,000 stones of grain to Z, instructing him to establish a camp west of the city for training. Understood, my lord. Qingyu replied respectfully. By the way, Zhang Jing added, have the 500 law enforcers been gathered yet? The matter of these 500 enforcers had been entrusted to Qingyu in mid-last month, and it was approaching a month now. Zhang Jing had high expectations for these 500 individuals. Literacy was a prerequisite, and they also needed to have families, loyalty, and intelligence. Regarding your inquiry, my lord, Qingyu pondered for a moment before responding. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, all 500 law enforcers should be assembled by dusk tomorrow. Excellent, Zhang Jing exclaimed, invigorated by the news. He held great hopes for these 500 brothers, viewing them as the first sword to cleave through the chaos of this tumultuous era. Zhang Jing said earnestly, once these 500 brothers arrive, they are to receive 3 meals a day, at the hours of the rabbit, noon, and the hour of the rooster, ensuring that they are never served merely hot porridge, with meat provisions doubled. I will personally train these 500 for 2 months, conducting lessons at the hour of the dog each day. If you have the time, Zhongda, you are welcome to attend as well. He intended to impart his thoughts to these 500 individuals, hoping they would carry them forward. Qingyu was also deeply moved, bowing respectfully to Zhang Jing. At that moment, he once again felt the weight of his lord's regard for this group, and as the commander, he could not afford to be absent. Time swiftly passed to the following day. By the banks of the Wenshui River, the central military training ground remained unchanged. We pay our respects to our lord. The 500 young men, clad in coarse garments, stood in formation, their eyes ablaze with respect as they greeted Zhang Jing with clasped fists. Brothers. No need for excessive formalities. Thank you, my lord. They responded in unison, lowering their hands and awaiting Zhang Jing's command. You have come to this place, Zhang Jing said solemnly as he approached the command platform, which clearly indicates that you have passed the strategist's evaluation in terms of both loyalty and capability. From this day forth, I shall spend the next 2 months training alongside you. He continued, let me be frank, these 2 months will be exceedingly arduous. While regular troops train for merely 2 hours each day, you will be exercising for 4 hours daily, without exception. Many among the 500 young men swallowed hard at this pronouncement, their hearts racing with excitement at the prospect of training alongside their lord, a source of envy for many should it be revealed. However, Zhang Jing surveyed the crowd, continuing, with the increase in training, your rations must also be adjusted. Therefore, starting tomorrow, you will receive 3 meals a day, ensuring that you will not train on empty stomachs. There will be no further discussion today. I merely wish to remind you that if you endure these 2 months, not only will you be transformed, but you will also gain benefits that last a lifetime. Very well, we shall disperse for now. Meals will be served at the hour of the rabbit tomorrow. Do not be late. With that, Zhang Jing departed from the high platform. We bid farewell to our lord. The 500 young men, their faces alight with excitement, bowed and shouted in unison. To think our lord himself will train us. How remarkable. The young men, slow to realize, only came to their senses after Zhang Jing had departed, their eyes brimming with exhilaration. This was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Truly, the ancestors have blessed us. Father, your son is on the path to success. With 4 hours of daily training, as long as I am not hungry, it is absolutely manageable. The following day at the hour of the rabbit, Zhang Jing arrived punctually at the camp. The scientific rigor of military training in this era was not inferior to that of later generations, encompassing physical training to build strength and the intricate formations dictated by military banners. This cadre of 500 young men was not destined for the battlefield. Rather, their true focus lay in the arts of reconnaissance. Across all ages, the prowess of scouts is invariably comparable to that of special forces. After supper, as the hour of the rooster approached, the training grounds were illuminated by flickering flames. At this moment, Zhang Jing sat in the center of the field, surrounded by the 500 young men, including Qingyu, who formed a circle around him. Today, he declared with solemnity, I shall elucidate the origins of our dynasty. The assembly sat upright, their ears attentively tuned to his words. Thousands of years ago, the human race formed tribes, and under the guidance of the great Yu, who tamed the waters, the era of familial rule commenced. In essence, since the time of great Yu, the throne has been passed from father to son. Just as Zhang Jing was enacting his training, news of Yuan Shao's endorsement of Elbu as the governor of Yinzhou rapidly spread in all directions. In mid-April, in the command office of Pingyu County, Ruzhou, Yuan Shu was filled with fury, bellowing, "How dare that illegitimate son Yuan Shao covet my Yinzhou? Yinzhou is rightfully mine. Mine. Yin Xiang, immediately send a message to Ji Ling under the cover of night, instructing him to track the whereabouts of that commoner El Bu. Should he dare to encroach upon our territory, we shall swiftly dispatch troops to annihilate his forces. I demand to see El Bu's head." Yuan Shu had engaged in a transaction with Zhang Jing. The funds and provisions had been delivered, and thousands of citizens had been relocated to Yinzhou. Now, at this juncture, Yuan Shao had declared El Bu as the governor of Yinzhou, an affront Yuan Shu could scarcely tolerate. Fortunately, he still commanded Ji Ling's 2,000 troops in Yinzhou. Otherwise, he would have been at a severe disadvantage. Even so, the situation left him seething with indignation. As he asserted, in his eyes, Yinzhou was his. Especially since Zhang Jing harbored intentions towards him. "Subordinate will obey," Yin Xiang responded promptly, then hurriedly departed to make arrangements. If this matter were not handled properly, the 4 counties they had initially secured might face unforeseen complications. In Yingchuan County, Yangzhai City, a young man clad in simple linen attire and a cap, slender in build and holding a bamboo slip, strolled confidently along the long street. Upon reaching a small courtyard, he skillfully knocked on the door, as though he frequented this place often. "Stop knocking," creaked the door as a clear voice resonated from within. Almost immediately, the door swung open. "I knew you would come. I've been waiting for you. Remember to close the door behind you." Chapter 92. Guajia. "I envy Wenrua. Feng Xiao, have you been drinking again?" The master of the voice turned and made his way inside the house, while the young man shook his head and smiled gently, expertly closing the courtyard gate behind him. The owner of the small courtyard was named Guajia, courtesy named Feng Xiao, hailing from a branch of the Gua clan. He was a close friend of the young man, who had developed an insatiable fondness for wine since this friend returned from Qingzhou 2 years ago, often dragging him along to drink. Understanding his friend's inner turmoil, the young man silently accompanied him, for one must drink to celebrate joyous occasions. Guajia, clad in a blue robe, was slightly younger than the young man. His once handsome visage had grown somewhat pallid, perhaps due to his frequent indulgence in alcohol, that his eyes sparkled with vivacity. With a smile, he gestured towards the young man and said, "Jitsai, come join us for a drink." The young man, known as Shishong, courtesy named Jitsai, came from a humble background and had, during his time at the Yingchuan Academy, relied on the kindness of friends for his sustenance. Guojia was one of those benefactors. Joyous occasion? Upon hearing this, Shi Jitsai did not hesitate to take a seat beside the table. After sipping some wine, he turned to Guojia and inquired, "What brings such joy to Feng Xiao? Has Wenrua made it clear in his letters?" That one once said, in times of turmoil, "Those with talent who are not utilized will surely be eliminated. Are you not afraid?" Logically, his friend, coming from a prominent family, should harbor animosity towards Zhang Jing. Yet Shi Jitsai understood that Guojia's free-spirited nature rendered him indifferent to such matters. "Afraid? What is there to fear?" Guojia replied with a hint of self-mockery. "If that line were not in the letter, I would not have ventured forth. Do you know how envious I felt upon learning that Wenrua was imprisoned due to his talents? Had Yuan Shao possessed such decisiveness back then, he would not have squandered his abilities in a single province." To Guojia, the fact that Sun Yu was imprisoned by Zhang Jing implied an acknowledgement of Sun Yu's talents, which was far superior to remaining obscure and unaccomplished. Ha! Shi Jitsai nearly laughed to the point of tears and replied, "If Yuan Shao were truly daring enough, he would not need Gong Sunzan to intervene. He would be condemned by the masses and fade into obscurity. Some things can be done by that individual, but Yuan Shao, who comes from a lineage of 4 generations of officials, cannot." Guojia did not counter, merely scoffing. Thus, Yuan Shao is destined to achieve nothing great. "Feng Xiao." Shi Jitsai then reined in his expression and asked, "Do you truly intend to accept Gongda's invitation and go to Yinzhou to serve?" Jitsai, Guojia, for once, spoke earnestly. Since the banner of the Taiping Dao has been raised high and the chaotic reign of Lingdi has commenced, the world has descended into inevitable turmoil. The young emperor is like a bird trapped in a cage, relocated to Chang'an by Dong Zhuo, leaving the Han Dynasty's dignity in tatters. The struggle among the heroes is an unavoidable reality. The letters from Uncle Wenrua and his nephew reveal their distinct perspectives, yet both convey an extraordinary essence. As the saying goes, circumstances create heroes. In this age of great contention, one must carve out a place for oneself. Whenever the world is reshuffled, a new generation of prominent families will emerge, while the original families either meet their demise or languish in obscurity. This is all but natural. In Guojia's eyes, as long as there was a possibility for Zhang Yuheng to succeed, it was worth offering assistance. As for the noble families, once the grand enterprise was accomplished, they would not fall short. It was certainly preferable to being exterminated or relegated to commoners. The likelihood of supporting a Lu Xiao, however, was exceedingly low. Shi Jizai seemed to have an inkling and remarked, I have heard that the Taiping prefecture is currently facing a grain shortage. Even that esteemed individual has been subsisting on porridge for months. If Feng Shao were to go there, you would have no wine to drink. He found it difficult to fathom that a former leader of the Yellow Turbans could take such measures to secure food for the people. Such character was exceedingly rare in this era. Upon hearing this, Guojia's lips twitched as he glanced at the wine jar in his hand. Instantly perceiving its fragrance as intoxicatingly potent, he promptly took a hearty swig. Feng Shao, what is the meaning of this? Seeing Guojia drink so voraciously, Shi Jizai felt a mix of concern and confusion. If you desire wine, surely after the autumn harvest in Yinzhou, you shall not lack for it. Jichai. Time does not wait for me. Guojia's expression turned grave. Yuan Shao has appointed El Bu as the governor of Yinzhou, and the drums of war are stirring in Yinzhou. That individual has grand ambitions. If Yuan Shao makes a move against Heishan, he will certainly not remain idle. What does Fo Shao intend? Shi Jizai furrowed his brow slightly. To assist that individual in capturing El Bu. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Guojia's eyes as he spoke. Rather than allowing El Bu to wreak havoc in Yinzhou, it is wiser to subdue this fierce tiger and present him as a gift for our advancement. Feng Shao, do you have confidence in this plan? Shi Jizai expressed some apprehension. As long as El Bu dares to enter Yinzhou, Guojia replied with unwavering confidence. If that individual harbors the intention to reclaim El Bu, then I am utterly assured. Just like the rapid strike against Yuan Shu, all the lords across the land would seize their banners. As long as we can swiftly strike El Bu, Yuan Shao, with his indecisive nature, would certainly not dare to mobilize against Heishan. Guojia understood Yuan Shao profoundly. The latter's decisions often magnified trivial matters, making it appear as if victory were guaranteed. Yet a single misstep could lead to total defeat. Feng Shao, Shi Jizai still bore some concerns. Though El Bu is brave, he is also capricious. Can that individual truly tame him? It matters not. If all else fails, we can simply eliminate him, Guojia said nonchalantly. Given that individual's temperament, if he cannot subdue El Bu, he would never permit him to remain alive. Moreover, swiftly defeating El Bu would bring only advantages, not detriments to him. For Guojia, capturing El Bu would be ideal. Alternatively, eliminating him would also be acceptable, thereby resolving the troubles of the Heishan army. It would be a win-win situation. Then what are we waiting for? Seeing Guojia's confidence, Shi Jizai stood up and declared, let us depart at once. Following this, Guojia tossed a bundle of luggage to Shi Jizai and cheerfully remarked, I have prepared everything. There is no need for you to return. Very well. Shi Jizai nodded earnestly after accepting the baggage. Both men were of a free-spirited disposition, and they proceeded without hesitation on their journey to Yinzhou. In Yinzhou, within the eastern Ping Kingdom, outside of Wancheng, by the banks of the One River, atop a watchtower in the central military camp, Zhang Jing observed the letter in his hand, and his expression changed as he was taken aback. Zhang Jing handed the letter to Chengyu beside him, sighing, the daughter of a great sage and virtuous teacher. That little one was still alive back then. Zhang Jiao had a daughter, of which Zhang Jing, having lived 2 lives, was naturally aware, and they were somewhat acquainted. However, he did not recall much from that time. Later, he heard that she perished alongside Zhang Jiao, and thus he ceased to pay attention. What surprised Zhang Jing further was the likelihood that Yuan Shao intended to mobilize against the Black Mountain Army. This was an oversight on Zhang Jing's part, for in his previous life, Yuan Shao indeed launched an attack on the Black Mountain Army at this juncture, specifically targeting Yudu's forces in the southwest. Yudu and the commanders of the Black Mountain Army perished in that battle. Now, with Yudu having joined the Taiping prefecture, Zhang Yan's Black Mountain Army became the sole target for Yuan Shao, making it untenable not to strike at Zhang Yan. My lord, Chengyu said, his expression grave after reading the letter, we must dispatch troops to Ganling to relieve the siege on the Black Mountain Army. At this moment, Chengyu, like Zhang Jing, regarded the Black Mountain Army as a prized possession of the Taiping prefecture. Let us deliberate further, Zhang Jing replied, refraining from immediate agreement. The matter could escalate or diminish significantly, and the balance must be deftly managed. Should they exert excessive force, it would lead to war with Yuan Shao. Presently, Zhang Jing was reluctant to initiate hostilities, as it would not be advantageous. Even in victory, territorial expansion would not be feasible, especially in a foreign land. To rescue Zhao by besieging Wei, Cheng Yu deliberated. Yuan Shao's intent to attack the Black Mountain Army will undoubtedly be a formidable endeavor. Given that the Black Mountain Army is numerous and fortified by the geographical advantages of the Taihang Mountains, even if ordinary troops could achieve victory, it would be inconsequential against the might of the Black Mountain Army. Currently, Yuan Shao's total forces number less than 150,000. If we can hold back 30 to 50,000 of Yuan's troops, he will not dare to act rashly. Yuan Shao's forces, although seemingly substantial, were akin to Zhang Jing's own, necessitating a portion to be stationed across various fronts. Thus, he would not mobilize all his strength without careful consideration. How many troops should we deploy? Zhang Jing inquired, nodding slowly. This was indeed the simplest and most effective approach. Risk was inevitable, yet avoiding it was not an option. 50,000 troops would suffice, Cheng Yu mused. We could send 30,000 to garrison Boping and dispatch 20,000 via the official road from Boping into Qingzhou. The two locations are merely 100 miles apart. With encampments established, Ganling will not dare to act impulsively. 50,000 troops is no small number. Zhang Jing pressed his lips together and remarked, Zhongda, immediately send orders to Zhou Tsang, instructing him to dispatch all scouts. I must ascertain the movements of Yuan's forces in Qingha. Understood. Cheng Yu replied respectfully, bowing. Thank you, Lord Zhang. Hearing this, Sun Qing of the Black Mountain Army also breathed a sigh of relief and respectfully clasped his fists toward Zhang Jing. There's no need for concern. Zhang Jing waved his hand. The Taiping Dao and the Taiping Prefecture are essentially one. If we can be of assistance, there is no reason to decline. Upon your return, feel free to disseminate the news that the Taiping Prefecture has allied with the Black Mountain Army, preparing to mobilize 100,000 troops to attack Qingha. I trust Yuan Shao will not take this lightly. Of course, a force of 100,000 was impossible. However, it was feasible to spread such rumors. If Yuan Shao were to restrain himself and refrain from dispatching troops, all would be well for both parties. Conversely, Zhang Jing would have to send forces to Qingzhou to test the defenses of Ganling. The Lord's righteousness compels my early departure. Sun Qing nodded solemnly upon hearing this, respectfully clasping his fist before descending from the watchtower. Indeed, it is a tumultuous season. Zhang Jing shook his head, a hint of lamentation crossing his face. Dian Wei. When do you suppose peace will reign in this world? That depends on our Lord. Dian Wei replied earnestly. I believe only a benevolent and righteous sovereign like our Lord can bring tranquility to the realm. Should others attempt to seize power, neither I nor my brethren will acknowledge them. Haha, Dian Wei. Zhang Jing chuckled, casting